Ye, a time traveler, was destined to live a mundane 50 years in this world. Unexpectedly, the system he had been waiting for finally arrived 24 years late, transforming him into a game developer. Unfazed by his colleagues' mockery of his game ideas, Ye casually typed up a resignation letter and left his workspace. It was time to end this boring simulation game. The system suddenly chimed, presenting him with the guidelines for using the Genesis God system. From creating game spaces to setting rules and materializing objects, the system granted him godlike powers. After reading through nearly 100 guidelines, Ye smiled knowingly. In the endless darkness of the game space, Ye began his journey of creation. The heavens and earth were formed, the sun and moon shone together. He merged 3 continents into one, making the remaining lands disappear. He was set on creating a unique game tower of seals. Within the ancient tower of seals, countless gods and demons sealed by sages awaited. Players would defeat bosses, gradually breaking seals, unleashing power, and unlocking new areas. This simple yet intriguing concept allowed Ye to progressively refine the game content. A month later, the game was ready for beta testing. The system provided a website and delivery service for the Link devices, but with only 100 initial points, Ye could only produce 10 headsets. However, as long as these 10 players stayed online for 12 hours daily, he could quickly accumulate points and make the devices widely available in the country. Famous game streamer Fong Zhe received a mysterious private message inviting him to experience a 100 realistic game. He initially thought it was a scam but soon received a mysterious package. This seemingly ordinary VR headset allowed his consciousness to enter the game world directly. After creating his character in a hazy starry sea, Fong Zhe opened his eyes to find himself in a vibrant plane. Visuals, sounds, touch, taste, and smell, everything was incredibly lifelike. Fong Zhe and the other test players were ecstatic. While the others were still immersed in endless joy, Fong Zhe didn't disturb them. Instead, he pondered silently. Could this game allow him to take off his pants? Fong Zhe's words left the man beside him utterly astonished. "Whoa, bro, you really know your games," he blurted out. Fong Zhe glanced at the man and noticed that names were floating above their heads. The man's ID read, "Flies don't land on cracked eggs." "What's your name, brother?" Fong Zhe asked. The man grinned broadly. "Just call me Fly." "Hey, brother, I can't tell from your ID that you're one of us. How about you create a female character and we dive deep into the game mechanics together?" Fong Zhe couldn't help but feel a few lines of frustration appear on his forehead. Sensing the awkwardness, Fly quickly coughed twice. "Just kidding. If this game allowed female characters, I'd have made one ages ago. Can't let the brothers down, right?" Fong Zhe instinctively adjusted non-existent glasses on his nose. "It's nothing, really. It's just that some skills are worth paying homage to, like the craftsmanship spirit in Japan." Fly chuckled. "Bro, you totally get games. Since we're on the same page, why don't we add each other as friends and play together?" Despite Fly's overly familiar and somewhat cheeky demeanor, Fong Zhe didn't find him annoying. After all, having a teammate in the game world was always a good thing. "Sounds good," Fong Zhe nodded. "I noticed a building to the east. Want to check it out together?" Fly immediately agreed. "Sure thing, I was thinking the same." As time passed, other players also began to form small groups to explore the map. This game offered no beginner's guide, and the spawn points were so desolate that not a single soul could be seen. It was as if the creators had scattered a handful of stones, leaving them to fend for themselves. However, the 10 players present had all played games without tutorials before, so they weren't entirely in the dark. After all, this was a groundbreaking game. The mere fact that their consciousness could enter the game for free exploration was enough to keep them excited for days. Meanwhile, Ye was observing this group of first-wave beta testers from above. Each player had been carefully selected, either for their influence as game bloggers or their expertise in specific fields to test the game mechanics. But even with these 10 players, defeating the first layer boss of the sealed tower in a short period seemed impossible. Ye had set the game's difficulty very high, directly incorporating real-world rules. Players would feel thirst and hunger, could starve or dehydrate to death, freeze if they slept outside at night, and even die from untreated illnesses. All real-world mechanics were mirrored here, except for the need to use the bathroom. It's not about being lazy. It's about achieving ultimate realism. Ye muttered to himself. Players could even destroy any terrain except the sealed tower and build their own houses. Since no one would be able to clear the first layer of the tower anytime soon, he decided to let them explore freely for a few days. With that thought, Ye cut off his connection to the game and went back to sleep in the real world. On the other side, Fong Zhe and Fly made a shocking discovery during their exploration to the east. They found themselves in a plain surrounded by a forest, with a colossal black tower standing in the center. The tower was so massive that its top disappeared into the clouds, making its height impossible to estimate. It stood like a pillar supporting the sky, with 2 gigantic doors at its base, each nearly 100 meters tall. resembling the entrance to a giant's palace. Due to its enormous size, other players naturally noticed the Black Tower as well. By then, 7 or 8 players had gathered in front of it. One curious player approached the giant doors, ready to push them open, but was suddenly stopped by an old, wrinkled hand grabbing his arm. "Young man, don't be hasty," a raspy, ancient voice echoed, and an elderly man in a black robe, hunched over, appeared before them. The old man's eyes were a striking purple, his face covered in spots and wrinkles, with gray hair flowing in the wind. The young player, startled by the sight of those purple eyes, exclaimed, "Whoa!" The old man's sudden appearance was indeed frightening, or perhaps his eerie eyes and appearance were inherently unsettling. The other players instinctively took a step back, but Fangze boldly stepped forward. This was the first NPC they had encountered, and he wanted to test the NPC's AI intelligence, whether it could engage in natural conversations or was limited to preset dialogues. "Greetings, sir. May I ask your name?" Fangze inquired. The old man glanced at Fangze before slowly releasing his grip. "Sir? I'm the keeper of this tower. You may call me the Gravekeeper." "Gravekeeper?" Fangze pondered for a moment. Seeing that the other players remained silent, he continued, "Do you know the history of this tower?" The Gravekeeper's purple eyes flickered. "This is the place of my people's hero's legacy, containing endless wealth and the primal source of this world's power. This place is called the Sealed Tower, where ancient powers are sealed. Those with fate may enter the tower to seek their fortunes. Defeat the inheritors inside, and you will receive their rewards. Of course, the tower is filled with more than just inheritors. It also houses countless traps and puzzles. But fear not, for with great risk comes great reward. So, adventurers, show me your golden spirit. I look forward to the day you reach the top of the tower." At this moment, a player stepped forward. "Excuse me, how do we level up? Can we kill monsters to gain levels?" Hearing this, the Gravekeeper paused. All players' attention focused on him. The Gravekeeper then grinned. "Heh, I didn't expect someone to remember this forbidden knowledge in this era. Our souls are made of primal essence, but the Creator distributed this essence unequally among beings. Therefore, to enhance our soul essence, there's only one way: to devour the primal essence of other creatures, also known as souls. This is the unchanging law of devouring in this world. When a being dies, 10% of its soul essence will be consumed by its predator, 20% will return to the earth, and the remaining 70% will go back to the Hall of Echoes." After a thorough conversation, the players identified several key game mechanics. Firstly, the NPCs exhibit surprising intelligence, capable of natural interaction with players, answering various questions, and even understanding the concept of a game. However, these NPCs firmly believe their world is real, not a virtual game world. Secondly, players have access to a special information panel invisible to NPCs, which includes 4 critical pieces of information. 1. Soul lifespan. Each player starts with 10 years, though its purpose remains unclear. 2. Backpack. It can store items, but weight affects player movement. 3. Map. It only shows areas the player has explored. Some players discovered the map is circular, with the center being the sealed tower. 4. Internet. Players can browse web pages, watch videos, use chat software, and even visit the game's official website. Through the official website, players finally learn the game's name is Land of Seals 0.1. The website provides limited information, featuring only a reservation and forum section, with other areas like the encyclopedia being blank, seemingly requiring player contributions. While browsing the website, Fangze noticed the game lacks traditional health and experience bars. According to the Gravedigger, leveling up seems to involve consuming the souls of other creatures, and the only soul-related information players have is their soul lifespan. Suddenly, Songying spotted a striking post on the forum. A player with the ID "I love watermelon" had committed suicide to test the game's mechanics. His post revealed several crucial details. 1. Pain perception in the game is at 50. 2. Excessive pain forces players to log out but doesn't mean character death. 3. Players can only have one account. 4. Death consumes 1 year of soul lifespan. 5. When soul lifespan is exhausted, the account is locked for 24 hours. Watermelon's extreme action sparked heated discussions among other players. Fangze realized that soul lifespan might be the game's equivalent of a revival token, but its other uses remain unclear. Songying comforted Watermelon on the forum, promising to experience the game content on his behalf, which only made the forcibly logged out Watermelon more frustrated. As more players ventured into the sealed tower, Songying suggested that he and Fangze should explore it too. The Gravedigger had previously warned that the tower is fraught with dangers, and players must proceed at their own risk. Some players regretted not obtaining the Gravedigger's cool black robe. Fangze and Songying decided to risk exploring the sealed tower. Just as they were about to step inside, Mosquito joked that if they had knocked out the Gravedigger earlier, they could have been the first in the game to wear the stylish outfit. Fang Zhe couldn't help but laugh, thinking that if they had done so, Watermelon might not have been the first player to sacrifice himself for the game. As soon as Fang Zhe and Fly stepped into the Tower of Seals, they were utterly stunned. The sight before them was beyond imagination. The entrance hallway of the tower was so wide that it could accommodate nearly 100,000 people. The interior was predominantly black, and as the players moved, massive torches around them ignited one by one, their eerie blue flames instantly illuminating the entire space. Gigantic statues of humans stood like divine idols, each with a similarly sized pedestal and a stone tablet of information in front of it. However, Fang Zhe and Fly had no time to examine them closely, as they were still engrossed in the overwhelming visual impact of entering the tower. Fly exclaimed, "The aura of these statues is so intimidating. It feels like they're alive. This game is incredibly realistic." Fang Zhe patted Fly on the shoulder. "Stop gawking. The map indicates this is just the Zeroth level. There's a lot more ahead of us." Despite the game exceeding Fang Zhe's expectations by 100, he noticed a few issues. The map was too small, there were too few NPCs, and there weren't many buildings. But considering it was just the testing phase, these were understandable. Fang Zhe believed that as the technology matured, this game would become a groundbreaking product, sweeping the globe. Walking along the path inside the tower, Fang Zhe asked, "Fly, have you ever played those games where you have to boost your combat power?" Fly laughed. "Paydoin has always been a thing. I can't afford those games." Fang Zhe habitually tried to adjust non-existent glasses. "I never thought about competing in games before, but this time, I want to give it a shot." Seeing the determination in Fang Zhe's eyes, Fly excitedly said, "What a coincidence, I feel the same. Fang, after the beta test, let's start a guild. You be the guild leader, I'll be the vice leader." With two beta testers teaming up, reaching T1 should be a breeze. Fang Zhe nodded in agreement, and the two quickly exchanged contact information, planning their preparations for the game's official release. Then, they rushed deeper into the Tower of Seals. In the center of the Zeroth level, a golden patterned altar caught their attention. As Fang Zhe and Fly stepped onto the altar, the golden patterns began to glow. A teleportation interface appeared before them, with only the first level clickable, the other levels locked by chains. They exchanged a glance and clicked the teleport button simultaneously. With a blinding flash of light, their figures vanished instantly. When Fang Zhe opened his eyes again, they had arrived at the first level of the Tower of Seals. It felt like a separate world, with blue skies and white clouds overhead, and an endless grassland stretching out around them. Fang Zhe looked at the map information that popped up and began to carefully survey the surroundings. Beneath their feet lay a teleportation altar, identical to the one on the ground floor of the ceiling tower. The surrounding environment resembled the outside of the ceiling tower, with sparse trees scattered across the plains. However, there was a deadly addition here: various massive beasts, exuding a disturbing black aura. Not far from the altar, a life-and-death struggle was unfolding. Two unarmed players were desperately trying to fend off a gigantic beast that resembled a hound. In their panic, they grabbed stones and sticks from the ground, attempting to ward off the incredibly fast creature. The hound moved with lightning speed, far surpassing any canine in the real world. Suddenly, the hound lunged, its sharp teeth sinking deep into one of the player's thighs. Blood spurted out instantly, and the player cried out in pain as he fell to the ground. Before he could react, the hound pounced again, biting down on his throat. With a sickening squelch, the sound of tearing flesh was unmistakable. The player's eyes quickly lost focus, and within seconds, his life was extinguished. Yet, his body did not disappear. It lay motionless in a pool of blood. This confirmed what Shiguo Laoj had mentioned in his post. After a player dies, their body remains for an hour before vanishing. Strangely, Fang Zhe and Zhang Ying, who witnessed the entire scene, did not show much shock or fear. This was due to the game's emotion dampening feature, which effectively reduced the psychological impact of such realistic and gruesome scenes on players. Without this protective mechanism, such vivid depictions of death might have scared away most players. In the blink of an eye, the other player also met a grim fate, quickly falling to the hound's fangs. Seeing this, Fang Zhe immediately grabbed the eager Zhang Ying and cautiously asked, "Have you ever trained in martial arts? Or have you ever been in a real fight?" The fly was stunned by Fang Zhe's words, his eyes wide open. "Huh? What does this have to do with whether I can fight or not?" Fang Zhe glanced at the two corpses that hadn't disappeared yet, his tone heavy. "To be blunt, we might have overestimated ourselves or underestimated the realism of this game. You saw how those two died. The combat system here isn't just about numbers colliding. Attack power, defense, health points, these are abstract concepts. What are you going to use to fight?" The fly was even more confused. "So, you mean I need to know how to fight in real life to level up in the game?" Fang Zhe shook his head. "Not necessarily, but from what we've seen so far, Charging ahead without any real skills is just wasting resurrection coins. The fly was at a loss. So, should we just do nothing and leave? Feng Zhe gave him a look. If you think you're stronger than those two, you can give it a try. The fly's face turned bitter instantly. Brother Guang, we just talked about aiming for tier 1. And we're already stuck at the starting line? Feng Zhe reassured him. Don't rush. If we can't fight, others probably can't either. As long as we use our brains, there are more solutions than problems. I want to check out other game mechanics before making any plans. As night fell, 9 beta testers sat around the sealed tower, each with a different expression. Are you guys hungry? Someone asked. Not just hungry, I'm thirsty too, a player with the ID Papa said, clutching his stomach and lying on the ground. I've eaten 3 meals outside, and I'm still starving. Feng Zhe watched as the other 8 players slowly put weeds into their mouths, pondering, do you think the characters in the game need to eat as well? As soon as he said this, the other 8 players sat up straight as if electrified. What? Is this a survival game? Does that mean we'll starve to death if we don't eat or drink? Damn it, there's nothing but grass and trees around here. Are we supposed to gnaw on tree bark? The discussion grew lively, and someone suggested trying to identify edible wild plants. The group agreed, and one player volunteered to search for wild vegetables. Taking advantage of the moment, the others began to share their discoveries from the day. Everyone except Brother Shigua had made significant finds. One player discovered a lake with fish in it. After some discussion, they decided to go there together the next day to see if they could solve their food problem. However, food was just the beginning. Soon, they faced a new challenge shelter. While they could sleep on the grass, no one could guarantee that their characters wouldn't die from the cold when they logged back in. Considering each player only had 10 years of soul life equivalent to 10 resurrection coins, avoiding unnecessary deaths was crucial. Someone suggested making a fire, so a few players went to the forest to gather sticks and dry leaves. Meanwhile, Feng Zhe was digging into the soil with a stone, attracting the curiosity of other players. Hey man, what are you doing? Someone asked. Feng Zhe looked around at the group. Have you noticed that the terrain in this game can be interacted with and permanently altered? Most of them were puzzled, but one player with the ID Yeonai Wahi suddenly slapped his thigh in excitement. You mean we can build infrastructure in the game? The words build infrastructure seemed to trigger something, and all the players became excited. Building houses, farming fields, raising animals. Turns out the sealed land was a farming game. Holy crap, there's so much to do in this game. We can build our own houses, need to eat and drink, and it's 100 realistic. Isn't this better than Minecraft? I suddenly don't feel hungry anymore. I'm going to chop some trees. To get rich, start by chopping trees. Classic. The players sprang into action. Some went to craft stone axes, while others claimed to be in the construction industry, though it turned out they were just bricklayers and plasterers. Everyone was enthusiastic, seemingly forgetting their hunger. Watching everyone leave one by one, Feng Zhe also stood up, deep in thought. If this game really contains a complete set of physical laws, does that mean players can climb the tech tree within the game? The first thing Chen Yi did when he woke up was log into the game to check the in-game situation, but as soon as he entered the game, he was dumbfounded. The sight before him was hard to believe. The once empty plain was now dotted with several rudimentary huts made of mud and sticks. Surrounding the huts was a blazing campfire, roasting several gutted grass carp that emitted an enticing aroma. What puzzled Chen Yi even more were the small mud kilns on the ground, billowing thick smoke. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly realized, are they making charcoal? With confusion, Chen Yi immediately sensed the movements of the 10 players. The scene appeared vividly in his mind. Some players were busy catching fish by the lake, while others were running around the forest, some collecting branches and wild vegetables, and surprisingly, some chopping down trees. Chen Yi looked closely and saw players everywhere in the forest wielding sharpened stones to chop trees. They clung to the not-so-thick trunks, vigorously hacking away with the sharp stones, becoming more enthusiastic as they went. This made Chen Yi laugh and cry at the same time. You beta testers are supposed to be advancing the game, and here you are, building infrastructure? Chen Yi reluctantly realized that he had underestimated the domestic players' enthusiasm for infrastructure. He couldn't help but mock himself. If I had known this, I might as well have made a survival building game. After some thought, Chen Yi felt it might not be too late. He began to consider various possible adjustments. Should he dismantle the Tower of Seals and give players more land? But he quickly dismissed this idea. No, if it's just a survival building game, then what's the point of descending? Chen Yi continued to ponder solutions. Perhaps weaken the monsters, lower the game difficulty, and optimize the combat experience. Or increase the rewards for killing monsters to stimulate players' desire to fight. He even considered doing both, but felt it would be too shameless. Ultimately, Chen Yi decided to start with something simple and easy to implement. A flash of inspiration hit him. Since you love farming so much, I'll sell land plots. He quickly devised a set of rules. 100 copper coins for 1 square meter of land, with a height limit of 50 meters above and below the plot. The land within the plot would be the player's private domain, where others couldn't take items or enter without permission. To perfect the system, Yi planned to add friend and team functions. But he also considered that players shouldn't be able to buy land freely. He needed to think of future players and encourage combat. So, he designed a title system. Ordinary adventurers could buy up to 10 square meters of land, bronze adventurers could buy 50 square meters, and silver adventurers could buy 100 square meters. As for promotion conditions, Yi set specific standards. Ordinary adventurers needed 1,000 copper coins and 1,000 fame to advance to bronze level, while bronze adventurers needed 5,000 copper coins and 5,000 fame to advance to silver level. The way to earn copper coins and fame, of course, was through monster drops. 5 days later, the 10 beta players were still engrossed in the joy of farming and pioneering, with none choosing to enter the Tower of Seals. They even went online to research and consult experts on how to make clay bricks, set up fish traps, and build simple shelters for wilderness survival. As time passed, some players started promoting the game to the outside world. Feng Zhe was one of them. He personally wrote a detailed post and recorded actual gameplay footage. In both the video and the post, he repeatedly emphasized, "This is real. I'm not crazy." However, most netizens' first reaction to hearing 100 real game was disbelief. This was understandable, as Feng Zhe had reacted the same way initially. Faced with messages calling him crazy or a fraud, Feng Zhe didn't respond but instead started a live stream. Even then, some people suspected it was just Feng Zhe and his friends staging something outdoors. But when viewers saw the majestic Tower of Seals, all doubts vanished. That grand structure was beyond human capability and couldn't possibly be a special effect. Finally, Feng Zhe started a live stream in the real world, logging into the game in front of everyone. At that moment, everyone fell silent, as what they saw shattered their understanding of the virtual world. The next day, a flood of posts swept across major headlines and forums like a tidal wave. Shocking titles appeared one after another. Famous blogger accidentally enters revolutionary game. Land of Seals. Groundbreaking virtual reality game unveiled. Humanity steps into the holographic age. 100 real experience, fully immersive gameplay. These news stories went viral within a few hours, igniting the entire internet. Countless netizens left excited comments. "I won't believe it until I try it myself. This has to be staged. Don't try to fool me." Some were skeptical. Is this some kind of high-end reality show? However, the blogger showcased footage of both the real world and the game, sparking even more debate. Someone explained, "This game is entered through consciousness, similar to dreaming, so the body in the real world might make slight movements." The discussion quickly veered off topic, with someone joking, "With this technology, why not make some serious games?" This quip was met with knowing laughter. Another person raised a concern about character creation. Can you make female characters? This question immediately led to a string of humorous replies. Meanwhile, tech giants both domestic and international were quick to react. An executive from a well-known internet company roared, "Find out which company developed this. Spare no expense to get a stake." Another tech company head was incredulous. "How is this possible? We can't even achieve this. How can they?" Governments around the world also sprang into action, ordering investigations into the game's server locations and the background of the development company. Amid all this chaos, the game's true creator, Yi, remained remarkably calm. He had anticipated this reaction and was well prepared. Yi had specifically designed the game to connect to the internet, allowing him to communicate with the outside world through untraceable IP addresses, which also facilitated his previous communications with Feng Zhe and others. Now, he felt it was time to release an update announcement to address the global storm stirred by Land of Seals. Thanks to the dedication of the 10 beta testers, Yi's rating finally surpassed the 1000 point mark. Their commitment was astounding. They even slept in the game, staying online nearly 247 except for meals and bathroom breaks. Such a level of dedication truly earns them the title of Grind Kings. Despite reaching the target rating, Yi was in no rush to convert the game abilities into reality. His immediate goal was to activate more devices to exponentially increase the rating. Attracting more players would lead to greater rating gains. The players' performance far exceeded Yi's expectations. They amassed 1,000 points in just 5 days. However, concerns about their well-being were unnecessary. Entering the game felt like sleeping to the players, leaving them refreshed and ready for the next day. Who wouldn't love such an experience? The only potential issue was prolonged immersion leading to mental fatigue and physical side effects from lack of real-world nourishment. But for now, this didn't seem to be a significant problem. After organizing the data, Yi promptly posted an update on the game's official website. Sealland version 0.2 update announcement. 1. This update will open an additional 100 beta slots, randomly selected from pre-registered players. 2. The beta will be non-wipe. 3. New feature. Private lands can be purchased from the Gravekeeper. 4. New feature. Team and friend functions, allowing players to invite friends to their lands, with up to 10 players per team. Rewards for monster kills are shared in team mode, but can be kept in solo mode. 5. New reputation system. Earn reputation by completing achievements or killing monsters, with a Hall of Fame to showcase accomplishments. 6. New title system. Use reputation and copper coins to upgrade titles, increasing the land area you can own. More title features are in development. 7. Guild system expected in the 1.0 official release, including land merging and guild construction. 8. The game is entering the rainy season. Prepare for the weather. 9. The Gravekeeper is now a summonable unit, available anytime at the Seal Tower. 10. Minor bug fixes. Fangze was quick to check the update announcement. He immediately realized that securing prime land near the Seal Tower to open shops would be crucial for guild operations. However, the immediate priority was claiming land. The influx of new players and the team system were clearly designed to encourage player cooperation and competition. The era of solo play was ending, making guild formation inevitable. With this in mind, Fangze messaged Song Ying. Fangze, did you see the latest update? Song Ying, yes, I'm already thinking about how to buy land. Fangze, based on the update, it's clear the developers want to promote player cooperation and competition. We, as the first batch of players, have some influence. Now is the perfect time to form a guild. Song Ying, but the guild features aren't available yet. Fangze, that doesn't matter. We can start by forming a group and recruiting new players. When the guild update comes, our group will become the guild, and its members will naturally be our guild members. Song Ying, brilliant. I'll set up the group right away. In fact, Fangze wasn't the only one with this idea. The other 9 beta testers also had their own plans. Meanwhile, players without beta access were desperately hoping to be selected, some even praying or leaving flattering comments for the developers. The internet is buzzing with cries of "official daddy" from excited fans, making you want to join in the chorus. Gamers are racking their brains and going to great lengths to secure a spot in the beta test. They're singing praises about the game's integrity, its intricate and diverse mechanics, ultra-realistic graphics, and even sensory experiences that feel true to life. To top it all off, not only is the game free, but the login devices are also given away for free, making it feel like an act of charity. Chenyi sat in his office, taking a calm sip of coffee as he watched the stream of comments flood his computer screen. He knew that while the new update appeared rich in content, most of it was just templates he had set up, with the system filling in the rest. As for the highly anticipated guild system, Chenyi had no concrete plans yet. Developing it would require designing a series of complex features, such as guild wars and resource battles. So why bring it up now? A slight smile played on Chen Ye's lips. This was just the usual tactic of painting a rosy picture. As a competent game developer, knowing how to hype up the future is essential, but he understood that the real key was the player's online time. Therefore, Chen Ye's criteria for selecting beta testers were simple. They needed to have ample time to dedicate to the game and be willing to spend a lot of time on it. Only then could the value of the gaming devices be maximized. He was well aware that many players buy VR equipment on a whim and abandon it once the novelty wears off. Even though Genesis was a groundbreaking game, there was no guarantee that players wouldn't lose interest after a couple of days. In the early stages of the game's development, Chenyi needed a group of hardcore gamers who could fully immerse themselves, not a bunch of casual collectors with fleeting interests. Only such dedicated players could help quickly accumulate momentum, laying a solid foundation for future growth. Chenyi calculated in his mind. If 110 people each played an average of 12 hours a day, in 10 days, they could roll out 1,300 more devices. At this rate, it wouldn't take long for the gaming devices to become widespread in the country. However, when the game reached that stage, someone would need to step up as the official representative of the Seal of the Land. As the chief planner and the mastermind behind the game, Chenyi couldn't afford to be the public face. After all, in this vast gaming world, he was playing the role of the ultimate boss. In front of the Seal Tower, Fangze and his 9 companions summoned the Gravekeeper, who informed them of the costs required to purchase land. This discovery left everyone in shock. The game actually had a currency system. Isn't getting money from killing monsters pretty reasonable? Someone questioned, sparking a heated discussion. If copper coins are tangible, can we melt them down and forge copper swords? A bold idea suddenly emerged. Holy cow, that makes sense. Everyone's eyes lit up. Amid the discussion, someone began recruiting teammates. Anyone want to team up for monster hunting? I have wooden armor and can tank. Count me in. I'm great with a wooden stick. I can throw stones with deadly accuracy, perfect for pulling mobs and ranged attacks. As first-time players, the 10 quickly reached an understanding and formed a team. Over the next 5 days, they were busy crafting various equipment and weapons. They made charcoal, fashioned clay bricks, sharpened stones to fix on the ends of wooden sticks to make spears, and even tied wooden planks together with plant fibers to create makeshift wooden armor. Considering the weight and defensive capabilities of the wooden armor, they adopted a strategy of fully armored frontliners and lightly equipped rearguards, marking the birth of the earliest tank role. To support the tanks, some chose to carry a large number of small stones, serving as ranged attackers. Though their sustained damage was limited, they played a crucial role in pulling mobs and harassing enemies from the edges. Warriors became the main damage dealers in this version. Their weapon choices varied. Some opted for large stones aiming for one-hit kills, but due to the difficulty of handling and the need for team cover, most preferred the more flexible spears and wooden sticks. The fully armed 10-member team finally assembled. Feng Zhe waved his hand and shouted, "In our first team battle, even taking down one monster is a gain." The others raised their weapons in response. Taking down one is a break-even, taking down two is a profit. For the land, no, for our home. Let's go. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the first floor of the seal tower. The battle erupted instantly. Frontline, hold the line. Don't let it through. Warriors, block it. Rearguard, be careful. Don't attract other monsters. Didn't you say you could throw stones with deadly accuracy? Feng Zhe, wielding a spear, moved through the team, seizing an opportunity to rush to the front. Spotting a gap between two shields, he thrust his spear into the eye of a suppressed hound. Squish! With the sound of flesh being pierced, the hound let out a harrowing scream and struggled even more violently. Keep up the damage, Feng Zhe shouted, quickly pulling out his spear and stabbing the hound's other eye. Song Ying followed closely, raising his spear and smashing it down on the hound's skull. Take this, you beast! They soon realized these makeshift spears lacked sufficient penetration power. Unless they targeted vulnerable spots like the eyes, they were better off using them as blunt weapons. Blinded, the hound could only bite wildly. The team seized the opportunity to attack fiercely, finally bringing down the first hound. The system immediately popped up a reward notification. Ding! You have slain a low-level beast. Reward 1. 1 fragment of a regular soul essence 110. Reward 2. 1 copper coin. Reward 3. Reputation 1 inch. Feng Zhe quickly analyzed the reward mechanism. Solo players could get the full reward for killing a low-level beast, while teams had to share the loot. To purchase 1 square meter of land, a team would need to kill 100 monsters, whereas a solo player would only need to kill 10. However, given their current equipment level, solo players couldn't possibly take down these beasts alone. At least 5 people are needed to form a team, utilizing a strategy of 2 tanks, 2 fighters, and 1 ranged attacker. This way, everyone's gains will increase by half. As Feng Zhe was contemplating, a horde of ferocious monsters suddenly surged from all directions. Their sheer number was terrifying. There are too many monsters. Retreat for now. Guys, I'm out of here. One player shouted in panic, turning on his heels to flee. Damn, how is he running so fast? The others exclaimed, watching in astonishment as the player bolted like an arrow. The scene switched to the Tower of Seals. 10 disheveled players had just teleported in, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. Damn, those beasts almost tore my kidneys out, one player said, clutching his side with lingering fear. Wow, how did you make it back alive? Another player asked, looking at a severely injured companion in surprise. Buddy, in your condition, you might as well finish yourself off, someone advised, their tone filled with helplessness. The heavily injured player lifted his head with difficulty and gritted his teeth. Damn, do you think I'm the same as you? If I die, they'll have to wait 24 hours. Oh, it's Brother Shigua. That's different then, someone realized. I think I can still be saved. Brother Shigua struggled to stand up. Brother Shigua, don't push it. If it comes to it, we can all give you our soul essences. That should add up to a year of soul life, one player suggested, and the others nodded in agreement. Everyone then noticed that Brother Shigua had a massive wound on his abdomen from a beast's bite, bleeding profusely. Despite this, he had crawled back with all his might, showing an incredible will to survive. Someone explained, you have to understand, Brother Shigua is the guy who committed suicide 10 times on the first day of the server opening. How do you even play after using up all your revival tokens? Fortunately, during their escape, they managed to kill a low-level beast. 10 fragments of soul essence combined to form a complete one. Although no one wanted to give up their 1/10 share, they had no choice as they were the only 10 players left. Losing 1 meant no substitutes. Reluctantly, everyone tearfully contributed their share of the soul essence. These essences were white, signifying ordinary quality, and resembled flickering flames. When the 10 flames merged, a transparent orb burning with white fire appeared before them. A system notification popped up. A complete soul essence. Type: soul consumable. Quality: common white. Description: an ordinary quality soul essence that, when consumed, adds 1 year to soul life. Note: low-level beasts have nearly 10 years of soul life. Upon death, 1/10 of the soul essence is consumed by their conqueror, 2/10 return to the earth, and the remaining 7/10 go back to the Hall of Echoes. After swallowing the essence of the soul, Brother Shigua, although reluctant, ultimately had to reluctantly heal himself. This scene made everyone realize that in this game world, Players do not receive any rewards for killing other players, and the deceased lose nothing but the essence of their soul. The 10-member team set out once again, navigating the wilderness filled with magical beasts, attacking and retreating as needed. By the end of the day, they had achieved considerable success. They had killed a total of 13 low-level magical beasts. However, due to occasional deaths within the team, the essence of their souls was continuously consumed. As the sun set, they took stock of their gains. Each member had earned an average of 13 copper coins and 13 points of reputation, along with a fragment of a damaged soul essence 610. The reason for the low income of soul essence was that, following Brother Shigua's precedent, they had to contribute part of their essence whenever a teammate died. But these rewards were far from satisfying the group. Their greedy eyes turned to the carcasses of the magical beasts. "Bleed them first," someone shouted, "otherwise the meat will spoil. The bones can be made into weapons, and the hides into armor." Another voice exclaimed excitedly, "Pure beast hide coats, guys." The discussion heated up, and they began to hurriedly process their spoils. Some were crafting bone knives, others were skinning hides, and some were stuffing whole carcasses into their backpacks. "Too slow," someone anxiously reminded. "The bodies will disappear in an hour. I can't carry any more. If I take more, I won't be able to move." Ranged fighters, ditch your stones and grab more bones and hides. Ultimately, under the pressure of time, they had to abandon some of the spoils they couldn't carry. As night fell, the 10 of them sat around a huge bonfire, loudly celebrating their day's victory. Brother Shigua, claiming to have been a chef in real life, took on the task of grilling the meat. Despite the lack of seasoning and the strong gamey taste of the meat, the hungry group ate with great relish. Suddenly, Brother Fly spat out a mouthful of blood and exclaimed, "Damn, Brother Shigua, this meat is undercooked. It's still bloody." "Come on, it's food, isn't it?" someone consoled. "If it's undercooked, just grill it a bit more." "Think of it as sashimi," another voice teased. "Parasite sashimi? Who cares? We don't have to use the bathroom in this game. So why worry about diarrhea?" "True that." Everyone burst into laughter. Fangze looked at the lively scene before him and suddenly felt a sense of surrealism. The warmth of the roaring bonfire, the group gathering together to chop wood, build, hunt, and grill meat, it all seemed like a dream. Here, there was little scheming or backstabbing. Everyone focused on what they enjoyed. The joy of building and surviving from scratch, the camaraderie in battle, and the satisfaction of a day's hard work were all tangible here. In this world, you are never alone, nor do you feel lonely. No matter your status in the real world, here you have like-minded friends. As they chatted, they gradually forgot about reality, as if they were truly living in this virtual world. Being able to immerse themselves entirely in what they loved, without worrying about real-life troubles, was intoxicating. A day seemed to pass in the blink of an eye, and they had grown accustomed to this way of life. In a sense, this game had become a refuge from reality. The game world felt so real, and the players lived as if they truly belonged here, speaking freely without concern. This place had become their utopia. Because there are so few of us, we can cooperate and help each other, Fangze thought. This is the best atmosphere for the game. What will the environment of the sealed land be like in the future? Fangze looked up at the sky, savoring the unprecedented joy and satisfaction these short 5 days had brought. To him, this place was like a second life, a chance to make up for all the regrets in reality. Drip. Suddenly, a drop of rain hit Fangze's face. Then, more and more raindrops began to fall. Fangze snapped back to reality. The rainy season, it was about to rain. The fly suddenly jumped up, a hint of urgency flashing in its eyes. "Damn, my meat isn't even done roasting yet, and now it's raining. This timing couldn't be worse," it grumbled, glancing at the gloomy sky in the distance. A nearby player couldn't help but tease. "The developers must be heartless." He quickly backpedaled. "Oh crap, I'm sorry, I take it back. Developers, please forgive me." Everyone burst into laughter, but someone soon realized the gravity of the situation. "What's so funny? Hurry up and bring some fire inside before it goes out. Let's go to Shigua's place. His house is big," someone suggested. Shigua quickly waved his hands. "No way. My place isn't big enough for 10 people. We'll make it work." Without waiting for a response, everyone started running towards Shigua's house. The rain came quickly and lingered, not easing up until the next morning when the dark clouds finally began to disperse. Meanwhile, a new batch of beta testing spots and game login devices had been distributed. By 8 a.m. that day, 100 new beta testers received their equipment. Most of them had watched Fangze streams and videos, so they had some understanding of the game. To help the new players integrate more smoothly, Fangze posted a guide on the official website titled Newbie Guide: How to Get Started in the Game. At the beginning of the post, Fangze briefly introduced himself. "Hello, everyone. I'm one of the first 10 players to receive a beta testing spot. You can call me Shengguang." He enthusiastically described the game's realism and playability, emphasizing that it was a top-tier masterpiece. Fang Zhe detailed the various possibilities within the game, from conducting chemical experiments to building houses, roasting meat, forging, farming, and more. He especially noted that apart from the existence of the Tower of Seals, the game was a highly open-world survival sandbox. He then offered specific advice for the 100 new players. He described the primitive state of the game world, emphasizing that players would need to rely on their own efforts for everything. He called for players with special skills such as brickmaking, butchering, cooking, furniture crafting, weaving, and iron forging to join the game. Fang Zhe also reminded new players of several key aspects of the game: the soul lifespan mechanism, combat difficulty, and survival needs. He stressed the importance of teamwork, especially for newcomers wanting to fight monsters. Lastly, Fang Zhe detailed the basic survival needs within the game: food, water, and shelter. He warned players to cherish their lives and avoid careless mistakes that could lead to character death. Fang Zhe's post provided a comprehensive guide for new players, laying a solid foundation for their upcoming gaming journey. Fang Zhe's post was like a meticulously crafted game guide, detailed and comprehensive, covering almost every possible question new players might have. At the end of the post, he cleverly included a group number, noting that it was a channel for new players to get instant consultation. However, the so-called veteran players in the group were, in fact, just Fang Zhe and Fly. Other veteran players did take some actions, but their efforts were nowhere near as effective as Fang Zhe's. This was no coincidence, as most of the players who got beta test slots knew Fang Zhe was the first to start live streaming the game and the earliest to share strategy posts. Fang Zhe's name quickly became known in the gaming community, all part of his plan. Everything he did before was paving the way for today's success. In the game, Fly watched as new players continuously poured in and couldn't help but exclaim, "You've really got a knack for this, Guang." Almost half of the 100 new players who got slots have joined our group. He then raised a practical concern. But what do we do next? The two of us can't support all these people. Fang Zhe gave a mysterious smile. Why do we need to support them? He explained, we have neither money nor territory. The guild is just a name. If we tell them joining the group means joining the guild, aren't we asking for trouble? He further analyzed potential issues. If they start asking for things, giving or not giving them would both be problematic. But what if we just say this is a discussion group for new players? Fang Zhe elaborated on his strategy. Everyone is equal. Helping others when we're capable will earn gratitude, rather than making them think it's something they are entitled to. This way, we don't have to give too much while still winning their hearts. As long as we can ensure we're always ahead, the cohesion will only grow stronger. Fly couldn't help but admire. Wow, Guang, you've really mastered the art of winning people over. Just as Fang Zhe was about to respond, two new players walked straight toward the Tower of Seals. One was burly and muscular, with striking red hair. Fly could tell from his eyes that this person wasn't here for friendly reasons. The other had a well-proportioned build, long fingers, blonde hair, and blue eyes, with a handsome face, but was male. Without much explanation, the two headed directly for Fang Zhe. Fly was about to ask something when Fang Zhe interrupted. They are my friends. You're Lao Fang, right? The red-haired man spoke first. Fang Zhe nodded in confirmation and then introduced them to Fly. These two are my friends in real life. Pointing to the red-haired man, he said, this is Du Yuan. He practiced free combat for several years, then joined the military, and has just returned from service. Fly looked at the imposing Du Yuan and muttered, I should have made my character taller and more muscular. It looks so impressive. Du Yuan laughed heartily. Lao Fang specifically advised me to replicate my real-life physique. He said it would give me an advantage against monsters. Fang Zhe nodded and explained, it's just a hypothesis, not yet confirmed, but I think it's quite likely. When I teamed up before, I felt that having more muscle mass seemed to improve stamina and strength. Then, Fang Zhe introduced the blonde man. This is Zhang Qingyan. I met him at an archery club, and his accuracy is top-notch there. Fly quickly greeted, Hi, Zhang Ge. Zhang Qingyan smiled and replied, No need to be formal, just call me Lao Zhang. Fang Zhe told me about this game. At first, I didn't believe it, but I didn't expect such a game to actually exist. Fang Zhe patted both on the shoulders. I contacted quite a few friends this time, including some old classmates. In the end, only you two got the beta slots, and I'm already very grateful for that. As I mentioned before, the combat mechanics in this game are quite hardcore. It's tough to gain an advantage early on without real combat skills. So, I'll be relying on you two this time. D1 stretched his neck. No problem. I also want to see how realistic this game can get. If it's as you said, I can actually practice combat in the game. This way, I can hone my skills without any real-world consequences. Why not? Zhang Qingyan was more laid back. I'm the same. But is there any particular reason you wanted us to make our character's hair this color? Fang Zhe rubbed his nose. There's no special reason, really. It's just easier for me to spot you two. Zhang Qingyan, Du Yuan, and Feng Zhe gathered together, the air thick with tension. Feng Zhe cleared his throat to break the silence. All right, enough of that. Time is of the essence. We need to gear up and get into the tower as soon as possible to minimize the time it takes for our team to sync up. He pulled out a bunch of equipment from his backpack, including wooden armor and makeshift bone weapons. These weapons were crafted from sharpened animal bones or bone spikes affixed to wooden sticks, similar to stone weapons. Yesterday's battle had yielded a considerable amount of bones, and some resourceful players had already fashioned them into weapons. Feng Zhe handed Du Yuan a wooden shield and a bone knife. Old Du, you'll be on the front line. Take this shield, and here's a bone knife I made myself. It's quite effective in close combat. Without a word, Du Yuan suited up in the wooden armor, covering himself from head to toe. Although it felt a bit restrictive, he moved around a bit and found it manageable. Zhang Qingyan pondered for a moment and asked, "No bows and arrows? Old Feng, you mentioned we could craft our own weapons in this game, right?" Feng Zhe nodded in confirmation. Yes, but given our current resources, making a decent bow is quite challenging. Zhang Qingyan remained undeterred. No worries. Can I borrow that bone knife for a bit? Back home, I used to make wooden bows for practice, and the environment here is quite similar. I think I can make a decent one. Mind waiting for a bit? Feng Zhe smiled and agreed. No problem. I need to wait for someone else anyway. Go ahead. If you need help, just message us. Zhang Qingyan gave an okay gesture and headed towards the woods. Fly, who had been listening, curiously asked, "Someone else is coming? Who?" Feng Zhe looked into the distance and explained, "We still need one more frontliner to complete our five-man team. After thinking it over, I realized he's the best fit." "Who?" Fly pressed on. Feng Zhe calmly replied, "Brother Shiguo." Fly couldn't help but burst into laughter. The Fly frowned and asked, "Is this really reliable?" Feng Zhe chuckled dismissively. "Brother Watermelon may have a short lifespan, but there's hardly anyone who can match him in toughness." The Fly nodded in agreement. True, after all, Brother Watermelon can run like the wind even with his guts hanging out. Du Yuan, listening to their conversation, suddenly had a look of realization. "Ah, are you talking about that guy who committed suicide 10 times at the start? I love eating watermelon?" Feng Zhe looked at Du Yuan with some surprise. "Even you know about him?" Du Yuan laughed heartily. "I stumbled across it while browsing the forums earlier. He seems like an interesting guy." The Fly's mouth twitched with a hint of helplessness indeed. At that moment, a familiar voice called out from a distance, "Are you guys talking about me?" Hearing this, Feng Zhe quickly turned around, his face breaking into a broad smile as he walked over. "Brother Watermelon, we've been waiting for you. Have you thought about what I mentioned last night?" Brother Watermelon's game avatar was a burly man with a buzz cut, looking very spirited and fit for tanking damage. He hesitated for a moment and said, "It's not that I can't do it, but are there only 4 of us in the team?" His tone carried a clear sense of worry. After his 10 suicides, he had become particularly cautious, valuing his life more and avoiding reckless behavior. Seeing that Feng Zhe's team had only 3 members, an ominous feeling crept into his heart, as if he could smell death approaching. Even fully armed 10-man teams can't guarantee a safe retreat after killing a low-level monster. How can just the 4 of us manage that? This isn't a joke. Brother Watermelon voiced his concern bluntly. Hearing Brother Watermelon's words, Feng Zhe chuckled softly, then looked up with confidence sparkling in his eyes. "First of all, we are not a 4-man team but a 5-man team. 2 of our members are top-notch in real life. As long as we can work well together, we can be just as effective, if not more so, than a 10-man team." Feng Zhe continued, "I already explained the strategy to you last night. 2 tanks, 2 fighters, 1 ranged. This is the optimal configuration I've come up with. Not only does it offer greater mobility compared to a 10-man team, but it also avoids the issue of overcrowding and disorganized formations." He paused, his tone becoming more passionate. "Moreover, we both know the reward system for 10-man teams. Leaving aside the soul essence, the reward for killing a low-level monster is 10 copper coins and 10 renown. In a 10-man team, each person gets only a tenth of that. The efficiency is painfully slow. But with a 5-man team, our average rewards per kill will double." Feng Zhe's eyes were filled with anticipation. "Think about it. We can buy land before anyone else. While others are still buying their first plot, we could be buying our second. In the future, the land in front of the sealed tower will be worth its weight in gold. Getting a head start now is invaluable. This is the gold rush era of the game." His tone became sincere and firm. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. If we don't take a chance now, we might never get another opportunity. What do you think, Brother Watermelon? Brother Watermelon was silent for a moment, weighing the pros and cons. Finally, he took a deep breath and said, "Well, it's not impossible, but you have to promise me one thing." Feng Zhe smiled, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. "Name it." Brother Watermelon suddenly became excited. "Give me another chance to cook my barbecue tonight." Hearing this, the fly and Fong Zai's faces instantly turned awkward. Uh. The fly hesitated to speak. Well, Fong Zai was also at a loss for words. The fly couldn't help but suggest quietly, maybe we should let someone else cook? Fong Zai nodded thoughtfully. I think that's worth considering. Brother Watermelon, hearing their conversation, became anxious. What the heck? Don't you trust me? I'm really a trained chef. Last time was just an accident. Fong Zai didn't directly respond to Brother Watermelon. Instead, he turned to Du Yuan and patted him on the shoulder. Old Du, how about some barbecue tonight? Du Yuan was taken aback and asked uncertainly, in the game? Fong Zai replied meaningfully, Brother Watermelon will be cooking. He's a trained chef, so eat up. Du Yuan hadn't yet grasped the gravity of the situation, but the fly instinctively clutched his stomach. Last night's experience was still fresh in his memory. The stomachache felt all too real, even though the game dulled half the pain. The prolonged discomfort made him feel as if he were surrounded by flies in the summer, annoying and persistent. It wasn't just the fly. Other players had similar experiences. As a result, Brother Watermelon's food had been silently blacklisted by them. The group chatted about various topics until Zhang Qingyin returned with a self-made wooden bow, signaling it was time to enter the tower. Other veteran players were also busy, bringing in new recruits with potential. Meanwhile, those who weren't combat-oriented or preferred farming stayed outside the tower to develop the land. Each player had found their niche. Some processed fur, others made bricks, crafted tools, chopped wood, or fished. It seemed like everyone had a clear role or had planned their activities from the start. Influenced by Fong Zai's post, they realized that combat wasn't the only way to play the game. There was also a significant market for life skills. Thus, everyone went about their tasks fighting or surviving as needed. By nightfall, Fong Zai and his team returned to the tower, exhausted but exhilarated by the day's bounty. Initially, their unfamiliarity with each other caused them to take nearly 3 battles to find their rhythm. Under Fong Zai's command, their coordination improved significantly. With more penetrating bone weapons, fighting low-level monsters became much easier than the previous day. By the end of the day, only the fly had died once, and that was due to his own recklessness. Their small, agile team avoided pulling too many monsters at once, unlike the previous day. This was largely thanks to Zhang Qingyan. His homemade bow was powerful, and the arrows he crafted could easily pierce monster hides. However, the bowstring kept breaking due to material issues, which was quite frustrating. Fortunately, he had anticipated this and gathered plenty of materials for repairs before entering the tower. Although not ideal, it was functional. Zhang Qingyan's archery was precise and quick. He could hit the monster's weak spots with hardly any aiming. His skill made both killing and luring monsters much easier for the team. Du Yuan also showcased his true abilities, nearly holding his own against a low-level monster. This was his first encounter with such creatures, and he was still unfamiliar with their attack patterns and weaknesses. Even Fong Zai had to admire Du Yuan's muscles and techniques, which maximized his strengths. 3 days after new players joined, order gradually took shape within the Tower of Seals. In the main hall, players, clad in brand new leather armor, buzzed with discussions about the latest strategies. On the forums, guides for defeating low-level monsters were popping up everywhere, and the tactics for 5-player teams were becoming widely known. Despite the efforts of many players to catch up, Fong Zai and his team remained far ahead. Their 5-player team boasted efficiency in monster killing that surpassed all others, and was the only one capable of taking down mid-level monsters without sustaining any injuries. This disparity left other players both envious and puzzled. The reward system meticulously designed by Chen Yi also began to show its effects. Low-level monsters yielded 10 copper coins, 10 points of renown, and a complete ordinary soul essence. Mid-level monsters offered 20 copper coins, 20 points of renown, and the same soul essence. High-level monsters provided 30 copper coins, 30 points of renown, but the soul essence remained unchanged. Behind these seemingly increasing rewards lay Chen Yi's clever design. Regardless of the monster's level, their soul lifespan was 10 years. The difference in levels was merely due to the concentration of demonic energy they possessed, which determined their strength. This demonic energy originated from the boss sealed on the first floor, the primordial beast, Fenrir. The geographical layout of the Tower of Seals was also revealed. The closer one got to the center, the denser Fenrir's demonic energy became, and the stronger the monsters grew. The edge areas where players first arrived were populated by low-level monsters with thin, demonic energy, such as demonized hounds and snakes. Mid-level monsters were larger, including demonized vultures and lions. High-level monsters were massive creatures like demonized bears and giant pythons. Above these were 2 elite monsters and the sealed boss, Fenrir, but they were not the apparent bosses. The true boss of the first floor was a human guardian named Lyric, who had sealed Fenrir. The initial words of the Gravekeeper now seemed profound. Each floor of the Tower of Seals had a guardian inheritor. If players defeated the guardian, the boss sealed on that floor would be released. In other words, killing the first-floor guardian would unseal Finrer, turning it into a terrifying entity outside the tower. All of this stemmed from Qian Ye's twisted sense of humor. The Gravekeeper wasn't merely a caretaker but a cursed cultist granted immortality by an ancient entity within the tower. He could never leave unless that entity's seal was broken, freeing him from his undying curse. Thus, the Gravekeeper fervently guided and encouraged players to enter the Tower of Seals, deceiving them into challenging the Guardians. His talk of countless opportunities and ancient inheritances was a massive trap. Each defeated Guardian allowed a sealed boss to escape the tower and wreak havoc on the outside world. Over time, the areas outside the tower would expand, plunging the world into chaos. The ancient calamities sealed within the tower would return to the continent, ultimately affecting the real world. If no one entered the tower to challenge the Guardians, the world wouldn't suffer invasions from these aberrations. However, no extraordinary beings would emerge either. From the beginning, players had taken the wrong path. They weren't treasure-hunting adventurers, but the culprits behind the unsealing of divine powers and the ensuing world collapse. This was all meticulously crafted by Chen Yi. He wanted the players to open Pandora's box with their own hands, all stemming from human greed. But what if someone realized the truth within the game? Would they reveal this once the game became reality? Could this really stop people from entering the Tower of Seals? The answer wasn't so simple. With great rewards came great risk-takers. The Tower of Seals hid numerous paths to godhood, a level of power no one could easily refuse. Some would act immediately, indifferent to the fate of the real world, driven only by the desire for divine power. As long as one person thought this way, there would inevitably be a second. Human greed is boundless. Even knowing it's the wrong choice, they would still take that step without hesitation. Chen Yi, overlooking everything from the sky, fell into deep contemplation. The indices surged rapidly, but the sudden influx of players made Chen Yi a bit uneasy. He decided to take a few days to observe the players' progress. To his surprise, within just 10 days, the players had already conquered the outskirts of the first level. Chen Yi squinted, contemplating the next steps. At this pace, the players would soon discover the mines and armory of the first level. However, entering the core area of the first level wouldn't be easy. They must first solve a riddle. A wolf adept at deception is bound by a snake. The chaotic snake is gripped at its vital point by a cunning owl. Only by solving this riddle could the players meet the Guardian. In Qian Ye's design, each level of the Tower of Seals is an independent microworld, each with its own unique ecosystem. The first level is rich in mineral resources, featuring not only common ores like copper, iron, and coal, but also special minerals created by Chen Yi. Violet gold, as hard as diamond. Mana ore, capable of conducting magic, and magic crystals, brimming with magical energy. However, these special minerals aren't something the players can handle easily. They must awaken the legendary dwarf craftsman on the first level to learn how to process these minerals. The dwarf craftsman would provide clues to the riddle, and once solved, players could delve into the core area. Chen Yi was well aware that once the dwarf craftsman appeared, the players' equipment levels would skyrocket, allowing them to easily breach the core area of the first level. To control the game's pace, he had deliberately set this riddle. Even if someone managed to solve it quickly, it wouldn't matter. The boss of the fifth level was already completed, and the indices were abundant, which was perfect for testing item transformations. Before starting the transformation, Chen Yi needed to clarify one thing. The transformed items or abilities must not possess absolute characteristics. Absolute characteristics are those unaffected by any factors and directly execute their results, such as an arrow that never misses or a piece of bread that destroys the universe upon contact. Creating items with such characteristics would require an astronomical amount of indices. Similarly, some traits that defy physical laws would also need a large number of indices, such as a statue unaffected by force or fire that can merge with water. Unless Chen Yi redefined the physical properties, like setting water to merge with fire, which would be akin to altering the laws of reality and affecting the entire real world. For example, defining the concept of immortality in a cultivation setting, Chen Yi would need to first establish what immortal means and its abilities, then set conditions for achieving immortality, such as fasting for a period. This method would change the laws of reality, impacting everyone. After careful consideration, Chen Yi concluded that the best approach was to create a small object or potion that, when worn or consumed, would grant special abilities. This way, he could achieve his goal without significantly impacting the real world. In his rented apartment, Chen Yi was deeply engrossed in writing a draft. His thoughts drifted back to his childhood memories of watching Jackie Chan adventures. Although more than 30 years had passed, many details had become hazy, but certain unique elements were still vividly imprinted in his mind: the 12 talismans, the 8 demons, and the 10 masks. Chen Yi initially planned to incorporate these elements into the game he was developing, but he realized the timing wasn't right. Nevertheless, the idea sparked his creativity, and he decided to personally experience this kind of magical power first. Let's go with the mask's ability, Chunyi murmured to himself, then began to envision a special potion. In his mind, he commanded the system, create a potion that, when consumed, greatly enhances physical abilities and summons shadow soldiers. These soldiers should have 10 times the physical strength of an average person and be able to move through shadows. Fill in the other details yourself. The system quickly responded and began the autonomous process of completing the potion. The progress bar rapidly climbed. 1, 2, 3. Soon reaching 100. System evolution complete, a mechanical voice announced in Qian Ye's mind. With the system's confirmation, Qian Ye's consciousness was instantly pulled into a game space. In this virtual world, a bottle of pitch-black potion materialized before him. Qian Ye reached out, grabbed the potion, and examined its attributes closely. Shadow blood, he muttered. Type: potion consumable. Quality: undefined. Description: grants the ability to communicate with the Shadow Empire, command the Ghost Shadow Legion, traverse and hide within shadows, and perform unpredictable actions. Effectiveness index: 980. Without hesitation, Chunyi uncorked the bottle and drank the potion in one gulp. Instantly, thick black smoke erupted from within him, swirling around his body like a mist. No taste, Chunyi remarked, slightly disappointed. Forgot to add flavoring. Oh well, not important. He raised his right hand and softly called out, Ghost Shadow Legion. As soon as he spoke, countless wisps of black smoke emerged from the surrounding shadows, quickly coalescing into shadow soldiers. Some crouched on the roof, some guarded the windows, while others kneeled on the floor, filling the room in an instant. These soldiers were entirely black, continuously emitting eerie black smoke, seemingly without physical form. Their eyes glowed red, and their attire could change at will. With a mere thought, Chunyi dressed all the shadow soldiers in sharp black suits. Thirsty, Chunyi thought, and immediately, a group of shadow soldiers darted out like arrows. Moments later, they returned, each holding a beverage: plain water, coffee, juice, and even a half-made smashed lemon drink. Chunyi couldn't help but laugh. Hey, did you guys just grab these from somewhere? At least let them finish making it before taking it. No sooner had he spoken than the soldier holding the smashed lemon drink turned around, picked up a rolling pin, and started pounding the lemon. The sight made Chunyi burst into laughter. Not bad, the points were well spent, Chunyi thought to himself. These shadow soldiers moved with incredible speed and could travel through shadows, practically able to traverse the globe in an instant. More importantly, they were utterly loyal, tireless, and would act immediately on Qian Ye's thoughts. In a way, they were like perfect servants who never needed rest. Qian Ye also realized he didn't need to give explicit commands, as his thoughts were the shadow soldiers' thoughts. Their minds were interconnected. Next, I should test their combat abilities, Chun Yi mused. One of the shadow soldiers picked up his phone and opened a wanted notice, showing it to him. The notice was from the Donghai City Police Department, seeking a drug dealer, complete with the suspect's photo and detailed information. Chen Yi was surprised. He hadn't even noticed this information, but the shadow soldiers had. Impressive, Chun Yi praised. Find this person and report back to me immediately. The shadow soldiers bowed their heads in acknowledgement and then vanished into the shadows. Chun Yi thought to himself, system, let's see what your Ghost Shadow Legion can really do. A day later, in an alley outside an abandoned building in Donghai City, Qian Ye's figure slowly emerged from the shadows, surrounded by numerous shadow soldiers in black suits. This is the place? Chen Yi asked, looking around. A shadow soldier nodded and produced a blueprint of the abandoned building, marking a location and highlighting 5 targets with red dots. Chen Yi studied the map and then ordered, go, control those 5 people for me. Before he finished speaking, countless shadows darted away like lightning, disappearing from Qian Ye's sight in a blink. Chen Yi thought with satisfaction, with the Ghost Shadow Legion, I won't need to personally handle anything anymore. Everything can be delegated to them. Well, except for dating. Meanwhile, inside the abandoned building, 4 middle-aged men were quietly smoking, unaware that danger was silently closing in on them. Their brows were furrowed, and their clothes were tattered, looking thoroughly disheveled. 4 men huddled in a dimly lit room, anxiety written all over their faces. One of them whispered, the cops have issued a warrant. We can only wait for Lao Si to come and get us. Another man scratched his head irritably, but it's been 2 days, and there's still no word from him. What if the cops? What's there to be afraid of? Interrupted a third man gruffly. We still have the hostage, don't we? If the cops come, we'll use him as a shield. He shot a menacing glance at the hostage in the corner. All 4 men turned to look at the young man tied to a chair. His eyes were covered with a black cloth, and his hands and feet were tightly bound. He slumped powerlessly in the chair. Suddenly, a weak voice came from the young man's cracked lips, water. Upon hearing this plea, A middle-aged man immediately stood up and strode over to him. He leaned down, a malicious smile playing on his lips. Thirsty? Huh? The young man nodded eagerly. The middle-aged man yanked off the blindfold, revealing the young man's terrified eyes. Don't worry, I'll give you something warm to drink, he said, reaching to unbuckle his belt. Realizing the man's intent, the young man began to struggle violently. No, no, I'm not thirsty anymore, please, no. His voice trembled with fear. The middle-aged man's excitement grew, the young man's reaction acting as the perfect aphrodisiac. He sneered, haha, don't worry, I'll make sure you drink. Before he could finish his sentence, a sudden sharp sound interrupted the sickening scene. From the shadows, a figure darted out like a phantom and grabbed the middle-aged man by the throat. Before he could react, he was slammed to the ground. Who are you? The middle-aged man shouted in terror. No sooner had he spoken than numerous figures in black emerged silently from all directions, swiftly subduing the other three men. Their movements were so quick and precise, it was as if they had rehearsed them 1,000 times. Could they be cops? The middle-aged man thought, his heart tightening. But when he saw the face of the person who had grabbed him, his pupils contracted sharply. A ghost? It's a ghost. Before he could say another word, a figure in black pressed his head hard against the ground with a thud, rendering him completely helpless. At that moment, a series of slow, deliberate footsteps echoed from the hallway, drawing closer. A deep voice broke the silence. It seems I may have overestimated you. As the sound of footsteps faded away, a man with black hair and a black coat appeared before the crowd. He calmly scanned the four people on the ground and slowly pulled out his phone. The middle-aged man pinned to the ground was suddenly alarmed and stammered. Who are you? A cop. Chen Yi heard this and unceremoniously stomped on the middle-aged man's head, his tone mocking. Who am I? Just a passerby. A Kamen Rider. Kamen Rider? The middle-aged man was puzzled, but didn't dare resist. An invisible pressure washed over him like a tide, making it hard to breathe. He struggled to speak. Brother, I don't think I've ever crossed you. If you're not a cop, then why? Before he could finish, Chun Yi interrupted. Just using you for a little experiment. Now, my experiment is done, the middle-aged man hurriedly said. Does that mean? Yes. Chun Yi cut him off again, his voice icy. You're of no use anymore. So, let's just kill you all. A bunch of pests. As soon as he finished speaking, shadow soldiers moved like professional assassins, swiftly slitting the throats of the four men. Blood spurted out, and the drug dealers died instantly. Chen Yi turned his gaze to the hostage. The latter hastily explained, I'm not with them. I'm innocent. My name is Lu Qing, a student at Donghai Second High School. They kidnapped me. Chun Yi scrutinized Lu Qing, then suddenly leaned in close, his voice sinister. But, you saw everything, right? Lu Qing shuddered and quickly argued. No, I didn't see anything. I'm blind. Hearing this, Chun Yi extended a finger and thrust it towards Lu Qing's eyes. Instinctively, Lu Qing closed his eyes, but Chen Ye's finger stopped just short. Chun Yi sneered, well, that's too bad. You know too much. Lu Qing opened his eyes again, feeling a chill all over. He desperately pleaded, no, please, don't kill me. I won't say a word, I swear. I'll do anything you ask, just don't kill me. Chun Yi was silent for a moment before speaking slowly. Is that so? But I still believe only dead men keep secrets. However, I'm not entirely cruel. I can give you a chance at a new life. With that, Chun Yi turned and walked away. In the next moment, the shadow soldiers ended Lu Qing's life. Chen Yi then communicated with the system, transfer his consciousness into the game, create a random soul body and throw it into the Hall of Echoes. After the system confirmed the successful transfer, Chen Yi waved his hand and ordered, clean up this place. Leave no trace. With that, he disappeared into the shadows. The shadow soldiers immediately began disposing of the 5 bodies. Days later, the bodies of the 5 men were recovered by the police from the Donghai City Reservoir, but that's a story for another time. Meanwhile, in the game space, Lu Qing's consciousness was transferred into the independent dimension created by Chen Yi's Hall of Echoes. There was no sky here, only endless darkness, with living beings existing as transparent spirit forms. Strange green lines flickered on the ground, emitting a faint glow. Caught off guard, Lu Qing appeared in this space. His entire body transformed into a transparent green spirit. He looked around in confusion. Am I dead? Is this hell? Before he could react, a figure radiating endless holy light suddenly appeared in the dark sky above. The figure was tall and majestic, dressed in a white robe with intricate golden patterns, its face obscured, resembling a god descending. This was Chen Ye's form in the Hall of Echoes. As Chen Yi materialized out of thin air, countless spirits surged towards his feet like a tide. They knelt in reverence, their voices rising in praise. Omnipotent Creator, I have etched your knowledge into the depths of my soul. May I leave this land of the dead now? Lord, your presence remains as majestic as ever. Supreme Lord, your mercy knows no bounds. May there still be a place for us in your domain. Transcendent Lord, you are the light of the future and the darkness that swallows the past. You hold the power to create and destroy worlds. Lu Qing, though still bewildered by the situation, joined the throng of worshipping souls. He mechanically echoed their chants, his mind completely blank. Questions flooded his thoughts. Where is this place? Am I dead? Is this the creator before me? Or have I traveled through time? While Lu Qing was lost in his thoughts, Chen Yi had already lifted a soul high with his enormous hand. Tell me, Chun Ye's voice thundered. What have you learned over these years? It turned out that the flow of time in the Hall of Echoes was different from the outside world, with a ratio of 1 to 1095. In other words, 1 day in the real world equaled 3 years here. Chen Yi had opened the server for 10 days, which meant 30 years had passed in this realm. These souls had indeed lived here for a long time. Chen Yi had created a unique soul system that allowed souls to ingrain knowledge into their essence, making it instinctual. Some exceptionally outstanding souls were chosen to inhabit the bodies of game bosses, a supreme honor for them. Although they would forget everything about this place and be given new memories upon reincarnation, it did not diminish their fervent desire to become bosses. The soul lifted by Chen Yi immediately knelt, answering with utmost reverence, Supreme Lord, thank you for hearing my humble echo. I have mastered the use of most weapons and magic. When I see those beings called players, I will rush to kill them instantly. If I sense any disturbance during patrol, I will raise the alarm and call for my companions. I will never underestimate or go easy on players weaker than me. I will strike them down in one blow. I will also adapt my tactics using elements, terrain, and any advantageous factors to annihilate the players. Chun Yi chuckled softly. Not bad. Your efforts have earned my approval. You shall be reborn in the City of Arcs on the 5th level, as an elite monster there. Upon hearing this, the soul burst into tears. Thank you, Lord. Praise your greatness and generosity. I swear I will not disappoint you. In the Hall of Echoes, countless souls knelt on the ground, their eyes fixed intently on the chosen elite monster soul. Their gazes were filled with envy and longing, as if that position was their ultimate pursuit. For these ordinary souls, becoming a boss was a far-fetched dream, and being reborn as an elite monster was already a tremendous honor. Chen Yi waved his hand, leading the chosen soul out of the Hall of Echoes and began selecting the next one. The kneeling souls lowered their heads, silently praying to be favored by the Creator. Suddenly, a soul shining with golden light was pulled up by Chen Yi. This soul appeared particularly calm, even carrying an unmistakable air of pride. It spoke, "Thank you for your kindness. Please allow me to demonstrate my abilities to your omnipotence." It then began to enumerate its various skills: stealth, cloning, illusions, traps, assassination, ambushes, and more. It claimed to be proficient in all kinds of weapons and magic, capable of excelling on any battlefield. The Golden Soul confidently described its tactical strategies: adept at exploiting terrain, backstabbing, hiding in various concealed spots, skilled in team battles, prioritizing attacks on the enemy's backline, proficient in both melee and ranged combat, with impeccable finishing moves. It boasted of its exceptional attributes, claiming to be unbeatable both inside and outside the tower. Finally, the Golden Soul asked expectantly, "Great Creator, which floor's boss will I become?" Chun Yi paused for a moment and then said calmly, It seems the area outside the City of Arcus on the 5th floor still needs a tree guardian. You'll be reborn as a tree knight." The Golden Soul was stunned, stammering as it tried to say something, but Chen Yi cut it off. "Are you questioning my decision?" "No, I wouldn't dare." The Golden Soul dared not say more and was promptly led out of the Hall of Echoes. Witnessing all this, Lu Qing was completely bewildered. He began to question whether he was truly in hell or had been transported to some kind of game world. Beside him, a green soul sighed. Even a legendary Golden Soul can only become a minor monster. When will weak souls like us ever get a chance? Who knows when the Creator will appear again? Maybe not for another decade or more. Hearing decade, Lu Qing was shocked and resolved not to wait around idly. He suddenly stood up from his kneeling position, raised his arms, and shouted to Chen Yi, "Great Creator, can you give me a chance?" Lu Qing's actions drew astonished and disapproving looks from the other souls. They criticized the small white soul for being too audacious, daring to stand before the Creator. However, Chen Yi raised his hand to silence the commotion and turned his attention to Lu Qing. In fact, Chen Yi had been searching for Lu Qing all along, but hadn't found him due to the sheer number of souls present. The constant chatter from the other souls had been irritating, which is why he had casually assigned the Golden Soul as a minor monster. He hadn't been listening carefully to the soul's pleas, focusing entirely on finding Lu Qing. Chen Yi didn't realize that his arbitrary decision would cause countless players great trouble in the future. The area under the tree outside Arcus would become a nightmare for many players, and the Tree Knight would become a fearsome presence. At this moment, Lu Qing was excited, about to introduce himself, but Chen Yi interrupted. Soul from the outside world, you don't seem to belong here. You come from a place called Earth, correct? Lu Qing was startled, not expecting the other to see through his origins so easily. Chen Yi continued, don't be nervous. Our world will eventually merge with the world you came from, and that day is not far off. When it comes, you will return to your world. Return? To my world? Lu Qing was confused. Does that mean I can return as a human? Chen Yi smiled, of course, but before that, you need to help me with a few tasks. If you succeed, I will ensure you return to your original world. This is a deal, a contract. Lu Qing responded without hesitation. I agree. As long as you can let me return to my world, I will do whatever you ask. Chen Yi showed a pleased smile. Good. Since you have agreed so readily, I won't waste words. Remember, on your journey ahead, you will encounter others from your world. They won't understand what kind of world this is and might think everything here is just an illusion, a mere game. As someone who knows the truth, I have 3 rules for you to follow. The first is that you must not reveal your true identity to anyone. Chen Yi coldly announced the 3 rules of the contract. Second, you must not reveal the truth about this place to anyone, nor disclose the deal between us. Third, you must unconditionally obey my orders, even if it means facing death. Remember, if you break any of these rules, you will never be able to return to your original world. Lu Qing responded without hesitation. I am willing. Chen Yi nodded slightly and said, from today onwards, you are my proxy. With your knowledge and memories, you will be reborn and walk the earth on my behalf. You will inherit a minuscule fraction of my power. He continued, your first mission is to assist those who consider themselves players, who are actually your kin. I will grant you an immortal body and an eternal soul to help you complete your mission. Do not disappoint me, proxy. Lu Qing was overjoyed. This was the perfect cheat for a transmigration. He bowed respectfully and said, I will follow your orders. With a wave of Chen Ye's hand, Lu Qing's soul transformed into a stream of light and vanished in the Hall of Echoes. Some might wonder, what significance does selecting Lu Qing hold? In reality, it holds no special significance. It was merely a whimsical experiment by Chen Yi, and the outcome was unimportant. Perhaps he simply found it amusing and thus bestowed this identity upon Lu Qing. The so-called mission was inconsequential from the start. After the game descended, Lu Qing could return to the real world regardless of what he did. The role of the proxy and completing the mission were purely Chen Ye's twisted sense of humor. Once one starts to enjoy the feeling of controlling others' destinies, it's hard to give up that pleasure of manipulating everything, especially for someone who was destined from the beginning to toy with the entire world in his palm. In the game, as a crack appeared out of thin air, a man dressed in white suddenly appeared on the vast plains outside the Tower of Seals. Lu Qing looked down at his own hands, touching his solid flesh, a surreal feeling washing over him. He recalled his past experiences, as if they were from another lifetime. At that moment, a series of system notifications echoed in his mind. Ding! You have become the proxy of the Creator God. Abilities acquired. Eye of Truth, Immortal Body. The system detailed these abilities. The Eye of Truth is an innate talent that can see through illusions and perceive the essence of life. The Immortal Body is a mysterious power sealed within, embodying the attributes of indestructibility, immortality, and eternity. Following this, the system issued a mission. Divine Mission. The Creator God has assigned you the first mission. Assist your fellow players in conquering the Tower of Seals. During this period, you must not reveal your true identity to anyone, nor can you disclose what you know to others. Keep your identity hidden. Seeing this sudden message, Lu Qing couldn't help but feel a tinge of bitterness. He realized the Creator God was reminding him not to forget his task. Taking a deep breath, Lu Qing began to organize the information he knew. He remembered being kidnapped and then killed by a group of mysterious individuals. These individuals were likely the Ghost Shadow Legion under Chen Yi, seemingly possessing some extraordinary powers. After his death, Lu Qing arrived in the underworld known as the Hall of Echoes in his soul form. There, he learned that souls have different ranks, represented by various colors. The Creator God would decide their reincarnation based on the soul's cultivation results. Lu Qing looked into the distance, where a massive black tower stood in the center of the plain. He was stunned. Wasn't this the Tower of Seals from the highly discussed game Land of Seals? Suddenly, a terrifying thought crossed Lu Qing's mind. The Creator God knew about their world and understood game terminology. Could this all be an elaborate scheme? This might not be a game but another real world. He recalled the Creator God saying, our worlds will merge eventually. Could the mastermind's goal be to merge the two worlds? Lu Qing began to question the sudden emergence of the game Land of Seals. A groundbreaking game shouldn't appear out of nowhere, without any technical foundation or market preparation. But if all this was a carefully orchestrated conspiracy, it made sense. Only one word remained in Lu Qing's mind: conspiracy. The so-called game might just be a colossal deception. This is not just a game. Lu Qing stood at the boundary between the virtual and the real, his eyes filled with shock and sudden realization. He recalled the online praise for the game's realism, which he had once dismissed. But now, he was a true believer. Lu Qing's gaze swept over everything around him, a wave of bitterness rising in his heart. He muttered to himself, "Everyone has been deceived. That so-called mysterious game developer doesn't exist at all. This is all the creator god's scheme." His thoughts raced, as if seeing the truth behind the scenes. The creator god is the mastermind. Those souls, they must have known about the player's existence long ago and prepared for this for countless years. Lu Qing shook his head with a bitter smile, mocking himself. What good is it to say this now? Even if I know the truth, what can I do about it? A complex expression appeared on his face as he continued to talk to himself. At least I've seen the truth. Even if the two worlds merge one day, I can die knowing what happened. But then he fell into deep thought again. But isn't ignorance a kind of bliss too? The more you know, the more helpless and desperate you feel. How can humans fight against gods? Turning to face the vast expanse, Lu Qing took a deep breath and made a decision. Fine, if I can't resist, I'll go along with it. As long as I can return to my original world, what does it matter if I help the creator god with his scheme? Fighting the creator god is beyond my capabilities. Why add unnecessary trouble for myself? Just then, Lu Qing's eye of truth activated. A flood of information surged into his mind. Ding. 99 layer, forbidden heaven barrier. Type, formation seal. Grade. Description. This is an indestructible sealing barrier. Its original purpose was to prevent the monsters in the Tower of Seals from escaping the Black Tower. This barrier has 99 layers outward, covering the entire continent, corresponding to the first 99 seals of the Tower of Seals. If the first 99 seals of the tower are broken, the Forbidden Heaven barrier will disappear completely, and this lost continent will reappear in Green Vale. A flicker of surprise flashed in Lu Qing's eyes. This sudden influx of information made him realize that the secrets of this world were far deeper than he had ever imagined. Is this an invisible wall? Lu Qing stared blankly at the unseen barrier in front of him, unable to pass through. The term air wall, discussed by beta testers, flashed through his mind, but this heavenly barrier was clearly beyond their detection. Lu Qing realized this was a special ability granted by his true sight. He could see information that ordinary players couldn't, making him understand that the so-called air wall was actually a real barrier. The only way to break this barrier was to conquer the Tower of Seals. From a game design perspective, this setup expands the map as players progress, stimulating their desire to explore and serving as an overarching growth mechanism. But from a real-world perspective, there were more questions hidden within. Why was this dark tower called the Tower of Seals? Why didn't the Gravekeeper refer to himself as the guardian of the tower? If the heroes wanted to pass on their legacy, why set up 99 levels of barriers? These contradictions made Lu Qing realize that the Gravekeeper was hiding the truth. Since the Dark Tower is called the Tower of Seals, it must be sealing something extremely terrifying. Otherwise, why go to such lengths to build the tower and set up so many barriers outside? The Gravekeeper had been guiding players to enter the tower, kill monsters, and find treasures, but the truth seemed to be the opposite. Combining this with the Creator God's purpose for summoning players to this world, Lu Qing speculated an astonishing possibility. Their true mission was to break the seals of the Dark Tower. The Creator God might be unable to act directly for some reason, so he relied on the players to break the seals. This speculation aligned perfectly with Lu Qing's mission to assist players in conquering the Tower of Seals. However, ordinary players would find it hard to discover this truth. Their information sources were limited. They either had to figure it out themselves or ask the Gravekeeper. But the Gravekeeper would only spread false information, misleading players in the wrong direction. Lu Qing shook his head, realizing a chilling possibility. When the players broke all the seals, it might be the moment when the two worlds merged. Players would be ecstatic, thinking they had cleared the game, unaware that the monsters they released would descend upon the real world. As a pessimist, Lu Qing couldn't help but ponder. What would await them when this happened? Would they be annexed, enslaved, or directly destroyed? Lost in these heavy thoughts, Lu Qing was suddenly interrupted by a player emerging from the woods. The player froze for a moment, unable to see Lu Qing's ID. In the game, this usually meant the person was an NPC. "Hello?" the player asked tentatively. Lu Qing snapped out of his thoughts, realizing his attire was very different from that of ordinary players. He wore a spotless white robe with golden edges, while the players were clad in fur coats and bone armor, their bodies covered in dirt. "What's your name?" the player asked again. Lu Qing almost revealed his true identity, but quickly realized he had to keep it secret. He swiftly concocted a new identity. You can call me the guide, Lu Qing replied calmly. I remember exploring a ruin with my teammates and suddenly ended up here. Could you tell me where this place is? Lu Qing noticed that he could see the player's ID and most of their information, which should also be a function of his true sight. The player in front of him was named Cheng Xian, one of the earliest beta testers. He was renowned for his expertise in identifying wild herbs, and had once used this skill to sustain many people. Unlike other beta testers, Cheng Xian wasn't keen on combat. Instead, he focused on collecting the game's peculiar plants. He had discovered a hemostatic herb that had since become an essential supply for players entering the tower. Cheng Xian made a small fortune selling this herb, but his ultimate goal was alchemy. Guide. Cheng Xian asked curiously, do you have any abilities or skills? The game announcements hadn't mentioned adding new NPCs, so the sudden appearance of a guide made Cheng Xian wonder. Could this be a hidden NPC? Lu Qing pondered for a long time before coming up with a unique identity for himself. I am an omniscient, or rather, an appraiser. I can appraise any item, but I do charge a fee. This identity was undoubtedly the most fitting for him, as he possessed the ability of the true eye, which allowed him to see through any item's information directly. The true eye not only had the power to appraise items, but also came with a level system. Lu Qing had discovered that by using the true eye to appraise unknown items, he could gain experience points. Although he wasn't sure what changes would occur upon leveling up, it was the only thing he could do at the moment. When Cheng Xian heard the word appraiser, his eyes lit up instantly. He excitedly said, "That's great. I happen to have a few plants here. Could you help me identify what they are?" Lu Qing nodded in agreement but added, "Sure, but I will need to charge a fee for the appraisal." Lu Qing had some knowledge about the situation in the sealed land. The biggest issue for players during the newbie phase was food and water. As the game progressed, copper coins had become the common currency. Some life skill players would craft items to sell to combat players to earn copper coins. Over time, an area was designated as the trading zone where players could set up stalls to sell various foods, weapons, and armor. Cheng Xian made his living by selling herbs. Blood-stopping grass was particularly popular in the current version, allowing him to amass a considerable fortune. Although Lu Qing had never personally experienced the sealed land, he had a basic understanding of the game's mechanics. He also needed food and drink, even though the creator god had told him he was immortal. He didn't want to test that lightly. Thus, charging players some copper coins as a fee ensured he wouldn't go hungry and, in a way, helped the players as well. Without hesitation, Cheng Xian took out 3 plants from his backpack and placed them in front of Lu Qing, asking, how much would it cost to appraise these 3 plants? Lu Qing carefully examined the 3 plants and silently chanted, "True Eye, activate." Instantly, information about one of the plants appeared in his mind. Swallowtail grass. Type, plant. Grade, excellent. Description: a plant that resembles a bird's tail, its scent can repel mosquitoes. Applying the plant's liquid to the skin can serve as insect repellent. Consuming swallowtail grass can accelerate metabolism. A scholar marveled at its magical properties and named it swallowtail grass, inspired by the word swallow, symbolizing spring and vitality, indicating the revival of all things. Lu Qing picked up the swallowtail grass and said, "Pay me 100 copper coins, and I can appraise 1 plant for you." 100 coins? Cheng Xian was stunned. He looked at the number of copper coins in his backpack and felt a bit distressed. Although he could afford 300 copper coins, he had been saving them to buy land. After hesitating for a moment, Cheng Xian said, "I don't have that much money. I only have 100 copper coins. Can you give me a discount?" Lu Qing reflected on this. Was his price too high? Considering the effects of these herbs, Cheng Xian would definitely earn more than 300 copper coins by selling them. Unless he was a fool, he wouldn't lose money. However, asking for 300 copper coins at once might indeed be too much. Normal players rarely carried that many coins as the weight would hinder their movement. Only those without their own land would carry all their belongings with them. Experienced players like Cheng Xian usually had some land and wouldn't carry too much money. After thinking it over, Lu Qing said, "All right, since I'm new here and not familiar with your situation, I'll give you a discount this time." Cheng Xian quickly expressed his gratitude. Getting a bargain from an NPC was no easy feat, much like how the Gravekeeper never gave players a discount on land, no matter how much they begged. Feeling he had gotten a great deal, Cheng Xian promptly handed over the money. Lu Qing had the same backpack, map, and information interface as the players, but only those 3 functions. After receiving the 100 copper coins, he picked up the swallowtail grass and sniffed it. "This scent confirms it. This is swallowtail grass," Lu Qing explained. It's called swallowtail grass not because its shape resembles a swallow's tail, but due to its medicinal properties. Consuming it can rejuvenate life, much like the swallow symbolizes spring and renewal. Additionally, its scent repels mosquitoes. The immortal's eyes flashed with a glimmer of insight, as if he had thought of something important. Excitedly, he asked, Guide. These plants' properties sound like ingredients for making healing potions. Do you know how to make healing potions? Lu Qing couldn't help but shake his head and smile wryly at the suggestion. This player's imagination is really something, he thought to himself. Then he replied, I'm sorry, I'm an appraiser, not an alchemist. Hearing this, the immortal's face showed a brief moment of disappointment, but he quickly regained his enthusiasm and asked, all right then, what about the other two plants? Lu Qing picked up a light blue, multi-leaved, flower-bearing plant with purple spots. After carefully examining it, he said, this is purple star orchid. Consuming it can clear the liver and brighten the eyes, and small amounts can nourish the eyes. He paused, his expression becoming serious. But remember, purple star orchid is highly toxic. A single large dose can induce night vision temporarily but will result in permanent blindness. However, small amounts are safe as the toxin is naturally expelled from the body through metabolism. The immortal's eyes lit up as he muttered excitedly, highly toxic, but it can nourish the eyes, and excessive use grants temporary night vision. I get it. This is an ingredient for night vision potions? He grew more excited as he began to imagine how to use these plants to make potions. And what about this last plant? The immortal asked eagerly. Lu Qing picked up the last plant, which was a stark white, leafless flower resembling a spider lily. His expression turned to one of surprise. Bone spirit flower, where did you find this? Lu Qing asked, his tone tinged with disbelief. According to records, the environment where this flower can grow is extremely rare. The immortal frowned in thought for a moment before replying, I think it was at the foot of a mountain in the southern forest. I can't remember exactly. This time, Lu Qing didn't sniff the plant, knowing from descriptions that its scent was quite unique like the smell of ashes. He explained, this plant is called bone spirit flower. It grows in very specific conditions, usually only blooming in graveyard environments where many skeletons are buried. It doesn't have any special effects but is highly toxic. The toxin, called withering death, causes rapid aging if ingested by living creatures. The immortal's face suddenly turned pale as he realized something horrifying. Graveyard environment. Does that mean the area where I collected the bone spirit flower is full of dead bodies? Lu Qing nodded solemnly. Yes, so it's best to stay away from there. However, just as Lu Qing finished speaking, a flash of realization crossed the immortal's eyes. He shouted, Master, I've got it, and quickly activated his communication device, shouting excitedly, guys, grab some digging tools, we're going to dig up some graves. Lu Qing was stunned, left speechless with a series of question marks running through his mind. He had never expected his explanation to provoke such an unexpected reaction. At this moment, Lu Qing was utterly bewildered. He stood there, dumbfounded, watching as Chengxian gave the order and 7 or 8 people, armed with various bone weapons, set off in a grand procession. What are these people doing? Are they going to dig up graves? Didn't I say that the bone spirit flower is extremely dangerous? Were you even listening? Lu Qing screamed internally but swallowed his words. Seeing the players so enthusiastic, Lu Qing couldn't help but reflect. Is this what it means to be a player? If I logged into the game like them, I'd probably be enjoying myself too. Lu Qing had come to treat this place as the real world. So what seemed normal to players appeared suicidal to him. There really are ghosts in this world. If they dare to disturb the dead, they're courting death. Shaking his head, he thought, forget it. This has nothing to do with me. Just don't come crying to me when something goes wrong. With that, Lu Qing started walking towards the Black Tower. Each step brought him closer to the mysterious structure, and his heartbeat quickened. When Lu Qing finally stood beneath the sealed tower, he fully understood the meaning of the phrase. No matter how much someone describes something as awe-inspiring, you'll never truly grasp the feeling until you see it with your own eyes. So, this is the sealed tower. Lu Qing gazed up at the towering structure, feeling as insignificant as a grain of sand in an endless desert. Around him, numerous players were entering and exiting the sealed tower. Some glanced at Lu Qing but paid no attention, while others sensed something and approached him for a conversation. Suddenly, Lu Qing spotted a familiar figure walking towards him, causing him to freeze for a moment. It was someone he had seen countless times in news and video. Shengguang, one of the first 10 beta testers. Shengguang, whose real name was Feng Zhe, was approaching Lu Qing with 4 teammates. Feng Zhe got straight to the point. Are you the guide? After Chengxian set off, he had posted about discovering a new NPC on the forum. Feng Zhe saw the post and immediately left the sealed tower to find Lu Qing. To his surprise, Lu Qing had come directly to the tower. Feng Zhe tentatively asked, I've learned about your situation. You probably need a place to stay, right? He quickly deduced that this NPC was different from the Gravekeeper, a wanderer who couldn't live inside the tower. Feng Zhe's guess was accurate. Lu Qing did need a place to stay. But living in a player's house felt a bit off. Thank you for the offer, but there's no need. I'll find a piece of land and build my own place. Lu Qing politely declined. Feng Zhe smiled. Don't rush to decide. How about you take a look at our place first? It's right over there. He pointed to a large, imposing building made of blue bricks, the largest and grandest in the area, measuring 25 meters on each side and closest to the sealed tower. Lu Qing was amazed at their residence. How long had the game been open? Most players only had 1 or 2 plots of land. Yet Feng Zhe and his team had secured such a large area. Players initially could only claim 10 square meters, and even a bronze adventurer could only claim 50. In reality, this was all part of Feng Zhe's plan. From the beginning, he intended to claim the land closest to the sealed tower. First, we need to understand that a 100-meter diameter area around the tower is off-limits for claiming, and the road directly facing the tower's gate cannot be occupied. So, players could only claim land on either side of the road, and Feng Zhe chose the left side, the closest area to the sealed tower. Others naturally coveted this prize, but even with Feng Zhe and his team's efficiency and speed, they couldn't claim the entire area. They had to thank a player named Qian, a wealthy player. He bought copper coins at high prices, at one point offering an astonishing 1-to-100 ratio 1 copper coin for 100 yuan. Who wouldn't be tempted? During that period, Qian almost monopolized the in-game currency. But despite acquiring so many copper coins, he could only claim 10 square meters of land. Because he wasn't skilled in combat, even hiring others to help him kill monsters proved to be inefficient. Feng Zhe quickly sensed an opportunity and, after some rapid thinking, proposed a brilliant plan to this wealthy player. We can team up, Feng Zhe said confidently. We'll share the territory and only mark the borders. This way, we can cover the maximum area in the shortest time. The wealthy player's eyes lit up as he listened to Feng Zhe's explanation. Sharing territory meant different players would mark the same piece of land, granting each other access. Including the wealthy player, there were 6 of them, allowing for a maximum of 60 square meters. However, Feng Zhe's plan was even more ambitious, marking only the borders. We just need to outline the edges, Feng Zhe said, drawing a rectangle in the air with his finger. The central area doesn't need to be filled in. This way, others won't have access to the center, and we can monopolize this cake. The wealthy player was immediately convinced by this plan. They quickly moved to secure the prime spot on the left side. Although other players tried to mimic their strategy, they failed due to a lack of financial support. The wealthy player showcased his incredible financial power and decisiveness. I will buy copper coins indefinitely, he announced loudly. Sell me 10 copper coins now, and you'll get 1,000 bucks. This offer won't last forever. This enticing offer tempted most players. They rushed to sell their copper coins, unaware that they were falling into the wealthy player's trap. By the time they realized they had lost the capital needed to buy land, it was too late. Feng Zhe and his team stuck to their plan. Instead of marking more land, they focused on promoting one person to the bronze adventurer level. This move immediately expanded their claimable land area to 110 square meters. They quickly marked a 25-25 area along the edges. With the wealthy player's financial backing, copper coins were no issue. Thus, the most valuable land in the sealed area was carved up by them. Next, they invited an architect to join their team to help build their territory. Meanwhile, some veteran players started brick factories, inspired by their strategy. The wealthy player stepped in again, monopolizing the entire brick supply. However, construction also required cement. Players soon discovered a magical white powder on the first floor of the sealed tower that, when mixed with water, resembled concrete. This material, known as shirang, quickly became highly sought after. With these resources, Feng Zhe and his team's territory soon had 4 high walls. They left only one gate facing the main road and a trading window, securing their domain firmly. This time, Feng Zhe once again showcased his eloquence when dealing with Lu Qing. He successfully persuaded Lu Qing to settle in their territory and skillfully negotiated to lower the appraisal prices for items. Now, every item appraisal costs a standard fee of 50 copper coins. Watching their territory grow day by day, Songying couldn't help but exclaim, Guanggu, you really have this game figured out. Feng Zhe, however, remained focused on their next step. We need to hurry and conquer the first layer of the eastern mines before other teams claim the mineral resources. Duyuan laughed and said, I doubt anyone can beat us to it. The monsters in the eastern mines are very strong. Even we might struggle, let alone other teams. Zhang Qingyan reminded them, don't underestimate other players. They have some unique tactics, like the pit trap method they invented. She explained that since the terrain inside the sealed tower could be altered, some players came up with the idea of digging traps. By luring monsters into these pits, they could defeat them without taking damage, even solo. However, this method was inefficient and risky. If the monster didn't fall into the trap, it could lead to a team wipe. Thus, it never became a mainstream strategy. Duyuan pondered for a moment before commenting, the pit trap method is too cumbersome and time-consuming. I think their turtle shell tactic is more interesting. He explained that this tactic was invented by a carpenter who created a giant round shield that required 5 people to lift, resembling a turtle shell or a sphere. 6 players would hide inside, with 5 moving the shield and the player in the center attacking through small holes with a short blade. This method could also ensure no injuries and was more efficient than the pit trap method. However, it required extremely high coordination among the 6 players, and any mistake could render them immobile, which is why players jokingly called it the turtle shell tactic. Feng Zhe shook his head, dismissing these ideas. The eastern mines are filled with mid-level monsters, and even a few high-level ones. Neither the pit trap nor the turtle shell tactic will work. We should go with a 5-man light assault team to maintain flexibility. This time, we'll flank from the side and try to get a first look at the mine. Brother Shigua, glancing at his dwindling soul lifespan, cautiously suggested. I think we should be more careful. After all, resurrection coins are hard to come by. Smack. Duyuan slapped Brother Shigua on the shoulder, exuding confidence. Don't worry, brother. As long as I'm here, your life is safe. This, pushing someone into the fray approach had become a tradition in their team. It was safe to say that Brother Shigua's opinion didn't matter much because within this small team, almost everyone followed Feng Zhe's orders. Let's move out, Feng Zhe commanded, and the team geared up and set off. As night fell, Lu Qing wandered alone outside the sealed tower. After seeing messages on the forums, many players approached him, treating him with unusual warmth and respect. Some even offered food and various items, hoping to win his favor. Initially, Lu Qing found this attention overwhelming, but over time, he began to enjoy being in the spotlight. In reality, he had never experienced such admiration. Suddenly, Lu Qing thought that perhaps reality was the real trash game, and maybe being reborn in this world wasn't so bad after all. Lost in thought, Lu Qing noticed that the street in front of the sealed tower's main gate was now crowded with players setting up stalls. During the day, the area was quite deserted, but at night, the number of vendors surged. This had become an unspoken rule among players. As it got dark outside, the inside of the tower also became pitch black, darker than outside. Hence, few players would enter the sealed tower at night, and those who ventured inside during the day would leave before sunset. In other words, this time slot was the market's peak period. Most players chose this time to set up stalls and do business. One player stood out by setting up a barbecue stall. Beef skewers, 3 copper coins each, fresh off the grill. The calls of vendors filled the air. Many players chose to sell food, and Lu Qing could smell the tempting aroma from afar. These players had indeed put a lot of effort into their culinary skills. Although they might have a limited understanding of the medicinal properties of herbs, they had thoroughly researched their flavoring potential. For example, one herb, when dried and ground into powder, tasted remarkably similar to cumin. Unable to resist the temptation, Lu Qing bought a skewer. He had to admit, the vendor's grilling skills were exceptional. The taste was absolutely delightful. The beef skewers emitted a tantalizing aroma, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with just the right texture. Lu Qing savored each bite, and was surprised to find that the meat was also salty. This unique taste piqued the curiosity of the surrounding players, who cast inquisitive glances his way. Just then, an unexpected scene unfolded. A NPC initiated a trade with the players. The crowd gasped in amazement, with someone exclaiming, "Oh my God, the NPC is eating food made by players." The players were instantly excited and began recommending their own food to Lu Qing. "Guide, try my meat pie, it's free." "Mine is free too." Enthusiastic shouts echoed around. Faced with the players' enthusiasm, Lu Qing smiled gently and calmly said, "You don't need to do this. Since I'll be living here from now on, I should follow the rules here." His words left the players even more astonished. Whoa, this NPC is so lifelike. Just like a real person. No kidding. The developers are amazing. Praises filled the air. Hearing these comments, Lu Qing sighed inwardly, thinking, I am a real person, after all. Before long, a crowd had gathered around the beef skewer stall. Someone exclaimed at the price board, "What the heck? 3 copper coins per skewer. Is this beef made of gold?" The stall owner quickly explained, "Let's be reasonable here. This beef is salted. Do you know how rare salt is these days? This salt comes from the first layer of the salt mine, and it's expensive. Plus, we only get less than half a pound of refined salt from a whole pound of raw salt." Someone retorted, "But each skewer only has 4 pieces of meat. How much salt can that use?" The stall owner shot back, "Why are you making such a fuss? If you think it's expensive, go to the wild vegetable stall next door. 1 copper coin, and you'll eat your fill." The wild vegetable stall owner immediately chimed in, Yes, come and check out today's freshly picked wild vegetables." Someone in the crowd suddenly asked, "By the way, where's Xiangu today? I was waiting to buy some hemostatic herbs." "Yeah, he's usually the first one here. Why haven't we seen him today?" Another voice agreed. A well-informed person whispered, "Don't you know? Xiangu went grave digging." Whoa! The crowd gasped. That's intense. The knowledgeable person quickly clarified, In the game. I mean, he went grave digging in the game. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, I see. I was wondering what kind of grudge would make someone dig up graves. At that moment, a cheer erupted from the crowd. The Saint Light Big Shot is back. Quick, let's see what loot he has today. Lu Qing, puzzled by the excitement, asked, what's going on? The beef skewer seller, about to stand up, paused to explain. Nothing much. It's just that some teams who enter the tower sell their unwanted materials to us players at low prices when they come back. And the Saint Light Group always brings back the most materials and sells them the cheapest. He continued. In fact, during the early days when the economy was still struggling, the Saint Light Big Shot even distributed food to us for free because we couldn't afford to eat. I was one of those who was helped by him back then. As everything within the game began to develop smoothly, Land of Seals experienced its second update since launch. The version 0.31 update announcement caused a stir among the player community. 1. Reopening 1,000 beta testing slots, selected randomly. 2. Adding a new NPC guide. 3. Players exclaimed. The developers are updating so frequently. It's been less than 10 days since the last update, and here we are again. Someone joked. Who said there's no buffer? Isn't 10 days enough? More players praised the developers' dedication. Opening another 1,000 beta slots? So generous. Cloud players excitedly speculated. Next time. Are they going to open 10,000 slots? The public test must be just around the corner. On the forums, players eagerly posted comments. Please, dear developers, let me get picked this time. I'm a hardcore player. Pick me. Fang Zhe, who was enjoying his breakfast, saw the update announcement. He calmly took a sip of his soy milk, then pulled out his phone and sent a brief message in the group chat. Log in? The group chat instantly exploded. Okay, let's go, brothers. Already logged in. Let's conquer the East Mine today. I'm teaming up with the Holy Light Master. Anyone want to join our team? We need a tank. Meanwhile, Ye, who had just posted the update announcement, stretched lazily. A shadow soldier brought him coffee, while another massaged his shoulders. Ye had grown accustomed to this pampered lifestyle. The shadow soldiers bustled around. Some massaging his legs, some serving tea, some cleaning the room, and others organizing his information. Ye thought to himself, this kind of life can be summed up in one word: bliss. Just then, a message popped up on Ye's phone. A shadow soldier swiftly handed him the phone. The screen showed a message from Mom. Mom, Xiaoyi, how's work going? Ye, going great. Mom, that's good. Have you started dating anyone recently? Ye, not at the moment. Mom, well, your dad's old friend wants to introduce you to someone. Do you have time to meet? Ye, no time. Mom, take a look first. Here's a photo of the girl. She's really pretty. Attached photo. Ye, average. Mom, how can you say that? Do you think she's not good enough for you? Angry. Mom, this is a match from your dad's old friend. Even if you're not interested, you should meet out of courtesy, right? Ye looked at the familiar conversation and smiled faintly. Having lived 2 lifetimes, his parents would always repeat the same routine at this time. It wasn't their fault. After all, Ye was already 24 and hadn't had a girlfriend for more than 6 months. It wasn't that Ye lacked qualities, rather, his heart was no longer young. He could easily say sweet, affectionate words, but they were just words without emotion. Or perhaps, he had simply missed the age of genuine affection. Ye thought, if someone in their 40s or 50s still talks about love, it's purely about physical attraction. That's where he found himself now, having experienced too much. His heart rarely stirred. Although he initially aimed to live a glorious life after his rebirth, he couldn't remember lottery numbers, write novels, make movies, or have a knack for business. The smooth-sailing rebirth storylines seen in novels were not his fate. Ultimately, Ye chose to enter the gaming industry, at least remembering many successful games from his previous life. However, his ideas were often ignored by higher-ups. Even when adopted, he wasn't in charge of the details. In short, no achievements meant no voice. Even if the game succeeded, the credit wouldn't go to him. If it failed, he would take the blame. Ye thus moved between several game companies. He thought about going solo but lacked the startup capital. He sighed, realizing this world was no different from his previous one, just as mundane. However, those who once overlooked him were no longer around. This was Ye's career status in this life. His love life, on the other hand, was much more colorful. With 2 lifetimes of experience, he could easily charm young women. But the relationships quickly bored him. Love affairs came and went, and he found them troublesome. Ye casually replied to his mother, saying he would make time for the meeting. His mother immediately arranged it for the next day at a certain restaurant. However, Ye now felt too lazy to go out. He even considered creating a clone to handle external affairs for him. After all, as someone about to disrupt the entire world from behind the scenes, going on a blind date seemed not entirely out of the question. I, Yashikage Kira, just want to live a quiet life. Chunyi mused. Why not create a woman to marry instead? But he quickly realized the problem. A created person would have no past, no identification, just a ghost. So troublesome. Maybe I should just use the infinite Tsukuyami ability to hypnotize everyone. The next day, sunlight streamed through the windows of the cafe, illuminating the table in front of Chenyi. He looked at the woman sitting opposite him, a slight smile playing on his lips. What fruits do you like? The woman thought for a moment before replying, grapes and watermelon, I guess. Chenyi nodded, his tone indifferent. I can't stand women who like grapes. The woman's eyes widened in shock, her face a mix of confusion and disbelief. Just like that, with a single sentence, Chenyi ended the blind date, straightforward and without any hesitation. The woman stormed off, her high heels clicking sharply against the floor. Chenyi remained seated, leisurely sipping his coffee. Suddenly, a shadowy hand emerged from the darkness, silently placing his phone on the table. Unfazed, Chenyi picked up the phone. A message from Xiao Zhou appeared on the screen. Are you free the day after tomorrow? My friend and I are going to an escape room. Want to join us? Memories flooded back. Xiao Zhou was a college student Chenyi had casually flirted with before he got the system. He hadn't had a chance to use his skills before the system intervened, and he had since forgotten about her. Out of courtesy, Chenyi replied, why waste money on that? Just bring your friend to my place the day after tomorrow. Let's see if you two can escape. Xiao Zhou responded with a simple smiley face emoji. Chenyi sent another message, 123, but received a notification. The other party has enabled friend verification. He silently put down his phone and took another sip of coffee. For Chenyi now, unnecessary social interactions were best avoided, minimizing contact with the outside world. Time to go home, Chenyi murmured to himself, about to get up. At that moment, a young man with delicate features walked into the cafe. Chenyi initially paid him no mind, but as the young man passed by, a message suddenly appeared before his eyes. You've discovered a reborn individual. Surprised? Whether you are or not, it doesn't matter. I'm sorry to say, but once the game began, everything went as I expected. The only thing I didn't foresee was that no one would make it to the top of the sealed tower. I guarded the throne at the top for 10 years, but no one reached me. It was a profound disappointment. When I finally left the sealed tower, the real world was in ruins. A story of a hero defeating a demon king, ending with the heroes being wiped out by minions. What a failure. What a boring story. To fix this, I made a bold attempt, creating a reborn individual. I didn't rebirth myself, but chose a lucky one. If you're reading this, it means the plan worked. I don't know if this can change the future, but one thing is certain. If you mess up, you can always try to reverse time and start over. This reborn individual is named Ye Qiu. I selected him carefully. He should be able to lead other players to the top. If not, then I chose wrong. Oh, and don't rush to bring the game into reality. Let the players develop in the game for a while. Otherwise, 9 out of 10 players won't even pass the 5th level tree knight. Chenyi was stunned, thoughts racing. A man-made reborn individual? That young man was Ye Qiu? He turned sharply, seeing the young man now seated in a corner, holding a cup of coffee. Chenyi pondered. If my future self can create a reborn individual, then my present self can create a time traveler. Giving my past self a warning seems logical. The trigger for this message must be meeting Ye Qiu in the game or reality. Interesting, Chenyi muttered, abandoning his plan to go home and instead heading towards Ye Qiu's table. He could almost feel the future version of his own emotions. If after years of planning, no one could challenge him, the disappointment would be indescribable. Chenyi sat across from Ye Qiu, tapping the table lightly. Hello, are you waiting for someone? Ye Qiu looked up, scrutinizing Chenyi. Who are you? Chenyi smiled. Nothing, you just look familiar. Are you Ye Qiu? Ye Qiu's expression turned serious. His memories were blurred by the passage of time, making it hard to recognize the person before him. He replied cautiously, yes. Chenyi tapped the table lightly, his movements brisk and confident. No need to be nervous, he said with a smile. I'm just here to say hello. Do you like coffee? Ye Qiu looked up at the unexpected stranger, furrowing his brows slightly. After a moment of thought, he replied, not really. Just had some things on my mind and came here for some peace and quiet. His tone carried a hint of caution. Chun Ye's smile remained as he leaned forward slightly, showing interest. Really? Feel like sharing what's bothering you? Maybe I can help. You never know. Ye Qiu's internal alarm bells rang at these words. No one offers kindness without a reason, he thought to himself. He scrutinized the man in front of him, feeling that something was off, or rather, not quite genuine, like a street charlatan. Seeing Ye Qiu's silence, Chenyi spoke again, this time with a hint of mystery in his voice. Let me guess, you're worried about not getting a beta test slot for the sealed grounds, right? Ye Qiu was taken aback. How does he know? Then he thought, no, Not getting a beta slot is probably a common worry for all young people right now. Deciding to probe further, Ye Qiu questioned, "Yes, and you think you can help me with that?" Hearing this, Chunyi gave an enigmatic smile and turned to leave. He left behind a cryptic remark, "Who's to say?" To Ye Qiu's surprise, Chen Ye's speed was astonishing. In just a few steps, he covered the distance of what would take a normal person 8 or 9 steps, and he was out of the cafe in an instant. Ye Qiu stared at Chen Ye's retreating figure, suddenly realizing that his gait was very peculiar, resembling a movement style he had seen before. That's the shadow step of the 12 ghost generals? Ye Qiu was shocked. How is that possible? Without a second thought, Ye Qiu immediately got up and gave chase. He rushed out of the cafe, only to see Chen Ye's figure quickly disappearing into a dim alley. Ye Qiu quickened his pace, but by the time he reached the alley, Chen Yi was gone, as if he had merged into the shadows. This scene sent a chill down Ye Qiu's spine. He stood there, his mind racing. Could it be that elements of that world have already begun to infiltrate reality? Or is this all a result of the butterfly effect caused by my rebirth? Has my identity as a reborn person been exposed, and that's why he approached me? Or am I overthinking this, and it's just a coincidence? Ye Qiu took a deep breath and clenched his fists. No, I have to get into the game's beta test as soon as possible. If I don't quickly elevate my soul quality to the mythic level, I'll repeat the same mistakes of my past life. He turned and left the alley, filled with urgency and determination. This mysterious encounter had only solidified his resolve. Ye Qiu jolted awake from his dream, drenched in cold sweat. He panted heavily, his mind still haunted by the image of the relentless army of the undead. The dream had felt so real, as if it had just happened yesterday. Standing in the midst of the crowd, he bit his finger and quickly drew characters in the air, chanting, "The great rock spreads its wings, sweeping across thousands of miles." With a low command, spirit words, "Activate," a massive ring of sword energy erupted, obliterating countless undead. However, the joy of victory was fleeting. The destroyed undead army quickly reformed and surged back. He could still hear his comrades' desperate shouts. "Ye Qiu, don't worry about us. Focus all your power on the Guardian." In his memory, Ye Qiu once again waved his hand, writing in the air, "Divine weapon creation, Lance of Longinus." With the incantation, spirit words, "Activate," a gigantic, radiant holy lance appeared in his hand. Without hesitation, he hurled it at the undead summoner. The lance streaked across the sky, leaving a massive trench in the ground. Yet, just as victory seemed within reach, the undead summoner effortlessly caught the lance of Longinus and crushed it. The chilling voice still echoed in Ye Qiu's ears. "Ha! A relic capable of killing Christ can't necessarily kill me, let alone your counterfeit." Then, the fog of death engulfed everything. The cries of his comrades were abruptly silenced, leaving only the heart-wrenching sound of thud. Ye Qiu sat up abruptly, fumbling for his phone. It was 3 a.m., and the numbers on the screen stung his eyes. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his racing heart. "I'm sorry," he murmured, as memories from his past life flooded back. If it weren't for his arrogance, insisting on leading the raid group to forcefully break through the 65th floor, maybe the outcome wouldn't have been so tragic. But deep inside, a flame of determination burned. If only he could secure a beta testing slot. If only he could awaken an SS steer talent. No, if only he could do it all over again. A steely resolve gleamed in Ye Qiu's eyes. He unlocked his phone again and suddenly saw an official beta test invitation from the Tower of Seals. The surprise was so overwhelming that he could hardly believe it. In his past life, he had failed to get selected in 9 beta tests, but now, in this life, he was chosen in the 3rd batch. Excitement surged through him as his mind raced. This was the golden period when various class inheritances hadn't started, and Easter egg treasures were yet to be discovered. And he knew the advanced paths and locations of these treasures for most classes. The earlier he entered the game, the more hidden rewards he could obtain. Clenching his fist, Ye Qiu made up his mind. In his previous life, when the game launched, he had only managed to reach the 10th Ascendier Epic Soul level and awakened a Tire talent. This time, he had to achieve a Mythic level Soul and obtain an SS Deer talent during the game. Only then could he stand a chance against the unsealed gods. While waiting for the game equipment to arrive, Ye Qiu began to organize all the information he knew. First was the hidden game mechanic soul quality. From a 1-year broken soul to an eternal soul, there were 10 levels. Each level corresponded to a realm, and only with the required soul grade could one advance in their class. Reflecting on his past experiences, Ye Qiu decided to stick with the mage path. Among all mage classes, the creation and necromancy schools were considered the strongest late-game professions. However, the necromancy inheritance might have already been discovered, making it unlikely for him to seize it now. In the end, Ye Qiu decided to pursue the path of the spirit words mage in the creation school. But the world flower only appeared on the 5th floor, and he couldn't make the spirit words potion yet. It seemed he would have to choose another profession to transition for a while. As his thoughts became clearer, an unprecedented determination surged within Ye Qiu. This time, he would not repeat the same mistakes. Let me think. What other professions' potions can be crafted early on and are surprisingly powerful? As night fell, the forest outside the sealed tower was shrouded in white mist. Bone flowers swayed in the wind, emitting a faint white glow. The player squad led by Chengxian Laoj had been digging here for an entire day. Their purpose was unclear, even to Chengxian Laoj himself. By nightfall, having found nothing but a few skeletons, the group logged off one by one. Only the player with the ID Midnight Sonata quietly returned. This player had shown exceptional skills today, not only proficient in soil analysis but also spouting incomprehensible professional jargon. Other players privately speculated that he might be a real expert. Back in the game, Sonata took advantage of the deserted surroundings and decisively jumped into a deep pit. He was secretly pleased. He hadn't expected to resume his old profession in a game. Soon, he hesitated had touched something. This should be the tomb entrance, Sonata thought, quickly switching to his tools and breaking through the stone slab beneath him. Without hesitation, he jumped into the hole, and his torch illuminated the surroundings. This isn't the tomb entrance. I'm directly in the main burial chamber? Sonata looked around in surprise. The dark bricks formed a spacious room. Suddenly, an iron sword stuck in the ground caught his attention. As he pulled the sword out, a system notification popped up. Ding! Death-shrouded iron sword weapon. Quality: excellent green. Description: an unknown weapon that has accumulated a lot of death energy from being buried underground for years. It is an ominous weapon. Sonata was stunned. Why does this have an item description, but the weapons we make don't? Does that mean our crafted items aren't considered weapons in the game? He shook his head, dismissing the thought, and began stuffing everything he could see into his backpack. Some materials with hidden information had unclear uses, but he took them all. Iron weapons and tools with visible information were also swept away. Only the overly heavy and worthless decorations were left behind. However, one question lingered in Sonata's mind. Why was there no coffin here? Other burial chambers were the same. Did the people in this game not have the custom of being buried in coffins? Even so, the remains of the tomb's owner should have been placed somewhere. He looked around. The scattered bones on the ground didn't seem to be resting here peacefully. They looked like they had died in a fierce battle. Could these people have been tomb raiders who encountered another group and perished together? Sonata speculated. That would explain why there's no body of the tomb owner. This discovery left Sonata somewhat disheartened. If this place was already looted, the valuable items were probably taken long ago. He punched the wall in frustration, only for the surface to suddenly cave in. With a bang, the wall slid open, revealing a hidden chamber. Sonata was shocked. There's actually a mechanism here? The hidden chamber was pitch black, almost impossible to see through. Gritting his teeth, Sonata raised his torch and walked in. In an instant, ghostly blue flames ignited around him, illuminating the entire room. What he saw next was a skeleton seated on a stone throne. Before he could react, blue soul flames ignited in the skeleton's eye sockets. With a crack, the skeleton's head moved. Then, an extremely raspy voice pierced Sonata's ears. In my youth, I feared necromancers because they were evil, ugly, and filled me with dread. As an adult, I hated necromancers because they destroyed my home, killed my parents, and commanded the dead with utmost malevolence. In my old age, I longed to be a necromancer because they were ageless and deathless, having long rid themselves of life's shackles, toying with life in the palm of their hands. In death, I became a necromancer. After death, I became a necromancer. In the endless span of life and eternal time, I gradually realized that this immortality had become a shackle on my soul. Eternity turned me into a slave of time. I was like a walking corpse imprisoned in a cage, having lost all emotions and no longer human. As the years passed, I grew indifferent to everything, and contemporary people could not understand the meaning and mission of our existence. At that moment, the seemingly lifeless skeleton suddenly spoke, startling Nocturne and making him freeze in place. His eyes widened, and his mouth slightly parted, forgetting to breathe for a moment. However, before he could gather his thoughts, the skeleton extended a bony finger, pointing directly at Nocturne. Are you here for immortality as well? Hearing this, Nocturne snapped out of his daze, instantly realizing that this skeleton might be a key NPC for transitioning into a necromancer. He quickly composed himself and answered without hesitation, yes, that's exactly why I'm here. The soul flame in the skeleton's eyes flickered as it continued to ask, even if the cost of immortality is losing your humanity, losing yourself, and becoming a monstrous being? Nocturne nodded firmly. It doesn't matter. I am willing to accept any price. Upon hearing this response, the skeleton let out a strange, hoarse laugh. Ha ha! Ha ha ha. You are just as foolish as I once was. Since you have made up your mind, I shall grant your wish. As soon as the skeleton finished speaking, 3 parchment scrolls appeared out of thin air in its hand, floating towards Nocturne. Nocturne reached out to catch them, and a system notification sounded. Ding. You have obtained a necromancy school potion recipe scroll. Detailed recipe information followed. Necrotic potion main ingredients: 10 milliliters of soul devourer blood, 30 grams of bone spirit powder, 50 grams of undead ashes. Auxiliary ingredients: 100 milliliters of purified water, 14 drops of rotweed sap, 5 grams of phantom crystal powder, 5 drops of Casparode python venom. Preparation method: use the soul of the undead as a catalyst, burn and mix the ingredients in a container tainted with necrotic energy, adding them one by one in the specified order. The phantom crystal powder should be added last. Adding the phantom crystal powder before the Casparode python venom will result in a toxic gas. Usage note: after consuming this potion, the user will quickly lose consciousness. If they awaken, it means the potion has been successfully absorbed. Note: consider carefully before consuming the potion. Once its effects take hold, irreversible changes will occur in the player's body. Nocturne excitedly accepted the scroll, thinking that this was the greatest opportunity in the tomb. He looked up at the skeleton and respectfully asked, "How should I address you?" The soul flame in the skeleton's eyes flickered, and it lazily reclined on the stone throne, replying, "In ancient times, people called me the Sufferer, Malsas." Nocturne silently noted the name and then pointed to the parchment scroll, asking, "Lord Malsas, where can I find the materials listed here?" Malsas extended a bony finger towards Nocturne. "You already have them with you. Take them out." Realizing this, Nocturne quickly retrieved the previously meaningless materials, feeling thrilled that the contents of those bottles and jars turned out to be the ingredients needed for the potion. Malsas did not respond but slowly extended his bony palm, igniting a ghostly blue soul flame. In a raspy voice he said, "Traveler about to tread a dark path, I give you this advice. This potion is only the beginning. It is merely the first-tier potion. To fully master a path, you will need to consume at least 9 potions, corresponding to the 9 tiers of the soul. This is the only way humans can achieve divinity." Nocturne nodded seriously and asked, "How do I obtain the subsequent potion recipes?" The soul flame in Malsas's eyes flickered, and his tone became serious. "It seems many outsiders have entered the seal. They, including you, do not realize the impact your actions will have on this world. To prevent the impending disaster, I need you to do a few things for me. Once you succeed, I will provide you with the next potion recipe. Remember, the first task I need you to do is to kill 100 outsiders." The system notification sounded again. Ding. School quest activated. Malsas's pact. Quest description: Malsas needs you to kill 100 players to prevent an impending disaster. Quest progress: 0-100. Quest reward: second-tier potion recipe. Nocturne was surprised to discover that the game had a quest system. Although neither he nor the other beta testers knew about this feature, the task itself was straightforward enough. The hardest task is never about who to kill or how many to kill. Nocturne listened to Malthus's words, deep in thought. The air in the ancient tomb seemed to have frozen, with only the hollow voice of the skeletal mage echoing. On the contrary, deciding who to kill and how many is the simplest task. Malthus continued, his bony fingers tapping lightly on his staff, producing a crisp sound. The truly difficult task is giving you a string of seemingly meaningless information, then making the players decode, guess, and investigate on their own. Nocturne nodded, a glimmer of understanding in his eyes. "But this task of killing players is something I've never heard of before." Understood. Nocturne pondered for a moment and then asked, "But I have another question. If I become like you, how am I supposed to drink the potion?" His gaze wandered over Malthus's skeletal frame. "I mean, how would a skeleton drink a potion without it just spilling down to the heels?" Malthus let out a hollow chuckle that echoed off the stone walls of the tomb. "Heh, when you become like me, you won't need to drink any potions anymore." The skeletal mage's tone suddenly turned serious. "Enough idle talk. This body is merely a contingency I left outside the tower. Soon, the remaining soul power in this body will dissipate. Like a candle, the millennia have left this body's soul in a state of exhaustion." Malthus's skeleton began to emit a faint blue glow. "I will use the last of my soul power in this body to brew this most basic necromantic potion for you. Of course, my remaining soul power is only enough to make this one." Seeing Malthus start to burn his soul fire to forge the potion, Nocturne anxiously asked, "How can I see you again after this?" Malthus was silent for a moment, a complex glint flashing in his hollow eye sockets. "I do not wish for us to meet again, for you can never know the cost of our meeting. Just do what you must, and I will find a way to get the remaining formula to you." Whoosh! In an instant, a massive soul fire engulfed everything. The blue flames illuminated the entire tomb, and Nocturne lost consciousness in the blinding light. When he opened his eyes again, he was greeted by a sky full of twinkling stars. Where am I? Nocturne slowly got up, feeling the night breeze brush against his cheeks. He looked down and saw a bottle of eerie blue potion in his hand, shimmering mysteriously under the moonlight. The tomb is gone? Nocturne quickly turned around, only to find that the ancient tomb had vanished without a trace. Even the pit they had dug was nowhere to be seen. He hurriedly checked his backpack. What about the stuff in my bag? Thankfully, everything in his backpack was intact. Nocturne gripped the potion tightly, a resolute look in his eyes. Next, it's time for the first transformation. A strange smile crept onto his lips, as if he could already see the endless possibilities of the future. The next morning, the third round of beta testing began. 1,000 newly qualified testers rushed into the game world, including Ye Qiu, who was using his previous life ID. The reactions of the first-time players varied. Some frantically pinched their faces, others kissed the ground in excitement. Veteran players observed this with a shake of their heads, lamenting the lack of composure among the newcomers, yet they couldn't deny that they had once behaved just as foolishly. Suddenly, a shout broke through the noise. Whoa, there are girls this time. This discovery triggered a chain reaction, with players craning their necks to look around. Indeed, this round of beta testing saw a significant number of female players, and thanks to the customizable avatar system, their appearances were unique, quickly becoming the center of attention. However, Ye Qiu didn't follow the crowd. Familiar with the terrain, he headed straight for the Tower of Seals, feeling a mix of emotions. Standing before the tower, he noticed how different the game world looked compared to his past life. The buildings were sparse, with the most notable being a brick factory constructed by 30 players in the distance. Most structures were small, with the largest being a small guild building by Feng Zhe and his companions, which had now been converted into a medium-sized trading post. The trading post had 2 windows near the road, one for selling items from the tower and another for guide interactions. This setup allowed other players to contact Lu Qing, who resided within the guild, to prevent player uprisings. However, most players found Lu Qing to be of little use, as he couldn't issue quests and only charged for item appraisals. Only a few herb enthusiasts visited regularly. Just as Ye Qiu was about to enter the Tower of Seals, an unexpected figure appeared before the Gidea player in a black robe with the ID Midnight Sonata. Ye Qiu's pupils contracted as he immediately recognized the notorious red-named player, Nocturne. The cursed cloak and deathly staff clearly marked him as a necromancer. Ye Qiu knew well that Nocturne had already obtained the necromancer's legacy. At this stage, his deathly gear far surpassed that of other players. More terrifying was the fact that Nocturne's hands were pale and lifeless, indicating he had consumed a first-tier deathly potion. This meant he had lost his sense of pain and could manipulate deathly energy for attacks. Not wanting any interaction with this infamous killer from his previous life, Ye Qiu dashed into the Tower of Seals without hesitation. Ye Qiu stood in the corridor of the Tower of Seals, his gaze wandering among the statues on either side. Time had blurred many details, but he vividly remembered that the answers to the puzzles on each floor were hidden within these silent stone figures. His eyes settled on the 2 statues closest to the entrance. On the left stood a short dwarf, and on the right, a tall hunter. The dwarf held a short hammer and wore Viking-style armor, with a stone tablet inscribed with his name, Molten Forge Master Hobbit. Ye Qiu carefully read the inscription and learned that Hobbit had forged legendary weapons that shot down the sun and moon wolves. Even more astonishing, he had crafted an invisible magical chain named Gleipnir using 6 rare materials: the roots of a mountain, the footsteps of a cat, the breath of a fish, the beard of a woman, the sinew of a bear, and the spit of a bird, to seal the primordial beast Fenrir. To prevent the chain from breaking, Hobbit had also removed Fenrir's heart, creating a giant wolf as large as 16 mountains to serve as a barrier. However, the agreement between the wolf and the dwarf was ultimately broken by the wolf. In his fury, the dwarf found a giant serpent in the earth's veins that matched the wolf in size and had it coil around the wolf to prevent its escape. But the serpent was sometimes lucid and sometimes chaotic, so the dwarf, fearing that the serpent might release the wolf in its confusion, sought out a cunning giant bird from the stars to use its claws to awaken the serpent when it lost consciousness. Ye Qiu's gaze then shifted to the hunter statue on the right. The human hunter carried a uniquely shaped bow on his back and wielded an equally distinctive sword, with 2 wolf head insignias on his chest. The stone tablet inscribed with his name read, Legendary Hunter Leric. There wasn't much written about Leric, only that his 2 weapons contained immense magical power. His bow was forged from the chill of lunar essence, capable of generating arrows out of thin air when drawn. His sword was made from the flame of solar essence, its blade perpetually engulfed in an unquenchable fire. With these divine weapons, Leric had once slain the 2 giant beasts that pursued the sun and moon. The tablet also mentioned that a dwarf had given Leric an invisible chain, which he used at the cost of losing an arm to restrain a ferocious beast. Memories surged in Ye Qiu's mind as he recalled that Lyric was the guardian of the first floor. The puzzle on the first floor was, the deceitful wolf is bound by the serpent. The chaotic serpent is pinched at its 7-inch mark by the cunning owl. This puzzle had baffled countless players, leaving the first floor unconquered for 5 whole months. Ye Qiu remembered that it was only the Holy Light Master who eventually solved the riddle. In the first layer of the Tower of Seals, 3 distinct areas unfold before your eyes. At the center lies the core region, surrounded by an invisible barrier. Beyond it stretches the mountainous second region, and at the outermost edge, the flat expanse of the plains. Players who haven't solved the mystery can only access the second region, unable to meet the guardian of this layer. The second region is rich in minerals, with deposits of salt, iron, copper, and lead scattered throughout, along with some rare ores. However, to fully exploit these resources, players must first locate the sleeping master blacksmith in the armory, Hobit. Hobit is not just the key to unlocking the mines, but also the clue to solving the puzzle. The puzzle appears simple, but is actually quite intricate. Players need to delve into the story of Hobit and Lyric to find the locations of the 3 lock beasts. In a past life, this puzzle was solved by the one known as the Supreme Archmage of Light Fengzhe. Thinking of Fengzhe, Ye Qiu couldn't help but sigh. That mage, proficient in 6 schools of magic, was truly formidable. In both the game and reality, the more potions one consumes, the higher the risk of losing control. Most players opt for 1 or 2 schools for stability. Yet, the Archmage of Light mastered 6 schools: fire, air, water divination, earth augury, nature, and lightning, and even elevated all to the 6th tier in reality. It was truly terrifying. Ye Qiu mused that if he could join forces with Fengzhe in this life, conquering the first layer of the Tower of Seals within 3 months wouldn't be impossible. But first, he needed to solve the puzzle of the first layer. With this thought, Ye Qiu stepped into the teleportation array without hesitation, arriving at the first layer of the Tower of Seals. The scene before him was slightly different from his memory. The boundary area of the first layer had been occupied by players, with most monsters driven into the second region. The third region had become a player stronghold, with trenches and wooden walls forming shelters everywhere. Most players chose to grind monsters here, as it was safe and convenient for resupply. The shelters even had players dedicated to material collection, allowing combat players to empty their bags and focus on fighting. Some powerful teams, like Fengzhe's squad, had already ventured into the second region, targeting mid to high-level monsters. Ye Qiu's goal was not to grind monsters. Despite his experience, without the right weapon, he couldn't perform at his best. Before the first layer of the Tower of Seals was cleared, there were 2 opportunities, one inside the tower and one outside. The necromancy inheritance outside the tower had already been found, but whether the molten armory inside the tower had been discovered was still unknown. This was Ye Qiu's purpose for entering the tower. Handmade weapons couldn't withstand high-intensity battles. Only metal-grade weapons would be system-generated and evaluated. And the first layer had such a place: the forge of the dwarf blacksmith Hobit, known to players as the Molten Armory. Hobit was sleeping here. First-time players would find an array of weapons, enough to arm over 30 people. If they could find the armory in time and take some weapons out, they could easily make a fortune. However, the true priceless treasure lay within a weapon that, at this stage, could be called a divine artifact. With this in mind, Ye Qiu set off alone towards the middle region. Along the way, many veteran players saw him, a clear newbie, and kindly warned him of the dangers. Ye Qiu politely thanked them but continued resolutely towards the second region. Some veterans shook their heads and sighed, "Leave him be. Some players won't understand the value of their soul's lifespan until they die once. Weren't you the same? Back then, not even 8 oxen could hold you back. You had to die once to learn your lesson," another player teased. "Shut up. Didn't you go with me? I didn't want to watch you die in vain, so you chose to die together?" Yep. Meanwhile, Ye Qiu had quietly slipped into the second region, beginning his quest to find the Molten Armory. Yi closely monitored Ye Qiu's every move in the game, filled with curiosity about the actions of this reincarnated player. Just then, outside the tower, Lu Qing suddenly looked up, his face etched with terror. The sky abruptly plunged into darkness, and a colossal eye hovered above the dome, gazing down at everything. This eye was bloodshot, surrounded by tentacles, and exuded an aura of malevolence and coldness, resembling an unspeakable horror. Lu Qing immediately recognized the entity, the Eye of the Creator God. He had never witnessed such a horrifying sight before, but today, he saw it with his own eyes. This all stemmed from his true eye upgrading to level 3, resulting in a qualitative change that granted him the ability to directly observe deities. However, as Lu Qing gazed upon this so-called Eye of God, a bone-chilling coldness pierced his very core. He couldn't help but question in his mind, is this truly the Eye of the Creator God? It looks more like some kind of evil entity than a divine being. Lu Qing dared not think further, nor did he dare to look any longer. Other players were oblivious to this, as it was beyond their reach. Clearly, the creator god was observing something. But whether it was them, Lu Qing himself, or something else entirely, remained unknown. Lu Qing didn't dare to speculate, knowing that his life and death were at the whim of the creator god. With the true eye, the world he saw was vastly different from that of ordinary players. To them, this was a beautiful and perfect utopia. To Lu Qing, it was a realm filled with evil, mystery, and indescribable oddities. At that moment, the massive eyeball in the sky suddenly turned and fixed its gaze on Lu Qing. In the next second, an interface popped up in front of him. The creator god has issued you a quest. Accept, you cannot refuse. Lu Qing's heart pounded as he realized he had no choice but to accept. Ding. Quest received. Role-playing introduction. From now on, you will play a character harboring a monster within. Note that there is indeed a monster inside you. The detailed story and character information have been transmitted to your mind. Please portray this role well. At the appropriate time, reveal a part of your story to the players, allowing them to discover your tale inadvertently. Reading the quest description, Lu Qing felt a cold sweat on his palm. He knew he had been drawn into an inescapable and perilous game. As Lu Qing was sifting through the sudden influx of new memories, a figure appeared before him. It was none other than the player named Cheng Xian. Cheng Xian looked exhausted, his clothes covered in dirt, clearly having just returned from an excavation site. Damn it, 2 days of digging and all I found were bones. Nothing but bones, Cheng Xian grumbled as he walked up to Lu Qing. And this morning, I found the pit filled in by some idiot. He stopped and stared directly into Lu Qing's eyes. Guide, I need to ask you something. Do you know anything about magic? Lu Qing raised an eyebrow. Magic? Why are you suddenly asking about that? Cheng Xian hesitated for a moment before pulling out a grayish-white crystal ball from his pocket. Take a look at this. Lu Qing took the crystal ball and examined it closely. Instantly, a stream of information flooded his mind. Blank magic core tainted with death energy. Type, material, quality, common white. Description, a magic core that has long lost its color, its magical energy dissipated over time, leaving only a thick aura of death energy. Lu Qing returned the crystal ball. How did you come across this? Cheng Xian looked around cautiously to make sure no one was listening, then lowered his voice. I found it in the mouth of a skeleton. Can you identify it for me? Lu Qing sighed. 50 copper coins. Without hesitation, Cheng Xian placed 50 copper coins on the table. I've got it ready. Just tell me what this thing is. Lu Qing handed back the magic core. It's a magic core that has exhausted its energy. Disappointment flashed in Cheng Xian's eyes. Can it be used to make a staff? Lu Qing shook his head. The magic has already dissipated, and it's tainted with death energy. Keeping it on you for too long could make you sick. Damn it. So all that effort was for nothing? Cheng Xian cursed in frustration. Lu Qing suggested, if you don't mind, you could give it to me. I'll refund you the identification fee. Cheng Xian's eyes lit up. You said it, no take-backs. The transaction was quickly completed. Curious, Cheng Xian asked, what do you need this magic core for? Lu Qing explained, it might not be useful here, but in my homeland, magic cores that have lost their energy can be recharged. This was not a lie. It was information given by the creator god. Though Lu Qing wasn't entirely sure, he was determined to try. After feeling powerless in front of the creator god, Lu Qing resolved to take control of his own fate. Even if he remained insignificant in the eyes of the creator, he would strive to become stronger rather than waiting passively. After all, Lu Qing didn't believe that gods would honor their promises to mere mortals. Magic really exists in this world? Cheng Xian asked eagerly. Lu Qing nodded. Yes, in my homeland, there are dozens of schools of magic, with more than half devoted to various magical disciplines. There are 12 orthodox schools, 9 forbidden schools, and several non-combat schools, such as alchemy, divine craftsmanship, and herbalism. The 12 orthodox schools? The 9 forbidden schools? Cheng Xian seemed to latch onto something important. What are the 12 orthodox schools? Drawing from his memories, Lu Qing replied, the 12 orthodox schools are war, archery, holy light, shadow, light, fire, water, air, earth, lightning, nature, and summoning. Cheng Xian asked excitedly, how can I learn these skills? Lu Qing explained, in my homeland, you can learn these skills by joining the corresponding academy or apprenticing under a master. But here, it's almost impossible because there are no masters proficient in these schools. However, all extraordinary paths stem from calamities. If you can obtain the formula for the corresponding magical potions, the ingredients should be available here. The formula for magical potions, Cheng Xian pondered. Do you know any potion formulas? Any at all? Lu Qing shook his head regretfully. I'm sorry, I'm just an ordinary person who knows a bit more than most. However, the Tower of Seals is unique. According to my ancestors' books, the greatest human knowledge is preserved here. To uncover that forgotten history, I traveled the world searching for the legendary Tower of Seals. Finding it was a stroke of luck. Chung Xian nodded, determination gleaming in his eyes. Got it. I'll enter the tower now. If I find any potion formulas, I'll bring them to you. Lu Qing smiled. Good luck. Inside the Tower of Seals, near the central area, by a volcano, Ye Qiu, covered in dirt and sweat, arrived. His clothes were soaked, and fresh scars marked his face. My body is still too weak, Ye Qiu panted. I had to struggle just to defeat a low-level magical beast. Luckily, I didn't encounter any mid-level beasts, or this trip would have been for nothing. Taking a steady breath, Ye Qiu directed his gaze towards the massive stone palace embedded in the volcano before him. Hot steam intermittently spewed from the cracks in the volcanic rock walls, filling the air with the smell of sulfur. The outline of the stone palace wavered slightly in the scorching air, resembling a giant guardian overlooking its visitors. Inwardly, Ye Qiu thought, it's exactly where I remembered. He quickly assessed his condition and realized that confronting the watchdog Hedon would be suicidal. I'll have to take the side path, he decided resolutely. At the entrance to the molten arsenal, a two-headed hellhound stood on guard, its massive, muscular form exuding power. The beast's two heads growled menacingly, far more formidable than an average high-level monster. Ye Qiu knew that this creature was akin to a mini-boss, and with his current strength, he was no match for it. Fortunately, there was more than one way into the arsenal. Ye Qiu's eyes scanned the volcano's contours and quickly identified two side paths, one on the south leading to the armor storage, and one on the north leading directly to the volcanic forge. With a plan already in mind, Ye Qiu chose the northern entrance without hesitation. Relying on his knowledge from a previous life, Ye Qiu easily found the entrance and swiftly infiltrated the arsenal. Before him stretched a long, dark tunnel, with the damp air thick with the scent of sulfur. Recalling that there should be no monsters here, he boldly ventured deeper into the tunnel. As he advanced, the tunnel gradually grew brighter. Suddenly, a gigantic forge came into view, with molten lava churning within. The heat was overwhelming, making Ye Qiu feel as if he were inside a massive steamer. Before long, sweat began to bead on his forehead, and his clothes were soaked through. It's just as hot as I remembered, Ye Qiu muttered to himself, while keeping a vigilant eye on his surroundings. The legendary violet gold weapon was hidden here, and he needed to find it quickly. Ye Qiu meticulously searched the area, finding everything arranged as he remembered. Soon, his attention was drawn to a dwarf statue. The statue held a single-handed sword that gleamed with a violet gold hue, its blade etched with intricate patterns. There it is. Ye Qiu's heart leapt with joy as he quickly approached to examine the weapon. This was a violet gold longsword imbued with intermediate runes, its quality reaching the epic purple tier. The blade measured 2 feet 6 inches and weighed 25 pounds, forged entirely from violet gold, making it incredibly durable. It was further enhanced with intermediate sharpness runes, augmenting its power. This legendary weapon was crafted by the renowned master blacksmith, Hobit. Ye Qiu took the weapon from the statue's hands and immediately felt its weight. Before he could steady himself, he stumbled forward, the purple gold longsword crashing to the ground and shattering the stone tiles beneath him. Wow, a 25-pound one-handed sword really lives up to its reputation, Ye Qiu muttered to himself, realizing he needed to build up his strength to wield this powerful weapon effectively. He placed the longsword into his backpack. While he could barely manage its weight, using it in combat was another story. Ye Qiu knew that unless he rigorously trained his strength and constitution in the game or joined the battlefield school to take potions that unlocked physical limits, he wouldn't be able to wield the sword to its full potential. Reluctantly, he decided to find a more manageable steel sword and a set of lightweight leather armor. Leaving the forge, Ye Qiu entered the hall, where an array of weapons greeted him. The walls were lined with over 30 weapons, mostly of white and green quality, with only 4 or 5 blue ones. After careful consideration, Ye Qiu chose a blue-quality steel sword. It wasn't that he didn't want more, he simply couldn't carry them. Similarly, he opted for practical, lightweight leather armor over heavy steel armor. As for the anvils and hammers, he didn't dare touch them. The armory was small but well-equipped, with armor storage rooms on either side, a central weapon display hall, and the forge at the back. Ye Qiu quickly removed his coarse cloth garments and donned a set of finely crafted leather armor. This blue-quality gear was not only highly protective but also light and comfortable, far superior to the rough, player-made items. Just as Ye Qiu was about to pick out some spare equipment, he heard urgent footsteps in the distance. His heart raced. Had other players discovered this place too? Instinctively, he hid in a corner, holding his breath to see who was approaching. Soon, 5 figures appeared in his line of sight. The two in front held torches and wooden shields, cautiously scanning their surroundings. Ye Qiu recognized the IDs of 2 of them as I Love Watermelon and Huang Long, and he exhaled in relief. As he stepped out of the shadows, a sharp voice demanded, "Who's there?" Ye Qiu quickly raised his hands. Don't be alarmed, I'm a player. Hearing this, the five relaxed slightly. Feng Zhe, who was in the center, stepped forward. Are you one of the new players? Ye Qiu nodded in greeting. Yes, it's an honor to meet you, Saint Light. Ignoring the flattery, Feng Zhe frowned and asked, how did you find this place? Ye Qiu replied casually, I fought my way here. Feng Zhe was skeptical. A newbie, empty-handed, could make it here? Even a seasoned hunter would struggle. The truth was undeniable. Ye Qiu had indeed made it there empty-handed. The five exchanged glances, and Feng Zhe took out a map. We found this map in the East Mine, and it specifically marked this location. It took us 2 days to get here. Ye Qiu scratched his head with a wry smile. It was hard to explain. He could only reply vaguely, I don't know. I just wandered around and ended up here. Feng Zhe pressed further. How did you get past the two-headed dog? Ye Qiu pointed behind him. I came in through a back path with no monsters. If you don't believe me, I can show you. Feng Zhe shook his head, declining politely. No need. I'm not interrogating you, just curious. After all, luck is also a part of one's strength. Are you interested in joining our guild? As soon as Feng Zhe finished speaking, Ye Qiu had already made up his mind. He knew that pressing further was pointless. Was he really going to kill the guy? Although if killing could drop equipment, he wouldn't mind doing it. Unfortunately, reality doesn't work that way. Killing someone would bring no rewards, only more enemies. In comparison, recruiting this newbie who managed to get this far on his first day seemed like a better move. Feng Zhe thought to himself, anyone who can get this far on their first day must have some serious skills. Faced with Feng Zhe's invitation, Ye Qiu had no reason to refuse. In fact, he had already been considering it. Then I'll be counting on you, Shengguang, Ye Qiu said with a smile. Both of them were smart, and they quickly came to an agreement. Ye Qiu was secretly relieved that it was Feng Zhe who had approached him. Otherwise, he might have already resorted to violence. In his previous life, whether in games or reality, Feng Zhe was always a leading figure in the frontline strategy group. His team gathered top-tier experts, and Ye Qiu had benefited from their help before, a favor he never forgot. After the game launched, Feng Zhe became an indispensable core member of the Sealed Tower strategy group. By the way, Shengguang, can I take a look at your map? Ye Qiu suddenly asked. Feng Zhe handed over the map without hesitation. Sure, once you've seen the map, the first layer will be unlocked in your system. Ye Qiu understood. Each layer of the sealed tower had a map, and once a player had seen it, their system interface would unlock the entire map. He carefully examined it, confirmed that the system map was fully illuminated, and handed the map back to Feng Zhe. Thank you, Shengguang, Ye Qiu said, pointing around. This place is an armory, with enough weapons to arm over 30 people. I took one set, the rest I don't intend to keep for myself. I want to share them with other players. You guys came at the right time. We can transport these out together and make a good amount of copper coins. Feng Zhe looked around, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Are these steel weapons? The other four were also wide-eyed. Copper swords, iron swords, steel swords, all metal weapons? Is that a steel bow and arrows? Holy crap, a full set of steel armor? And so many. Guys, we've hit the jackpot, haven't we? More than that. If we keep a few sets of armor and weapons, selling the rest could practically monopolize the copper coin market. Just this iron sword alone, selling it for 1,000 copper coins wouldn't be unreasonable, right? We're rich, we're totally rich. Feng Zhe was equally excited, but didn't forget about Ye Qiu. He turned to him and suggested, let's transport this batch of equipment out together and split the profits. How does that sound? Ye Qiu nodded. I have no objections. Then it's settled, Feng Zhe concluded. An hour later, the hall was filled with the weapons and gear everyone had gathered. Shigua Leoj and Du Yuan each donned a set of steel armor that shimmered with blue light, wielding green-quality steel shields and swords, a stark contrast to the wooden shields they had used earlier. Feng Zhe opted for lightweight leather armor, a steel sword at his waist, and a spear slung across his back. Fly and Zhang Qingyan also switched to flexible leather armor, with the former holding a pair of sharp steel daggers and the latter carrying the soul steel bow. As they were about to leave, Ye Qiu suddenly stopped them, saying, wait, there are more weapons here. He pointed to a nearby forge room. I think it's worth searching thoroughly. Feng Zhe nodded in agreement, and the group turned towards the forge room. However, the search did not go as smoothly as they had hoped. Shigua Leoj and Du Yuan, burdened by their heavy gear, were sweating profusely. Du Yuan couldn't help but complain. Is there really anything here? We've been searching for ages and found nothing. As he spoke, he casually knocked on a nearby dwarf statue. At that moment, the statue began to crack extensively, with pieces falling away like pottery, revealing a bald, bearded dwarf underneath. He stood only about 1.2 meters tall and looked quite aged. The petrification spell is lifted. Who awakened me? The dwarf spoke, startling the 5 people present. Ye Qiu, seemingly prepared for this, stepped forward with a smile. You must be Master Hobbit, right? Hobbit looked at Ye Qiu in surprise. I haven't introduced myself yet. How do you know who I am, human boy? Ye Qiu explained. I saw your statue at the 0 level of the sealed tower. It looks exactly like you. You must be the Master Forge Smith, Hobbit. Hobbit nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, human boy. You have some knowledge. Seizing the opportunity, Ye Qiu asked, since the calamities are so terrifying, why not just kill them instead of sealing them in the tower? Hobbit's expression turned serious. How do you know about these things? Who told you? Ye Qiu responded nonchalantly. I just heard about it by chance. Hobbit crossed his arms and explained. Do you think we didn't want to? If the calamities could be killed, why would we seal them here? It's because they can't be killed that they're called calamities. Ye Qiu then asked, if we were to break the seal of the tower, would you stop us? Hobbit, indifferent, replied, it seems you know quite a bit. I can't be bothered to stop you. Go ahead and break it if you want. This world no longer concerns me. Feng Zhe and the others looked at Ye Qiu in confusion, not understanding how he knew so much about these matters. Ye Qiu coughed lightly and explained that he simply enjoyed researching game lore. Feng Zhe turned to Hobbit. You must be the master of this place. The equipment outside should all be forged by you, right? Hobbit nodded. That's right. Do you want me to forge weapons for you? Feng Zhe was about to invite Hobbit to leave with them but was interrupted. Save it. I won't leave here. If you want me to forge something, bring the materials and money. Otherwise, just leave. Seeing this, Ye Qiu asked, as a legendary blacksmith, you must possess some extraordinary powers, right? Hobbit replied impatiently, so what if I do? Do you want to learn? I'm not just skilled in battlefield techniques, but also in the divine smithing and geomancy schools. Ye Qiu smiled. Of course, I want to learn. Hobbit sneered, you want to learn, but I don't want to teach. Ha. This old man is still as annoying as ever. Ye Qiu thought to himself, locking eyes with Hobbit in a fierce stare. Feng Zhe, quick on his feet, stepped in and separated the two before things could escalate. With a calm tone, he said, Sir, it was indeed wrong of us to take your belongings without permission. Your anger is justified. We'll find a way to compensate you. Hobbit, though still fuming, was somewhat pacified by Feng Zhe's words. Now that's what I call a reasonable response, he grumbled. Unlike this brat who just barges in with a barrage of questions, Feng Zhe patted Ye Qiu on the shoulder, signaling him to step back. With a sigh, Ye Qiu realized he had been too hasty. Feng Zhe, displaying remarkable patience and eloquence, quickly managed to persuade Hobbit. Then, Feng Zhe posed a critical question. We've been wandering around here for 7 or 8 days, but can't seem to go any deeper. Do you know why that is? Hobbit glanced at Feng Zhe, reluctantly revealing. Because there's a barrier in the central area that I set up. Only I know how to break it. He paused, then continued. Since you've shown some respect, I'll give you a hint. Listen carefully, I'll only say it once. The deceitful wolf is bound by the snake. The chaotic snake is held by the cunning owl at its weak spot. That's all I can tell you. An hour later, Feng Zhe and his team stored the equipment they had retrieved from the sealed tower in their guild and tagged it with prices. Other players witnessing this were stunned. While they were still stuck in the Stone Age, Feng Zhe's team had already entered the Iron Age. Their progress was as swift as a rocket. To quell the brewing unrest, Feng Zhe promptly posted a message, sharing information about the armory and the dwarves. This move managed to calm the agitated player base. Soon, wealthy players began purchasing Feng Zhe's gear and weapons at high prices. Despite the cost, the advantages of metal over stone and bone were clear. The inventory was quickly sold out. As night fell, Feng Zhe and the guild members gathered in their territory. Their base was divided into several rooms, each member having a private space, including Lu Qing's room. In the main hall, a few simple tables and chairs were set up, and the 8 of them sat around. Besides the guild leader Feng Zhe, there were the vice leaders Fly, Du Yuan, Zhang Qingyan, and Brother Watermelon, all combat members. Additionally, there was the wealthy player Qian Daoren, who had significantly contributed to the game's economy, the architect and front desk clerk Gulu Gulu, and the newly joined reborn player Ye Qiu. Their guide, Lu Qing, was also present, even though he usually stayed at the front desk. Fly pulled out a few wooden cups, laughing. I knew these would come in handy. How can we gather without having something to drink? He poured water for everyone as he spoke. Yuan smacked his lips. The atmosphere is there, but it's missing something. Zhang Qingyan teased. Old Du, you're craving some wheat juice, aren't you? Yuan coughed. The army doesn't allow alcohol, and I haven't had any for years. I do miss it a bit. Zhang Qingyan was exasperated. You can drink in real life. No one's stopping you. Yuan shook his head. It's not the same. Drinking alone is no fun. The wealthy player Qian Daoren tapped the table. You guys might be in luck. I might actually be able to get you some wheat juice in the game. I met a few people planning to brew fruit wine and funded them, so they'll send us the first batch. Fly burst out laughing. You haven't learned your lesson? Those guys researching gunpowder ran off with your money last time. Qian Daoren waved it off. No big deal, just small change. I'm not one to be scared off by a single setback. We need to think big. I invest to enhance the game, to make life in this virtual world richer and more diverse. Fly responded dismissively, yeah, sure. Everyone bantered back and forth, except for Feng Zhe, who remained silent. His mind was still occupied with the riddle, trying to unravel its mystery. Ye Qiu, brimming with excitement, proudly showed off the food in his hand to his companions. These were all bought from roadside stalls. The team members were so busy fighting every day that they hardly had time to cook, and their culinary skills probably couldn't compare to those of professional vendors. Rather than wasting energy, it was much better to buy ready-made delicacies. The food was affordable, and for them, the cost was negligible. Now, except for Shan Hao Laoj and Gulu Laoj, who didn't participate in battles, the others had all been promoted to bronze-level adventurers. Feng Zhe's reputation had soared to over 1,300 points, and he had amassed more than 10,000 copper coins. If not for certain constraints, they would have already considered melting the coins to forge copper swords. After a moment, Feng Zhe couldn't resist asking the question that had been on his mind. What do you guys think about that riddle? Diyuan shook his head and admitted, don't count on me for brain teasers like this. I really can't figure it out. Hearing this, Song Ying immediately opened the system map. Ever since they found the map in the East Mine, their system interface had been illuminated with it. He analyzed, I think the riddle should point to a specific location. The map marks out 16 mines and an armory. We've only explored 3 mines so far. The key to solving the riddle is likely hidden in the remaining mines. Feng Zhe nodded in agreement, and then turned to ask Zhang Qingyan for his opinion. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Qingyan replied, on our way back, we carefully observed the statues and read the stories behind them. The stories mention 3 creatures, a giant wolf, a giant snake, and a giant bird, which clearly correspond to the wolf, snake, and owl in the riddle. When describing the wolf, the story mentioned its size being comparable to 16 mountain peaks, and there just happened to be 16 peaks on the first level. So, I think the solution to the riddle must be connected to these peaks. These were all ideas Feng Zhe had considered before, but he still hadn't found a clear path forward. He turned his gaze to Ye Qiu, thinking that this mysterious teammate might have new insights. Based on today's performance, Ye Qiu's understanding of the game was far from that of a newbie. Sure, Xian, do you have any thoughts? Feng Zhe asked expectantly. Ye Qiu fell into deep thought, and the air around them seemed to freeze. Ye Qiu's ID was Buqi Shixian, and he was careful to conceal his true identity. This wasn't due to mistrust of Feng Zhe and the others, but because the current circumstances demanded it. He gently wiped the oil from the corner of his mouth with a napkin, his gaze sweeping over everyone present, and slowly began to speak. On the way back, I kept thinking about that puzzle. I believe old Zhang's idea is correct. Pointing to the map spread out on the table, he continued, there are 16 peaks on the first level, and the dwarf story mentions that the wolf size is comparable to these 16 peaks. There must be a connection between the two. Ye Qiu's finger traced the map. If we consider these peaks as points, and then connect them into 2 lines that converge, we get a special pattern. Feng Zhe immediately followed Ye Qiu's instructions. His fingers moved quickly across the map, and soon, a surprising pattern emerged. Is this the wolf? Feng Zhe exclaimed, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Ye Qiu nodded in confirmation. Yes. When the 16 peaks are connected to form a pattern, we see this wolf-like shape. Zhang Qingyan suddenly understood. So that's it. This is the giant wolf whose size is comparable to 16 peaks. Feng Zhe questioned, can we be sure? After a moment's thought, Ye Qiu replied, I think it's pretty close. Feng Zhe raised another question. If the pattern formed by the 16 peaks represents the wolf, then where is the snake coiled around the wolf? Ye Qiu fell silent. Although he had heard someone explain the puzzle of the first level in a previous life, the memory was blurred by time. He tried hard to recall and finally remembered that the key to solving the first part of the puzzle lay in 2 concepts, form and nature. Grasping the form is straightforward. It means finding the shape of the animal on the map, Ye Qiu explained. We've already found the wolf using this method. Understanding nature is more abstract. The dwarf's story emphasizes that the wolf is deceitful, the snake is chaotic, and the owl is cunning. These 3 traits, deceit, chaos, and cunning, are the nature we need to focus on. To solve the puzzle, we must think around these 3 traits. Ye Qiu looked around at everyone and continued. I don't know the exact location of the snake, but have you ever considered this? If it's just about finding the animal shapes, why do the dwarf story and the puzzle assign these 3 beasts different characteristics? I believe these traits are the key to solving the puzzle. He guided everyone to recall their initial impressions of the puzzle and story. When we first heard the puzzle, did you think of the wolf as a dead object? Obviously not. We instinctively thought of the wolf as a living creature. But if such a gigantic wolf existed, how could we not see it? So, the wolf deceived us, or rather, The dwarf deceived us. The wolf is not alive. It's just a shape. Solving the wolf's clue lies in the trait of deceit and the 16 peaks mentioned in the story. Ye Qiu turned to Zhang Qingyan and asked, so, following this logic, what does the snake correspond to? Zhang Qingyan frowned and thought, chaos? Ye Qiu nodded, that's part of it. But, there's still something missing. Fang Zhe suddenly interjected. A snake lying along the earth's veins? Ye Qiu's eyes lit up. Exactly. The wolf corresponds to the peaks, and the snake corresponds to the earth's veins. The wolf's trait is deceit, and the snake's trait is chaos. So, if we connect the concepts of chaos and earth's veins, what conclusion do we get? Fang Zhe habitually pushed up his non-existent glasses and said thoughtfully, chaos? I think I know where the snake is. Since the wolf is not a living thing, then the snake, which is comparable in size to the wolf, must not be a living thing either. It exists on the map, but we can't see it right now. Zhang Qingyan was puzzled. If we can't see the snake, how did you come to this conclusion? Fang Zhe opened the map and explained. We all know that the game's map looks different during the day and at night. The daytime map is bright, and everything on the ground is clearly visible. But at night, the map is dark, and we can only see some vague outlines or large mountain ranges. So, can we understand the clear view during the day and the unclear view at night as periods of clarity and chaos? Zhang Qingyan suddenly understood. I get it. The snake is sometimes clear and sometimes chaotic, just like our eyes see clearly during the day and not at night. It's like day and night, one clear and one murky. So, the snake can only be seen during the day because it is chaotic at night. Fang Zhe nodded in agreement. Exactly, that's it. Du Yuan and Brother Shiguo, who were listening on the side, exchanged confused glances and whispered, what are they talking about? Do you understand? Not at all. Is it because our brains don't work that way? Probably. Fly, who overheard their conversation, waved his hand and said, don't feel bad, I don't get it either. Listening to Fang Zhe's explanation, Ye Qiu couldn't help but be impressed. No wonder Fang Zhe was known as the top puzzle solver. He could find the right direction with just a hint. Honestly, if Ye Qiu had to figure out the snake's location on his own, he might not have succeeded. But with the puzzle master present, things were much simpler. He only needs to provide support from the sidelines. The snake has already been taken care of. Zhang Qingyan turned to Ye Qiu, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. So how should we find the owl? Based on your reasoning, the owl represents cunning and… I'm sorry, I forgot. Fang Zhe sighed, recalling the legend of the dwarves. The dwarves found a cunning owl among the stars at night. Therefore, the key to finding the owl lies in the night and the stars, as well as its cunning nature. He continued to analyze, following the logic of the snake. The owl exists to keep the snake alert, and the snake is most disoriented at night. So, the owl should appear at night. But it's already night, and we can't see anything on the ground except wolves. Ye Qiu suddenly laughed, a flash of realization in his eyes. He said excitedly, I remember now. The owl isn't on the ground because it's a bird, and birds fly. The dwarves' story mentioned finding the owl among the stars at night, so it must be in the sky. Zhang Qingyan scratched his head, looking puzzled. Not on the ground? Does that mean it's in the sky? Ye Qiu nodded in confirmation. Exactly, it's in the sky. Zhang Qingyan looked even more confused. How do we find it in the sky? Are we supposed to look up? Ye Qiu shook his head and guided them patiently. Think about it. Why does our system map have day and night cycles? Isn't that a bit strange? The map is supposed to help players find their way, but if we can't see the map at night, what's the point? Why did the developers make the map this way? He paused for a moment before continuing. Could it be that the map includes the sun and moon, with a day-night cycle? I didn't understand it either until I randomly swiped the map. As he spoke, Ye Qiu dramatically swiped the map in front of everyone. Instantly, the map flipped over, revealing a pitch-black night sky with a bright moon and twinkling stars. Everyone was stunned, exclaiming in disbelief. What? The map has another side. A sky map? The map can flip? Wow. Fang Zhe reminisced about his past experiences, feeling a surge of emotion. He had been stuck on this puzzle for 5 months until an April Fool's update from the developers revealed the solution. He remembered publicly complaining that the developers were intentionally withholding the star map, hindering players from progressing. However, veteran players quickly pointed out that the map flipping feature had always been there, just little known. This was the infamous April Fool's map incident, the only time Fang Zhe was publicly proven wrong. Following Ye Qiu's actions, Fang Zhe flipped the map. Sure enough, a star chart appeared, prominently featuring a giant bird, the owl. Zhang Qingyan suddenly understood and laughed. Cunning indeed. This hidden map by the developers is truly clever. With all 3 beasts found, the puzzle seemed to be solved. But a new question arose. Fang Zhe asked, We've found the wolf, snake, and owl, and solved the puzzle. So, what next? Ye Qiu was taken aback and responded, Yeah, what next? You're asking me? How would I know? The two of them stared at each other, falling into silence. Ye Qiu sighed. I guess I oversimplified things. Meanwhile, in the game, Yi, transformed into the giant eye of creation, observed Ye Qiu's every move and couldn't help but marvel, as expected of a reborn player. The insight from a reborn player's perspective is truly formidable. This has advanced the puzzle solving by about 50. My future self, you've given me quite a gift. As Yi pondered, he suddenly felt a tug on his real-world body. This sensation could only mean one thing: the ghost shadow core was summoning him. Ye's heart tightened as he realized. Visitors have arrived. In the real world, inside Ye's rented apartment, a group of mysterious figures in black uniforms, armed with standard weapons, burst through the door. However, instead of Yi, they were confronted by a shadow soldier wearing a beast mask and a black trench coat. The soldier's eyes glowed red as he coldly watched the intruders. It turned out that Yi had left before they broke in, leaving behind a special unit he had created, a talking shadow soldier, serving as his decoy. The shadow soldier spoke in a raspy voice, quite the grand entrance. Before he finished speaking, a gun was immediately pressed to his head. The leader of the group barked, "Zero Investigation Bureau. Who are you?" Hearing this, the shadow soldier's red eyes flickered as he thought, "Zero Bureau? So, the police, huh? Who am I? You barged into my room, and now you have the audacity to ask who I am." As the shadow issued its challenge, an elderly man in uniform stepped forward steadily. He calmly pulled 2 photographs from his pocket. "Are you the owner of this room?" he asked, his voice low and authoritative. "If so, do you recognize these photos?" The shadow squinted and took the photos for a closer look. The first photo showed the interior of an abandoned building, with a shadowy soldier in a black suit and blood-red eyes at the center. Yi was stunned upon seeing this image. A familiar scene flashing through his mind. Wasn't this the place where he had killed those drug dealers? A wave of confusion washed over Yi. Where did this photo come from? Could there have been a witness? No, that was impossible. If anyone had been nearby, the Shadow Corps would have detected them. Could the drug dealers have taken it? But how would they have had the chance? As Yi pondered, the second photo baffled him even more. It depicted a corridor with a fleeting shadow captured in the frame. This scene struck a chord in Ye's memory. Wasn't this the hallway right outside his own door? Seeing the shadow remain silent, the elderly man suddenly pulled out a cigarette, lit it skillfully, and took a deep drag before speaking slowly. 3 days ago, we received a tip-off from the public. They reported seeing strange shadows moving at incredible speed in this building's hallways at night, almost impossible to catch with the naked eye. One of them managed to capture the shadow on their phone, which is the photo you're holding. Exhaling a plume of smoke, the elderly man continued. What's more, about half a month ago, we lost contact with an undercover agent embedded in a gang of drug dealers. On the day he went missing, we received a similar photo of a shadow. Noticing the shadow's confusion, the elderly man explained, "You might not be aware of the equipment we use on our undercover agents. In simple terms, our agents often sacrifice a tooth, replacing it with a microcamera. By pressing their tongue against the shutter behind the tooth, they can activate the camera, which then transmits the images directly to our headquarters server." As he spoke, the elderly man scrutinized the shadow before him. After careful comparison, he was astounded to find that the shadow bore a striking resemblance to their target in the photos. In fact, they had begun their search for this mysterious shadow half a month ago. Despite their efforts, they had made no progress until they received the resident's report 3 days ago. The resident claimed to have seen something unclean in the building and provided the photo. Although they couldn't be certain that this was the shadow they were looking for, they decided to stake out the location. For 3 days, they secretly set up multiple high-speed cameras. They did manage to capture the shadow entering and exiting, but even the high-speed cameras could only produce blurry images. Nevertheless, these clues were enough to prompt action. They immediately began investigating the room's tenant information. Strangely, they found no relevant information. Unbeknownst to them, after acquiring the Shadow Core, Yi had killed the landlord and used a system to create a black hole, erasing all traces of himself from the internet. He also wiped any records from the police database and his previous workplace. Apart from his parents, Yi had erased all information related to himself. Ye's suspicions were correct. The investigators from the so-called Zero Agency had found nothing. They didn't know who the tenant was, but they were sure that the room's owner was connected to the shadow they were hunting. To their surprise, the room's owner was none other than the shadow himself. The elderly man frowned, feeling an eerie sensation from the figure before him. He couldn't sense any breath or life, as if facing a corpse. Though he couldn't pinpoint the reason, he was certain that this figure was no ordinary human. After hearing the elderly man's words, Yi manipulated the shadow soldier to stand up. Instantly, the room's atmosphere grew tense as countless guns aimed directly at him. Heh! Yi let out a cold laugh. After all these years, I never thought I'd be exposed by such a trivial matter. You say there was an undercover agent among those drug dealers? Then I suppose there's no misunderstanding between us. Yes, I killed them. I am the shadow you're after. At that moment, Chunyi realized that no matter how meticulous his concealment measures were, there was always a risk of being discovered. This served as a wake-up call. Staying on the mainland was no longer safe. It was time to relocate. However, Chun Ye's idea of relocating wasn't to another country. His target was the sea. That's right, he planned to build his own island, complete with a cloaking array. In this hidden domain of his own, he would no longer need to worry about being found or pursued by anyone. Chenyi had already considered this issue long ago, but had temporarily shelved it due to insufficient resources. Now, the time seemed ripe to activate the invisible fortress. However, before proceeding, he decided to play a game with the police. As he thought about the impending show, a mischievous smile crept across his face, and a sense of perverse pleasure and excitement surged within him. To him, this was far more entertaining than watching players engage with his games all day. So, what are you going to do now? Arrest me? As the shadowy figure's voice fell, the old man quickly drew out a pair of handcuffs, aiming for the shadow soldier's wrists. However, the shadow soldier's reaction speed was 10 times faster than that of an ordinary person, easily evading the old man's move and instead grabbing the handcuffs, firmly securing the old man's hands. You want to catch me? Try boxing with a shadow first. Chen Yi taunted. The old man stood frozen, unable to comprehend what had just happened. The others were equally stunned, still reeling from the shock. Taking advantage of their bewilderment, Chen Yi transformed into a blur, swiftly bending the barrels of all the standard-issue weapons in their hands. Seeing the terror on their faces, the old man's expression turned exceptionally grim. They were like monkeys being toyed with, utterly powerless. Chen Yi relished their expressions of shock and fear, thinking that if he had the ability to hypnotize, it would be perfect. Hypnosis, that might actually work. System, redeem infinite Tsukuyami. However, the system indicated that the redemption had failed due to insufficient resources. Chen Yi shook his head in resignation and then turned his gaze to the old man. Is this all you've got? The so-called Zero Bureau, nothing more than this, Chen Yi said contemptuously. The old man gritted his teeth, his face turning red with anger. What are you? A glint of blood flashed in Chen Ye's eyes. That's not important. What's important is that I want to propose a deal. The scene shifted to a room within an underground facility. Chen Yi was escorted in by 4 guns, though these firearms were meaningless to him. The person in charge of speaking with him was a middle-aged man with a square face. Name? The middle-aged man began in an interrogative tone. Are you interrogating me? Chen Yi countered. You want to cooperate? We at least need your basic information. Heh, sometimes knowing too much isn't a good thing. We are willing to bear any consequences. You can't afford them. That's not for you to worry about. Since you want to cooperate, we at least need to know what you are. The middle-aged man said, a bit irritated. What am I? Chen Yi found it amusing. Unfortunately, the shadow soldier couldn't show expressions. Otherwise, he would have loved to show a mocking smile. You are what I am. The middle-aged man frowned. I'm human. Chen Yi shrugged. So am I. Do you even look human? If it weren't for that mask, you'd look like a ghost from 80 years ago. Chen Yi cracked his neck. Remote controlling his body was indeed inconvenient. Don't believe me? Well, since I'm here to cooperate, I might as well demonstrate my abilities. But before that, I hope you're mentally prepared. Shadow Legion. As soon as Chen Ye's words fell, his shadow spread out rapidly behind him. In an instant, countless shadows emerged, pushing aside the rifles aimed at him and seizing the 4 heavily armed soldiers. The middle-aged man was completely stunned, momentarily at a loss for words. Although the Zero Bureau was officially tasked with dealing with supernatural events, they had rarely encountered genuine supernatural incidents. Their day-to-day work was similar to that of regular police officers. The middle-aged man previously had no idea what was happening, only knowing that the shadowy figure before him was what they had been pursuing. Despite the figure's inhuman appearance, it spoke like a normal person, and he had assumed it was just pretending to be supernatural. But this time, he was gravely mistaken. They had encountered the real deal. The middle-aged man had never seen such a scene before. Despite his training, he couldn't remain calm, his thoughts in disarray, almost swearing out loud. It wasn't until he heard his superior's voice through his earpiece that he managed to regain some composure. Stay rational. We need to approach this scientifically, his superior said through the earpiece. The middle-aged man cursed inwardly. Rational? Are you kidding me? This is a real supernatural being. And a murderer, no less. If he decides to kill me, where would I go to cry? At this moment, he only hoped his voice hadn't been too loud earlier. Seeing the middle-aged man silent, the blood glint in Chen Ye's eyes flashed again. Didn't you have questions? Why aren't you asking them? The middle-aged man, sweating profusely, stammered. What should I ask? Chen Yi pointed to the Shadow Legion behind him. For instance, how many of these shadows do you think I can summon? How many? The middle-aged man asked nervously. Chen Yi smiled. Not many, just a battalion. Before he finished speaking, a shadow soldier suddenly moved, as fast as lightning, and grabbed the middle-aged man's neck. At the same time, more shadows surrounded the entire bureau, instantly subduing all the guards. This is way more than a battalion. The middle-aged man's voice trembled. Chen Yi ignored his reaction and casually crossed his legs. Relax, let's tell a story. A story about Emperor Qin Shi Huang's quest for the elixir of immortality. In 221 BCE, Emperor Qin Shi Huang, Zheng, gathered all the weapons of the realm in Xianyang and melted them down to create 12 bronze figures, each weighing 1,000 stones, which he placed in his palace. This piece of history marks the beginning of the story Chen Yi is about to tell. In the interrogation room, Chen Yi spoke confidently to the middle-aged man before him. The man looked puzzled at first. When did Qin Shi Huang ever cast 12 bronze figures? He wondered if the history of this world differed from what he knew. Just as he hesitated on how to respond, a sudden message came through his earpiece, leaving him momentarily speechless. 3 days ago, an expedition indeed discovered 12 bronze figures in the emperor's mausoleum. The middle-aged man said with difficulty, his eyes filled with confusion. But you mentioned golden figures, didn't you? Chen Yi squinted, inwardly amused at whether these people were giving him an out. However, the man's reaction didn't seem feigned. Chen Yi thought that if the man hadn't answered quickly, he might have already lost his head. This damned survival instinct. In the time of Emperor Qin, gold referred to brass, Chen Yi explained, then shifted the topic. But do you know what the most valuable thing in the emperor's mausoleum is? The middle-aged man thought for a moment. Is it the terracotta warriors? Chen Yi chuckled. Wrong. It's the 12 masks on the faces of those bronze figures. Seeing the man's confusion, Chen Yi continued, you might wonder how I knew there would be 12 bronze figures. The answer is simple. The mausoleum has already been looted, and the 12 most valuable masks have been taken. The ability to command the Shadow Army comes from these 12 masks. Just as Chen Yi finished speaking, the elder who had previously arrested him entered the interrogation room. I'll take it from here, the elder said to the middle-aged man. You can leave. 2 shadow soldiers silently stepped aside, and the middle-aged man left as well. The elder sat down and introduced himself. My name is Cheng Haixing. Can you guarantee that everything you just said is true? Chen Yi smiled. The truth depends on whether you believe it. My power comes from the 12 masks. Anyone who wears one can have the same abilities as me. Cheng Haixing quickly asked. Just like the mask you're wearing? Exactly, Chen Yi confirmed. He gestured for a shadow soldier to bring a cup of coffee. Realizing the shadow soldier couldn't drink, as it wasn't his true form, he handed the coffee to Cheng Haixing. Chen Yi began his tale. Qin Shi Huang considered himself unparalleled, believing his achievements surpassed those of the 5 emperors and 3 sovereigns. He declared himself the first emperor, with no one in the world daring to oppose him. During his reign, he unified the 6 states and sought immortality, desiring to be an eternal monarch. Thus, he summoned skilled alchemists from across the land to create an elixir of immortality. Among them was a great sorcerer named Su Fu. He continued, explaining that Qin Shi Huang sent Su Fu overseas to find the mythical Penglai Island and seek the elixir of immortality from the immortals. Fearing he might not live to see Su Fu's return, he ordered Su Fu to cast 13 masks, placing his soul in one in the souls of 3 generations of fierce generals in the other 12. He also commanded the construction of his mausoleum, creating 12 bronze figures and countless stone warriors, infusing their souls into the terracotta soldiers to serve him in the afterlife. Qin Shi Huang, if he couldn't live forever as a human emperor, intended to be an emperor of ghosts after death, Chen Yi said. He explained further that although Su Fu didn't find the Penglai Island or the elixir of immortality, he managed to create the 13 masks with his great sorcery just before the fall of the Qin dynasty. The 12 general masks were sealed inside the mausoleum, hanging on the 12 bronze figures, while the whereabouts of Qin Shi Huang's mask remained a mystery. Zheng once said, as a human emperor in life, I will be a heroic ghost in death. Even if my soul enters the underworld, 1,000,000 shadow soldiers will still obey my command. Chen Yi continued, 100 years later, a celestial master predicted that when the mask of the first emperor resurfaced, the 12 ghost generals would find their king and help him rise again in the underworld. If all 13 masks were gathered in one place, the entire world would be shrouded in ultimate darkness. Cheng Haixing fell into deep thought after hearing Chen Ye's story. This world lacked detailed historical records, with much of history pieced together by modern scholars. Chen Yi had exploited this gap in knowledge. In reality, Chen Ye's goal was simple because it was fun. Since these people had invited him for tea, he decided to have some fun. He planned to create 12 masks in reality and distribute them randomly, staging a real-life version of Jackie Chan Adventures. Whether these people could handle it was not his concern. Chen Yi planned to build a small island in the Pacific Ocean, using illusions to keep others from finding it. This way, he could disappear from this world completely, only reappearing when he chose to. After hearing Qian Ye's story, everyone present fell into deep thought. They weren't doubting the story's authenticity, but were intrigued by one name mentioned: Su Fu. In this world, Su Fu has left only a faint trace in history. The history of the Qin dynasty is obscure to most people, let alone the name Su Fu. However, the department where Chang Haixing works is different. They have conducted in-depth investigations into the history of the Qin dynasty to uncover the true existence of ancient mystics. This department, known as Bureau Zero, specializes in tracking down ancient legends and solving modern supernatural mysteries. They have studied stories like Li Chunfeng predicting the fate of the Tang dynasty for Emperor Taizong, only to end up foreseeing 5,000 years of Chinese history, which was ultimately halted by Yuan Tiangang through the Tuebei Tuesday. Such mysterious events are numerous and are their main research focus. With the excavation of Emperor Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum, Bureau Zero shifted its focus to the Qin dynasty, especially to the figure of Su Fu. However, historical records about Su Fu are scant. Just as they were at an impasse, a shadowy figure appeared, seeming to know Su Fu's secrets. Chang Haixing and his colleagues couldn't help but wonder, who is this mysterious person? How does he know these obscure historical facts? Are these stories real? Moments ago, experts began verifying the historical anecdotes mentioned by Chen Yi. To their astonishment, they reached a shocking conclusion. Chen Ye's accounts were true. These stories perfectly filled the gaps in their historical knowledge. For instance, why did Emperor Qin Shi Huang place so much importance on occultists? This age-old mystery was answered in Chen Ye's narrative. The reason Qin Shi Huang called himself the first emperor also became clear when Chen Yi mentioned that he believed his achievements surpassed those of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. The blend of truth and fiction in Chen Ye's story made it difficult for them to discern. After intense discussion, they finally reached a consensus. Chang Haixing took a deep breath and, representing the team, asked, "Who exactly are you?" In response to the question, Chen Yi merely chuckled and said, "Just a man." Chang Haixing's eyes narrowed, clearly not believing the answer. He decided to set aside the question for the moment and instead asked, "Since your abilities come from the mask, how did you acquire it? Did someone give it to you while you were out shopping for groceries and happen to tell you some history along the way?" Chen Yi hesitated for a moment, seemingly finding the explanation amusing, and surprisingly nodded in agreement. Chang Haixing couldn't help but scold, agreeing, "My ass." He took a deep breath and continued, "With your abilities, we indeed can't detain you, nor do anything to you. But if you think you can single-handedly go up against an entire nation, you're sorely mistaken. If you truly are human, you must have family and friends, right? Consider this a threat." Chen Yi laughed and retorted, "But what if I don't care? Even if I do have family, can you find any information about me?" Chang Haixing stared at Chen Yi for about 30 seconds, trying to find a flaw in his eyes, but to no avail. Indeed, as Chen Yi said, they knew nothing about his identity and were merely bluffing. Chang Haixing sighed and said, "All right, in that case, I have nothing more to say. Let's talk about your deal. What do you want us to do for you?" After a moment of thought, Chen Yi replied, "It's simple. There are 11 other mask bearers on this continent, each with their own ambitions. They all want to obtain the mask of Emperor Qin Shi Huang to command the ghost soldiers. I am no different. However, I am willing to stand by your side. I will provide the locations of the other mask bearers. If you can defeat them, the masks will be yours. The condition is that you must help me find the mask of Emperor Qin Shi Huang. That's the only mask I want." After hearing Qian Ye's proposal, Chang Haixing immediately pressed his earpiece and whispered to the team behind the scenes. Moments later, he returned to his seat and said, "All right, we can accept your deal, but we need to amend a few details. First, we need all the information about the masks and Su Fu. Second, you need to stay and assist us in finding the masks. During this period, we will put our full effort into locating Emperor Qin Shi Huang's mask." Chen Yi asked, "What if it can't be found?" Chang Haixing confidently replied, "Unless it's not on this planet, there's nothing we can't find." Chen Yi smiled and said, "Then I'm eager to see your methods. However, no one currently knows the exact location of Emperor Qin Shi Huang's mask. Our only clue is the mythical Penglai Island." Chang Haixing's eyes narrowed at the mention of Penglai Island. He asked, "Penglai Island? Does it really exist in this world?" Chen Yi responded, "Who knows? Maybe it does." After a moment of contemplation, Chang Haixing said, "We will do our utmost to find Emperor Qin Shi Huang's mask. Now, I need to know, how do you plan to locate the other masks?" Chen Yi explained with a smile, "It's simple. The mask bearers can sense and attract each other. Here's some good news. All 12 masks are within the country." Upon hearing this, the personnel behind Chang Haixing immediately began taking notes. After receiving new instructions, Chang Haixing asked, "You mentioned earlier that Emperor Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum had been looted. What exactly happened? Chen Yi stretched his neck and countered. You didn't find Emperor Qin Shi Huang's coffin in the mausoleum, did you? Zhang Haixing confirmed with a nod. Chen Yi explained, indeed, there is no coffin in this mausoleum. Ying Zheng's body is not buried here. It's in another mausoleum, the location of which only Su Fu knows. Su Fu sealed the last mask along with Emperor Qin Shi Huang's body in that mausoleum. The mausoleum you see is merely a facade. The most valuable items there are the 12 ghost general masks. But 20 years ago, someone discovered this mausoleum and took the 12 masks. Zhang Haixing pondered and asked, so, from what perspective are you telling this story? As a participant, you know so much about the theft of the first emperor's tomb. How do you know all this? What's your perspective in telling this story? Qian Ye's lips curled into a mysterious smile, and a glint of cunning flashed in his eyes. Yes, you're absolutely right. He began slowly, his voice deep and magnetic. I am one of the 12 tomb raiders. He paused, letting his gaze sweep over everyone in the room as if recalling those harrowing events. I won't go into too many details, but you should know that out of the original 12 tomb raiders, only a few are left. There was a hint of warning in Qian Ye's tone. As of today, those masks have changed hands countless times. Zhang Haixing nodded slightly, his eyes locking onto Qian Ye's. Fine, we won't hold you accountable for the tomb raiding, he said calmly and firmly. But we need you to provide the location of one of the masks right now. We need to see the other masks to believe your story. Chen Yi grinned, revealing a set of perfectly aligned white teeth. All right, since you're in such a hurry. A cunning glint flashed in his eyes. I don't mind bringing out the mask a bit early. Taking a deep breath as if preparing for something, he said, System, initiate transformation. The scene suddenly shifted to a bustling highway in Donghai City. Jiang Quan was driving a patrol car, his eyes vigilantly scanning the road. Suddenly, his phone rang, breaking the silence inside the car. Hello? Jiang Quan answered, and a crisp female voice immediately came through. Where were you last night? You didn't answer any calls or messages, the woman said, clearly irritated. Jiang Quan paused, quickly recalling the events of the previous night. Wasn't it your mom who said I should visit your grandpa? I left in such a hurry that I forgot my phone. Did you go? My mom waited for you at the hospital all night, the woman said, her tone growing more severe. Jiang Quan realized his mistake. Ah, at the hospital? Where else? The woman retorted. Damn, I was out all night catching someone in the hills, Jiang Quan said with frustration. Turns out that wasn't your grandpa? The woman was silent for a moment before shouting, Get back here immediately. I'm on a mission, we'll talk tonight. Jiang Quan hurriedly ended the call, not giving her a chance to continue her tirade. He gently touched the small peachwood sword at his waist, and then unceremoniously tossed the urn he was holding out the window. Damn it, wasted a whole night, he muttered. Just then, his phone rang again. He picked it up, and a steady male voice came through. Zhengyi, where are you? On patrol, what's up, master? Jiang Quan replied respectfully. Put your current task on hold. There's a new mission for you starting today. Come back to the station, the man instructed. What kind of mission? Jiang Quan asked curiously. It's right up your alley, the man replied succinctly. Night fell in a secluded alley in Donghai City. A young man was cornered by 5 burly men, his face covered in blood and his clothes in disarray. One of the men leaned in menacingly, remember, if you don't pay up in 3 days, we'll take one of your arms next time. After delivering the threat, the 5 men left, leaving the young man leaning against the wall, his eyes filled with despair. These bastards, if only they could just die, the young man muttered, screwed up reality. He struggled to his feet, using the wall for support, and stumbled forward. His eyes were lifeless, and he was contemplating suicide. He didn't dare fight back against those men because they wouldn't kill him. They would just keep tormenting him. Rather than endure endless suffering, he thought it might be better to end it all. Just then, a mask fell from the sky and hit him on the head. Damn it! Even the heavens are against me, the young man fumed, kicking the mask away with all his strength. The next moment, a strange, low voice whispered in his ear. Such anger, young one. Who has provoked you so? Terrified, the young man felt his hair stand on end. Who's there? The voice came again. Are you looking for me, young one? You just cast me aside. The young man realized. The mask? The mask emitted another eerie whisper. Yes, it's me. Why are you so troubled? Is someone bullying you? Are you a person or a ghost? Or is someone playing tricks on me? The young man raged, not wanting to deal with any of it. Are you here to mock me too? Even a thing like you wants to laugh at me. He was about to stomp on the mask, but its next words stopped him. Mock you? Think about why people mock you. Isn't it because you're weak? The strong rule over the weak. That's the way it's always been. The young man's eyes reddened. His voice choked with emotion. What can I do? Ever since I graduated, nothing has gone right. They're all a bunch of idiots. They look down on me, exclude me, and my boss gives me a hard time just because I'm easy to bully. The mask's voice grew low and seductive. Have you ever wondered why they bully you? Do they dare treat their king the same way? The truth is, you're not strong enough. If you don't become a king, others will rise against you. And you'll always be a slave, driven by others. So why not become a king? If you have the ambition, I can help you. A king? The young man's eyes glazed over. You can help me become a king? Of course, the mask replied. But it depends on whether you have the ambition. The young man picked up the mask, his voice trembling. What should I do? What's your name? The mask asked. Wang Chan, he replied. Wang Chan, huh? Not bad. The mask's voice was filled with temptation. Put me on your face. I'll lend you my power and help you become a king. With bloodshot eyes, Wang Chan didn't hesitate to put the mask on his face. Instantly, black mist poured out from the mask, surging into his body. Wang Chan's body began to swell, his bones growing rapidly, and his muscles bulging. Within seconds, he had grown to over 2 meters tall, his muscles ripping through his clothes. Even his hair grew wildly, reaching down to his waist. With his hair disheveled, Wang Chan looked like a madman, but he felt an unprecedented power coursing through his body. This power? He exclaimed. I feel like I can rule everything. Ha ha ha. Finally, it's my turn to make them pay for everything they've done to me. Wang Chan's eyes were blood-red, and his skin turned pale as a corpse, but he didn't care about these changes. Just then, countless shadowy figures emerged from the darkness. Their eyes were also blood-red, and their bodies seemed to be made of black mist, ethereal and ghostly. These figures had a massive cleaver for a right arm, while their left arms were underdeveloped, almost vestigial. What are these? Wang Chan asked, bewildered. The mask's voice answered, the Ghost Shadow Battalion. They are your soldiers and your blades, ready to help you achieve your ambitions. Remember, the secret to commanding them lies in unity and strategy. 3 days later, deep beneath the city of Donghai, the entrance to the headquarters of Investigation Bureau 0 was concealed in shadows. The security measures were as tight as a fortress, with layers of checkpoints designed to block any intruder. Yet, here stood Chen Yi in front of Cheng Haixing, casually holding a book and a walnut, as if this were his private garden. A vein throbbed visibly on Cheng Haixing's forehead as he stared at the items in Chen Ye's hands, disbelief coloring his voice. How did you even get those in here? Chen Yi glanced at Cheng Haixing, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. I've already told you the location of the mask. Instead of searching for it, you come to me? Honestly, there's no place I can't go and no cage that can hold me. Though Chen Yi hadn't left the premises, his formidable Ghost Shadow Legion could move freely outside, procuring items for him. Cheng Haixing was well aware of this, but couldn't stop the various items from materializing in the room, which made the higher-ups increasingly wary. Taking a deep breath, Cheng Haixing got straight to the point. I've sent people to find it. According to you, this mask isn't particularly powerful, ranking in the lower middle among the 12 masks, right? Chen Yi nodded in agreement, then asked, yes, any problems with that? What about your mask? How powerful is it? Cheng Haixing pressed on. Chen Yi chuckled, his tone nonchalant. Lower tier as well, but a mask's strength isn't just about itself. It depends on its user. He suddenly shifted the conversation. But, old Hai, there's something you should know. Once a mask is worn, there are only 2 ways to remove it. One is if the host dies, and the other is if you know the mask's true name and smear dragon essence on your hand to pull it off. Cheng Haixing was taken aback. What's dragon essence? With a malicious grin, Chen Yi uttered 2 chilling words, corpse oil. Cheng Haixing's pupils contracted as he warned. You better not be lying to me. Stretching lazily, Chen Yi replied indifferently, believe it or not, it's your choice. Cheng Haixing took another deep breath and asked, what about the true name of the mask you mentioned? Who does this mask belong to? Chen Yi shook his head, indicating he couldn't help. I can only sense its location, not which mask it is. You'll have to find out its true name yourselves. Or, you could take the straightforward route and just try to kill the host. It's faster, isn't it? Cheng Haixing snorted coldly. Even death row inmates have rights. You should put away such extreme thoughts. Several days later, atop a skyscraper, 5 burly menacing thugs surrounded a trembling man. The leader sneered. 3 months, huh? Remember what we said? This time, we'll chop off one of your fingers. The man pleaded desperately. No, I can get the money soon. Just give me 2 more days. You said the same thing last time. Seems like you haven't learned your lesson. Do it, the leader signaled. No, the man screamed in despair. At that critical moment, a chilling, schlick sound pierced the night. The leader looked down to see a sharp black, curved blade had already penetrated his chest. Wah! Before he could finish, the blade was yanked out, and he collapsed, blood gushing out. The remaining 4 thugs were stunned. seeing shadowy soldiers with blood-red eyes and black mist surrounding them, encircling them. These eerie soldiers had disproportionately small left arms and massive right arms, each wielding a huge curved blade. Suddenly, a towering figure rose from the shadows in front of the thugs. Standing over 2 meters tall, with blood-red eyes and an asymmetrical mask on his face, half a crying white woman's face, half a grinning black demon. Heh, all 5 of you are here. Saves me some time, the masked figure said, the mask moving with his words as if it were part of his face. Counting you 5, that's exactly 50 heads. The thugs collapsed to the ground, screaming in terror. A dead man. What is that thing? The masked man laughed maniacally. 10 days ago, weren't you stepping all over me? Forgotten already? I'm Wang Chan. Haha, karma catches up eventually. It's not that it doesn't come, just that the time hasn't arrived. Now it's your turn to be scared. I've avenged all my wrongs and settled all my scores. Now it's your turn. A bunch of ants, not even worth my effort. Ghost Shadow Legion. Before he finished speaking, the shadow soldiers shot forward like arrows, their massive blades flashing as they swiftly beheaded the 4 thugs. Only one remained, his white shirt drenched in cold sweat, back pressed against the wall, legs trembling uncontrollably. Seeing the gruesome scene before him, he could only hold his breath and lower his head, pretending not to see anything. Wang Chan grinned, a mix of pity and cruelty flashing in his eyes. You're just like I used to be, a pitiful soul. Wang Chan's voice was deep and cold. But pitiful people always have something detestable about them, just like I once did. So you too shall die. Before he finished speaking, a shadow swiftly moved past. With a sickening thud, the man's chest was pierced by a shadow soldier that had appeared from behind, blood gushing out. His eyes showed a mix of terror and confusion before the life drained from them, and he collapsed to the ground. Wang Chan felt a surge of exhilaration wash over him, a fervent smile curling his lips. Is this what it feels like to control everything? To do whatever I want? It's incredible. Just then, footsteps sounded from behind him. Wang Chan's smile grew even wider, anticipating another victim. However, a burst of mocking laughter interrupted his thoughts. In an instant, a young man dressed in a black uniform appeared before him. The young man's eyes were sharp as he surveyed the surroundings, noting the flashing red lights and other buildings, and then made an okay gesture. Nice to meet you, Special Investigator Jiang Quan from Unit 0, the young man said, his voice calm and confident. Wang Chan had no idea that the place they were in had already been surrounded by countless police officers. He sneered, very well, they'll remember your name. Now, you can die. Shadow Army attack. At his command, numerous shadow soldiers surged towards Jiang Quan like a tidal wave. Yet Jiang Quan remained unfazed, effortlessly sidestepping the oncoming assault. Wang Chan's shadow soldiers were uncoordinated and slow, a stark contrast to Chen Ye's tenfold faster shadow soldiers. Jiang Quan was already familiar with the Shadow Army's characteristics. He swiftly moved forward, leaping into the air and delivering 2 powerful kicks. With 2 resounding thuds, 2 shadow soldiers were struck in the head, instantly exploding into wisps of black smoke. Wang Chan was stunned, incredulous. How is this possible? Who are you? Jiang Quan moved nimbly, easily dodging the curved blades attacking from behind and the sides. With his hands in his pockets, he kicked away the shadow soldier in front of him and calmly replied, didn't I just tell you? Since you didn't hear it clearly, I'll introduce myself again. Special Investigator Jiang Quan from Unit 0, part Taoist, part cop. You're Wang Chan, right? Whatever, I'm tired of talking. Arresting you is the right move, Jiang Quan said confidently, his eyes gleaming with certainty. Wang Chan's face twisted in fury at these words. Clenching his fists, he snarled, arrest me? You and what army? As his rage boiled over, his ghost shadow brigade let out a chorus of feral roars and charged at Jiang Quan like a pack of enraged beasts. But Jiang Quan moved like a wisp of smoke, effortlessly weaving through the attacks of the ghost shadow brigade. Every move he made was as fluid as water, like a character in a game with maxed out dodge skills. The brigade's claws slashed through empty air again and again, failing to even graze him. In a flash, Jiang Quan was right in front of Wang Chan, caught off guard. Wang Chan swung a wild punch, but his attack was all brute force and no technique. Jiang Quan easily dodged, then swiftly swept Wang Chan's legs out from under him. Thud. Wang Chan hit the ground hard, his mind blank with disbelief. He stared up at Jiang Quan, confusion and frustration churning in his heart. Why? Why is he so strong? Before Wang Chan could ponder further, Jiang Quan had already pulled out a pair of handcuffs, snapping them onto Wang Chan's wrists with a decisive click. Simultaneously, the cold muzzle of a gun pressed against the back of Wang Chan's head. Jiang Quan reported through his earpiece, target apprehended. It was easier than I expected. In a sudden surge of strength, Wang Chan shattered the handcuffs with a powerful jerk of his arms. You think you can catch me? Not a chance, he roared, throwing another punch. Jiang Quan moved with the agility of a cat, flipping backward to put several meters between them. Wang Chan stood there, bewildered. How is he so nimble? Does he have a mask too? Seeming to read Wang Chan's thoughts, Jiang Quan smirked and shook his head. You're wondering why you can't hit me, right? It's nothing special. Modern Taoists, we know a bit of Lightfoot Kung Fu. We can even do Qigong. Wang Chan's face went blank, his mind racing with the absurdity of the idea. So Taoists actually know martial arts? Just then, a gunshot rang out, breaking the tension. Wang Chan hadn't even registered the sound when a sharp pain tore through his left leg, a spray of blood misting the air. He stumbled to his knees, cursing under his breath. Damn, there's a sniper. Realizing this was a meticulously planned capture, Wang Chan decided to retreat. I have to get out of here, fast. But Jiang Quan wasn't about to let him go. In one swift motion, he yanked Wang Chan from the shadows. Though not as strong as Wang Chan, Jiang Quan's strength was far above average. He moved with precision, dislocating Wang Chan's arms with a sharp crack and a scream of agony. Despair washed over Wang Chan. Was his rise to power going to end here? Just as he was about to lose all hope, the voice of the mask echoed in his mind. Heh, seems like you ignored my advice. Unite, combine. The words were like a beacon of hope in the darkness. Clinging to his last shred of determination, Wang Chan shouted, Unite and combine Ghost Shadow Brigade, merge. At his command, the Ghost Shadow Brigade converged, drawn together by an unseen force. With a thunderous roar, they fused into a colossal entity atop the building. The monster stood over 20 meters tall, its massive frame armed with razor-sharp blades on its arms. Its lower half had transformed into a segmented, centipede-like body that coiled around the building. From its sides, countless blades jutted out, anchoring it to the structure. Jiang Quan stared in disbelief. Seriously? That's what unite and combine means? At that moment, an urgent command came through Jiang Quan's earpiece. Jiang Quan, abort the mission immediately. We're switching to Plan B. Plan B. Jiang Quan's heart sank. This meant they intended to eliminate Wang Chan directly. If they failed, finding him again would be nearly impossible. No, I want to try one more time. Jiang Quan insisted. The command center was frantic. Jiang Quan, obey orders and leave now. This is not a negotiation. We don't know the mask's real name. Plan A is no longer viable. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Quan shut off his earpiece. He pulled a small bottle of oily liquid from his left pocket. Taking a deep breath, he coated his hands with the liquid and marched toward Wang Chan. Think of it this way, no. This stuff is disgusting no matter how you look at it. Jiang Quan muttered to himself, a determined glint in his eye. All right, whatever, let's take a gamble. Jiang Quan sped towards the building at full throttle. Seeing this, Wang Chan roared, don't let him get here. Kill him. No sooner had he spoken than the building beneath him began to shake violently. Jiang Quan knew full well that the residents of this building and the surrounding area had already been evacuated, so there was no need for concern. With a leap, he saw the massive shadow soldiers climbing the building's surface like spiders, brandishing their blades at him. The huge blades whistled through the air, their wide arcs terrifying. Jiang Quan dodged with all his might, then recklessly charged towards Wang Chan. Wang Chan screamed again in madness, kill him, you useless fools. The shadow soldiers, preoccupied with protecting Wang Chan from the snipers behind, were somewhat restricted. Yet, when they no longer focused on shielding Wang Chan, their destructive power soared. The enormous shadow soldier lunged forward, its giant blade sweeping across the rooftop. Facing the incoming lethal strike, Jiang Quan did not retreat. Instead, he slid forward. The blade was so sharp that even a glancing blow could slice off a large chunk of flesh. Jiang Quan steeled himself and decided to take a gamble. In an instant, his left arm erupted in a mist of blood as he used it to block the blade. The blade sliced through, stripping away a layer of flesh. The excruciating pain made Jiang Quan gasp, but he had successfully closed in on Wang Chan. Wang Chan, now terrified out of his wits, kept shouting, "Get me out of here! Hurry, get me out of here!" Without his limbs, he could no longer move freely through the shadows and had to rely on the soldiers to escape. Suddenly, another rumble echoed from the rooftop as the centipede-like shadow soldier attacked again. This time, Jiang Quan did not evade. Despite the agony in his left arm, he charged at Wang Chan, shouting, "I'm not good at history, but I know 3 strategists who mastered the art of alliances. And from the Qin dynasty, there's only one general I know. If I'm wrong, I'll definitely study history in my next life. Ye Qiu." Before he finished speaking, Jiang Quan grabbed Wang Chan's mask with both hands and pulled with all his might. With a ripping sound, the mask came off, taking strips of skin with it. Wang Chan's face was flayed. Just as the centipede-like shadow soldier was about to strike, It suddenly turned to ash and dissipated as Wang Chan's mask was removed. Wang Chan's body quickly shriveled. Jiang Quan clutched the mask tightly as he collapsed to the ground, exhausted. He struggled to activate his communicator with his right hand and weakly said, "Master, I did it." A worried voice immediately came through the communicator. "Do you have any idea how dangerous that was? You're my only apprentice." Jiang Quan gave a faint, exhausted smile and softly replied, "I know, master. You can scold me when I get back." The next morning, sunlight bathed the city's skyscrapers. Chen Yi sat alone atop one of the towering buildings, gazing down at the bustling metropolis. His eyes fell on his phone screen, skimming through the experts' frantic online defenses. A cold smile tugged at his lips. Quick moves, indeed. Seems I underestimated them. His thoughts drifted back to the battle last night. The ghostly army summoned by Ye Qiu's mask appeared weak individually, but was the most formidable shadow force when united. He sighed softly, too bad. If only they served a wise leader. Shaking his head, Chen Yi turned his attention to the tablet in his hands. Anyway, let's get this data into the game first. He tapped the screen rapidly. Perfect. The boss for the 6th floor of the Tower of Seals will be the Ghost General. Meanwhile, deep in an underground secret base, Chang Haixing carefully sealed Ye Qiu's mask in the second room of the lowest level. A label on the door read, T002, indicating Special Class 002. Jiang Quan stood nearby, his left arm bandaged, a puzzled look on his face. "Master, why is it Special Class 002 and not 001? Chang Haixing turned, his gaze sharp. "Because 001 is reserved for that guy upstairs. Sooner or later, I'll find an excuse to lock him up." Jiang Quan frowned slightly. "Master, he's a living person, not a containment object." Chang Haixing snorted. "He's a living containment object." Then, his tone turned stern. "And you? Why didn't you follow orders yesterday? Do you know you're my only apprentice?" Jiang Quan lowered his head, speaking softly, "Master, I just wanted to take a chance." Chang Haixing's fury erupted, his voice rising. "Take a chance? You're my only apprentice. Do you want me, an old man, to bury my only pupil? You were lucky this time, but what if you were wrong?" Jiang Quan forced a smile. "Then I'd be dead. After all, you can always take another apprentice." Smack! Before he could finish, Chang Haixing had drawn his belt and lashed it across Jiang Quan's thigh. Jiang Quan winced in pain, pleading, "Please, master. I know I was wrong. Go easy on me." Chang Haixing huffed. "I hope you remember this." Then, his tone softened slightly. "But how did you figure out that mask belonged to Ye Qiu?" Jiang Quan chuckled. "Because among the strategists of the Qin dynasty, I only know him and Giguzi." Chang Haixing shook his head in exasperation. "Fine, I'll let it slide this time. You're staying in the office to recover. No more field missions for you." Jiang Quan raised an eyebrow. "Master, are you going out yourself?" Chang Haixing gave him a glance. "None of your business. Just heal up and keep an eye on that guy upstairs when I'm not around." Jiang Quan shrugged. "All right, I wish you success, master." Moments later, Jiang Quan arrived at the confinement room. He pushed open the heavy iron door and sat on Chen Ye's bed. "What's special about the second mask? Why did you sound so strange when you mentioned it? Did you already know who it belonged to?" Chen Yi smiled playfully. "Nothing much. Just a feeling that someone might die." "What a pity." Jiang Quan's anger flared at those words. He grabbed Chen Ye's collar, demanding, "What do you mean by that?" Chen Yi looked at him calmly. Suddenly, countless ghostly soldiers materialized, pinning Jiang Quan against the wall in an instant. Bang! Jiang Quan hit the wall hard. Chen Yi spoke coldly, "Ignorance and weakness are never the barriers to survival, but arrogance is. And you should learn some respect first. Don't be so clever, kid." Jiang Quan gritted his teeth, his anger boiling. This guy definitely knows something, but he won't say a word. Damn it. Meanwhile, in the top-floor office of a renowned company in Qing City, a cold-faced, middle-aged man stared at a mask on the table. The mask was ghastly, with sharp, protruding fangs and eerie red patterns winding like veins. Its black surface seemed to absorb all light. At the center of its forehead was a striking character, Wu. Even just sitting there, the mask exuded a suffocating aura, like facing death itself. The man withdrew his gaze and looked at the news broadcast on TV, a building riddled with holes overnight. He asked softly, "Is that your companion?" The mask remained silent. Seeing this, the man slowly picked up the mask. "My name is Yang Jin. How should I address you, General?" The mask remained unresponsive. Yang Jin smiled slightly. "Does this Wu character signify something?" The mask stayed silent. Just as Yang Jin was about to put the mask down, the office door was suddenly thrown open. A group of heavily armed men in black stormed in, their weapons aimed at Yang Jin. "Freeze, police." The leader was a stern-faced, elderly man in black. Yang Jin's movement halted midair, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. They came too fast. Yang Jin sighed deeply and without hesitation placed the mask over his face. In an instant, his eyes turned blood red, as if possessed by some malevolent force. Chang Haixing reacted swiftly, pulling the trigger at the moment Yang Jin moved. Bang! The bullet whizzed out, hitting Yang Jin's wrist with precision, but it was too late. As the mask adhered to Yang Jin's face, his body began to undergo dramatic changes. Muscles swelled, bones stretched, and within moments, his height surged to an astonishing 2.4 meters. The bullet, which should have pierced his wrist, was deflected with a metallic clang. Despite this, a deep dent was left on Yang Jin's wrist. Chang Haixing watched in horror, his throat tightening to the point of near suffocation. Bronze skin, iron bones? The thought flashed through his mind, but he had no time to ponder it. Yang Jin twisted his neck sharply, his joints emitting a chilling crack. Suddenly, a layer of eerie black mist enveloped his entire body. The mist quickly solidified into a formidable suit of armor, and a massive black cape formed behind him. At this moment, Yang Jin resembled an ancient general, his long hair flowing, exuding an overwhelming presence. With a mere step, he suddenly appeared behind Chang Haixing and his team, demonstrating incredible speed. This feeling, Yang Jin murmured to himself, it's as if I've returned to my youth. This is the sensation of rebirth. Chang Haixing snapped back to reality and immediately launched a fierce roundhouse kick aimed at Yang Jin's legs. Thud! The dull sound of impact echoed, but Yang Jin remained unmoved, his legs seemingly fused with the ground. Chang Haixing's pupils contracted in disbelief as he muttered, "How is this possible?" Yang Jin gave him no time to think, his hand darting out like lightning to grasp Chang Haixing's throat, lifting him effortlessly. This speed was far beyond what Wang Chan could achieve. The other officers opened fire, but their bullets bounced off Yang Jin like pebbles against a boulder, utterly ineffective. Chang Haixing's face turned red as he struggled to lift his head, trying to get a clear look at the mask on Yang Jin's face. He barely made out the character Wu and his mind raced through the names of generals associated with it. Wu and Jun, he thought, startled. But there were 4 Wu and Jun in the Qin dynasty. Bai Qi, Li Mu, Xiang Yin, Su Qin. Which one is it? Gritting his teeth, Chang Haixing tried to reach for the corpse oil in his pocket, but the pain of suffocation made even breathing difficult, let alone any other movement. Captain Chang, protect Mr. Hai. The other officers, seeing Chang Haixing in grave danger, charged at Yang Jin without hesitation. Seeing his comrades' actions, Chang Haixing's eyes reddened with emotion. They're marching to their deaths, he mentally screamed. Get back! Boom! With a tremendous explosion, a powerful surge of energy erupted from Chang Haixing's body, forcing Yang Jin to retreat. Finally free, Chang Haixing panted heavily, his voice hoarse as he commanded, retreat. Immediately. Leave this place. This thing is beyond your capacity to handle. Yang Jin watched coldly, his tone filled with disdain. Just arrived and already want to leave? This place is not somewhere you can come and go as you please. No one is leaving here today. His voice was low and menacing. Ghost Shadow Legion. With Yang Jin's summoning, an even more formidable force seemed on the verge of descending, the air thick with an oppressive, suffocating aura. In the tense atmosphere of the Investigation Bureau No. 0 in Donghai City, Special Investigator Jiang Quan, wrapped in bandages, focused intently on the real-time battle footage from the front lines. His brows furrowed as he silently marveled at the power of the current mask host, far surpassing the previous one. Jiang Quan suddenly stood up, determined. I have to go and support my mentor, he declared. Just then, a middle-aged man hurried over and stopped him. No way. The man's tone was firm. Your injuries haven't healed yet. Even if we need support, it won't be you. Jiang Quan argued anxiously, but the middle-aged man cut him off, raising his voice. Special Investigator Jiang Quan, listen to me. I order you to stay here. Jiang Quan clenched his teeth, struggling internally before muttering, I can't comply. As the two were at an impasse, a visibly distressed woman ran over, panting. Director, our security system has been breached. All surveillance has been hacked. The director's face turned pale with disbelief. Impossible. The red domain system is military grade. How could it be breached so easily? It's true, Director, the woman reiterated urgently. At that moment, Jiang Quan remembered something and interrupted their conversation. What about the guy downstairs? Where is he now? Without waiting for an answer, Jiang Quan pushed open the command room door and rushed to the elevator, heading straight for the lower-level confinement room. As the elevator doors opened, Jiang Quan burst into the confinement room, only to freeze at the sight before him. Chen Ye's true form emerged slowly from the shadows, wearing a mysterious mask. In his hand was a pitch-black spear, already impaled into the chest of a lifelike dummy. The dummy, with flesh and blood, had the same skin tone as the shadow soldiers and wore the mask of one of those soldiers. Chun Yi spoke coldly. Traitors deserve death. He pulled the mask off the dummy's face. This thing is just an ordinary mask. He turned to the stunned Jiang Quan, his voice carrying a warning. Stop now. If you continue to meddle in the mask affairs, this will be the fate of all of you. Before Jiang Quan could react, Chun Yi's figure blended into the shadows and vanished instantly. Jiang Quan finally snapped out of it, but it was too late. The dummy pinned to the wall showed no signs of life, blood slowly dripping down the wall and pooling into a stark red puddle at his feet. Damn it, still too late. Jiang Quan punched the wall in frustration. Another new mask host? At noon, under the watchful eyes of everyone, Cheng Haixing crawled back, covered in blood. This mission had ended in complete failure. With him as the sole survivor, even the sniper hadn't made it. The grim scene and the fact that Cheng Haixing led the team cast a shadow over everyone's hearts. Ignoring his injuries, Cheng Haixing immediately ordered, "Everyone, gather now." Someone voiced their concern, "But Hai Lao, your injury? Not important." Cheng Haixing interrupted. "Listen up, this time is different from the last. Our opponent this time is the Butcher." Jiang Quan froze at the mention of the name. The Butcher? Could it be Bai Qi's mask? Everyone gasped. Regardless of their historical knowledge, nearly everyone had heard of the infamous killer. Cheng Haixing abruptly turned to the middle-aged man beside him. "Where's that guy? The shadow?" Just as the man was about to speak, Jiang Quan interjected. "Master, shortly after you left, the Bureau's security system was hacked. I rushed to the confinement room immediately, but I was too late. An unknown mask host infiltrated the Bureau and killed the shadow." At that moment, a man in a suit approached. "The forensic report is out." Jiang Quan, puzzled, asked, "Why did you call the forensic team?" "I said to wait for Master to come back before making any decisions." The suited man glanced at Jiang Quan and explained, "During the time of the shadow's death, the surveillance captured nothing. You were the only witness. Despite being a special investigator, we can't solely rely on your account." Jiang Quan, angered, retorted, "So, what did the autopsy reveal?" The suited man opened the report and revealed a shocking result. The shadow's cause of death was dissection. What? Everyone, including Jiang Quan, was stunned and struggled to comprehend the result. The suited man continued, his voice tinged with embarrassment. "In fact, the man you brought in wasn't dead. He was in a state of suspended animation, but we failed to notice it immediately. This was our oversight." Everyone exchanged bewildered glances, as if struck by a bolt from the blue. The suited man stammered, unsure of what to do next. The entire investigation bureau fell into an eerie silence. Cheng Haixing was burning with anger, his fists clenched tightly. How could that mysterious guy die so easily? Why did they make decisions without waiting for him? The secrets he harbored were still undiscovered, and now that he was dead, how were they supposed to find the remaining masks? Jiang Quan sensed his master's fury and said gravely, "Master, it's too late to discuss this now. We should focus on dealing with our current enemy. The person who killed Shadow can also move through shadows, clearly another mask bearer. Moreover, someone who can silently hack into our security system and kill must be backed by a powerful organization." Cheng Haixing furrowed his brows and gritted his teeth. At this critical moment, damn it, he took a deep breath and continued, "Hai Lao, with Shadow dead, we can't determine the location of the masks. Unless, what are you trying to say?" Jiang Quan interrupted firmly. "Have you forgotten the Zero Investigation Bureau's founding purpose? To eliminate any threats to China in their infancy. So what if Shadow is dead? We'll find the masks ourselves. Even if our opponent is a god, we'll capture them. What should we do with Shadow's body?" Cheng Haixing asked. "Put it in cold storage," Jiang Quan replied succinctly. Cheng Haixing nodded and then scanned the surroundings. Suddenly, he spotted a pair of glasses in the corner. It was a sleek, black VR headset. What's this?" Cheng Haixing asked in confusion. "Oh, we found this in Shadow's room. It seems to be a login device for the Land of Seals," Jiang Quan explained. "I read online that this device is extremely expensive, fetching millions on the black market, and it's still hard to come by." Cheng Haixing pondered, murmuring to himself, "Land of Seals, game, masks, is there a connection?" A day later, a massive island suddenly appeared over the Pacific Ocean, drawing attention from various factions. However, just a few days later, the gigantic island vanished. Nations sent ships to search, but to no avail. Soon, they made a shocking discovery. Sonar could detect the island's presence, but the island kept moving, incredibly fast. "An island moving faster than a Dongfeng 17 missile?" someone exclaimed. Even more astonishing, some ships collided with the island and found it to be transparent. What? A transparent island? Could it be the legendary Penglai Island? The news spread quickly within countries. sparking a wave of interest in immortality. People speculated that if Penglai Island existed, immortals must too. In Donghai City, Chang Haixing also received this information. Jiang Quan mused, "Hai Lao, have you noticed something strange about this past month? First, that mysterious game with no traceable manufacturer appeared, then the 12 masks, and now Penglai Island. It's as if everything was scheduled to happen this month." Chang Haixing frowned and asked, "What's the name of that game again?" "Land of Seals," Jiang Quan replied. "Recorded in file A058, noted as a possible unknown alien civilization game." He continued, "Hai Lao, honestly, we've never encountered any supernatural events before. It was always man-made. But since that game appeared, we've been facing one supernatural event after another. First the 12 masks, now Penglai Island. I think there's a connection between these three." Chang Haixing lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. The series of troubles gave him a headache. He asked, "Any leads on Bai Qi's mask?" "Not yet," Jiang Quan answered. "The other side is very good at hiding their tracks. All right, I get it." Chang Haixing interrupted, exhaling a plume of smoke. At that moment, he truly felt powerless. Jiang Quan suggested, "Hai Lao, I think you should take a few days off. Your mental state is deteriorating. You need some rest. Maybe you could check out that game." Chang Haixing raised an eyebrow. "You mean Land of Seals?" "Exactly," Jiang Quan nodded. "If there's a connection between these incidents, perhaps you'll find something in the game. Don't worry, we'll keep an eye on things outside, and I'll notify you immediately if we locate Bai Qi's mask bearer." Chang Haixing pondered for a long time, his gaze falling on the black glasses on the table. Finally, he said softly, "All right then." Meanwhile, on an invisible island in the Atlantic, Chen Yi, who was fishing by the sea, suddenly opened his eyes, a smile tugging at his lips. Well, the fish has taken the bait." After wandering around for a few days, Chen Ye's index skyrocketed once again, enough to build a small island. Now, he's contemplating his exit from the stage. As someone who operates behind the scenes while appearing in the spotlight, Chen Yi devised a bold plan: fake his own death and make a clean exit. Using the system, he meticulously created a doppelganger identical to himself. Then, donning a simple mask, he personally stabbed the fake at the entrance of the investigation bureau. The act was flawlessly executed, leaving the rest to the imagination of others. Chen Yi believed that this method of exit would ensure his disappearance for the next decade. Chen Ye's island was actually a mobile fortress. This fortress not only had stealth capabilities, but also housed an abyssal generator underneath, converting seawater into electricity. The interior was lavishly decorated, equipped with all kinds of facilities and electronic devices, making it a luxurious mobile city. However, the commotion caused by the creation of the island drew attention, leading to a group of people scouring the entire sea to find him. Chen Yi had to take action. He easily destroyed several warships, only to find that dozens more were dispatched in their place. Unwilling to continue this cat and mouse game, Chen Yi decisively moved the fortress overnight from the Pacific Ocean to the Atlantic Ocean. To give players more preparation time, Chen Yi directly modified the game rules, adjusting the time flow ratio between the game and the real world to 1:10. This meant that 1 day in reality equated to 10 days in the game, and 10 years in reality equaled 100 years in the game. This way, players had ample time to conquer the Seal Tower. Even though the in-game time flow was accelerated tenfold, Chen Ye's index earnings were still calculated based on real time. Considering the current index was insufficient, he decided to open 1,000 new devices first. Subsequently, the 0.4 version update announcement for the Seal Land was released. The announcement included an additional 1,000 beta testing slots, the in-game time flow accelerated tenfold with synchronized thinking speed, and a new expansion pack under development, expected to launch the first major free expansion within the year. Fang Zhe, upon seeing the update announcement, was astonished by the breakthrough in time technology. He calculated that if someone played from childhood until the age of 80, their actual age would be 800 years. If this technology could be applied to reality, it would revolutionize human society. However, as a veteran player, Fang Zhe quickly accepted this outrageous setting. He smiled calmly, and then summoned all guild members to gather. Upon entering the game, Fang Zhe did not notice any significant changes. It wasn't until he logged out after 10 minutes of gameplay that he was surprised to find that only 1 minute had passed in the real world. He explained the impact of this technology to his guild members, who were all thrilled because it meant they had more time for gaming and learning. Yet, Ye Qiu looked serious. He realized that history had changed, possibly due to the butterfly effect he had caused. While this was beneficial to humanity as a whole, it posed a challenge for him personally. The change in time flow would alter the timing of many events he remembered, rendering his previously recorded event timelines inaccurate. Ye Qiu recalled that in his previous life, the first expansion pack was released in the 7th month after the game's launch, coinciding with the day players conquered the first level. He feared that this time, the expansion pack might be released earlier, meaning he would need to adjust his plans accordingly. In recent days, the number of teams entering the Tower of Seals has skyrocketed. The area in front of the tower is bustling with people, growing from a few hundred to thousands, and even the usually tranquil life-skill players have joined the rush. Some handle the monsters with ease, while others scramble in panic, creating a scene of utter chaos. The source of all this commotion traces back to a post by Feng Zhe. After Feng Zhe and Ye Qiu solved the first layer's puzzle, they began an unrelenting exploration. During this process, they confirmed many of their previous theories. The snake puzzle was solved. It was hidden on the ground, formed by lines on the Earth's veins. It could only be seen in broad daylight and would vanish at night. This matched the puzzle's description of obscured in chaos and lying in the Earth's veins. As for the wolf, it turned out to be the easiest to find once the correct approach was taken. The trickster owl's mystery was also unraveled by Ye Qiu with a single insightful remark. However, even after solving the 3 puzzles, the barrier in the core area remained unyielding. Despite their day and night efforts, they were left clueless. Ultimately, it was Ye Qiu who suggested consulting the dwarf Hobbit. When they recounted their puzzle-solving process to Hobbit, the dwarf was initially shocked by their rapid progress. But soon, a look of suspicion crossed his face. "How did you see the snake and the wolf?" he asked, as he believed the puzzle to be unsolvable. After a moment of contemplation, the dwarf suddenly realized something and mockingly said, "You think you've solved the puzzle, but you haven't even found the first key." These words were like a cold shower for everyone. What did he mean by not finding the first key? Was there a key hidden within the puzzle, perhaps in some terrain or mineral? Ye Qiu immediately suggested turning the first layer upside down, but Feng Zhe shook his head in disagreement. The first layer was vast. Even a year of exploration might not be enough to cover it entirely. Yet, they had no clear direction to resolve the puzzle either. In this deadlock, Feng Zhe had a sudden inspiration and proposed a bold idea, posting for help on the forum. He detailed the dwarf's puzzle and his own decryption process, ending with a special note. According to the dwarf, this puzzle hides a massive treasure, waiting for the first solver to discover it. This statement was like a bombshell, instantly igniting the entire game forum. Players dropped their ongoing tasks and flocked to the Tower of Seals, eager to turn the first layer upside down in search of the possible treasure. In reality, there was no treasure at all. Feng Zhe had fabricated this lie to mobilize all the players to search for the key together, thinking it would be far more efficient than their small team's slow exploration. Unbeknownst to Feng Zhe, Ye Qiu was already as anxious as a cat on a hot tin roof, because there indeed was a treasure hidden beneath the puzzle. But he couldn't reveal this and could only secretly vow to find the 3 key items before anyone else. At this moment, they were deeply exploring a mine. With their upgraded equipment from the armory, their combat power had significantly improved. They could now easily handle high-level monsters and slice through mid-level ones like butter. This was the 4th mine they were exploring. In the game, each mine had vast underground tunnels capable of accommodating tens of thousands of diggers. The deepest mines extended over 20 layers down, resembling bottomless pits. Notably, every night at midnight, the mines in the game would refresh, as if coming back to life, awaiting the brave adventurers for another round of exploration. The players were transported to the outskirts of the mine, and the sight before them left them in awe. The rocks and minerals that had just been excavated miraculously regenerated, as if they had never been touched. However, the positions of the ores had become unpredictable, adding a new layer of challenge to mining. Feng Zhe and his companions realized that speed was now the key to successfully conquering the mine. They had to race against time. Otherwise, they would be mercilessly teleported out. Fortunately, the monsters within the mine did not respawn, which gave them some relief. As time passed, some players successfully took control of several mines, turning them into communal mining zones. However, a tricky problem soon emerged: the lack of pickaxes. The demands of the Hobbit blacksmiths left many players in a dilemma. To forge a pickaxe, they first needed to provide ores, and only then could they pay. This chicken and egg problem discouraged many aspiring miners. At this moment, a clever player found a breakthrough. He boldly handed over the iron swords that Feng Zhe and his team had found in the armory to the hobbits for smelting, successfully forging 2 iron pickaxes. This move was like a bolt of lightning, instantly sparking inspiration among other players. Soon, players began to follow suit, sending their expensive metal weapons and armor for smelting. Some players smelled an opportunity and started selling the Hobbit-forged iron pickaxes, making a considerable profit in copper coins. However, the high price of iron pickaxes was not something every player could afford. Against this backdrop, 2 factions of miners quietly emerged. The first group was bold and innovative, directly melting copper coins to forge copper pickaxes. They cleverly calculated that the price of 1 iron pickaxe was equivalent to 1 to 2,000 copper coins, which, when melted, yielded over 150 pounds of copper ingots, enough to forge a significant number of copper pickaxes. This turning money into tools strategy quickly became mainstream. The other group chose a more steady and methodical approach. They continuously mined and sold ores at low prices, earning their income through hard labor. These two distinct strategies each found their own market, almost monopolizing the current version's mainstream gameplay. Chun-Yi couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. He had to admit, the player's creativity was always surprising. He recalled his original design for the mines. At the deepest part of each mine, he had placed the corpses of dwarf miners with pickaxes. However, not a single player had been meticulous enough to discover this clue. This made Chun-Yi sigh. As long as the mine doesn't falter, there are always more solutions than difficulties. The player's actions had completely deviated from his intended script. Was this the true reaction of real players? Seeing the players burning through copper coins so freely, Chun-Yi had an idea. Since they were so wealthy, it seemed reasonable to reduce the number of copper coins dropped by monsters, right? He decided to directly have the copper coin drop rate to balance the game's economy. With Ye Qiu, a reborn individual, and the wealthy yet naive Shigua on their side, Feng Zhe and his team's growth rate was astonishing. Chun-Yi frowned in thought. It was time to take some action against them. In his mind, he quickly weighed various options. Should he summon a few monsters to kill them a couple of times? No, that would only temporarily hold back Shigua. Enhancing the monsters? That wouldn't work either, as it would affect all players. He needed a solution that specifically targeted this small team. Suddenly, an idea struck him. You have to encircle the entire territory, Chun-Yi muttered, or else others can occupy the inner plots. A cold smile formed at the corner of his mouth. You think you can exploit my loophole by encircling just one edge? Now, your copper coins will finally have a place to go. But that wasn't enough. Chun-Yi continued to ponder and decided to reduce the copper coin rewards from monsters and increase the value of copper coins to slow down inflation. However, these measures would only solve short-term issues. To establish a long-term stable currency system, he needed to control the source. Limit the number of monsters that spawn daily, Chun-Yi muttered, his eyes gleaming with cunning. He envisioned the future. Players would find fewer and fewer monsters, from an initial abundance to eventually having to wait for the daily respawn. Even elite teams like Feng Zhe's would find their earnings capped within a controlled range. Chun-Yi quickly calculated. The earnings for ordinary teams might drop from 30 copper coins to 15, while for Feng Zhe's team, individual earnings might decrease from over 100 to just over 50. As more players joined and monsters became scarcer, competition would intensify. He decided to implement these changes in the update 5 days from now, equivalent to 50 in-game days. But to be cautious, he planned to immediately limit the number of monsters. If they come up with some clever strategy and start farming monsters like crazy, the entire currency system will collapse, Chun-Yi murmured. He swiftly drafted a detailed plan. Each day, only 1,000 high-level monsters would spawn on the first level, yielding 30,000 copper coins, 10,000 mid-level monsters, yielding 200,000 copper coins, and 100,000 low-level monsters, yielding 1 million copper coins. This way, the total daily earnings for all players on the first level wouldn't exceed 1.23 million copper coins. Having the earnings would further limit them to under 600,000. Chun-Yi paused and thought. It sounds like a lot, but what if there are 10 million or even 100 million online players? He chuckled. Then the earnings from the first level wouldn't even be enough for each player to get a single copper coin daily. Of course, this was just the first level. Chun-Yi planned to adjust the earnings for subsequent levels based on the number of players, ensuring that they wouldn't have too much or too little currency. He also considered the diversity of the currency system. 100 copper coins equal 1 silver coin, and 100 silver coins equal 1 gold coin. Chun-Yi mused. No, let's break the norm. 1 gold coin equals 10,000 copper coins. Let's see if players still think they have too much money. Anticipating player resistance to conversion, he decided that future NPCs would only accept silver and gold coins, and title promotions would also require these currencies. Carrying hundreds or thousands of copper coins, isn't that heavy? Chun-Yi chuckled. Just like in real life, who would choose to carry 100 coins instead of a single bill? As for the possibility of players counterfeiting coins, Chun-Yi had already prepared. There would be no gold or silver ores in the game, and NPCs could identify counterfeit coins. Even if someone tried to mint their own coins using copper ore, NPCs would reject them. Satisfied with his plan, Chun-Yi felt elated. He decided to personally monitor Ye Qiu and his team, assuming the role of an omniscient observer, and turned his attention to the mines. In the 16-layer mine dominated by coal deposits, Feng Zhe and his team had been battling for 2 days and nights, finally reaching the deepest part. Du Yuan, holding a shield, charged forward, his sword piercing the heart of a demonic giant bear with precision. As the creature fell, the surface monsters of the mine were finally cleared. The monsters hidden in the tunnels, however, were beyond their scope of clearance. Dropping his weapon and shield, Du Yuan plopped down on the ground, panting heavily. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked around, noticing that his companions also wore exhausted expressions. Phew, this is exhausting, Du Yuan said between breaths. But come to think of it, don't you guys feel like these armors are a bit lighter than before? Ye Qiu turned to look at Du Yuan, a thoughtful gleam in his eyes. Yeah, he nodded slowly. But it's not the armor getting lighter. It's our strength and stamina improving with continuous battles. That's why the armor feels lighter to you. Du Yuan's eyes lit up with excitement. Wow, so that's a thing? Does that mean we can train our bodies and improve our stats in the game? Absolutely. Ye Qiu replied succinctly. That's awesome. Du Yuan couldn't help but exclaim. Shigua Leoj didn't join their discussion, instead muttering to himself, lucky me, I haven't died these past few days, and my soul's lifespan has surpassed 100. This armor is heavy, but its defense is top-notch. Feng Zhe also put down his weapon and sat on the ground, gasping for air. While catching his breath, he said, actually, the best training comes from continuous combat. Zhang Qingyan surveyed everyone and suggested, let's rest for a bit. There's still some time before the mine respawns. As an archer wearing light leather armor, he didn't seem as exhausted. Although Fly was relatively relaxed, his combat style was quite risky. He enjoyed backstabbing monsters with 2 small knives, a tactic that often led to his death, but he reveled in it. I just love living on the edge, with blades licking blood, Fly said excitedly. Hearing this, Ye Qiu silently prayed. I hope you feel the same way when the game becomes real. Seeing everyone resting, Ye Qiu slowly opened the map. If the secret of the wolf is hidden in the mines, then this mine is our best bet. Feng Zhe instinctively adjusted his non-existent glasses. Because this mine corresponds to the wolf's head? Ye Qiu nodded in confirmation. Exactly. 16 mines are arranged in a line, each far apart from the others. Only here, at the wolf's head, is the mine unusually close to the neighboring one and prominently protruding. Feng Zhe examined the map closely, pointing to a spot. This point is the wolf's snout, very prominent indeed. Let's search around and see if we find any clues. After a short rest, the group began a thorough search at the base of the mine. However, they only found a few corpses and some mining tools. These discoveries weren't new. They had found similar things in other mines. As the mine's respawn time approached, Feng Zhe, feeling disappointed, said, damn, just like the other mines, there's nothing here. Let's move on to the next one tomorrow. With that, he closed his eyes. Suddenly, the mine shook violently. Although it was barely noticeable outside, Feng Zhe and the others inside felt like they were experiencing a minor earthquake. The next second, they were all ejected from the mine in a flash of white light. Feng Zhe opened his eyes and waved at the group. All right, let's call it a night and grab some food outside the tower. Wait, Ye Qiu suddenly called out, his face showing a hint of fear. Didn't you feel that tremor just now? Du Yuan paused. Yeah, we felt it. What's the big deal? Must have been the mine respawning, right? Ye Qiu looked at them seriously. Are you sure, Du? Have you forgotten that every other time we were ejected from a mine, there was never any tremor? Everyone fell silent at that question. Feng Zhe immediately became alert and asked, so, you're saying that tremor wasn't caused by the mine respawning but by something else? Ye Qiu's face suddenly turned pale with fear as a memory from his past life flashed through his mind. It was about a post Feng Zhe had published before the April Fool's Day map incident. The post warned players about ghosts haunting the coal mine at night and advised them to stay away. Some skeptical players went to investigate but were scared out of their wits by sudden earthquake-like sounds. During that period, Feng Zhe's team almost exclusively entered the Tower of Seals at night. On one occasion, someone even witnessed them entering the so-called haunted coal mine at night. However, due to the lack of witnesses, the incident didn't attract much attention. Players tacitly avoided the coal mine area at night. Recalling these details, Ye Qiu sensed something was amiss. Through his recent interactions, he knew Feng Zhe was not someone who spoke without reason. Posting such a warning was likely not just to alert players, but also to drive others away and conceal some secrets within the mine. Ye Qiu looked at Feng Zhe again and noticed that in this lifetime, he seemed unaware of anything unusual. This could be the butterfly effect of his rebirth, or perhaps Feng Zhe truly had no knowledge at this time. I think we might be in the right place, Ye Qiu said slowly, causing a wave of surprise among the group. What do you mean? Are you saying this is the key? Someone asked eagerly. Ye Qiu's expression turned serious. Although it's just a guess, I think it's worth mentioning. Think about it, under what circumstances can the wolf in the riddle move? In what circumstances? Isn't the wolf a mountain? How can it move? Besides, even if it's a living creature, it's bound by a snake. How can it move? The group was puzzled. Feng Zhe suddenly had a light bulb moment. It's at night. Why at night? Zhang Qingyan pressed. Feng Zhe explained, because at night, the snake becomes indistinct and can no longer bind the wolf. For example, during the day, we can see the snake coiled around the wolf. But at night, we can only see the wolf, not the snake, meaning the snake disappears at night. So, the wolf can move at night. Ye Qiu nodded in agreement and added, and another thing. Do you know when wolves howl at the moon? One is when the wolf king is asserting its dominance, and the other is when wolves feel lonely or excited. Fang Zhe quickly picked up Ye Qiu's line of thought. When night falls, the moon rises, the caged wolf breaks free, and howls at the sky. And the first thing the wolf raises is its nose. So that earthquake sound is actually the wolf's howl? The others, seeing the two start speaking in riddles again, were unsurprised. Zhang Qingyan laughed. They're at it again. Fly simply sat down to rest, indicating his brain power wasn't sufficient, and Watermelon Brother agreed. Ye Qiu confirmed Fang Zhe's hypothesis. So, we are in the right place. If we consider the wolf as the mountains, the earthquake is indeed the wolf's roar. And breaking free from its chains fits the idea of excitement, although loneliness could also make sense. Overall, this line of thought seems correct. Fang Zhe nodded in agreement but raised a question. But there's one thing I don't understand. Since the mine has a midnight teleportation mechanism, if the riddle only triggers at midnight, we would be 100 teleported out. Wouldn't that be a bug? Ye Qiu smiled and suggested another possibility. How about looking at it from another angle? Consider it the Wolf Lord's final deception. The 16 mines are all wolves, and the mechanisms of the wolves and the mines must be interconnected. The developers surely thought of this but didn't change it. The only possibility is that it was intentionally designed this way. After all, the Wolf Lord represents deception, don't you think? Fang Zhe suddenly understood. The Wolf King's final deception. That makes sense. The two mechanisms are designed to prevent players from discovering the secret here. But they couldn't leave no hints at all. So the wolf's howl, or the earthquake, serves as the hint. Ye Qiu turned his gaze to the mine entrance, determined to investigate. We can't miss this opportunity. Now is the best time. I have to confirm this hypothesis. Fang Zhe immediately offered to go with him. I'll go with you. It's not safe to go alone. Ye Qiu smiled and replied. It's fine. We can always revive if we die. Fang Zhe patted Ye Qiu's shoulder, his tone filled with concern. Life is precious. Let's avoid unnecessary deaths. Ye Qiu understood that Fang Zhe was worried he might uncover the secret alone. But he didn't blame Fang Zhe. After all, it's wise to be cautious of others. They weren't exactly brothers who'd risk their lives for each other, just friends in a game. Trusting each other completely was out of the question. Fang Zhe glanced around at his exhausted teammates and said, everyone's tired and hungry after a long day. You guys go back and eat. Sure, Xian and I will just take a quick look inside. With that, he picked up a torch, ready to enter the mine. Watermelon nodded repeatedly, agreeing, yeah, the guild leader's right. We should listen to him. Go back and rest well for tomorrow. Before he could finish, Fly interrupted with a sly grin. No way. The guild leader and Sure Xian aren't frontliners. If we run into monsters, who's gonna tank? Watermelon, why don't you come with them? What? Watermelon's face immediately scrunched up with worry. No way. I'm scared of the dark. Duyuan threw an arm around Watermelon's shoulders, laughing. Haha. What's there to be scared of? We've got torches. Here, take mine too. You'll have one in each hand, bright as day. Watermelon forced a smile that looked more like a grimace, thinking to himself. It's not just about the dark. If there's nothing down there, fine. But if there is, as a frontliner, I'd be cannon fodder. It's practically a death sentence. Just as Watermelon was about to refuse, Zhang Qing covered his mouth and whispered, I get it, it's all in the drink. No need to say more. Let's just go check out the cave together. Tears streaming down his face, Watermelon lamented inwardly. My hard-earned revival coins. Once your soul reaches 100 years, each death costs you 10 years of soul lifespan. Dying once means losing 10 years. Reluctantly, Watermelon was pushed into the mine by the others. When they reached the lowest level, the sight before them left everyone stunned. In the center of the mine's lowest level, a cellar entrance had appeared out of nowhere. The entrance led downward into a seemingly bottomless staircase, its destination unknown. Everyone exchanged glances, a mix of excitement and tension on their faces. So, do we go in or not? Someone asked. Watermelon was about to speak, but was cut off. Watermelon, I think we should go in. Watermelon, I in. Watermelon, faced with his companion's determined looks, Watermelon hesitated, then sighed in resignation and silently followed the group. Watermelon slowed his pace, nervously glancing around. Is something going to jump out at us? He muttered under his breath. Why does it feel like we're in a horror game? You guys get that feeling too? Duyuan shot Watermelon a glance and decisively moved to the front of the group. I'll take the lead, he said in a low voice. The group adjusted their formation and continued onward. The entire staircase was a steep slope downward, and Duyuan led the way for a good 10 minutes before they reached a flat landing. Throughout the descent, apart from Watermelon's occasional screams, everyone remained silent. Each scream was nerve-wracking, making Watermelon the unofficial mood setter of the team. Even Fly, who usually wasn't afraid, started feeling jittery because of Watermelon's antics. In contrast, Fang Zhe remained exceptionally calm. He had played numerous horror games and experienced many real-life haunted house escape rooms, so this atmosphere was nothing new to him. Along the way, Fangze carefully observed the murals on the walls. They depicted a giant wolf with blood-red eyes. The pattern remained the same from the top to the bottom, but the background gradually changed. Initially, the wolf's background was a full moon. By the bottom, the full moon had turned into a small crescent. The giant wolf at the bottom had its eyes closed, as if in a deep sleep. Fangze speculated that the murals, viewed as a sequence, represented the transition from a full moon to a crescent moon. Could this imply that the Wolf King falls asleep during the day? Though the thought crossed his mind, he didn't dwell on it. Finally, the group reached the lowest level. Yuan glanced back at his teammates. Before them was a wide, dimly lit corridor. Fangze nodded, and Yuan raised his torch and led the way. Before long, two massive stone doors came into view. These doors stood 16 meters tall, adorned with symmetrical murals of two giant wolves with blood-red eyes. The words Fu Yu were engraved above them. Zhang Qingyan suddenly felt a wave of unease. These doors, they give me a strong sense of déjà vu. I feel the same way, someone agreed. It's like the doors to a boss room in a game. Yuan glanced at Zhang Qingyan and half-jokingly said, "Be confident. Just say it is." Fangze turned to Ye Qiu and asked, "What do you think?" Ye Qiu was silent for a moment. He had never been here in his past life, nor had Fangze mentioned it. He had only seen a brief mention of 3 lock beasts in a public post, stating that they were keys to a puzzle and would drop 3 rewards. But once those 3 beasts were killed, they wouldn't respawn, making it impossible for other players to get a share. Ye Qiu slowly reached out to touch the door and said gravely, "I can't say for sure if it's a boss, but a fight is definitely unavoidable." Zhang Qingyan thought for a moment and suggested, "We don't know what's behind the door. How about we send someone in to scout first? Our soul lifespans are all at 100 years. Dying once would cost us 10 years. If we all perish here, that's a loss of 51 years in total." Among the group, only Ye Qiu's soul lifespan was under 100 years. Players like Fangze, who rarely died, had nearly 200 years of soul lifespan. However, their team's high combat efficiency came at the cost of a high death rate, as they frequently faced high-level monsters. Sometimes, it was hard to overcome challenges without losing a couple of teammates. The situation had improved with the acquisition of steel weapons, allowing them to accumulate some soul lifespan. Fangze took a deep breath. "I'll go." Yuan immediately objected. "No way, Fang. If you die, who's going to lead us? Let me do it." Ye Qiu watched the group argue and sighed. "Stop arguing. Any of you dying would be a huge loss. Let me go. I only lose a year of soul lifespan if I die." Without waiting for a response, Ye Qiu pushed open the door and stepped inside resolutely. Fangze's eyes narrowed as he watched. Ye Qiu taking the lead was indeed the best choice. Although he had considered it himself, it wasn't appropriate to order someone else to their death, especially not someone who wasn't Yuan. From both a relational and ethical standpoint, it wouldn't be right. Ye Qiu stepped into the doorway, but suddenly halted. He turned around and shouted to the group, "Wait, something's wrong." Before he could finish his sentence, a powerful force instantly yanked everyone into the room. The 2 massive doors slammed shut with an ear-splitting bang. Fangze's heart sank as he realized that stepping inside would pull everyone present into the room. Despairingly, Shigua clutched his head and complained, "Seriously? Forced participation? Does the designer have no humanity?" Fly slowly drew his dagger, his voice trembling. Stop complaining. You've been whining the whole way, and it's messing up my speech." Yuan took a deep breath and calmly said, "We're in now. Whether it's a mule or a horse, let's see what it is first." Ye Qiu scanned the surroundings. They stood in a massive circular hall, its vastness astonishing. In the center was a circular arena covering about 2/3 the size of a basketball court. At each corner stood 4 enormous stone pillars intricately carved with complex patterns. As they entered, grayish-white flames ignited on the walls and pillars, illuminating the entire space. Ye Qiu hoisted his burden and led the way down the steps toward the center of the arena, with the others following closely. Everyone was on high alert, ready to face any potential danger. The moment Ye Qiu stepped onto the arena, a dark, red-black floor spread out before them, seemingly endless. However, the arena itself was empty. The group exchanged puzzled glances. Just then, Ye Qiu suddenly looked up, his pupils contracting sharply. "It's coming," he muttered. With a thunderous crash, a colossal figure descended from above, sending out a terrifying shockwave. Fangze and the others were instantly knocked back, stumbling several steps. Suddenly, several messages appeared before their eyes. "You have awakened the wolf. Deceit Wolf Lord has awoken. Deceit Wolf Lord, with fangs like blades and breath like a landslide. When it howls, the pack appears, but the wolves are mere illusions, meant to deceive. Only the eye of truth can discern its true form." The group held their breath, focusing intently on the formidable enemy that had suddenly appeared, their hearts filled with vigilance and unease. Deceitful wolf lord. Ye Qiu's gaze suddenly locked onto the names of the three sealed beasts, their golden-edged letters glowing with a foreboding light. His heart tightened, and cold sweat instantly soaked his back. These weren't ordinary monsters. They were boss units that struck fear into countless players. The bosses in the Land of Seals were a world apart from those in other games. Ye Qiu's mind flashed with scenes of brutal battles. In other games, as long as you had the right gear and understood the mechanics, bosses could be conquered. Even in hardcore games, skill dodging and blocking could see you through. But here, each boss was a nightmare, capable of stalling players indefinitely. What made it worse was that these bosses not only learned players' attack patterns, but they also unleashed deadly new moves at critical moments. Moreover, they had no health bars. Without health bars, players had no way to gauge their progress in the fight, leaving them to grope in the dark. Ye Qiu cursed inwardly. In his past life, Feng Zhe hadn't mentioned that these three sealed beasts were bosses. He had always assumed they were just elite monsters, and only now did he realize the gravity of the situation. He was desperate to know how Feng Zhe had defeated these terrifying entities in his previous life. But reality gave him no time to ponder. Feng Zhe had already issued commands. Old Do, Watermelon, hold the line. Everyone else, spread out. The group moved as if facing a great enemy, quickly dispersing. Zhang Qingyan rolled into a corner, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. This was his first time seeing a monster with a golden border. Feng Zhe's face turned grim. He knew this battle would be exceptionally tough. In the Land of Seals, the only information players could see about monsters was their names. Ordinary monsters shared the same white text as players, while special units came in three types. Elite monsters with purple text, bosses with golden-edged letters, and the most terrifying calamity units with blood-red borders and text. Ye Qiu knew this information inside and out, but Feng Zhe and the others were unaware. They were about to face an unprecedentedly difficult battle. Similarly, they had no idea how terrifying the game's boss really was. The figure of the deceptive wolf lord suddenly appeared before everyone, engulfed in black flames that completely obscured its outline. Only its blood-red eyes glowed ominously through the fire. Suddenly, the deceptive wolf lord charged at them like an out-of-control war chariot, moving at an astonishing speed. Du Yuan reacted swiftly, tightening his grip and raising his shield in an instant. Here it comes, Shiguo, he shouted. Shiguo, hearing this, immediately dropped his weapon, gripped his shield with both hands, and roared, "Come on, you beast," as he activated his taunt skill. However, the wolf lord unexpectedly leaped over Shiguo, baring its fangs and lunging straight at Zhang Qingyan. "Old Zhang," Du Yuan yelled, rushing back desperately but still a step too late. Zhang Qingyan, caught off guard, was bitten in half on the spot by the deceptive wolf lord. Seeing this, Feng Zhe immediately picked up his steel longsword and attacked from the right. Just then, the wolf lord let out a piercing howl. "You, real or fake, who can tell?" With a strange sound, the wolf lord's body disintegrated into numerous black flames, scattering across the ground. Each flame transformed into a giant wolf identical to the original. In an instant, the pack of wolves attacked, each one tangible and real. Shiguo was pinned to the ground by a giant wolf, his head crushed instantly. Du Yuan was besieged by three wolves, and despite stabbing one in the eye, it didn't disappear. "They have physical forms. These are all real," Feng Zhe exclaimed, recalling that the introduction had mentioned these should only be illusions. Before he could think further, Du Yuan had already collapsed. Song Ying had his legs bitten off by a wolf, and was subsequently torn apart by the pack. Feng Zhe, too, was ambushed from behind by a giant wolf and fell instantly. In the blink of an eye, almost all of Feng Zhe's team was wiped out, leaving only Ye Qiu alive. Facing the gruesome scene, Ye Qiu wasn't surprised. He knew well the terror of the bosses in this game. In a previous life, a boss had killed him with bare hands, even catching a pseudo-sacred weapon. Calmly analyzing the situation, Ye Qiu thought, they can't all be real. Otherwise, this boss would be unbeatable. There must be a way to break these illusions. He decisively discarded his regular weapon and pulled out the violet gold longsword from his backpack. After days of combat and training, he could barely wield this weapon. Confronting the charging wolves, Ye Qiu gripped the sword with both hands and slashed heavily at one of the giant wolves. "Ah!" he roared, splitting the wolf in half with a single strike. The intermediate sharpness rune on the sword showed its impressive cutting power. However, the slain wolf dissipated into black mist, clearly just another clone. Desperately swinging the violet gold longsword, Ye Qiu managed to kill each clone with a single blow. But the single-handed sword, made of violet gold, was too heavy, and after a few swings, his wrist began to ache. As his attack frequency decreased, the wolves swarmed him and overwhelmed him. Ye Qiu's vision went black, and the next second, he was teleported to the plain outside the tower. The system notification sounded, and his soul's lifespan was deducted. Exhausted, Ye Qiu sat on the ground, realizing his strength and stamina were still insufficient, and the threshold for using the violet gold weapon was too high. He pondered that without joining the Battlefield Academy, it would be difficult to master such a weapon. After putting away the violet gold longsword and catching his breath, Ye Qiu stood up again. At that moment, Feng Zhe and the others joined him. Shi Xian sighed. This is our first total wipeout, isn't it? Shiguo, looking pale, said, 10 years, we lost 10 years just like that. Diyuan patted Shiguo on the shoulder, comforting him. Don't worry, we're all here with you this time. Zhang Qingyan offered a different perspective. The boss's AI is really something. It knew to target the backline first? Ye Qiu chuckled. What's so strange about that? Targeting the backline first is a basic skill for any boss in the sealed lands. Songying asked. So what do we do next? We found the deceptive Wolf Lord's location. Do we continue? Feng Zhe thought for a moment and replied. Not today. We've had a long day. Let's log off early and rest. Ye Qiu was puzzled. Why log off and rest? Have you forgotten? It's still daytime outside. It's just morning. If you sleep outside, who knows how many days will pass in the game? Everyone fell silent at his words. Feng Zhe had just grasped the gravity of the situation, and the reality before him plunged him into deep thought. It seemed that for the next few days, they would have to live in the game world. Let's take a couple of days off, Feng Zhe told everyone. We won't enter the tower for now. Do something you enjoy, and I'll discuss the Wolf Lord matter with Shi Xian and Lao Zhang. All right, dismissed. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 days had passed in the game, though only a few hours had gone by in reality. After discussing the strategy for the Wolf Lord, everyone agreed that their current strength was insufficient to take it on, so they decided to delay entering the tower. Ye Qiu suggested, if we can get the potion recipes from the Dwarf Hobbit, our overall strength will significantly improve. To prevent other players from discovering the existence of the Wolf Lord, Feng Zhe posted a haunted coal mine thread based on Ye Qiu's memory. Then, he and Zhang Qingyan began working on increasing Hobbit's favorability. Other players had already started doing this, but Hobbit's favorability was notoriously hard to improve, and no one had yet managed to extract the secret of job change from him. Meanwhile, Du Yuan and Watermelon relaxed by the lake, fishing and enjoying a leisurely life as if they had already retired. Fly, on the other hand, was surrounded by a group of new players, basking in their admiration. Among the 1,000 new players, there were quite a few female players, which completely captivated Fly. He immediately led them into the tower to grind monsters. Ye Qiu found a secluded spot to start his rigorous physical training. He filled his backpack with stones to increase the weight and swung his violet gold longsword to strengthen his wrists. Day after day, he focused on self-improvement, ignoring everything else around him, until an elderly man with white hair appeared, interrupting Ye Qiu's training. Ye Qiu's eyes lit up. Wasn't this the legendary Ice Emperor? The old man was burly, and his ID read Hai, the top figure of the water school from Ye Qiu's past life. At that moment, Old Man Hai was pacing back and forth at the boundary, seemingly deep in thought. Ye Qiu put away his weapon and approached him. Hello? Old Man Hai turned around. Are you one of the new players this season? Yes, Ye Qiu replied. Do you have any questions? How do you play this game? Old Man Hai asked bluntly. Ye Qiu was taken aback, not expecting a top-tier professional player from his past life to ask such a question. He explained simply, the gameplay is very freeform, but combat is the main focus. It depends on how you want to play. Who do we fight? Old Man Hai asked, frowning. Ye Qiu pointed to the towering sealed tower. Just enter that tower. If you don't mind, I can accompany you. Old Man Hai pondered for a moment and finally nodded in agreement. 3 hours later, Old Man Hai shouted excitedly, this game is amazing. Ye Qiu watched in amazement as Old Man Hai effortlessly killed low-level monsters with his bare hands, showcasing incredible combat talent. Although Ye Qiu could do the same with his past life experience, Old Man Hai achieved it purely on instinct, which was truly astonishing. Ye Qiu felt fortunate. With a powerhouse like Old Man Hai joining them, their progress in conquering the sealed tower would undoubtedly accelerate. He looked forward to fighting alongside this legendary figure in the future. This feeling of intense, satisfying combat is truly exhilarating, as if it has transported me back to my younger days, said Hai Lao-Tu, his wrinkled face flushing with excitement and his eyes sparkling with joy. He stretched his limbs and continued to exclaim, there's nothing like the thrill of a good fight. Ye Qiu, observing the scene, quietly drew a steel sword from behind him, the very weapon he had used before. Handing the hilt to Hai Lao-Tu, he earnestly said, as the saying goes, even the best cook cannot make a meal without ingredients. It's fine to fight low-level monsters barehanded, but for mid-level ones, it's a bit of a stretch. Consider this weapon a gift from me. How about we become friends? Hai Lao-Tu narrowed his eyes, not immediately accepting the weapon. He asked warily, there's no such thing as a free lunch, young man. What's your angle? Ye Qiu chuckled and shrugged. Don't be so rigid. We're just playing a game for fun and to make friends. This isn't real life. There's no need to worry about hidden motives. Hearing this, Hai Laota's wariness began to fade, replaced by a knowing smile. Interesting, he said as he slowly accepted the steel sword, eyeing the young man before him. You seem quite skilled. What do you do for a living in the real world? Ye Qiu answered frankly, currently, I'm unemployed. But I believe this game has the potential to become a global sensation, with huge business opportunities hidden within. If one can leverage their skills well, earning a substantial income in game is quite feasible. Hai Laotu nodded thoughtfully, recalling Ye Qiu's impressive combat skills and experience. Gaming as a career? What kind of future does that hold? He suddenly changed the topic. You seem to have some real talent. Interested in working for our company? Ye Qiu was taken aback, unsure if Hai Laotu was joking or genuinely inviting him. But he had already made up his mind not to join any company. What kind of company? He asked cautiously. Hai Laotu smiled. A state-owned enterprise. Interested in learning more? Ye Qiu shook his head decisively. No, I prefer a bit more freedom. Hai Laotu sighed in disappointment, but wasn't surprised by Ye Qiu's response. Well, young people have their own ideas, he said, patting Ye Qiu on the shoulder. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events interrupted their conversation. A man draped in a black robe suddenly appeared in their sight, as if materializing out of thin air. The mysterious figure's face and body were concealed beneath the large robe, with only a sword wrapped in dark energy visible. His presence exuded a sense of foreboding, making the air around them feel heavy. Ye Qiu and Hai Laotu immediately tensed, their grips tightening on their weapons. Through the game system, they saw that this person's ID was Midnight Sonata. Even more alarming was the fact that the ID was displayed in a glaring blood-red colora sign that the player had killed others in the game. Their nerves instantly went on high alert, realizing that a dangerous encounter was imminent. Renamed player, Midnight Sonata, the notorious leader of the past, the undead scourge. Ye Qiu's brow furrowed instantly as he thought to himself, what a small world. Old Hai's sharp eyes scanned the area, and he muttered, Kid, that guy doesn't seem to be here with good intentions. Hearing this, Ye Qiu immediately shed his heavy gear and deftly drew his violet gold longsword. The blade shimmered coldly under the sunlight. He's a red-named player, a killer. Clearly, he's here for us, Ye Qiu said in a low voice. I'll handle him. You should leave. Old Hai glanced at Ye Qiu, a cold smile tugging at his lips. Heh, the internet is no lawless land. I'd like to see how capable he really is. He paused, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. If only we could track down the real identities of players in this game. Old Hai gripped his steel sword, his wrist flicking as the blade traced a graceful arc through the air. He stepped forward, confronting the approaching threat heat. On the other side, Sonata twirled his blade lightly, the cold glint reflecting off it. Not running? Fine. Saves me the trouble. He grinned, baring his teeth. Looks like I'll be collecting a couple more souls today. Before his words even settled, Sonata lunged forward, his blade aimed straight at Old Hai's throat. Old Hai, with keen reflexes, met the attack heat. The clash of their swords echoed with a piercing metallic ring, sparks flying everywhere. In a flash, Old Hai unleashed a series of rapid strikes, his sword movements like a torrent, forcing Sonata to retreat repeatedly. In terms of swordsmanship, Sonata was clearly outmatched, quickly falling into a disadvantage. Initially, Old Hai held back, but sensing the opponent's strength, he seized the opportunity to advance. With a swift thrust, his blade pierced Sonata's shoulder. Sonata's face twisted in pain, and he snarled, Damn it! Old Hai's eyes gleamed with murderous intent as he prepared to deliver the final blow. Just then, a strange black aura erupted from Sonata's body. Ye Qiu, seeing this, immediately shouted, Death aura? Old man, don't fall for it, retreat. Despite being at a critical juncture, Old Hai was unwilling to abandon his lethal strike. However, Sonata's pale hand suddenly clamped onto his wrist. Game over. Sonata sneered. In the next second, a sharp pain shot through Old Hai's wrist. The skin there turned black and icy cold. His movements faltered, and Sonata seized the moment, thrusting his sword towards Old Hai's chest. Old Hai gritted his teeth, enduring the pain as he kicked Sonata hard in the stomach. With a thud, Sonata staggered back, but his blade had already left a bloody gash on Old Hai's ankle. The death aura has entered your body. I've won. Sonata laughed triumphantly. Old Hai felt his ankle go numb rapidly, losing his balance and collapsing heavily to the ground. His eyes widened in shock. This is Yin energy? It can't be mistaken. This sensation is identical to that of the Shadow Legion's dark days, of the same origin. A terrifying thought flashed through Old Hai's mind. Could the series of events in the real world really be connected to this game? Old Hai's ankle turned black quickly, the wound beginning to fester. Sanada grinned menacingly, raising his sword for the final strike. At the critical moment, Ye Qiu stepped in front of Old Hai. He stared directly into Sanada's eyes and asked sternly, one question. Why do you hunt other players? Is it just for fun? Sanada tilted his head, sneering. For fun? Maybe. Even if I didn't want to, I had no choice. He paused. Forget it. You wouldn't understand. Let's just say, we stand on different grounds, so naturally, we can't understand each other. If you ever inherit the necromancer's legacy, you'll understand my actions today without needing any explanation. Ye Qiu's heart tightened. He thought to himself, so, killing players is indeed a task of the necromancer faction I suspected as much in my past life. Why did those players from the necromancer guilds enjoy killing so much? It all seems to start with Sanada. Ye Qiu pondered. Perhaps these initial players were indeed completing tasks, but later players changed. They no longer killed for the task, but for the sake of killing itself. This madness even spread to the real world. Those people had become bloodthirsty maniacs. If it weren't for their interference, their efforts to conquer the sealed tower wouldn't have been so difficult. However, from another perspective, these people might be considered the righteous ones. They never aimed to conquer the sealed tower, only to stop other players. In reality, their actions indeed delayed many calamities from being unleashed. These people believed they were the embodiment of justice. They killed to save the world. A group of fanatics with such conviction is the most terrifying. Unfortunately, this extreme method of salvation only treats the symptoms, not the root cause. To truly save the world, there's only one way to reach the top of the tower and kill the supreme death god, the Creator. Only with the Creator's fall will all calamities vanish, and the world find true salvation. Otherwise, as long as the sealed tower exists, those calamities will eventually break free. Ye Qiu shook his head, temporarily setting aside these heavy thoughts. The Sanada before him couldn't understand the perspective of someone reborn. To him, this was just a game. In an instant, the two clashed fiercely. The violet gold sword in Ye Qiu's hand emitted a dazzling divine power. As the sword light flickered, Ye Qiu retreated step by step, his expression growing more grim. He was horrified to discover that Ye Qiu's weapon was as heavy as 1,000 pounds, with each strike becoming increasingly difficult to parry. With a swift and fierce slash from Ye Qiu could no longer hold his ground and collapsed to his knees. Ye Qiu pressed on, and the violet gold sword sliced through the air, shattering Ye Qiu's weapon imbued with necrotic energy. Block! Ye Qiu shouted in despair, but it was too late. The necrotic longsword broke with a snap, and he stood there in disbelief, muttering, "How is this possible?" Ye Qiu coldly pressed the sword's edge against Ye Qiu's throat and said, "Your techniques may work against other players, but they can't harm me." He recalled countless battles in his past life where he had been beheaded and turned into an undead by Ye Qiu. However, the current Ye Qiu had not yet reached that level of power. A first-tier necromancer doesn't have the ability to control the dead. Ye Qiu continued, "Moreover, you haven't obtained the death scythe of the undead commander or the cursed robe of the twisted lich. To someone wielding a violet weapon, you're nothing more than a clown." A cold glint flashed in Ye Qiu's eyes. Heaven can forgive sins, but self-inflicted ones are inescapable. If you're still not convinced, I can kill you until you quit the game. Before he finished speaking, the violet gold sword had already sliced through Ye Qiu's neck. With a dull thud, Ye Qiu's head fell to the ground. Ye Qiu thought to himself that without the violet weapon, he would have avoided confronting Ye Qiu at this stage. But now, everything was different. Turning to the kneeling old sea, Ye Qiu extended a hand to pull him up. "Necrotic energy is troublesome," Ye Qiu said. "If you find it too much, you might as well finish yourself off." Old C looked down at his blackened wrist and decaying ankle, his brows furrowed. "Is there no way to deal with this necrotic energy?" Ye Qiu pondered for a moment before replying, "There is, but it's quite troublesome. And at this stage, without holy water, to deal with necrotic energy." He paused. "You'll have to visit Chengxian. The famous alchemist from my past life had quite the inventory. He should have those plants." Poor guy. This thought echoed in Chen Ye's mind as he watched through his godlike perspective, witnessing Nocturne being beaten to a pulp and eventually beheaded by Ye Qiu's sword. Chen Yi couldn't help but shake his head, thinking that it wasn't entirely Nocturne's fault. After all, abilities in the early stages of the game were generally weak, and Nocturne hadn't learned any active skills yet. At this moment, Nocturne had almost no advantage left except for being one level ahead of others. As everyone's equipment and levels improved, who didn't have at least one or two pieces of metal weapons and armor? However, Chen Yi had to admit that Nocturne's passive skill, Death Aura, was still quite powerful against other players. Chen Yi thought to himself, this kid is really unlucky, choosing to go head-to-head with a reborn player. Isn't this just asking for trouble and becoming someone else's stepping stone? He had high hopes for Nocturne, as he was the only player to inherit the necromancer's legacy outside the tower. But now, it seemed that he couldn't compete with the reborn player Chen Yi had created. But a glimmer of interest flashed in Chen Yi's eyes. This makes things more interesting. Ye Qiu, don't disappoint me. I'm looking forward to the day you reach the top of the tower. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Yi closed his eyes, and his consciousness returned to the real world. Everything on the island was as usual, with the Ghost Shadow Legion still busy. Suddenly, a shadow soldier approached Chen Yi with a phone. Chen Yi took the phone and saw a video on the screen. A masked man had unified the underground mafia forces in San Francisco. After watching, Chen Yi was indifferent and said to the shadow soldier, "Ignore it. Just keep an eye on the investigation bureau. When they contain this mask, remind me, and I'll throw another mask their way." The shadow soldier gestured with his hands, and Chen Yi frowned. "You think I'm overthinking it? According to your observations, their combined strength isn't even close to the power brought by the Bai Qi mask? And the old man is now holed up in the bureau playing games every day?" Chen Yi couldn't help but laugh. "Haha, it seems I did overestimate them. Fine, if they can't go any further, then bring me the host of the Bai Qi mask. It's time to support a few puppets on the surface." The scene shifts to Donghai City, inside Investigation Bureau Number 0. Chang Haixing slowly took off his glasses and asked the man beside him, "How long was I in the game this time?" The man replied, 2 hours and 25 minutes. Chang Haixing frowned, "But it felt like 24 hours to me. This technology that can accelerate consciousness is terrifying. If this game is indeed released by an alien civilization, it shows that we are powerless before them." He continued analyzing. "If this civilization were to wage war against us, we wouldn't even have a chance to resist. If they can control time, then our most powerful weapons would be nothing but stationary scrap metal to them. Including us, everything in our world would be seen as motionless dead objects." Chang Haixing shook his head with a wry smile. "I really hope this game isn't the product of an alien civilization, but rather that we have mastered this technology ourselves. Haha, just let me dream." The middle-aged man laughed. "During your time in the game, our experts have calculated various possibilities about this game. The good news is that they unanimously believe this game wasn't created by any alien civilization." He handed Chang Haixing a report. "The detailed conclusions are here. Our experts think this game is likely from a real world in another dimension. Someone connected these two worlds, using this login device as a bridge, allowing our consciousness to enter another world. And because the two worlds are in different dimensions with varying parameters, naturally, the flow of time is faster there compared to our world." Chang Haixing read the report carefully and nodded thoughtfully. "If that's the case, it makes sense. This is a relatively good conclusion. Since they haven't mastered time control technology, even though our technology is behind, we still have a fighting chance." He continued to speculate. "Then, based on this assumption, I don't think they have wormhole jumping or time-traveling technology either. The reason this game can link to our world should be because someone from our world, and there's established the bridge together. As for who this person is, it's still unknown, though it's a strong possibility." After pondering for a moment, Chang Haixing added, "I still don't know their ultimate purpose for doing all this. I'll have to gather more intel in the game before making any further conclusions. By the way, is there any news on Bai Qi's mask?" The man beside him nodded. "According to frontline investigators, the host of the Bai Qi mask has left the country." "Abroad?" Chang Haixing inquired. "Yes," the man confirmed succinctly. Chang Haixing stared out the window, his expression serious. He spoke softly. "We don't have the authority for international law enforcement. Let those foreigners worry about the masks. Keep an eye on things, and if you find any other masks, wake me up immediately." He paused and added, "By the way, call Jiang Quan back." Just as he finished speaking, the office door suddenly swung open, and a young man strode in. Jiang Quan looked a bit tired, but his eyes were still bright. He smiled and said, "I just got back. Missed me already, master?" Chang Haixing's lips curled into a slight smile as he looked at Jiang Quan. "I have a new task for you." Jiang Quan raised an eyebrow, showing a hint of curiosity. "What task?" Chang Haixing met Jiang Quan's gaze, his tone calm but firm. "Find a team of investigators to reserve beta testing slots for the game Seal of the Land." Jiang Quan was taken aback for a moment, then couldn't help but laugh. Master, are you finally slacking off?" Chang Haixing remained expressionless. "This is a mission." Jiang Quan's smile faded, replaced by a look of confusion. "The mission is to play a game?" Chang Haixing explained, "It's not about playing the game. We're investigating information about an unknown civilization." Jiang Quan frowned. "What about the masks?" Chang Haixing countered, "Do you think wandering aimlessly will help you find the other masks? When the mask hosts decide to reveal themselves, they will. Searching blindly is just a waste of time." Jiang Quan, still unconvinced, pressed on. "So, playing a game isn't a waste of time?" Chang Haixing chuckled. "You're actually right. By playing the game, we're making use of our time. He stood up, walked over to the office's electronic screen, and pulled up a set of data. According to our tests, the time flow in the game Seal of the Land is 10 times faster than in our world. This means we can use the game to gain more time for thinking and learning. Jiang Quan listened, his frown deepening. But we still don't know the other party's intentions. Using their technology for our benefit couldn't that lead to irreversible consequences? Cheng Haixing turned to face Jiang Quan, looking him straight in the eye. Do you know where the energy we use comes from? Jiang Quan shook his head. No, I don't. Cheng Haixing continued. Do you know if this energy has any irreversible consequences? Jiang Quan thought for a moment and replied, there shouldn't be any. At least, no one has discovered any negative effects so far. Cheng Haixing nodded. Exactly. Since there are no issues at the moment, this energy and the game are the same. As long as they can be used to our advantage and provide us with convenience and help, we should make use of them. Jiang Quan was silent for a moment before finally saying softly, all right, I understand. Cheng Haixing patted Jiang Quan on the shoulder, signaling him to carry out the task. Jiang Quan turned and left the office, leaving Cheng Haixing alone to ponder the opportunities and challenges brought by this unknown civilization. In the wilderness, the night was as dark as ink. Ye Qiu stood in an overgrown clearing, gripping a broken iron sword tightly, his face contorted with rage. His eyes glowed an unnatural red, and a deathly aura clung to him like a thin mist. Damn it, why did this happen? Ye Qiu growled through gritted teeth. What kind of weapon is that guy using? I've already ascended once, with passive death aura and a death-infused weapon, but I was completely powerless against him. Frustration and unwillingness churned within him. Ye Qiu knew he wasn't strong enough yet, and the only way to enhance his death aura was through relentless killing, be it players or monsters in the tower. He recalled the painstaking days of accumulating death aura, finally refining it to the point where it could fully cover his hands. With this level of death aura, ordinary players were no match for him. Anyone he injured would be doomed. But the guy named Ye Qiu shattered his perception. Ye Qiu, I've noted your ID. You want to drive me out of the game? We'll see about that. A hint of malice flickered in Ye Qiu's eyes. He quickly retrieved a black, tattered page from his backpack. The page was covered in eerie blood-red text, neither resembling any known language nor simple gibberish. It was a new script generated by the system. Ye Qiu recalled the expression of the guide, Lu Qing, when he identified the page. It was as if he had seen something extraordinary. After translating, Lu Qing told him that this was a page from the Book of the Dead, a supreme forbidden tome of 9 layers of taboo. The book recorded many ancient beings of yore, possessing power enough to kill gods. Although the content on this page was limited, it described a creature called the Watcher of Chaos and an ancient, malevolent ritual. The Watcher of Chaos was a giant eyeball roaming the night, a minion of some unspeakable ancient entity, monitoring the land. The page detailed the method to summon this minion. It required human eyeballs as offerings, a ritual circle drawn with lamb's blood, and prayers to an unknown dark god. Consuming the crystalline lens of the Watcher of Chaos would grant the practitioner the evil eye technique. This technique could induce brief hallucinations in those it targeted, with its effectiveness depending on the target's willpower and the caster's soul strength. Ye Qiu stared at the ritual diagram on the page, a glint of fanaticism in his eyes. Human eyeballs are easy to find, but lamb's blood. I wonder if the blood of a demonized lamb would work, he muttered. Once I get the evil eye skill, we'll see who forces whom out of the game. Ye Qiu had discovered this page in the tomb of Malsas. Clearly, Malsas possessed more knowledge about the Book of the Dead. Unfortunately, Malsas had vanished, and Ye Qiu could only wait for his reappearance. However, Lu Qing's translation wasn't entirely accurate. The lamb mentioned in the page didn't refer to an actual lamb but to a lost human. This misunderstanding could lead to unforeseen consequences for Ye Qiu. Meanwhile, in a brick house in front of the Tower of Seals, Old Hai had just disconnected from the game, leaning back in his chair. Ye Qiu, noticing this, didn't ask any questions but turned to Cheng Xian, who was grinding plants with a stone rod. Xian, I'm looking to buy some plants. Do you have any? Ye Qiu asked. Cheng Xian glanced at the two and replied, you want hemostatic grass or swallowtail grass? How about trying my new potion? He handed a wooden container to Ye Qiu. Ye Qiu carefully uncorked it, revealing a greenish liquid. Bits of plant residue floated inside, making it look like mashed celery soup. This smell, this color. Is this 6 god flower dew? Ye Qiu joked. Cheng Xian snorted. 6 god flower dew? This is my first version of the basic healing potion. The so-called healing potion 1.0 was actually just crushed swallowtail grass mixed with water and strained. Though it looked unimpressive, it was Cheng Xian's first step toward becoming an alchemist. After some preliminary tests, Ye Qiu discovered that crushing swallowtail grass and mixing it with water not only improved absorption but also significantly accelerated the healing process. He boldly experimented by blending 4 or 5 stalks of swallowtail grass into a bottle of potion. The results were immediate, akin to a magical elixir in a game within a minute. Minor wounds would quickly heal and scab over. However, the taste of the potion was another matter. Grimacing as he sampled it, Ye Qiu found it even more sour and astringent than chewing the grass directly. But he quickly made peace with it. Better to endure a moment of unpleasantness than prolonged pain. So he downed the potion in one gulp. Ye Qiu couldn't help but admire Cheng Xian's alchemical prowess. As a top-tier alchemist in his past life, Cheng Xian had swiftly replicated this classic healing potion. Despite some players jokingly calling him the master of dark cuisine, there was no denying his exceptional skill. Reflecting on his early days in the game, Ye Qiu recalled that the healing potion had already been upgraded to version 3.0 by then. It was no longer the green liquid, but a blood-red hue, typical of other games. Yet, its awful taste remained unchanged. Cheng Xian, unlike other alchemists, never cared about the flavor. He focused solely on efficacy. As he often said, a good medicine tastes bitter, but is beneficial. If it's called a healing potion, how could it possibly taste good? How much for this 1.0 version healing potion? Ye Qiu asked. Cheng Xian held up 3 fingers and replied decisively, 30 copper coins. No bargaining. The container is included, and if you bring it back next time, I'll give you a discount. Ye Qiu chuckled. Looks like you know your business well. I'll take this bottle. How many uses can I get out of it? Cheng Xian counted on his fingers. For minor injuries, a small sip should last you 7 or 8 uses. But if you have severe injuries, like broken bones or deep cuts, I suggest you bury yourself instead. In such cases, even drinking the whole bottle at once won't do much. After all, this isn't some life-restoring, flesh-regenerating elixir. Ye Qiu pulled out 30 copper coins from his backpack and neatly arranged them on the counter. His eyes scanned Cheng Xian's shop, noting the various herbs piled around. Some were still planted in soil, while others had been dried. Cheng Xian had mentioned that some herbs worked better when dried and ground into powder. Ye Qiu also wanted to try making these herbs into more storable pills. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to a white flower. Is this bone spirit flower for sale? He asked. Cheng Xian looked surprised. Who would want to buy this? But since you asked, yes, 2 copper coins per flower. I have 6 here. Do you want them all? Ye Qiu thought for a moment and then asked, do you have those white mushrooms with black spots? Cheng Xian's expression grew even more curious. Funny you should ask. I picked a few just a couple of days ago. But I haven't figured out what they're good for yet. Ye Qiu smiled. Name your price. I'll take all the bone spirit flowers and those mushrooms. He explained. These 2 materials can remove necrotic tissue when applied to wounds. It's a case of using poison to combat poison. There are mild side effects, like temporary weakness, but nothing serious. An hour later, Ye Qiu had ground the mushrooms and bone spirit flowers from Cheng Xian and carefully applied the mixture to Old Hai's wrists and ankles. That should do it, he said. Rest well and by tomorrow you should be fine. With that, he turned to leave. Old Hai suddenly called out, young man, you gave me weapons and now you're treating my injuries. What do you want as compensation? Old Hai didn't understand the game's rules. To him, it felt like someone had given him a shop for no reason and then paid to take him to the hospital. It didn't make sense. Ye Qiu shook his head with a smile. No need for compensation. It's free. Just remember this favor. I might need your help someday. Old Hai frowned. In this world, the most expensive things are those that come for free. Young man. Before Old Hai could finish, Ye Qiu had already walked away. Old Hai sat by Cheng Xian's shop, looking down at his wrist, mumbling, a favor? Huh? You're the first to earn one from me. After bidding farewell to Old Hai, Ye Qiu returned to the guild. He found Feng Zhe talking to the guide, Lu Qing, guild leader. Back so soon? Feng Zhe noticed Ye Qiu's arrival. I have some questions for the guide. You're just in time to listen. Lu Qing glanced at Ye Qiu, his expression unchanged, and continued. I've never heard of the deceptive wolf lord, but I have heard of the Eye of Truth. The Eye of Truth? Isn't that the true sight? Ye Qiu interjected. Feng Zhe asked, so what exactly is the Eye of Truth? Is it an ability? Lu Qing nodded. Yes, it's an ability. It allows one to see through all illusions and perceive the truth. And I happen to have this ability. Why are you asking about it? Feng Zhe and Ye Qiu exchanged a glance, a bold idea forming in their minds. If Lu Qing had the Eye of Truth, could they bring him into the tower to find the true form of the Wolf Lord? Seeing their conspiring looks, Lu Qing had a bad feeling. Guide, can you help us out? They asked in unison. Lu Qing's face twitched. I can't help with combat. I can only assist with identification. Ye Qiu and Feng Zhe simultaneously patted his shoulder. Exactly. We need you to identify something. Just some monsters. Lu Qing's expression froze. But I real. Feng Zhe interrupted. Don't worry. We'll double the identification fee. Lu Qing sighed. Is this really about money? Ye Qiu quickly added. Indeed. It's about how much. Let's say 3 times the usual fee. Lu Qing tried to protest. but Ye Qiu immediately upped the offer, 4 times. Just as Lu Qing opened his mouth, Ye Qiu cut in again, 5 times. Finally, Lu Qing relented. Fine. Let's go. Ye Qiu and Fang Zhe exchanged a triumphant look. Success. The plan worked. Lu Qing hadn't wanted to agree, but their offer was too tempting. After all, he hadn't had much work as an identifier lately and was struggling to make ends meet. Especially now that beef skewers had gotten more expensive. If they insisted on dragging him along, he might as well go. Besides, there was money to be made, so why not? This thought sparked an idea in Lu Qing's mind. As an NPC, it was reasonable for him to issue quests, right? If he needed a particular material or wanted to kill a certain monster, he could just post a quest for the players to complete. This way, he wouldn't have to fight himself and could still gather plenty of materials, equipment, and weapons. Lu Qing was contemplating that once he further improved his skills, he could organize players to challenge bosses together. At that time, he might even be able to blend in and grab some rewards from other players. Just then, Fang Zhe posted a message in the group. Everyone, gather at 9 p.m. tonight. We're going to take on the deceptive Wolf Lord. The group chat immediately buzzed with responses. Do you want? Got it. Zhang Qingyan. Okay. Shigua. Aren't we too weak for that? Fang Zhe. We've got some external help this time. Shigua. Who? Fang Zhe. A guide. Oh? Shigua. Do you want? And Zhang Qingyan all expressed their confusion simultaneously. Fang Zhe continued. I'll explain more later. Where's Fly? Duyuan replied. He's with some girls. Zhang Qingyan added. I saw him in the tower earlier with 4 or 5 girls having a good time. A row of black lines appeared on Fang Zhe's forehead as he sighed. If any of you see him, make sure to remind him about tonight's gathering. After closing the group chat, Fang Zhe rubbed his temples and muttered. That guy is such a perv. He can't move when he sees a girl. Ye Qiu, who was nearby, said meaningfully. It's best not to enter the tower alone these days. It's not very safe inside now. Fang Zhe seemed to remember something and asked. Are you talking about that red-named player being mentioned on the forums? Ye Qiu nodded. Yeah, the one called Midnight Riser. I ran into him this morning. He's already reached the first transformation. First transformation? Fang Zhe pondered for a moment and then said, by the way, we've been working on increasing our favorability with hobbits these past few days. I noticed someone has already changed professions with the hobbits. That fast? Ye Qiu was taken aback. Who is it? What profession did they get? Fang Zhe recalled. A player named Zhang San from the second beta test. It seems he got the divine craftsman profession. I've seen him forging weapons there these days. Ye Qiu wasn't surprised. It's inevitable. With more players, a single hobbit can't keep up with all the equipment orders. He has no choice but to take on some apprentices to forge the gear. Ye Qiu continued. If I remember correctly, one of the top blacksmiths in the previous life was named Zhang San. He even crafted some epic-level equipment, which is the highest quality players can create. Author's note. I originally wanted to share concept art of the deceptive Wolf Lord, Serpent Lord, and Owl Lord, but my images didn't pass review. 2-2. Grandpa brought back your favorite Ultraman head. This sentence suddenly flashed in Qian Ye's mind. He rubbed his temples, his thoughts drifting back to the mantis he had just seen. The atmosphere on the island was peaceful and serene. Qian Ye had even instructed the Phantom Army to acquire a cat without any monetary transaction involved, of course. The ragdoll cat they brought back had fluffy long fur, a snow-white body, and sapphire-like eyes, resembling a feline fairy. However, as soon as this elegant ragdoll cat landed, it engaged in a fierce tussle with a mantis. Despite the size difference, the two were evenly matched, creating a bizarre scene that gave Qian Ye a strange sense of déjà vu. Poodle versus mantis? He pondered for a moment before a light bulb went off. Why not add this concept to the game? Monsters that hunt and grow on their own sounds intriguing. Even after all these years, the phrase 2-2, Grandpa brought back your favorite Ultraman head, remained etched in Qian Ye's memory. He couldn't help but recall that the voice actor for Grandpa Nyo in Big Ear 2-2 had also voiced a character in a game. That character had 2 iconic lines. I can beat Ultraman and digest and then evolve. None other than Kha'Zix, the Void Reaver from League of Legends. Ever since discovering this amusing connection, whenever Chen Yi thought of Kha'Zix, the image of Grandpa Nyo would immediately follow. This unexpected link made him chuckle and marvel at the coincidence. Chen Ye's thoughts continued to wander, reflecting on other League of Legends characters' Chinese voice actors. Vayne was voiced by Zhang Xiaoli, Thresh by Hu Yingjun, and even Yasuo by the Health Brother. These connections made him think, no wonder the Teletubbies' garden is always so peaceful. Snapping back to reality, Chunyi had a sudden whim. Since this world doesn't have Big Ear 2-2, why don't we create Kha'Zix instead? He then answered his own question. What does the absence of 2-2 and the mantis have to do with anything? Nothing really. He laughed at himself. Just a day in the life of a game designer losing it. However, the monster evolution mechanic genuinely piqued Chun Ye's interest, though he realized it would be challenging to balance. His gaze fell on the busy phantom army, and a slight smile formed on his lips. Why not test it on my phantom army first? Watching these diligent little workers, Chun Ye's smile grew more meaningful. Look at you all, working so hard. Alright, today, Daddy Designer is giving you an epic upgrade. Phantom Army, evolve. The scene suddenly shifted to nighttime in the game world, on the first floor of the sealed tower, in front of the boss room of the cunning wolf lord in the coal mine. This time, the team had 7 members, one more than usual guide. Fang Zhe quickly reiterated the strategy. Old Du, you and Watermelon protect Zhang Qingyan and the guide. Don't worry about us. Fly, 10 spins, follow me and go straight for the main body. Guide, we'll rely on you to find the wolf lord's true form. Lu Qing nodded in agreement but reminded them. Alright, but just so we're clear, regardless of whether we succeed this time, you still owe me my fee. Fang Zhe gave the guide a reassuring look. Don't worry, succeed or fail, you'll get your money. He glanced around at everyone. Everyone, get ready to enter the boss room. Just then, Fang Zhe noticed Fly standing there, grinning at his system panel. Fly, he called out, puzzled. Fly snapped out of it. Huh, what? Fang Zhe hesitated, then just shook his head. Never mind. Diyuan couldn't help but tease. Come on, it's just a few girls. Do you have to be that happy? Fly straightened up immediately, full of pride. You don't get it. I'm thinking about my future. Games are temporary, but a wife is for life. Ye Qiu was meticulously polishing his violet gold longsword. He had given his steel sword to Old Hai and decided not to hide his strength anymore. He looked up at Fly, speaking seriously. Fly, I have to disagree. I don't know if a wife is for life, but the game certainly is. Once the game descends, you won't have a choice but to play. This game is for all of humanity. No one can refuse. Ye Qiu's tone grew heavier. You either accept the challenge and fight for your life, or you give up and fade away like a dying ember. As the game says, you are just insects. Now, you have only 2 paths ahead. Be crushed by giants or burn yourself out, fighting to reach the top of the tower where all truths are hidden. His words hit everyone like a hammer. For the rest of your life, struggling will be the entirety of your pitiful existence. Love and affection? Ha! You won't even be able to protect your own family. Or rather, you won't even be able to protect yourself. However, Fly couldn't fully grasp the depth of Ye Qiu's words at that moment. He simply shrugged it off. I won't argue with you. You'll understand my feelings when the time comes. Fang Zhe, enough idle chatter. Everyone, battle positions. With this command, 2 massive doors slowly opened, and the group once again stepped into the familiar circular arena. The air was thick with tension, and everyone was on edge. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from above as the colossal form of the deceptive wolf lord plummeted from the dome, landing heavily on the ground. Boom! The ground shook violently. You've awakened the wolf. A sinister voice suddenly rang out. The deceptive wolf lord is awake. Let me tear their flesh and crush their bones. The unexpected voice stunned everyone. The deceptive wolf lord could speak? While they were still in shock, the wolf lord seized the moment, transforming into a dark blur and charging at them. Here it comes. Brace yourselves. Ye Qiu shouted, swiftly gripping his longsword and launching a flank attack. Sensing the threat, the wolf lord adjusted its stance and swiped a massive claw towards Ye Qiu. Old Zhang, Ye Qiu called out. Before the words had fully left his mouth, an arrow whizzed through the air, piercing the wolf lord's eye with pinpoint accuracy. Thud. Blood splattered everywhere. Roar. The wolf lord let out a harrowing scream. Ye Qiu seized the fleeting opportunity, sliding under the wolf lord and thrusting his violet gold longsword into its abdomen, carving a deep gash. Deal the damage. Ye Qiu shouted. Fly and Fang Zhe immediately attacked from both sides, aiming for the wolf lord's other eye. However, just then, the wolf lord's body shuddered. You, indistinguishable from reality. The wolf lord growled, its dark body suddenly splitting into countless black wolves, surging towards the group. It's coming. Guide, which one is the real one? Fang Zhe called out, fending off a black wolf's fangs with his sword and shouting to the guide behind him. Lu Qing, hearing this, activated his true sight with all his might, his gaze sweeping over the black wolves like lightning. Countless pieces of information flashed through his mind until he locked onto a blood-red signal. Got it, Saint Light, 12 o'clock direction from you, 6 meters away. Lu Qing swiftly pointed out. The group immediately zeroed in on the target, charging towards that direction. Since the wolf lord's main body was injured, all its clones showed signs of injury too, allowing the group to carve a path through and close in on the real wolf lord. However, even before Lu Qing pinpointed the direction, Ye Qiu had already identified the wolf lord. His method, though crude, was surprisingly effective. Just before the wolf lord split into copies, he had spat into its eye. This caused the Wolf Lord to briefly close its real eye after splitting, allowing Ye Qiu to identify the true body. "Uldu, Shigua, let's corner it. Don't let it escape," Ye Qiu shouted as the group swiftly surrounded the Wolf Lord, preparing to deliver the final blow. This time, everyone was brimming with confidence as they prepared to challenge the Wolf Lord. After days of meticulous planning, they devised detailed strategies and thoroughly speculated on the boss's abilities. Unlike the previous encounter where they were exhausted and unprepared, now they were well-rested and had a guide who could discern the real from the fake. The battle commenced instantly. From all directions, sharp weapons pierced into the Wolf Lord's body, emitting a clear, squelch sound. Seizing the opportunity, they launched a relentless assault. Zhang Qingyan precisely shot out the Wolf Lord's other eye, while Ye Qiu, wielding a violet gold longsword, aimed for the heart and head. Ye Qiu's weapon proved to be the key to this battle. His sword could effortlessly slice through the Wolf Lord's bones, while the other's weapons could barely penetrate the flesh. Feng Zhe and the others were well aware of this, so the entire strategy revolved around Ye Qiu. As the real body was struck, all the fake ones instantly dissipated into black flames. The massive Wolf Lord collapsed with a thud, standing over 5 meters tall and nearly 11 meters long. Ye Qiu cautiously approached to deliver a final blow, fearing it might be a ruse. Sure enough, the fallen Wolf Lord suddenly opened its eyes, and the one that had been shot instantly regenerated. Its body began to twist, transforming into a monster with a human body and a wolf's head. The system alert sounded. The deceitful Wolf Lord has entered its second form. Shocked but undeterred, everyone sprang into action. They didn't give the Wolf Lord a chance to complete its transformation, swarming it with attacks. However, the evolving Wolf Lord began to flicker and teleport, causing all attacks to miss. The Wolf Lord's new form gradually took shape. Gray and black fur, a humanoid lower body wrapped in black flames and blood-red patterns. Its limbs were as hard as steel, with sharp wolf claws like metallic weapons. On its chest was a white wolf head, and atop it was another wolf head with blood-red eyes. Though its height shrank to just over 3 meters, its muscular build made it look like a werewolf clad in armor. Zhang Qingyan seized the moment and shot 3 arrows in quick succession. The Wolf Lord merely flicked its hand, catching all the arrows between its fingers. It began to taunt the players, calling their attacks like headless flies unable to grasp the truth. Despite being startled by the Wolf Lord's sudden speech, the group remained vigilant. They had been ambushed by this cunning boss too many times to let their guard down even for a moment. So for them now, it doesn't matter what the Wolf Lord says. It might just be another one of his attack strategies. Ye Qiu initiated the attack first, striking at the Wolf Lord from a tricky angle. However, the Wolf Lord was incredibly agile, effortlessly leaping to dodge Ye Qiu's sneak attack. In one fluid motion, he delivered a sweeping kick to Ye Qiu's head. The entire sequence was seamless and lightning fast. Thud. Ye Qiu couldn't react in time, and his head was instantly shattered, spraying blood 5 steps away. Insignificant pests, the Wolf Lord scoffed, instantly switching direction and appearing in front of Du Yuan and Watermelon at an astonishing speed. Before they could react, the Wolf Lord grabbed their throats. "We're in trouble, old Du," Fly shouted, immediately sliding forward with a dagger aimed at the Wolf Lord's ankle. But the Wolf Lord's tail suddenly whipped around, sending Fly crashing into a stone pillar. "You are all mere insects," the Wolf Lord sneered. Slash. Slash. The sound of flesh being pierced echoed. Feng Zhe suddenly attacked, slashing twice and hitting the Wolf Lord's arm. Unfortunately, the effect was minimal, only leaving 2 shallow wounds on the Wolf Lord's arm. The next second, the Wolf Lord exerted force with both hands, crushing Du Yuan and Watermelon's throats. Next, the Wolf Lord turned towards Feng Zhe. Feng Zhe was startled and quickly rolled away to create distance. He realized that the Wolf Lord in his second phase had significantly enhanced Attribute's intelligence, strength, speed, and defense were all far beyond before. Is this really a low-level boss in the beginner village? The stats are outrageous. The biggest boss on the first floor is supposed to be the Guardian. Seeing Du Yuan, Watermelon, Fly, and Ye Qiu all down, Feng Zhe realized they were about to be wiped out again today. But he decided to gather more information before dying, at least to understand the second phase Wolf Lord's skills. "Old Zhang, cover me," Feng Zhe shouted to Zhang Qingyan. Zhang Qingyan's eyes focused, and he picked up his bow and arrow, running while pulling the string. Whoosh, whoosh, 2 arrows flew through the air. Feng Zhe quickly switched weapons, brandishing a long halberd in a sweeping motion. Seeing this, the Wolf Lord suddenly spread his arms wide. "Guess again," he said, and his body instantly split into thousands of clones. Unlike before, the clones were arranged in a highly organized manner, forming a massive circle around the large arena. All the Wolf Lords raised their right paws simultaneously, each gathering a black flame. "Defilers, burn in hellfire!" The Wolf Lord growled, and countless pillars of fire converged towards the center, covering every corner. Zhang Qingyan and Feng Zhe had nowhere to hide and were instantly pierced by the fire pillars, dying on the spot. Lu Qing was not spared either, with a large hole burned through his chest by the flames. However, Lu Qing did not die. From the hole in his chest, countless tendrils of blood and flesh began to emerge, and cracks appeared all over his skin. Numerous grotesque, swollen masses of flesh burst from his body, transforming into hundreds of tendrils that lunged out, obliterating all of the Wolf Lord's clones in one strike. Boom! The Wolf Lord's true form was hit by the tendrils and slammed heavily into the wall. Lu Qing was terrified by the sight. What on earth is this? His body became uncontrollable, with various grotesque, swollen masses of flesh growing wildly and tendrils flailing everywhere. Ah! Stop it! Make it stop! Lu Qing roared, using all his strength to suppress his body, forcibly retracting all the tendrils. His cracked skin healed, and the large hole in his chest closed up. Seeing this, the Wolf Lord did not continue to attack. Instead, he looked at Lu Qing with a surprised expression. You shouldn't be here. Lu Qing struggled to open his eyes, pain evident on his pale face. Qi Mao, the Wolf Lord, slowly approached him, his massive figure casting a shadow over Lu Qing. In a deep voice, the Wolf Lord spoke. You are also a product of calamity. Just like us, you are one of us. Suddenly, a system notification rang in Lu Qing's mind. Ding! Second stage mission triggered. Uncover the mystery of your origins. The mission details unfolded. The gods did not grant you a body out of nowhere. The original owner of this body hid a shocking secret. Unveil this secret and discover the true nature of the monster within you. Lu Qing was stunned, his mind racing. This meant that his body wasn't created by the creator god, but already existed in this world? He recalled the memories given by the creator god, which included many fragments about the original owner of this body. He had thought they were fabricated, but now it seemed the truth was far more complex than he had imagined. Clenching his teeth, Lu Qing stared at the Wolf Lord. You say I'm one of you, so tell me, why am I outside the tower while you are sealed within? The Wolf Lord looked down at Lu Qing, a hint of disdain in his eyes. I am not speaking to you, despicable and ugly human guardian. Guardian? The word stirred a wave of thoughts in Lu Qing's mind. If he remembered correctly, a guardian was the boss of each level of the sealed tower. Could he be a boss too? And what was he guarding? A terrifying thought crossed Lu Qing's mind. Could it be that grotesque and swollen mass of flesh inside him? He wasn't sure, but one thing was certain. His so-called immortality came from that deformed flesh. Suddenly, Lu Qing asked, what would happen if I killed you? The Wolf Lord bared his fangs, a greedy glint in his eyes. Then I would feast. A walking Taotai. Any creature that consumes you would gain eternal life, undying and immortal. Lu Qing realized he had been mistaken. The Wolf Lord's inaction wasn't due to fear of the monster within him. There was more to it. Well then, I'll be on my way, Lu Qing said, turning to leave. To his surprise, the door of the boss room opened compliantly. Strangely, the Wolf Lord didn't pursue him, as if he had never intended to attack. As Lu Qing stepped outside the tower, the sky was beginning to lighten. Feng Zhe, seeing him return, asked in astonishment, Guide, you're not dead? How did you get back? Lu Qing shrugged. The Wolf Lord didn't kill me. He just let me go. Feng Zhe muttered in confusion. Could it be that monsters don't attack NPCs? Is there such a rule? Lu Qing spoke up. So, about that promised reward, shall we settle it? Feng Zhe pulled out a bag of copper coins from his backpack and tossed it to Lu Qing. Count it. It should be exact. Lu Qing took the money bag and smiled. Since you're so generous, let me share something with you as a bonus piece of information. He began to describe the abilities of the Wolf Lord, Phantom Form and Black Fire. The Phantom Form had physical substance. Unless you hit the true body, each Phantom was as real as the original. Black Fire was an ability the Wolf Lord gained in human form, with power comparable to the Sunray of the Fire School. When Lu Qing was about to reveal the Wolf Lord's weakness, he deliberately dragged out his words. Du Yuan and the others grew impatient, but Lu Qing kept beating around the bush. Ye Qiu seemed to see through Lu Qing's intention. You want more money, right? Lu Qing smiled and admitted, this is extra information. Of course it costs extra. Feng Zhe reluctantly took out another 50 copper coins, but Lu Qing continued to tease them. Ye Qiu pointed out again that it wasn't enough, so Feng Zhe handed over another 50 copper coins. Finally, Lu Qing revealed the Wolf Lord's weakness. The Wolf Lord's weakness is actually recorded on the murals in the underground tunnels. As the moon phases change, so does the Wolf Lord's strength. When the moon first rises, his power is only 1/10 of its full strength. As the moon ascends, his power gradually increases. This growth has a limit, reaching its peak when the moon is full. It can be said that under the full moon, the Wolf Lord's power reaches its peak. After hearing this, Fang Zhe furrowed his brows and fell into deep thought. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him, and he asked, "What if we strike on a night without the moon?" Lu Qing shook his head, his tone tinged with regret. "Unfortunately, without the moon, the Wolf Lord won't awaken." Fang Zhe narrowed his eyes and proposed another idea. "Then what if we attack during a crescent moon?" Lu Qing pondered for a moment before replying, "If you think you have enough time, you can give it a try." In the days that followed, it seemed as if they were destined to clash with the deceptive Wolf Lord. They tirelessly challenged the Wolf Lord in the game for over half a month. During this period, they encountered a full moon and were severely beaten by the Wolf Lord, leaving the team in disarray. They tried countless strategies, hoping to defeat the Wolf Lord at its weakest moment. However, they either ran out of time before dawn or were mysteriously teleported out of the boss room just as they entered. Despite these setbacks, they persisted for more than half a month. Finally, after numerous failures and relentless efforts, they discovered the optimal entry time. This time, Fang Zhe invited Lu Qing to join the team once again. Including their previous attempts, they had faced the Wolf Lord over 20 times, with 16 resulting in complete annihilation. Through repeated failure and analysis, they finally found the most effective strategy. "You, master of deception!" Fang Zhe shouted as the first phase of the battle began. As the first phase ended, Fang Zhe reminded everyone, "This is just the beginning. Get ready for phase 2. Guess again." The Wolf Lord's voice echoed in their ears, "Backwards walker, consumed by desire. Hide behind the pillars, quick!" Fang Zhe commanded. A blinding light flashed, followed by a thunderous explosion. "Here it comes again, dodge!" Fang Zhe reminded them once more. Suddenly, he noticed the Wolf Lord's movements slowing and immediately shouted, "Now! The Wolf Lord is at its weakest. Everyone attack!" Ye Qiu, shielded by the others, dashed towards the Wolf Lord like an arrow released from a bow. With a swift strike, his sword pierced the Wolf Lord's chest. "Fall before me!" Ye Qiu roared. With a deafening crash, the deceptive Wolf Lord fell to its knees, blood staining their armor and clothes. This time, the Wolf Lord did not enter its third form. "The deceptive Wolf Lord has fallen," Fang Zhe announced triumphantly. The Wolf Lord let out a final gasp. "Heh, if you can reach there, so be it," and collapsed heavily. At that moment, a prominent message flashed across all players' screens. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to players, Buki Shixian for achieving the first kill of the deceptive Wolf Lord. Team members include Shengguang, Huanglong, I Love Watermelon, Fly Doesn't Bite Seamless Egg, I Am Xiaozhang, and others. A system-wide announcement echoed throughout the game world. Congratulations to player Buqi Shixian for achieving the first kill of the server's deceitful Wolf Lord. Team members, Shengguang, Huanglong, Wa Ai Qi Shigua, Songying Buding Wu Feng Dedan, Wa Shi Xiaozhang Ah. This historic achievement will be recorded in the Hall of Fame. Players were ecstatic. "Holy crap! This is insane!" One player exclaimed, staring at the screen in disbelief. "What is this? A server-wide announcement? Can you believe it? Killing the boss gets a server-wide announcement. That's amazing!" Another player shouted excitedly. "Damn, this is awesome!" A third player chimed in, "A first boss kill, and the game's only just launched. Who are these gods?" "It's Shengguang, of course." No wonder. Someone recognized the familiar ID. "Who's this Shixian though? Never heard of them, but they must be in Shengguang's team," another player speculated. Suddenly, a player smacked his forehead in frustration. "Dang it, I forgot to record the video. Such a historic moment, and I didn't record it." "No worries, buddy. I got it. I'll send you a copy later," his friend reassured him. "Enough talking. I need to get in the tower and claim a first kill too," one player announced excitedly. "I'm in too. Let's team up, guys." "Are you crazy? It's the middle of the night." "So what? Nighttime is perfect. You've all lost it. Completely insane." Meanwhile, inside the deceitful Wolf Lord's boss room, Fang Zhe's team also saw the server-wide announcement. "This is amazing." Song Ying's voice was hoarse from shouting. "This server-wide announcement is so prestigious. I, Song Ying, would like to call the developers Daddy. Truly amazing." Seeing Song Ying's excitement, Deyuan gave a relieved smile. "Finally, all our hard work paid off." Fang Zhe's face also broke into a rare, genuine smile. "We couldn't have done it without you all, especially Shixian. Great job, everyone. Let's celebrate once we're back." Wa Ai Qi Shigua sighed. "We killed the boss, and we got the spotlight, but who's going to reimburse my revival coins?" Zhang Qingyan glanced at him. "Didn't you get the boss rewards?" He pouted. "Just 10 years of soul lifespan and 3 silver coins. What are these silver coins even for?" Lu Qing suddenly looked up. "In my hometown, 1 silver coin is equivalent to 100 copper coins. 1 silver coin equals 100 copper coins?" Fang Zhe was taken aback. So that means each of us gets 300 copper coins plus 10 years of soul lifespan. That's quite a lot. What AI Qi Shiguo was unimpressed. It's a lot, but compared to our investment, this return is really not enough. Listening to his complaints, Ye Qiu remained silent. Everyone's rewards were the same, except for his. Or rather, the boss killer's reward was different. The boss killer gets 10 times the reward, and any exclusive drops are prioritized for them. And the deceitful Wolf Lord had one exclusive drop, a ring. Hatred of the deceitful Wolf Lord. Type, equipment ring. Quality, legendary gold. Attached skill, power of the moon phases. When worn, the player's attributes are enhanced by the moon phases, stronger during a full moon and weaker during a new moon. Attached skill, 1000 illusions. The Wolf Lord's ability allows the player to create combat clones using mana. If mana is insufficient, it consumes soul lifespan. Description. A gold ring formed from the deceitful Wolf Lord's hatred, born from Fenrir's heart. Even in death, its aura can intimidate demons. The wearer is immune to attacks from magical beasts. Remnant soul of the deceitful Wolf Lord. Type, consumable. Quality, elite blue. Description. A fragment of the Wolf Lord's soul, containing 100 years of soul lifespan. Absorbing it grants 100 years of soul lifespan. These items, plus 30 silver coins, were Ye Qiu's total rewards from the boss fight. The ring was undoubtedly the most valuable, as it was legendary. In the sealed land, legendary doesn't just denote a level or quality. It signifies a unique trait. It's one of a kind. There can be thousands of epic level items, but there will never be a second legendary item. Hence, legendary items are also called unique. Anything above legendary is even rarer, all unique and irreplaceable. As previously mentioned, players can only craft up to epic level items. NPCs are the same. Each legendary item has a story, and its effects and appearance are unique. For instance, a hobbit once forged a sword that was used by a hero to slay a legendary dragon. Today, this sword is considered a legendary weapon. And this isn't just made up. A hobbit did forge a dragon-slaying greatsword, though it might have been the hobbit's ancestor. That sword is on the 5th floor, named Dragon Emperor's Twilight. The good news is, it's held by a minor enemy. The bad news is, that enemy is tougher than the boss. Ye Qiu had coveted that sword for a long time. It's far superior to any weapon dropped by the boss. Back to the topic. If players want to forge legendary items, it's not entirely impossible, but it requires two conditions. First, the player's master craftsman skill must be level 6 or higher. This gives a 0.001 chance of upgrading an epic item to legendary, but the probability is minuscule. Second, legendary materials. Using legendary materials increases the chance to 10. This is already considerable. Unless the master craftsman skill level is further increased, this percentage won't go higher. In the previous life, level 6 or higher blacksmiths were incredibly rare. It's uncertain if this life will be different. After all, the previous life didn't have such a time ratio. Ye Qiu turned to look at everyone, and at that moment, Feng Zhe also looked over. Ye Qiu faced a dilemma. Should he give the ring to Shangguang, or keep it himself? The ring was very powerful early on, but would lose its usefulness later. Collecting 3 rings would unlock the central area's treasury on the 1st floor. It didn't matter who had the ring, as long as all 3 were with them. Everyone played a crucial role in this battle. Ye Qiu couldn't have defeated the deceitful Wolf Lord alone, even if he died 100 times. The credit belonged to everyone. But there was only one ring, and it couldn't be split among them. So Ye Qiu struggled with who should have it. Guild leader, you decide. Ye Qiu finally handed the tough decision to Feng Zhe. As someone who has been reborn, my greatest advantage is foresight. Seizing every opportunity and monopolizing all benefits is the best way to snowball my development. However, Ye Qiu made a surprising decision at this moment. Just because of its value, it can't buy friendship. Friendship is priceless, Ye Qiu thought to himself. He then handed the faintly glowing ring toward Shangguang, saying, "This is the drop from the boss's first kill. You decide how to distribute it, guild leader. I think it's best to leave it to you." Everyone's eyes instantly focused on Ye Qiu, and a hint of surprise filled the air. Feng Zhe had already considered this matter but hadn't spoken about it. Ye Qiu's generosity took him by surprise, so he decided to display the ring to everyone. The golden ring, adorned with intricate patterns matching those on the scheming wolf boss, had a wolf head-shaped ruby embedded in its center, emitting an eerie glow in the dim light. Ye Qiu calmly explained, "The boss killer receives 10 times the rewards. I got 30 silver coins, equivalent to 3,000 copper coins, plus 100 years of soul lifespan and this legendary accessory." Legendary? Everyone exclaimed, their eyes filled with disbelief. For them, blue elite gear was already rare, and the only purple epic item they had seen was the violet gold longsword in Ye Qiu's possession. Kanjing excitedly said, "With so many rewards, can't we just farm resurrection coins and money here?" And legendary items, wouldn't it be amazing if everyone had one? Old Du laughed and added, if that's the case, our team's overall strength would skyrocket. Seeing the excitement on everyone's faces, Ye Qiu suddenly sneered, interrupting their fantasies. That's impossible. Most bosses in the sealed land don't respawn, and the scheming wolf is one of them. Players can only kill it once. Legendary items also drop only once. There won't be a second identical item. In other words, this legendary ring is already a collector's item. Ye Qiu's words were like a bucket of cold water, dousing everyone's enthusiasm. He continued, everyone, I don't want to hog all the rewards, so I'm willing to share the ring. Of course, I'll also distribute the tenfold resource rewards. But there's only one ring, guild leader, you decide who gets it. For a moment, everyone fell silent. Ye Qiu could have kept everything for himself, but he chose to hand over the ring, which changed everyone's impression of him. They realized that Ye Qiu valued their relationship and didn't want to disrupt the team's harmony over a ring. Fang Zhe patted Ye Qiu's shoulder and solemnly said, since you want me to decide, I think the ring should go to you. I believe you're more suited for it. Take it. Your contributions are evident to us all. I don't think anyone would disagree, right? Old Du laughed heartily. It's just a ring, legendary or not. No need to get so serious. Kanjing shrugged. Let's be practical. Getting some money would be nice. The group didn't seem overly obsessed with the legendary item. To them, it was just a game. Having fun was what mattered, not arguing over gear. However, from Ye Qiu's perspective, the situation was different. He knew the game would eventually become reality, and everything was no longer just a game. To him, obtaining the ring meant being far ahead of other players, laying a solid foundation for the future. When the game became real, this advantage would be magnified 100-fold. But Fang Zhe and the others didn't understand this. They couldn't fully grasp the ring's true value. After all, the game was still in its early stages, and the concept of legendary gear was not yet clearly defined. Ye Qiu accepted the ring and sincerely thanked everyone. Thank you all. Since the wolf boss dropped this ring, the snake and owl bosses likely have similar drops. Let's set a small goal to get all 3 rings. For fairness, guild leader, you should distribute them. Just don't give them to me again. That wouldn't be fair. As Fang Zhe and the others stepped out of the sealed tower, they were immediately surrounded by a large group of players, becoming the center of attention. Wow, Shengguang, where did you fight the boss? Is the boss related to the treasure puzzle you posted earlier? Wow, 10 Spiral, that ring and weapon are so cool. Are they boss drops? Fang Zhe smiled and responded, everyone, please be patient. We'll write a detailed post about this on the forum later. My teammates are exhausted, so if you have any questions, please ask me tomorrow morning. However, hidden in the crowd, Ye Qiu's eyes burned with a nameless fire. He gritted his teeth and thought, so, this guy is in Shengguang's team. Mentioning Shengguang's team would make some red-name players keep their distance, and Ye Qiu was no exception. But he quickly muttered to himself, am I just going to let this go and avoid him in the future? No, I've never taken such an insult lying down. This grudge must be avenged. Wait, I'll summon the evil eye. The next morning, when Ye Qiu woke up, he found everyone already gathered around the table enjoying breakfast. He rubbed his temples, took a deep breath, and his thoughts started racing. According to the game's progression, the Chaos Watcher should be appearing soon. However, due to the changes in the game's time flow, the exact appearance of this roaming boss had become unpredictable. Ye Qiu recalled the characteristics of the Chaos Watcher. It's a boss that can be actively summoned and resummoned. Although it doesn't drop soul life and has minimal money drops, its true value lies in the precious materials it carries. Its crystals can activate the evil eye ability, its corneas can be used to create shields stronger than steel, and the magic infused or in its body is excellent for crafting staffs. However, for players who still couldn't fly at this stage, defeating the Chaos Watcher was a daunting task. They could only rely on long-range weapons to slowly wear it down or exploit some game glitch. With these thoughts in mind, Ye Qiu quickly got dressed and headed to the guild hall. He saw Fang Zhe and the others enjoying a simple breakfast, gnawing on jerky and sipping juice. Old Du, how's the taste this time? Someone asked. It's got flavor, but it's not exactly thrilling. Old Du responded. As long as it's got flavor, what more do you need? Do you know how expensive these guys sell juice? Just tasting it is good enough. Another person chimed in. They had also prepared breakfast for Ye Qiu. Morning, Shi Xian. Everyone greeted him. Morning, Ye Qiu replied simply and sat down. What's the plan for today? He asked. Fang Zhe looked up and said, when the deceptive Wolf Lord died, did any of you notice a message? Zhang Qingyan took a bite of jerky and recalled, I vaguely remember something like, the pitch black night has been liberated. A ray of moonlight points to the day, right? Exactly. Fang Zhe confirmed with a nod. This message might be a clue to the next boss. Based on the hint and our speculation, the next boss should be the Serpent Lord, and it can only be found during the day. Everyone agreed. Zhang Qingyan suggested, following the Wolf Lord's pattern, its palace was in the mines, So the Serpent Lord should be related to the Earth Veins. Should we conduct another thorough search like last time? Feng Zhe shook his head. No, at least the Wolf Lord had the concept of a mine, but the concept of a serpent is too vague. The Earth Veins cover too broad an area, and we wouldn't know where to start. Besides, other players are searching too. If it were that easy, they would have found it by now. Ye Qiu thought for a moment and proposed his idea. Daytime, Earth Veins? How about we try looking at the head of the serpent? The head of the serpent? Feng Zhe looked curiously at Ye Qiu. How can you be sure where the head is? Ye Qiu opened the map and explained. Look at the volcano where the hobbits are. This volcano is marked as a red on the map. Doesn't it look like the eye of the serpent? Feng Zhe nodded in agreement. That's a good idea. Let's focus our exploration around the volcano then. Meanwhile, in a forest near the Tower of Seals, Nocturne was conducting a mysterious ritual. She held a two-horned goat, carefully drawing its blood. Following the instructions from the pages of the Book of Necromancy, she began to draw a complex magic circle. The circle consisted of four main structures. First, a blood-drawn circle with a vertical eye symbol inside it, and another circle within the eye. Above this circle, a downward-pointing triangle had to be drawn proportionally. Finally, 6 twisted Hermes symbols were added to the sides of the circle. After completing the magic circle as required, Nocturne placed 2 eyeballs she had taken from other players onto it. Then, she knelt down abruptly, spread her arms wide, and prayed loudly. Great God of blind folly, primordial Lord of chaos, your devoted follower beseeches you. May you awaken in your dreams. In the name of Azathoth, bring forth the primordial chaos of all things. Let your eyes once again gaze upon this decaying realm. As soon as she finished speaking, the blood-drawn runes beneath her feet flashed with a blood-red light. However, the flashing light quickly faded away. Ye Qiu froze, staring at the magic circle in disbelief. The blood of a demon sheep doesn't count as sheep's blood, he muttered, utterly confused. In this game, there were no other sheep but demon sheep. Could it be a bug in the system? Clenching his fists, he was unwilling to give up just yet. Suddenly, a bold idea flashed through his mind. What if I use my own blood? Before he even finished speaking, Ye Qiu drew his dagger and without hesitation, sliced open his wrist. Blood gushed out, and he quickly redrew the magic circle on the ground, placing the prepared offerings within it. Taking a deep breath, Ye Qiu prayed loudly, Great God of blind foolishness, primordial Lord of chaos, your devout follower beseeches you to awaken from your slumber. In the name of Azathoth, bring forth the primordial chaos of the world, and let your gaze once again fall upon this decaying realm. Despite having little hope left, Ye Qiu kept his eyes fixed on the magic circle, hoping for a miracle. However, the circle remained unresponsive. Disappointment washed over him like a tide. Shaking his head with a bitter smile, he said, I've been played. Haha, I should just go and apologize to that guy. Forget this necromancy quest, it's garbage. I'm done with it. Just as Ye Qiu was about to stand up, the magic circle beneath him suddenly flickered with a blood-red light. A system notification chimed. Ding! Azathoth has responded to your call. Ye Qiu was stunned, his mind racing. Using my own blood worked, but wasn't it supposed to be lamb's blood? A horrifying thought dawned on him. No, we are the lambs? With a thunderous roar, a blood-red pillar of light shot into the sky. A new message popped up on Ye Qiu's interface. A voice echoes in the boundless chaos. The Watcher of Chaos has awakened. Before he could fully process his excitement, another system notification followed. The Watcher of Chaos has fallen into slumber. Please summon at night. Ye Qiu fell to his knees, shouting in frustration. Are you kidding me? Summon at night? Couldn't you have mentioned that earlier? Damn, all this blood wasted. Despite his frustration, at least the summoning ritual had been a success. Ye Qiu glanced at the distant sealed tower, plotting in his mind, I can't summon here, or other players will notice. I'll summon in the tower tonight. In the game, on the first floor of the Tower of Seals, a team of 5 players was battling 2 low-level beasts. They were using a strategy developed by Feng Zhe for 5-man teams. Although this tactic worked well for Feng Zhe's team, its efficiency dropped significantly when used by other players. Amidst the fierce battle, a shadowy figure crept closer. Suddenly, a sharp sword pierced through the back of one of the players, impaling them. Before the terrified scream could escape, a cold voice echoed from behind. Everyone whipped around to see a red-named player in a black robe, holding a broken sword. Someone recognized him and shouted in alarm, It's Nocturne, the wanted player from the forum. Before they could react, Nocturne was already reaping lives like the Grim Reaper. 2, he declared, slitting another player's throat. The remaining 3 were thrown into disarray, quickly falling to the beast's attacks. No, please, one of them begged in despair as Nocturne coldly counted, 3, 4. In the blink of an eye, 2 more players perished in the darkness. The last survivor cursed Nocturne's ancestors, but the insults fell on deaf ears. Nocturne calmly said, "With you, that makes 100. With that, he drove his broken sword through the survivor's throat. After dealing with the players, the 2 low-level beasts turned their attention to Nocturne. He scoffed, courting death, and grabbed each beast by the forehead. Dark energy seeped from his palms, turning one beast's head black as it howled in agony. Before the other beast could react, Nocturne's sword had already pierced its throat. Amidst the carnage, Nocturne emotionlessly gouged out the eyes of several players and tossed them into his bag. He opened his system interface to confirm the completion of the faction quest, Malthus's Pact. Suddenly, black mist emanated from one of the corpses, and its hollow eyes opened, glowing with a ghostly blue flame. Malthus's consciousness had possessed the body, and he praised Nocturne. "Well done. It seems I chose wisely. Here is your reward." A parchment scroll appeared out of thin air, granting Nocturne the second necromancy potion, Recipe Potion. Eager to know how to obtain the ingredients, he was disappointed to learn that he currently had no access to such rare items. Malthus informed him that only by advancing to higher levels could he find these materials. Nocturne frowned and asked, "Can I take on more quests now?" Malthus replied, "No, you must successfully consume the second potion before I can give you the clues for the third recipe." "Then what am I supposed to do now, without any quests?" Nocturne asked, growing anxious. Malthus replied with a knowing tone, "The necromancy faction is profound and boundless. You should first adapt to the powers you have now. Go find a companion. I permit you to share the formula of the first volume of necromantic elixirs with another." Malthus's voice echoed in Nocturne's ears, cold and commanding. As soon as he finished speaking, a system notification flashed in Nocturne's vision. Ding! Faction Quest, Legacy of the Necromantic School. Quest description. Malthus requires you to recruit a player into the Necromantic School and ensure they successfully consume the Death Elixir. Quest progress, 01. Quest reward, Death Essence Condenser. Nocturne's eyes lit up, and he muttered excitedly, "A skill quest? This is great." However, his excitement was quickly dampened by reality. He frowned, realizing a crucial problem. He had no idea how to brew potions, let alone one that required the soul fire of the undead. After hesitating for a moment, Nocturne cautiously spoke up, "Lord Malthus, I don't know how to brew potions. Isn't there a problem with this quest?" Malthus showed no hesitation. He conjured a bone finger glowing with an eerie light from the void and handed it to Nocturne. "Insert this bone finger into a corpse with flesh. I will descend my consciousness into that body to assist you in brewing the elixir," he said coldly. "However, you must gather the ingredients yourself." Nocturne, feeling as if he'd received a treasure, carefully placed the bone finger into his backpack and thanked Malthus repeatedly. "Thank you, Lord Malthus." Yet his curiosity got the better of him, and he tentatively asked, I actually have one more question." Malthus's tone grew impatient. "You speak too much." Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Nocturne hurriedly explained, "This is the last one. I promise." He took a deep breath and mustered the courage to ask, "Lord Malthus, do you have the complete book of necromancy? Could you lend it to me? Just for a look." Malthus burst into mocking laughter, full of disdain. "Ha ha ha. Such big talk for someone with little skill." His tone suddenly turned severe. "You are not qualified to see the book of necromancy." Then, Malthus's voice lowered, carrying a hint of warning. "I offer you a piece of advice. The book of necromancy is a book of calamity. It only brings disaster and misfortune. For a mortal to steal its knowledge is akin to listening to the whispers of the old gods. If you do not wish for this world to become a wasteland, abandon any thoughts of seeking the book of necromancy. Such forbidden power will plunge this world into endless madness." Nocturne fell silent, Malthus's words pouring cold water on all his fantasies about the book of necromancy. A high bounty for red-named players playing nighttime tunes. This message caused an uproar on the gaming forum. Players rallied, vowing to protect the game environment and resist player killers. "Agreed. I'll raise the bounty and increase publicity," one player passionately shouted. "Damn it, I was farming mobs, and he ambushed me from behind." Another player angrily complained. "Who hasn't been there? This jerk, I swear." A third player echoed. Then, a barrage of vicious curses followed. "May his mom's groceries always be overpriced. May his grandpa always be pointed at while playing chess. May his grandma's dance sessions always get rained out. May he never get a rare drop in 10 pulls. May there be no toilet paper when he needs it. May his phone always die when making payments, and may he always buy fake goods online." "Whoa, dude. Your curses are savage," someone exclaimed. "Humph. Red-named players deserve no mercy," another voice coldly declared. In the guild, Song Ying and Zhang Qingyan were discussing the hot topic. Why does it feel like everyone's talking about that red-named player lately? No one's mentioning our first kill, Song Ying said, a bit disgruntled. Zhang Qingyan shrugged. That's because you haven't been backstabbed by a red-named player. Otherwise, you'd be just like them. Song Ying stood up defiantly. What? You think I'm weak? Believe it or not, I'll take down that red-named player's bounty myself. Just watch me assassinate him. At that moment, Du Yuan walked over, stretching. You two have so much energy. Aren't you tired after running around the map all day? How about some extra training tonight? Song Ying immediately slumped into his chair. No way, no way. If I move another step, my bones will fall apart. Zhang Qingyan laughed. Weren't you just saying you were going to assassinate that red-named player? Song Ying's face twitched. Forget it, I'm going to bed. Meanwhile, on the second-floor balcony of the guild, Fang Zhe and Ye Qiu were discussing clues about the Serpent Lord. The clues about the Serpent Lord are still very vague. Fang Zhe frowned. We searched the area around the volcano today but found nothing. Ye Qiu pondered. If I remember correctly, the second clue should be near the volcano. How could there be nothing? Unless it's inside the volcano? Fang Zhe's eyes lit up. That's right, we haven't searched inside the volcano yet. Ye Qiu was worried. How do you plan to search a volcano? I was just speculating, don't take it seriously. But Fang Zhe was resolute. No, you might be right this time. Other players have already searched around the volcano, digging and turning over everything. The only place left is inside. So, the Serpent Lord's palace being inside the volcano is highly possible. It might even appear under specific conditions, like during the day. As they were discussing, a large group of players suddenly emerged from the distant forest, looking panicked and shouting loudly. A boss spawned in the tower. Holy crap, look at those huge eyes. I didn't see anything before I died. What happened? I don't know either. I just saw a beam of light. I saw it. Run, you fools, it's a water droplet. Unbelievable. Did all of us really die? Is there anyone left in the tower? There should still be a few. Hearing the commotion, Ye Qiu suddenly realized something. Could it be that the Chaos Watcher has awakened? Guild Master, we've got action. He smiled. Want to claim another first kill on a boss? Fang Zhe, hearing the players' discussions, immediately made a decision. Let's go check it out. He quickly went downstairs to the main hall and gathered the team. Old Du, Old Zhang, Song Ying, Watermelon, stop idling around. We've got a special event. Du Yuan and the others were already prepared. Got it. Ready to enter the tower. At this moment, the guild's architect and a wealthy patron also arrived. A boss has spawned? I want to see it too. Fang Zhe nodded in agreement. Sure, but we don't know the exact situation yet. If there's danger, remember to teleport back to the 0 level immediately. Let's move into the tower. And so, the player army set off in a grand procession. Over 2,000 online players, both new and veteran, all rushed into the Tower of Seals. Their hearts were filled with excitement and anxiety because the last time Fang Zhe and his team fought a boss, no one saw what it looked like. To this day, they didn't know where the boss was or how it was defeated. This time, they finally had a chance to witness the legendary boss with their own eyes. However, this time, the boss spawned directly in the wild. This rare opportunity thrilled the players. The allure of the first kill was like a lightning bolt, instantly igniting everyone's enthusiasm. For players, the first kill might be just a title, but it carries an unparalleled attraction. They were willing to pay any price for this honor. Meanwhile, inside the Tower of Seals, the situation was entirely different. Ye Qiu stood dumbfounded, staring at the creature he had summoned kneeling before him, thinking to himself, this is far from what I expected. He had initially thought the summoned I would be a minor monster, at most an elite one. However, when the Chaos Watcher truly awoke, Ye Qiu was completely stunned. It was an enormous entity, a blood-red eyeball nearly 10 meters in diameter, surrounded by countless black, viscous flesh, extending numerous tentacles. Its massive pupil was malevolent and deep, as if it could devour everything. Staring at it felt like gazing into an endless abyss. What was even more shocking was that its name had a golden border. This was unmistakably a boss unit. The Chaos Watcher descended like a meteor from the sky. Although it did not attack Ye Qiu, it was wantonly slaughtering other players inside the tower. Ye Qiu realized he would be the next target, and fear distorted his pupils. What should I do? I'm no match for it, he thought in panic, deciding to flee immediately. Just as Ye Qiu prepared to head to the first-floor teleportation array, something unexpected happened. A large number of players suddenly emerged from the teleportation array, swarming like locusts. They shouted slogans, their blood boiling. Kill the boss. For the first kill. Kill, kill, kill. Charge, brothers. Tonight, either I or that big I must die. Ranged players, spread out. That I can dive. Quick, form teams. Everyone get into 10-man groups, and soon we'll follow Xinguang's lead. Amid the chaos, a piece of good news arrived. The author finally learned how to include pictures in the story. And the bad news? There was none yet. This battle between chaos and order had only just begun. Why is Yin waking up at this hour? Who summoned it? Ye, who was enjoying the sea breeze on a small island, suddenly felt surprised. He furrowed his brow, recalling the intricate game mechanics he had meticulously designed. Yin was a hidden boss he had buried in the early stages of the game, with its summoning method inscribed on a torn page of the Book of Necromancy. This book was written in a new language generated by the system Hermesian. A smirk of pride appeared on Ye's face, as he not only created this language but also invented Green Dragon language, Elvish, Orcish, and several others. Among these languages, had substantial effects. Ye closed his eyes, mentally reviewing the characteristics of these languages. 1. Ancient Divine Language, also known as Primal Verbiage, the origin of all magical scripts. 2. Dream Speech, used by half-dragons in their dreams, capable of interfering with dreams. 3. Eldritch Cipher, derived from the whispers of unknown gods in the void, containing endless knowledge and maddening curses. 4. Words of Creation, each capable of creating a different entity. Ye opened his eyes, a slight smile playing on his lips. He had already designed a hidden class for the Words of Creation, the Creation School. This class could use the Words of Creation to form skills and weapons, and eventually create holy artifacts and pseudo-artifacts. He decided to place this hidden class on the 5th level, leaving the balance issues to the system. Shaking his head, Yi realized he was getting off track. He recalled the way players could decipher Hermesianthy, had to find the forbidden scholar Zyke on the 2nd level. Only Zyke could unlock the secrets of the Book of Necromancy. Suddenly, Yi remembered the artificial traveler. Oh right, how could I forget him? He muttered to himself. He has the eye of truth, so it's not surprising he can see through Hermesian. Yi chuckled and shook his head, not intending to interfere. Given the current level of the players, defeating Yin would be quite challenging. Against Yin, the advantage of numbers was negligible. More players would just mean more casualties. He couldn't help but comment, why bother fighting this boss? Wouldn't it be better to take on the 3 lock beasts? Those bosses are much more approachable, with fewer abilities and lower damage. Plus they drop legendary accessories. In contrast, while Yin also had 2 forms, it was massive, incredibly fast, and had numerous skills. Most importantly, Yin hardly dropped any loot. Even if you get the enchanted ore, what good is it if you can't use it? Yi thought, feeling helpless. He shook his head. Oh well, players have always had a penchant for seeking death. At worst, the entire server's players will lose a few decades of soul lifespan. Yi knew that players might not yet understand the importance of soul lifespan, but he could confidently say that soul lifespan was the only level in this game. Without a year of soul lifespan, they wouldn't even qualify for the first job change. He mentally reviewed the game settings. All school job changes required soul lifespan as a limitation. The first job change required 1 year, the second 10 years, the third 100 years, and the fourth 1,000 years, and so on. Similarly, the soul lifespan deducted upon player death would also increase, from an initial 1 year to 10 years, 100 years, and eventually 1,000 years. Yi anticipated that by morning, players would likely start complaining on the forums. But he just shrugged. If heaven commits a sin, it can be forgiven. If man commits a sin, it cannot be avoided. It's not my fault. They should learn their lesson. He thought of an analogy. Someone planted a tree, and later someone fell from it and broke their leg. The injured person would say that if the tree hadn't been there, they wouldn't have gotten hurt. But looking at it another way, if they hadn't climbed the tree, they wouldn't have broken their leg. Yi sighed. But that's just human nature. Knowing the risk of falling, they still take the chance to climb. In the game, a Tuthusan player team was quickly decimated by the Chaos Watcher. But they refused to give up and resurrected to re-enter the tower, determined to take down the boss. However, as time passed, more and more players withdrew from the battle. There was no doubt they were just throwing their lives away. Given the boss's stats, winning was almost impossible. Was there any point in fighting a battle with no suspense? Most players' soul lifespans were nearly depleted. Continuing this way would set them back significantly. Gradually, everyone dispersed. Only one team, after dying a dozen times, still chose to fight the Chaos Watcher. This was Feng Zhe's team. But truth be told, even Feng Zhe had given up. Continuing the fight would only maximize their losses. However, one person refused to give up no matter what, and that was Ye Qiu. Countless players tried to persuade Ye Qiu not to re-enter the tower, saying that dying like this was entirely pointless. Feng Zhe and others also tried to dissuade him, but to no avail. Some players secretly mocked him, calling him a fool, while others said Ye Qiu was bloodthirsty and determined to slay the Chaos Watcher today. In reality, Ye Qiu's persistence in fighting the Chaos Watcher stemmed from 2 reasons. The first was a memory of a past life's ancient god's mockery. Lambs at least have faith, but you have none. So, you are even less than a flock of sheep. What is the meaning of your existence, a species without faith? I see greed, selfishness, arrogance, stupidity, laziness, and hubris in your eyes. What a pitiful existence. Looking at the players mocking him, Ye Qiu simply smiled. Long ago, an old man once told me something. You ask me why I climb the mountain? Because it's there. Because the mountain is there? As soon as Ye Qiu uttered these words, confusion immediately spread across everyone's faces. This phrase was both unfamiliar and profound to them, as it didn't belong to their world. It came from an NPC Ye Qiu had encountered in a game during his previous life. In that game world, there was a tireless climber who challenged an endlessly towering ancient peak day after day. Most players dismissed this NPC as useless, believing he wasn't even as good as an ordinary guide. This NPC can't even compare to half a guide. Are you kidding? He's way more useful than a guide. I'd say he's worth 3 guides. The players argued incessantly, but the climber remained undeterred, focused solely on his climbing. Even though he fell to the base of the mountain every time, he never gave up his resolve to climb higher. Some players tried to dissuade him. Even if you reach the top, what then? You gain nothing and risk your life every day. Is it worth it? What's the point of climbing? At first, Ye Qiu didn't understand this obsession either. Until one day, he flew the old man to the summit, expecting to see something remarkable. However, the old man simply shook his head and prepared to descend and start his climb anew. Ye Qiu, puzzled, asked, I've already brought you to the top. What more could you want? The old man smiled and replied, if you don't walk the path up the mountain yourself, you'll find that you can't see the way down. Why do you climb the mountain? Ye Qiu asked again. Because the mountain is there, the old man answered calmly. The meaning of climbing is never complicated, but it has become my life's mission and faith. Young man, you and I are alike. We are both climbing. You have your battlefield to reach, and I have my mountain path to walk. You don't need to waste your time on me, just as I can't offer you any help. I can only give you this earnest advice. Once you climb over a mountain, you stand taller than it. One day, a remarkable climber will reach the true summit. If you're willing to climb for that, why can't that person be you? Looking back now, Ye Qiu realized that what he saw in the old man was an unwavering belief. Since the dawn of humanity, people have continually challenged nature and everything around them. Survival of the fittest, natural selection human faith is rooted in courage and challenge. The chaotic watchers were indeed terrifying, but this was just the beginning. Even more dreadful monsters would appear in the future, mercilessly destroying homes and killing loved ones. In the face of such threats, was escaping really the only option? Ye Qiu suddenly understood the climber's obsession. As the old man had said, only by climbing over a mountain can you stand taller than it. Even if the goal seemed unattainable, the climber never gave up. Of course, the premise of a challenge is that it can be challenged, and the premise of climbing is that the mountain can be climbed. Only on this basis can a challenge be called a challenge, and climbing be called climbing. Ye Qiu wasn't blindly confident. He was simply waiting for the right moment. His eyes gleamed with wisdom as he discovered a bug that everyone in the future would know about. This bug was like a crack in the armor of the Chaos Watcher. If used cleverly, it could lead to its defeat. However, Ye Qiu understood that he couldn't achieve this alone. He needed more players to join in what seemed like an impossible battle. Standing among the players, he spoke with a firm voice. What are players? We are those who persist and grow stronger with each fight. We emerge like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, like sparks that can ignite a prairie fire. Ye Qiu's words ignited a flame in the hearts of the players. Someone echoed loudly, how do we know a mantis can't stop a chariot if we haven't tried? How do we know an ephemeron can't shake a tree if we haven't seen it? This is the spirit of us players. Another player chimed in, just like the gravekeeper spoke of the golden spirit. The song of humanity is a song of courage. The greatness of humanity is the greatness of courage. Ye Qiu looked around and continued, to dare to wield a sword against an invincible god with a mortal body, that is the only courage I possess in this life. Think about it, we can fail countless times, and it doesn't matter. But the boss, it can only fail once. His words were like a fire, igniting the fighting spirit in everyone's hearts. Ye Qiu went on, I don't know if trying will bring us victory, but I do know that without the courage to try even once, we are destined to fail. This is the golden spirit I have come to understand. Someone pondered aloud, even if the golden spirit is the biggest hoax in this game. So what? Ye Qiu nodded in agreement. The ancient gods mocked us for having no faith and losing our beliefs, leaving only greed and arrogance in our hearts. But perhaps the existence of climbers is to awaken that initial faith and courage within us. His words resonated with the players. Someone shouted, players are never defeated by dozens or hundreds of deaths. Even if we die thousands or tens of thousands of times, it doesn't matter. We just need to win against it once. Ye Qiu gripped his sword tightly, his eyes shining with determination. How do we know a mantis can't stop a chariot, or an ephemeron can't shake a tree, if we don't try? With that, he resolutely walked towards the Tower of Seals. The other players exchanged looks and then smiled knowingly. Someone shouted, "Then let's try a billion times." Suddenly, everyone felt an unprecedented surge of fighting spirit. One player excitedly said, "One big eye is too few. I want to fight 100. Let the developers see the power of the players." Another player echoed, "Turning the impossible into possible, transforming decay into magic. This is the power of the fourth calamity. Daring to wield a sword against gods with a mortal body. I like that. It's bold. I'm with you." A player said, thumping his chest. "When you're young, you have to go crazy at least once or twice." Someone else shouted. The players' enthusiasm spread like wildfire. They shouted in unison, "Then let's show the developers what players are made of. We can fail countless times, but it can only fail once. We just need to win once." Everyone regained their faith and marched towards the Tower of Seals. In this passionate atmosphere, Fangze suddenly remembered a saying. When people grow old, they don't regret the things they did when they were young. They only regret what they didn't do. If you don't do something when you're young, it'll be too late when you're old. Among the crowd, Cheng Haixing fell into deep thought. As an older player, he knew all too well the helplessness that comes with age. Looking back, there were so many things he didn't dare to do when he was young, which became lifelong regrets. This game, in a way, gave him a second chance at life. With a resolute glint in his eyes, Cheng Haixing said, "All right, I'll go crazy with you this once." With that, he too walked towards the Tower of Seals. From that moment on, the game's meaning fundamentally changed. Players no longer fought to claim the first kill but to defeat the boss, without any personal gain. As Cheng Haixing had once heard, a group of soldiers who fight purely for their beliefs is the most terrifying force in the world. Challenges don't need a reason. The challenge itself is the reason. This battle cry instantly ignited the players' fighting spirit. They no longer hesitated or feared. Their eyes were fixed solely on the colossal Chaos Overseer. The atmosphere on the battlefield shifted dramatically. Players stopped worrying about self-preservation, stopped trying to steal the first kill. Their only goal was clear. If the Chaos Overseer dared to land, they would strike it down at all costs. Under this relentless assault, the Chaos Overseer's massive body quickly became covered in wounds of all sizes. Ye Qiu, as a reborn player, knew the boss's two weaknesses: the unshielded flesh behind its pupils and a vulnerability that only appeared in its second form. He always led the charge, setting an example and inspiring everyone. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed. The Chaos Overseer swooped down again, carving a massive trench in the ground. Hundreds of players fell instantly, but they clutched their weapons, determined to deliver a fatal blow to the giant eye. "Take this, you monster! Ha ha ha, I hit it. This life was worth it. Brothers, wait for me. I'll be back soon." The players' shouts echoed one after another. Even in their final moments, they aimed to leave a mark on the Chaos Overseer. Despite their low individual damage, the relentless assault brought the giant eye to a critical state. But Ye Qiu knew this was just the beginning. As Du Yuan's axe struck the right side of the eye, the Chaos Overseer trembled violently. "You are insects," it roared in fury. Then, the system notification sounded. Ding! The Chaos Overseer has entered its second form. A chilling ripping sound filled the air as the giant eye's pupils split open, revealing a massive, blood-red maw. Its speed and attack frequency soared. The ground shook with constant impacts, and scores of players fell instantly. The boss has a second form? Seriously? Then we'll kill it again. Life and death don't matter. We fight. Even if it has a third form, we'll take it down. Brothers, charge. I refuse to believe it has an infinite health bar. The players' blood boiled. They faced the even more ferocious boss without flinching. Ye Qiu seized the moment, activating the ring of the deceptive Wolf Lord. "Thousand-fold mirage," he shouted, splitting into two. The mirage charged at the giant eye with a violet gold longsword, while Ye Qiu's real body slipped into the shadows. The Chaos Overseer swooped down, and the mirage met it head-on, disintegrating instantly. At that precise moment, Ye Qiu leaped onto the Chaos Overseer's head. The giant eye reacted swiftly, opening its massive maw to swallow Ye Qiu. But Ye Qiu was faster, jumping from tooth to tooth. To everyone's astonishment, he climbed higher and higher, using the Chaos Overseer as his staircase to the sky. Is this the legendary left foot on right foot technique? Holy crap, this is insane. The other players were dumbfounded, marveling at the spectacle. But then a question arose. So, how's he gonna get down? Faced with this tricky question, someone joked, "Good question. Ask again next time." Meanwhile, Ye Qiu, stepping on the Chaos Overseer, disappeared into the clouds, leaving the players below in stunned confusion, staring skyward. Under the watchful eyes of countless players, Ye Qiu leaped off the body of the Chaos Observer, soaring towards the sky. The Chaos Observer let out an earth-shattering roar. Insects. Ignoring Ye Qiu, it dived towards the ground, seemingly convinced that the height would be enough to turn Ye Qiu into a mere splatter. However, this played right into Ye Qiu's hands. At that moment, with the moon shining brightly, the hate of the deceptive Wolf Lord sword glowed with brilliant blue light, reaching its peak power for the night. Ye Qiu's lips curled into a slight smile as he realized the opportunity he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Ye Qiu pointed his sword downward and leaned forward, accelerating his descent. He was like an arrow aimed straight at the ground. You call us insects, and you're right. But don't forget, insects have never been truly defeated. Ye Qiu shouted in his heart. In the next instant, Ye Qiu activated the active skill of the hate of the deceptive Wolf Lord, 1000 Phantom Strike. 3 phantoms appeared instantly, surrounding the Chaos Observer from 3 directions. Seeing this, the other players quickly formed a siege. The Chaos Observer abruptly halted in midair. As I see it, all life disintegrates. Before it finished speaking, purple beams shot from its eyes, turning the players they touched into dust. The Chaos Observer began to spin, sweeping the beams around and clearing the surrounding players in an instant. At that moment, Ye Qiu, descending from the sky, had already arrived. Have you ever heard of a sword technique that strikes from the heavens? The Chaos Observer sensed something, but it was too late. In the next second, Ye Qiu, engulfed in scorching airwaves, plummeted downwards. Who gave you the right to stand above us? Kneel. With a thunderous crash, Ye Qiu's sword pierced through the Chaos Observer's body, the sheer impact forcefully slamming its massive form to the ground. Boom! The ground erupted in a cloud of dust. The Chaos Observer fell with a resounding crash, its grotesque body crushed into an oval shape. Simultaneously, Ye Qiu's entire skeleton shattered, his body reduced to a bloody mess from the feedback of the impact. But it was all worth it. At that moment, every player received a message. The Chaos Observer has been defeated. A server-wide announcement congratulated player Bu Qi Shixian for achieving the first kill of the Chaos Observer. The pride of defeating this ancient dark entity belonged to all of them. Witnessing this, all the players dropped their weapons and burst into laughter. We did it. We won. Bu Qi Shixian is amazing. At that moment, no one cared about who got the first kill. The victory of the players was all that mattered. This was not one person's victory. It was a victory for all players. We made the impossible possible. We are players. What? They beat it? Chen Yi, outside the game, widened his eyes in disbelief. As the mastermind behind Big Eye, he knew all too well how powerful it was. With players not yet able to switch classes, it should have been impossible to defeat Big Eye. Chen Yi frowned and pondered for a moment. He then activated the system's power, projecting a holographic recording of the players defeating the Chaos Watcher. As the recording ended, Chen Yi fell silent, a strange glint flashing in his eyes. Ye Qiu, a reborn one. Interesting, he muttered, licking his lips. It seems it wasn't a coincidence that I chose you. His gaze grew deep as if contemplating something profound. Given the current situation, Ye Qiu is undoubtedly the most likely to reach the top of the sealed tower, he said with anticipation. Ye Qiu, I hope you grow quickly and stand before me. I really want to see the courage you have to challenge the gods with a mortal's body. Compared to Lu Qing, who slacked off every day, Ye Qiu brought Chen Yi countless surprises and unexpected twists. Since everything was created by Chen Yi himself, it should have all been under his control, which had become quite dull. But Ye Qiu consistently did the unexpected, making it impossible for Chen Yi to predict the next move. This unpredictability both intrigued and amused Chen Yi. He seemed to understand why a world always has a protagonist. What were the heavenly beings thinking? Now, Chen Yi finally realized. The protagonist always does something unpredictable, making everything more interesting. This was the only joy for the heavenly beings. As for being angry that Ye Qiu disrupted his plans, that was out of the question. To Chen Yi, it was like arranging sugar cubes into a triangle, only to have ants carry them away. Would you be angry? Most people wouldn't care. Similarly, the actions of these ants amused Chen Yi, just as he used to spend entire days observing ant colonies as a child. Chen Yi glanced at the system panel. The index is almost there. Time to release some people. This time, let's release 10,000. He extended his right hand, and a shadow soldier immediately handed him a folder. Master, the shadow soldier said respectfully. Hearing the title, Chen Yi smiled. You were the first to learn to speak, so I'll call you Shadow One. Shadow One bowed his head. Thank you for the name, Master. Chen Yi turned around, his gaze sweeping over the vast army of ghostly shadow soldiers behind him. They were learning and evolving. This learning wasn't through books but by linking their minds to the internet, absorbing all its knowledge. Chen Yi chose to let them learn autonomously rather than directly instilling knowledge, because the index required for granting learning ability differed from that for directly providing knowledge. Besides learning ability, Chunyi had also given these shadow soldiers the ability to devour and evolve, although that stage hadn't been reached yet. Once you gain enough intelligence, you can replace me as the game's official staff, Chunyi calculated. He planned to have them collaborate with the media to hype up the game, turning it into a national sensation, possibly including competitive content. Future plans even included hosting world-class live competitions, with time zone differences adjusted during matches. If anyone suspected these shadow soldiers were the ghostly army from the game, only Cheng Haixing and his team could recognize them. But Chunyi doubted they would disclose this. On the contrary, they would have to cooperate with him. At that moment, Shadow 1 presented a tablet to Chunyi.
Master.
Chunyi glanced at the tablet, which displayed content from the game's official forum. Besides the usual posts seeking beta access, there were many comments in different languages. These were messages from overseas players, mostly complaining about why the beta was limited to China and questioning if the developers looked down on their countries. Some confidently declared that if they had access to the game, they would have cleared the first level long ago. Others outright mocked. A bunch of weaklings can't even play a game properly. Giving this game to you is a waste. Is this game even hard? I don't think so. Maybe it's hard for you. Hope the developers open the beta in my beautiful country. Seeing these provocative comments, a slow grin spread across Chen Ye's face. He could feel the blatant challenge from the overseas players. Chen Yi narrowed his eyes, a provocative smile playing on his lips. You want to challenge me, huh? Alright, system, filter out the top 5,000 players from other countries. I want to see if you're as good as you claim. As he spoke, he twisted his neck, producing a series of cracking sounds. This time, out of the 10,000 players, he planned to keep 5,000 for Huaxia and the other 5,000 for overseas countries. Oh, and system, add a translation feature. Handle the specifics as you see fit, Chunyi added, a glint of anticipation in his eyes. Inside the game, the enormous corpse of the Chaos Watcher lay sprawled on the ground, surrounded by a dense crowd of players. Like ants, they busily scrambled to carve up the massive body, leaving no part untouched, from the corneas to the flesh, in their hunt for loot. Ye Qiu was among them, his expression tinged with urgency. After perishing alongside the boss and reviving, he had been searching for the crystal within the Chaos Watcher's pupils. However, despite his extensive search, he found nothing. Nothing. Why? Could someone else have taken it? Or did I accidentally destroy it? Ye Qiu muttered to himself, frowning deeply. In reality, the game had an obscure feature: hidden IDs. When a player killed someone, their ID turned red. Each time they died, the redness faded slightly until their death count equaled their kill count, turning the ID back to white. However, many renamed players had no intention of clearing their names. They chose to hide their IDs, making it impossible for others to identify them. Their IDs would only be revealed when they joined a team. Amidst the chaos, only one player had hidden their ID: Nocturne. Like a lurking viper, he quietly took advantage of the confusion, successfully extracting the crystal from the Chaos Watcher's eye. Nocturne carefully placed the black crystal into his backpack, feeling a surge of relief. That guy is terrifying. I'd better steer clear of him from now on. He shivered at the thought of Ye Qiu's displayed prowess. Nocturne had resolved to avoid confronting Ye Qiu until he had absolute strength. Besides, he no longer needed to kill. His task was complete. Focusing on development is the right path for now, Nocturne mused silently, slipping away from the noisy battlefield. Inside the Molten Armory, a group of players carried in a massive crystalline object. The Hobbit blacksmith, upon seeing this peculiar item, froze in astonishment. He examined the enormous transparent crystal closely, silently marveling at its uniqueness. Where did you get this thing? The Hobbit asked with a furrowed brow. If I'm not mistaken, it looks a lot like the cornea of some outer god. A sense of unease flickered through his mind. Could these mortals have really slain a god? The thought seemed utterly absurd, and he shook his head in disbelief. Feng Zhe, leading the group, eagerly asked, "Can you work with this?" The Hobbit fell into thought, stroking his chin slowly. "It's possible, but it's not easy to process. The fee is this much." He held up 5 fingers. Feng Zhe turned to his companions, a hint of hesitation in his eyes. "I think we can afford it." The Hobbit shrugged and continued. "This thing looks fairly intact. If we make small round shields, we could probably get 17 or 18 out of it. What do you want to do?" The players huddled together, whispering amongst themselves. They finally decided to create small round shields and agreed to auction them off, with the highest bidder winning. The group that covered the processing fee would hold the auction, allowing them to earn some copper coins even if they didn't want the shields themselves. "How long will it take to finish?" someone asked. The Hobbit twisted his mustache, pondering for a moment before replying. "If things go smoothly, a month. If not, 2 months. At that moment, a player named Zhang San stepped forward excitedly. "Master, I can help you with the processing." The Hobbit glanced at him dismissively. "You're not ready. You're still too green. Come back when you're a first-rank divine blacksmith." Seeing this, Fangze pulled out a murky, purple stone from his backpack. Do you know what kind of mineral this is? He asked. The hobbit took the stone, scrutinizing it before explaining. This is magic-infused ore, a mineral that can conduct magical energy. It can be used to forge magic wands. Magic wands? The players perked up at the term. Does that mean we can become mages? The hobbit couldn't help but laugh heartily. Humans are such foolish creatures, thinking they can use magic just by holding a wand. To use a wand, you need magical power. The wand merely channels that power. And of course, a wand requires a magic core. Only with a magic core can the stored power be channeled into magical energy. Hearing this explanation, the players bombarded him with questions. How do we get a magic core? How do we gain magical power? What's the difference between magic and a wand's attack? How can we use magic? The hobbit's patience wore thin as the questions piled up. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore and shouted, Do you think I'm the thrice great Hermes? I'm just a blacksmith. Get out. Faced with the hobbit's outburst, the players had no choice but to leave. However, one person remained. This person wasn't a player but their guide, Lu Qing. The hobbit eyed Lu Qing curiously. You're different from them, yet not entirely. Who are you? Instead of answering directly, Lu Qing pulled a small, colorless crystal ball from his backpack. It was a magic core he had acquired earlier. Can you rainfuse this magic core with power? He asked, handing it to the hobbit. The hobbit weighed the core in his hand. An empty magic core isn't that rare, but you've come to the wrong person. While I know some rune forging, I'm not a professional runemaster and can't imbue it with arcane inscriptions. Besides, this core can only hold minor spells at best. Disappointed, Lu Qing took back the magic core and prepared to leave. Thank you for the information, he said. However, the hobbit added something cryptic. From what I see, the power within you is far more terrifying than magic. It's a chaotic and evil force, existing between order and disorder, control and uncontrollability. It's akin to the highest principles of the School of Imbalance. Perhaps you can learn to harness this power there. The School of Imbalance? Lu Qing recalled from his memory. If I'm not mistaken, the School of Imbalance is one of the 9 forbidden schools, which include necromancy, crimson, shape-shifting, curses, graveyard, spirits, eldritch, underworld, and imbalance. However, his knowledge of the 9 forbidden schools was limited. He only knew that these schools were not openly taught and were passed down secretly, much like how Malthus taught nocturne necromancy. Thank you, Lu Qing said before leaving. But the hobbit's expression grew more peculiar. He muttered to himself, something's off. He carries an ancient seal's aura. Clearly, his family has been passing down this seal for generations, which means his ancestors were among the 8 sacred sages who once sealed a god. Yet, he exudes an indescribable divine essence. Only those who wield divine authority have such an aura. Could it be that there's a god behind him? In this game world, the system had developed a comprehensive background. Although Chen Yi hadn't created all the content yet, the system had supplemented the world based on his ideas. Every NPC had a real soul and a genuine life story. They had their own ways of thinking, combining their memories with the world's background. To the hobbit, the players were mysterious beings who had entered this world for an unknown reason, possibly to break a seal. But Lu Qing was different. He came with the world's background. Chen Yi had designed the main plot, while the system filled in the details and content. Therefore, Chen Yi sent him to uncover the truth about his body. When he discovered the truth, the players would inevitably push him into the abyss. This setting was inspired by a game Chen Yi had played in his previous life. Of course, the concepts in his game extended far beyond that. He had integrated elements from various games and stories, giving them new meanings. Although he didn't need to, since players wouldn't notice and no one would sue for copyright infringement, he made small adjustments to fit his worldview and background better. Some elements drew from global myths, while others used settings and stories from other games. For example, the Chaos Watchers. In Ye Qiu's memories, the figure of the chaotic overseer from his past life haunted him like a nightmare. Its colossal body and cold stare always signaled a brutal massacre for the players. The stats of this boss were off the charts, making it an arduous task to defeat, even for players who had undergone their first transformation. After repeated failures, players began to strategize. Did the Big Eye really have no weaknesses? The answer was yes, but exploiting this weakness was incredibly difficult. To take down the Big Eye in the early stages, players needed to work together, and at least one of them had to wield a violet gold longsword. Violet gold was the only height ear or that could be mined in the early game, and the sword in Ye Qiu's possession, imbued with a mid-level sharpness rune, was considered a top-tier violet gold weapon. The game featured a high-altitude fall damage mechanic. If a player holding a 25-pound violet gold longsword fell from a height, the damage upon impact would multiply. However, early-stage players couldn't fly, making such a tactic seem like a pipe dream. Yet, the Big Eye's second phase had a unique mechanic. It would relentlessly chase and bite at players. If a player was agile enough to jump onto the Big Eye's head, its aggro would transfer to the nearest player. Thus, players could continuously jump on the Big Eye's teeth, ascending as if stepping on their own feet. Upon reaching a certain height, the Big Eye would cease its attacks, presenting the best opportunity to strike. However, this tactic had a critical flaw. If the Big Eye targeted other players during the fall, the attack would miss due to the long wind-up time, resulting in a very low hit rate. Additionally, the Big Eye had a special skill that activated when surrounded by players from all sides. This skill was a continuous ray attack, causing the Big Eye to spin in place. From the beginning, Ye Qiu wanted to try this tactic, but players at the time were disorganized and unwilling to cooperate. He couldn't possibly push the Big Eye to its second phase alone. Thus, Ye Qiu had to rally the players, urging them to unite and fight with all their might. After several attempts, Ye Qiu finally made it to the top of the Big Eye's head. As he fell, he split into 3 clones to distract the Big Eye from different directions. The other players then surrounded the Big Eye, triggering its stationary skill condition. The Big Eye's defense significantly dropped in its second phase, making it almost certain that Ye Qiu's strike would be lethal. However, the tactic had a fatal downside. The attacker would die upon landing, not from the recoil but from the fall itself. Ye Qiu perished along with the Big Eye. When he respawned, many players were already scavenging the Big Eye's corpse. Night Song, seizing the opportunity, secretly extracted the Big Eye's core crystal. By the time Ye Qiu arrived, most of the valuable items were gone. Although he received the kill rewards and fame, it was merely some silver coins and soul lifespans. Ye Qiu had originally aimed to obtain the Evil Eye skill, which was touted as the strongest early-game control skill in the Seal Land. However, Night Song had already consumed the Chaotic Overseer's core crystal. His right eye turned purple, bloodshot, exuding a sinister and eerie aura. Ye Qiu and Night Song were archenemies in their past lives. Although their factions hadn't reached the same level of rivalry yet in this life, their enmity was already established. To Ye Qiu, even after being reborn, Night Song remained the renamed player who had killed him countless times. To Night Song, Ye Qiu was just a temporarily formidable player, one he would settle scores with in the future. In summary, Ye Qiu's effort to slay the Chaotic Overseer ended up benefiting Night Song instead. In the following days, players were exhilarated, claiming they had never experienced such an exhilarating battle. Some even recorded the event and uploaded the video online, sparking another wave of interest in Seal Land. At this moment, Chunyi released the update announcement for version 0.5. 1. Major update. After this update, the game will open 10,000 beta test slots, still allocated randomly. 2. Significant adjustments to game mechanics. Starting from this update, the currency rewards from all monsters will be halved, and the number of monsters refreshing daily will be limited. 3. A currency exchange feature will be available at the Gravekeeper. Are you troubled by having too many copper coins? Now, you won't have to worry anymore. We are introducing silver and gold coins, with 100 copper coins equaling 1 silver coin. In this enchanting game world, a significant update has quietly arrived. In front of the Gravekeeper's cabin, a brand new notice board has caught the player's attention. It clearly states, 100 silver coins can be exchanged for 1 gold coin. All adventurers are welcome to trade. Players excitedly discussed and calculated their wealth. Meanwhile, the game development team continued to refine various features. The territory system has seen a major breakthrough. Bugs that once troubled players have been fixed, allowing them to mark their territories more freely now. However, be cautious if you only mark a boundary. Other players have the right to occupy the empty land inside. The title system has also undergone a revolutionary change. In the past, titles were merely a threshold for marking territories. Now, their role is quite different. Players with the Bronze Adventurer title can accumulate experience points by consistently performing a specific job. For instance, diligent miners will finally see their efforts pay off when their mining progress bar is full. They will earn the title of Junior Miner. For those elite players who have advanced to the Silver Adventurer level, the opportunities are even more abundant. They can not only unlock the Intermediate Miner title, but also enjoy various privileges. These titles not only make work more convenient, but also unlock unique quests from NPCs. Players can now choose whether to display their titles. If they choose to show it, others can immediately recognize their specialties, making team formation more efficient. But that's not all. The title system's overhaul goes even further. Various discount policies have been introduced. Bronze adventurers enjoy a 5 discount at NPCs, silver adventurers a 10 discount, and even land purchases come with discounts. For those players on the brink of reaching silver level, a higher goal is now within sight: the Gold Adventurer title. This coveted title not only allows for an expanded territory of up to 250 square meters, but also offers an 80 discount at NPCs. Even more exciting, various professional titles can be upgraded to advanced levels. Of course, becoming a Gold Adventurer is no easy feat. To reach this level, players need to pay 250 silver coins and earn 25,000 reputation points. This is undoubtedly a significant challenge, but many players are surely gearing up to take it on. In addition to these major updates, the development team has also fixed some minor bugs to ensure a smoother gaming experience. Finally, the game developers apologized slightly, saying, "Sorry, the update might be slightly delayed because we woke up late today." This small incident showed the human touch and friendliness of the development team, endearing them to the players. With the latest update, players rushed online like startled birds, eager to claim the center of their territories. Feng Zhe and his team were no exception, fearing that a moment's delay would cost them dearly. This frenzy led to a sudden halving of in-game currency for many players, causing quite a few to break down in frustration. "Damn, this update hit me right in the wallet. Half of it gone. Damn it," one player lamented. "Is there any justice left? Any fairness?" Another echoed. Soon, players were buzzing with conversation. Some asked if the currency exchange rate had gone up, others complained about the rising price of beef skewers, and a few were relieved they had stockpiled currency. Meanwhile, the developers announced a whopping 10,000 beta test slots, sparking a new wave of excitement. Next time, it'll probably be 100,000. The public release is in sight. I can't wait to crush my classmates in the game, mwaha. However, not everyone was so lucky. Some players found their territories had been claimed by others, sparking outrage. "Damn it, who the hell took over my brick factory's entrance? Come out, I promise I won't beat you to a pulp." Others, though, saw an opportunity to profit from the chaos. "When I find the original owner, I'll extort some money and use it to secure my own place." "I see you're quite the businessman. You're talking about my place, buddy. Well, then I'll name my price." "Hold on, before you name your price, you might want to check if you can still get into your place." Such scenes played out repeatedly in the game. Luckily, Feng Zhe and his team had enough resources to avoid these predicaments. For the past few days, Feng Zhe and his team had been exploring the volcano, searching for signs of the Snake Lord. They discovered that one of the two paths leading to the armory had several forks that led deeper into the volcano. Inside, the volcano resembled a massive underground labyrinth. They wandered for days without finding an exit. Feng Zhe tried the right-hand rule but ended up back at the starting point. Realizing the exit might be hidden within the maze, they resumed their search with renewed focus. Eventually, they found what seemed to be the entrance to the Snake Lord's palace. However, when they returned the next day, the entrance had vanished. Upon closer inspection, they realized the palace entrance changed every hour, seemingly linked to the sun's position. If the game included the concept of planetary rotation, this pattern would be due to the planet's rotation. During their exploration, they encountered a unique player. This player wasn't searching for the Snake Lord, but was there to mine sulfur. "I've got potassium nitrate. All I need is sulfur, and I can make black powder," the player exclaimed excitedly. Feng Zhe's team had considered developing a tech tree, but ultimately decided to focus on finding the Snake Lord. "Let's go. Today, we continue searching for the Snake Lord's palace. No more patterns, we go straight in," Feng Zhe proposed. "What's the plan? One shot? One shot? Definitely one shot. The Snake Lord should have similar stats to the Wolf Lord. Once we get the hang of it, defeating the Snake Lord shouldn't be a problem. Then let's do this. Move out." The team re-entered the volcanic labyrinth, only to find that many other players had also arrived. The global announcement about the Wolf Lord had grabbed widespread attention, leading many to believe Feng Zhe's team had discovered something crucial. Seeing Feng Zhe's team frequently around the volcano further fueled these speculations. The rumor that the volcano held important secrets spread quickly, drawing more and more players to investigate. Feng Zhe and his team paid no attention to the actions of other players, focusing solely on their own exploration. After finding the entrance to the underground palace within the volcano, they entered the Serpent Lord's palace without hesitation. The other players, who had been following closely, also discovered the entrance and quickly followed suit. Similar to the Wolf Lord's palace, the Serpent Lord's palace featured descending staircases. The murals on the walls particularly caught Feng Zhe's attention. After careful observation, he noticed that the Serpent Lord's murals were strikingly similar to those of the Wolf Lord, with one key difference. The Serpent Lord was depicted with a sun behind it. This detail made Feng Zhe ponder. Could it be that the Serpent Lord grows weaker as night approaches? Based on this hypothesis, Feng Zhe and his team decided to delay their assault on the Serpent Lord's palace. However, the other players were eager to rush in. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed, and the palace doors slammed shut. Moments later, the doors reopened, revealing that the players inside had been completely wiped out. Over the next few hours, several more player teams attempted to enter, only to meet the same fate. Interestingly, these players would quickly reappear and challenge the palace again, repeating the cycle. It wasn't until sunset that Feng Zhe and his team chose to enter the palace. Unlike the Wolf Lord's circular arena, the Serpent Lord's palace was astonishing. There was no ground. The entire space was supported by numerous massive pillars of varying heights. The shorter pillars had wide platforms at the top, while the taller ones reached all the way to the palace ceiling. Inside the palace, there was no ghostly fire for illumination. Instead, the walls were made of volcanic rock and a peculiar stone that emitted a scorching, fiery glow, shrouding the entire space in an eerie red light. Just as Feng Zhe and his team leaped onto one of the pillars, the doors behind them slammed shut with a thunderous roar. Following the deafening sound, a system message appeared. You have awakened the serpent. The Chaos Serpent Lord has awakened. Immediately, a description of the Chaos Serpent Lord appeared before them. It lies still as if floating above the ground, but when it moves, it is as swift as a dragon breaking free. Its eyes can pierce through darkness, seeing everything as if it were daylight. Only the light of dawn can destroy its sight. Whoosh! A wave of scorching heat surged up from the abyss, and a massive, jet-black serpent spiraled upward, coiling around a stone pillar before lunging at the group. It was identical to the wolf Lord Bloodred eyes, an obsidian body, and scales as rough as rocks. With a flash of golden edges, the Chaos Serpent Lord made its appearance. Everyone was on high alert. Du Yuan and Shiguo were immediately tasked with guarding Zhang Qingyan, while the others quickly dispersed. However, the Serpent Lord did not target anyone specifically, but instead swung its massive tail at the stone pillar. In an instant, the tail swept across the entire hall. Shit! Du Yuan cursed, raising his shield alongside Shiguo. The serpent's tail struck their shields with a thunderous crash, sending all three, along with Zhang Qingyan, hurtling off the pillar and into the abyss. Damn it! Their cries echoed in the chasm. This is a terrain kill. Fly's mouth twitched. This place doesn't seem to favor us. Without hesitation, Ye Qiu grabbed his violet gold longsword and charged forward. Seeing this, Feng Zhe began leaping between the pillars. The three of them attacked the Serpent Lord from different directions. The Serpent Lord remained coiled, its eyes flashing blood-red darkness. In an instant, the entire hall plunged into pitch blackness. Everyone was thrown into confusion, unable to see their own hands in front of them. Damn it, Lao Feng. I'm blind. Stop shouting. I'm blind too. Ye Qiu gritted his teeth, stopping his advance to swing his sword wildly. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the darkness, followed by Fly's agonized scream. Before Ye Qiu could react, a powerful force hit him. Realizing the danger too late, he was swallowed whole by a colossal beast. Crunch! Ye Qiu's ribcage was pierced, and he was soon crushed into pieces. Feng Zhe met a similar fate. Everyone was teleported outside the tower, staring at each other in shock. This boss was even tougher than the Wolf Lord Arain kills combined with blinding darkness made it nearly impossible to fight. No way, we can't fight if we can't see, Du Yuan said in frustration. Let's look for clues, Fly suggested. The Wolf Lord mentioned the Eye of Truth, and the Serpent Lord spoke of the Light of Dawn. Zhang Qingyan pondered. Lao Feng, would you consider the Chaos Serpent Lord to be a snake? Feng Zhe replied. It looks like a snake, moves like a snake. Why wouldn't it be a snake? Zhang Qingyan smiled. I remember watching an episode of Animal World about snakes. Snakes don't have eyelids, and they don't blink. They're very afraid of bright light. She recounted her experience in high school of using a flashlight to chase a snake out of a restroom. Feng Zhe had a sudden realization. You're suggesting that if the Chaos Serpent Lord is indeed a snake, it should also be afraid of light, right? The group began discussing how to obtain a strong light. Ye Qiu suggested using lava, but the idea was quickly dismissed. In the end, they decided to ask the guide about the Light of Dawn. Back at the guild, Lu Qing was still daydreaming by the window. Feng Zhe inquired about the Light of Dawn, and Lu Qing demanded a fee. Feng Zhe's attempt to haggle failed, so he reluctantly paid 50 copper coins. Lu Qing took the money and smiled. The Light of Dawn? Huh? It's simply the light emitted by the rising sun. That's it. The group was furious, convinced that Lu Qing was a swindler. They unanimously decided to kick Lu Qing out of the place. Lu Qing was bewildered. Wait, didn't we agree not to turn against each other? Besides, I didn't force you to ask about the Light of Dawn. You insisted on asking, so I gave you an honest answer. What's wrong with that? In the end, Lu Qing sighed in resignation. Fine, fine. I'll go find the gravekeeper and ask for a place to stay. Chen Yi woke up from his sleep and habitually reached out to touch the cat captured by the Ghost Shadow Army, but his hand found nothing. Groggily, he sat up and looked around, but there was no sign of the ragdoll cat. Strange, Chen Yi thought. That lazy cat is usually sprawled on the bed at this time. He stretched lazily, stood up, and called out to the shadow on the wall. Ai, where's my cat? As soon as he spoke, a shadow emerged from the wall and knelt before him. Master, my condolences, Yi said softly. Chun Ye's expression changed slightly. Say that again. Master, my condolences, Yi repeated. Chun Yi picked up a cigarette and put it in his mouth, his tone turning icy. Is that what I asked? Where is my cat? Dead? Yi replied bluntly. Hearing this, The cigarette in Qian Ye's hand snapped. An unusual aura appeared in his eyes, and he asked in a low voice, "Where's the body?" "Outside," Ying Yi answered. Without another word, Qian Yi, still in his slippers, stepped into the shadow. On the island, the ghost shadow army stood in neat rows, hands behind their backs, heads bowed in respect. When Qian Yi appeared, the shadow soldiers shouted in unison, "Master." Qian Yi raised his hand to signal silence. A shadow soldier approached, holding a soaking wet white cat, lifeless. Qian Yi scanned the crowd and asked coldly, "How did it die?" A shadow soldier immediately responded, "Master, someone launched a missile over the sea this morning, causing a huge commotion. Your cat was chasing the butterflies you released near the shore and fell into the water when it heard the explosion. By the time we tried to rescue it, it had already died from shock due to the water." Chen Ye's residence was completely soundproof. He hadn't heard a thing. He closed his eyes and asked, "Who launched the missile?" "The military," the shadow soldier answered. The shadow soldiers collectively said, "Master, our condolences." Chen Yi slowly opened his eyes, his voice cold, "Spare me the condolences. Make sure the enemy grieves." Ying Yi approached Chen Yi and reported, "We have gathered all their information. 14 warships, 2 submarines on the warship." Chen Yi cut him off. "Sink them within an hour." "Yes, sir." The ghost shadow army responded in unison and vanished into the shadows. Chen Yi thought to himself, some people need a harsh lesson to understand not to provoke the unknown. Although the cat's life might not have been that important to him, since they dared to bomb him, they must be prepared to meet their end. Chen Yi waved his hand. "System, begin the simulation." Meanwhile, in the captain's cabin of a warship on the sea, a middle-aged captain was leisurely chatting with his deputy. "Whether there's really an invisible island or not, we need to show we've done something," the captain said. The deputy hesitated. "But sir, the orders from above were—" "Ignore them," the captain interrupted. "Who can find such a thing? But if we go back without any action, we'll be in for a scolding. So, let's spend a few more days at sea, fire some missiles, and report that we've made significant progress." Just then, the screens in the captain's cabin began flashing red. Alarms blared from all directions. "Our hull is under attack by unknown entities. Severe damage to the starboard. Port side under attack. SOS from deep sea whale. Alpha A165 lost contact. Alpha A67 lost contact. Death's breath lost contact. Captain, unidentified entities have infiltrated the ship," a crew member shouted in terror. The captain stared in shock at the flickering screens, the barrage of distress calls in his headset, leaving him panic-stricken. "All warships and submarines have lost contact. Impossible. How could this be? What are these things?" Suddenly, static crackled through the headset, followed by broken cries for help. "SS. Sir. SS. Shadows. It's shadows. Splat." The captain was stunned. "What shadows? Come in. What shadows? Explain." But there was no further response. The red flashing icons of all the vessels on the screen made the captain's heart sink into despair. "What exactly are we fighting?" The captain's voice trembled with fear, his eyes wide open in disbelief as he stared at the scene before him. In an instant, all of their warships had been destroyed, as if erased by some unimaginable force. Could it be a god? He muttered to himself, then shouted, "Quick! Relay this message back to headquarters. I want to broadcast this desperate footage to the entire world." Just then, a shadow in the cabin twisted, and a pale arm shot out like lightning, gripping the captain's throat. Before he could react, countless blood-red eyes appeared on the walls around him, densely packed and terrifying. "The entire Ghost Shadow Battalion has arrived." A raspy voice broke the silence. This was Ying Yi's greeting. In the next moment, a sharp crack was heard as the captain's neck was effortlessly snapped. The others in the cabin hadn't even registered what was happening before the Ghost Shadow Battalion, like the scythe of death, swiftly claimed all their lives. In less than half an hour, 14 warships and 2 submarines had sunk to the bottom of the sea, with no survivors. Until their last moments, none of them knew who their enemy was. Back on the island, the Ghost Shadow Battalion knelt in unison and reported, "Master, the enemy has been vanquished." Chen Yi nodded slightly and turned his gaze to a nearby cat corpse. "System, extract the replication data, reconstruct the physical form, and bestow a soul." As he finished speaking, a pure white ragdoll cat appeared beside him out of thin air. The cat slowly opened its sapphire blue eyes, curiously observing what seemed to be a brand new world. Chen Yi looked thoughtfully at the creature, almost identical to the deceased cat, and a question arose in his mind. Is the soul replicated by the system still the original soul? With this question lingering, he entered the game system. System, replicate Lu Qing's soul and reconstruct an identical body. Chen Yi issued the command, deciding to use Lu Qing for the experiment. "Lu Qing, it's time for you to have a beautiful dream. to see another version of yourself in it, he murmured, a mysterious glint flashing in his eyes. In the game, the homeless Lu Qing encounters the gravekeeper inside the Black Tower. This mysterious overseer has violet eyes, a face lined with wrinkles, and white hair that speaks of countless years, yet his black robe is exquisitely crafted, perfectly appealing to the player's aesthetic. Suppressing his curiosity, Lu Qing respectfully asks, "Honorable Keeper, you grant others lands, could you spare some for me as well?" The Gravekeeper's identity is even more enigmatic than Lu Qing's. According to the game's lore, the Black Tower has stood for countless centuries, with the Gravekeeper always present, implying his immortal nature. While players might attribute this to game mechanics, from a realistic perspective, there's likely a reason for his prolonged stay. Perhaps he is bound to this place. The Gravekeeper's violet eyes glimmer as he speaks slowly. The world outside the tower is not safe. Though it may seem peaceful now, one day, the outside world will mirror the chaos within the tower. When that time comes, the tower will be the true haven. Seek a place within the tower. It will shield you from the darkness of the future. Lu Qing feels puzzled. The outside isn't safe? And the monster-infested tower is safer? But he decides to heed the Keeper's advice for now and nods. Thank you. Just as he is about to leave, the Gravekeeper suddenly smiles. This is our first meeting, isn't it? Lu Qing pauses. Yes, do you have something to tell me? The Gravekeeper speaks meaningfully. You and I are alike. If you trace your ancestry, you will find your forebear was a great sage. A great sage? Lu Qing recalls a term he once read in an ancient book called The Record of the Eight Sages' Seals. It described 8 powerful figures from the distant east who crossed the chaotic seas to this sealed land. They not only vanquished numerous ancient calamities, but also sealed many godlike entities. To protect the world, they even sealed the most uncontrollable disasters within their descendants, passing it down through generations. Lu Qing had thought his abilities came from the creator god, but now it seems that might not be the case. The original owner of this body was likely a descendant of one of the 8 sages. Are you also a descendant of the 8 sages? Lu Qing tentatively asks. The Gravekeeper nods. Indeed, my ancestry traces back to the 6th sage. But I have no descendants, so I have remained here alone to guard the seal, and I will rest here forever. Make good use of the gift from your ancestors. With that, his figure vanishes into the tower. Lu Qing falls into deep thought. The Gravekeeper said he was a descendant of the 6th sage, but what about himself? Which sage does he correspond to? He recalls the contents of the record of the 8 sages' seals. The 8 sages' final seals were placed on 8 demons who once ruled the most prosperous continent of the human world. These demons each controlled different elements of nature, such as the ocean, fire, earth, storms, thunder, even the phases of the moon and the sky. The most powerful among them was the demon of fire, known as the Divine Kingdom or Holy Lord, whose strength was enough to challenge the other 7 demons single-handedly. According to the records, this most powerful demon was sealed by the strongest of the 8 sages, the first sage, who divided its power into 12 parts. Lu Qing speculates that the ancestor of his current body was likely the first sage. Because, apart from the first sage, the entities sealed by the other 7 sages are well documented, but the monster within Lu Qing is not mentioned at all in the ancient texts. Days pass swiftly, and Feng Zhe and his team continue their efforts to conquer the Snake Lord. Other teams also come to challenge this now-revealed boss. However, no one has yet triggered the Snake Lord's second form, as its dark skill remains too difficult to counter, and no one has found an effective strategy. Today, as Feng Zhe's group returns to the volcano, they encounter the same old man who has been digging for sulfur here. It seems his previous experiments have ended in failure. The group habitually chatted with the old man for a while, but unexpectedly, he suddenly pulled out a stone, capturing everyone's attention. Take a look at this, the old man said mysteriously, holding a jet-black stone in his hand. At first, I didn't think much of it when I dug it up, but later I noticed it getting brighter and hotter. This stone seems to absorb ultraviolet rays the longer it stays in the sun. The brighter and hotter it gets. Feng Zhe and the others stared in astonishment at the stone, watching as it gradually changed from pitch black to a vivid red under the sunlight. This sight made Feng Zhe's eyes light up. He immediately realized that this might be the light source they had been searching for. Isn't this exactly what we're looking for? Feng Zhe said excitedly. There's a saying that where snakes appear, there are always herbs that can cure their venom. This stone might be the antidote to the volcanic serpent's poison. Feng Zhe decided to buy the stone on the spot, and the group eagerly began their experiments. After a day of sun exposure, the stone changed from black to red, and finally to a pale gold. By this time, the stone was so hot that it could burn someone's skin off. Ye Qiu, not wanting to ruin his gloves, chose to pick it up with his bare hands. Enduring the intense pain, he put the scorching stone into his backpack and quickly took a few gulps of the elixir given by Chengxian. Ugh. Still as awful as ever, Ye Qiu said, grimacing. As long as the oxalic acid remains, This elixir will never taste good. But despite the taste, the effect is remarkable. Sure enough, about a minute after drinking the elixir, the burning sensation in Ye Qiu's hand disappeared, and the charred flesh was replaced with new, healthy tissue. This miraculous healing property made Cheng Xian's elixir a must-have for every combat player. What is this stone, anyway? Someone asked out of curiosity. No idea. Should we ask the guide? Another person suggested. Didn't we drive the guide away? We don't need the guide. We can just ask Hobbit by the volcano. Will he tell us? You know how he is. No worries, just address him as Master Blacksmith when we ask. Got it. After much discussion, the group finally decided to consult Hobbit about the origins of the mysterious stone. Inside the molten armory, the legendary dwarf craftsman, Master Hobbit, was meticulously crafting a magnificent weapon. Ye Qiu approached and respectfully praised him. Great forging master, omnipotent molten smith, Master Hobbit, may I ask what kind of stone this is? As he spoke, he carefully took out a stone from his backpack that had never seen sunlight and handed it to Hobbit with utmost caution. Hobbit took the stone, a glint of admiration in his eyes. Clearly enjoying the flattery, he smiled slightly and said, "This is radiant stone, a unique rock found near volcanoes. The solar sect considers it a sacred artifact, calling it fire essence or sunstone. It can absorb solar energy and is often used to store energy to restore magic at night." Feng Zhe, hearing the unfamiliar term, solar sect, couldn't help but ask curiously, "Great legendary smith Master Hobbit, what is the solar sect?" Among the 12 sects Lu Qing told us about, this one wasn't mentioned. Hobbit tossed the radiant stone back to Ye Qiu, his tone tinged with reminiscence. It's nothing, just a sect that lost its legacy long ago. History is full of such lost sections. For example, the Silver Moon sect, which shares the same origin as the solar sect. They were originally part of a mainstream stellar sect called the Sun and Moon sect. Due to some conflict, they split into the Solar and Silver Moon sects. The ensuing prolonged war due to differing ideologies left both sides weakened. With harsh inheritance conditions, they eventually faded into obscurity. Ye Qiu pondered this history silently. Even in his past life, he had never heard of the Sun and Moon sect, suggesting it might only exist in the game's lore. He decided not to delve further and focused on the task at hand. Hobbit seemed to realize something and was about to speak when a fly interrupted. "Wait, let me guess. Are you planning to use the Radiant Stone against the Chaos Serpent? You think it's that simple? How naive of humans to think they can outsmart me." Hobbit laughed, a sly glint in his eye. "Who gave you such a brain to think you're clever? The Radiant Stone indeed can restrain the serpent, splitting it and releasing stored energy. This energy is enough to blind the serpent for a while. Humans are truly foolish, always thinking they are so smart." The group exchanged glances, while the fly retorted defiantly, "At least I guessed the ending." Feng Zhe sighed, pulling the fly away. "Come on, let's go dig for radiant stones." Over the next few days, the game updated with a new title feature. Players eagerly showcased their new titles like Novice Miner, Novice Lumberjack, and Novice Fisherman. These titles were not just decorative, but had practical benefits. A Novice Miner had a 1 higher chance of finding rare ores, a Novice Lumberjack had a 1 increase in logging efficiency, and a Novice Fisherman had a 1 higher bite rate. During their battle with the serpent, Feng Zhe's group also unlocked their respective novice titles. Except for Zhang Qingyan, everyone earned the Novice Warrior title, providing a 1 stamina boost. While the effect was minor, it was better than nothing. Zhang Qingyan unlocked the Novice Archer title, gaining a 1 increase in reaction time, impressing everyone with the game's technical sophistication. They then excavated radiant stones in the volcanic region, gathering over 70 pieces. Some were stored in the guild warehouse, while others were used for solar energy replenishment on the guild's 2nd floor. Once the radiant stones were fully charged, they challenged the serpent again. However, they soon discovered an unexpected situation. The serpent was not weaker at night, but rather more frenzied. It was at its weakest at dawn, with lower stats despite clear thinking. At night, it abandoned rational thought, becoming utterly berserk with skyrocketing stats. Based on this discovery, they decided to attack at dawn. With fully charged radiant stones, they challenged the serpent once more. The Chaos Serpent has awakened. The familiar prompt appeared, and the group quickly dispersed to their positions. With countless deaths of experience, Feng Zhe's team anticipated the serpent's sweeping attack during the day. As expected, the serpent swung its tail in a sweeping motion upon seeing their formation. "Jump!" Feng Zhe ordered. The group timed it perfectly, crouching and then springing up, easily dodging the attack like a game of jump rope. The serpent, missing its strike, immediately activated its darkness skill. But Feng Zhe's team was prepared. Du Yuan, wearing iron gloves, threw a pale golden radiant stone. "Ye Qiu," Du Yuan shouted. Ye Qiu understood, charging forward and striking the radiant stone with his sword. Crack! The stone shattered, releasing a blinding light that seemed to engulf the entire palace. "Close your eyes," Feng Zhe yelled. The group quickly shut their eyes, readying themselves for the battle that lay ahead. 3, 2, 1. Feng Zhe counted down, and everyone opened their eyes simultaneously. The intense light, akin to a flashbang, dissipated, leaving the chaos serpent writhing in pain, its eyes blinded. Its roars echoed through the space, igniting a wave of excitement among the group. Taking advantage of the moment, Zhang Qingyan drew his bow, aiming at the serpent's eyes. With a swift thunk, his arrow pierced one of the serpent's eyeballs with precision. Seeing this, the others moved nimbly on the pillars, evading the serpent's frantic attacks while looking for opportunities to strike its body. Ye Qiu regretted that his ring couldn't enhance their abilities during the day. Otherwise, they could have forced the serpent into its second form even in the dark. Unlike the Wolf Lord, the Serpent Lord's scales provided formidable defense, but once breached, its defense would significantly weaken. Zhang Qingyan didn't give the serpent any respite, shooting another arrow that blinded its other eye, effectively preventing it from unleashing its dark skills. Under their relentless assault, the serpent's massive body finally gave way and plummeted into the abyss from the pillars. Remaining vigilant, they knew the serpent must have a second form. Sure enough, a voice echoed from the depths, "Can you really trust your eyes?" Before the words had even faded, a colossal figure emerged from the abyss. Its body quickly transformed, growing 2 arms and a humanoid serpent head on its upper half, while its lower half remained a coiled, smaller snake tail that could wind around the pillars. Its chest now bore a giant serpent head, similar to the Wolf Lord, and 2 blood-red fangs extended from its shoulders, gleaming menacingly. The second form of the Chaos Serpent had appeared. Seeing this, Fly immediately tossed out 2 radiant stones. Flashbangs! Ye Qiu's mouth twitched at the sound, but he quickly sprang into action. With a swift spin, he slashed through the 2 stones with his sword. Blinding light erupted instantly, and everyone closed their eyes, counting to 3. However, this time something was off. They didn't hear the expected agonized cries of the serpent. When everyone opened their eyes, they were stunned. The sight before them was utterly shocking. The Serpent Lord had grown arms. Watermelon couldn't help but gasp. He noticed that even in the second phase, the Serpent Lord still lacked eyelids. However, its newly formed arms were positioned in front of its eyes, as if mimicking a human shielding its vision. Everyone exchanged glances and simultaneously realized the arms in the second phase were meant to block its eyes. This design drew unanimous admiration for the game developer's ingenuity. Suddenly, the Serpent Lord swiftly lowered its shielding hand, and its right claw shot towards Ye Qiu like lightning. At the same time, a powerful dark force enveloped the entire battlefield. Everyone was plunged into pitch-black darkness, forced to halt their steps. They knew full well that they were surrounded by bottomless abysses, and a single misstep could lead to eternal doom. Faced with the sudden darkness, Ye Qiu quickly closed his eyes and focused on listening to the wind around him. Relying on his keen hearing, he predicted the Serpent Lord's attack path and swung his sword in advance. Slash! A clear ripping sound echoed as Ye Qiu's blade accurately severed 2 of the Serpent Lord's fingers. Seizing the momentum, Ye Qiu quickly used his soul energy to summon a clone and leaped upwards. The Serpent Lord's second attack missed, striking only the decoy. In midair, Ye Qiu swung his sword again, this time aiming for the Serpent Lord's shoulder. The blade struck hard but got stuck in the bone. At this critical moment, the serpent head on the Serpent Lord's chest suddenly opened its jaws and bit down on Ye Qiu's arm. Crunch! With a sickening sound, Ye Qiu's arm was torn off. Enduring the excruciating pain, he quickly stowed his weapon and leaped towards the platform in his memory. It was a life-or-death gamble. If he misjudged, he would plunge into the abyss. Fortune favored Ye Qiu as he landed heavily on the platform, rolling backward to safety. Without wasting a moment, he pulled out a healing potion, bit off the cap, and took a gulp. The sharp taste was even more intense than the pain of his severed arm, but it was his lifeline. However, the potion's effect was disappointing. Although the wound started to scab over, it soon cracked open again. This was the drawback of the current healing potions. They were less effective for large-scale injuries. Ye Qiu had no time to dwell on it. He drew his sword once more to face the approaching Serpent Lord. To his horror, the Serpent Lord's wounds had completely healed. Even the severed fingers had regrown. Ye Qiu suddenly realized the Serpent Lord was regenerating by consuming the players' bodies. This discovery sent a chill down Ye Qiu's spine. A self-healing, player-devouring boss was a nightmare incarnate. Fighting single-handedly, Ye Qiu struggled against the Serpent Lord's fierce attacks and was ultimately impaled through the chest, his heart ripped out. Ye Qiu fell. The other players met similarly grim fates. Feng Zhe and Du Yuan were swatted into the abyss by the Serpent Lord's tail. Fly was ambushed and decapitated, becoming a literal headless fly. Watermelon tried to flee, only to step into the void and fall into the abyss. Zhang Qingyin listened to the agonized screams around him, taking a deep breath. He realized he might be the only one left. Just then, the darkness dissipated. The sight that greeted Zhang Qingyin was unbelievable. The Serpent Lord wasn't attacking him but was greedily devouring the other players' corpses. Even more shocking, with each body it consumed, the Serpent Lord's size increased, and its tail grew longer. Zhang Qingyin's eyes widened as a terrifying thought crossed his mind. In its second phase, the Serpent Lord could grow stronger by consuming its victims. In front of the molten armory, Hobbit was scrutinizing Lu Qing with a puzzled expression. "What are you doing here?" Hobbit asked, his brow furrowed. Lu Qing coughed lightly, looking somewhat embarrassed. "Well, I was wondering if I could crash at your place for a night or two." Hobbit blinked, not quite understanding. "What do you mean?" "I mean, can I stay here for a few days?" Lu Qing explained, his voice a bit uneasy. Hobbit tugged at his beard, seemingly in thought. "Hold on, say that again. What did you just say?" "I was wondering if I could," Lu Qing started. "No," Hobbit interrupted bluntly. Lu Qing was momentarily speechless and tentatively asked, "How about just outside the door?" "Absolutely not." Hobbit remained firm. Gritting his teeth, Lu Qing decided to play his trump card. 10 copper coins a day? Deal. Hobbit's attitude shifted instantly as he extended his hand. Lu Qing sighed, looking at Hobbit's face, which now seemed strikingly familiar. It reminded him of how he used to treat players. Indeed, those who are pitiful often have some detestable traits, he thought to himself. As night fell, Lu Qing tossed and turned on the ground with the linen blanket Hobbit had given him. The hard surface made him uncomfortable all over, but he had no other choice. "Tomorrow, I'll build a small shelter nearby." He comforted himself. Yes, definitely tomorrow. As Lu Qing struggled to fall asleep, he found himself in a strange dream. Darkness surrounded him as he stood on what seemed to be a calm lake. Each step he took caused ripples to spread across the water, making the experience both light and surreal. Where on earth is this? Lu Qing wondered aloud, looking around in confusion. He had never encountered such a situation before. Suddenly, a light flickered in the darkness. A man who looked exactly like Lu Qing emerged from the water. "You seem pretty happy, Lu Qing," the man said, his voice identical to Lu Qing's. "Who are you?" Lu Qing asked in astonishment. The man approached Lu Qing and calmly replied, "I'm another you, a you who was never chosen by the gods." He stared directly into Lu Qing's eyes. "It seems you've completely forgotten about the other world. Your parents, your sister, your friends, do you remember them?" "Of course I remember," Lu Qing retorted immediately. The other Lu Qing smiled. "Really? Do you know how much your death has devastated your family? How many people mourned for you? Do you understand the pain of parents outliving their child? We are pessimists, yet you seem to have turned into an optimist. You look so happy, Lu Qing. Do you remember who you are? Have you really started to think of yourself as a guide?" Lu Qing stepped back repeatedly. "Pessimist? I know who I am. But who are you?" The other Lu Qing kept smiling. "I told you, I'm another you. A you without divine memories. I am the real Lu Qing." Lu Qing shook his head vigorously. "No, this is just my dream. Something I've imagined." The other Lu Qing sat down. "Imagined? You're quite optimistic. The old you would never think like this. You're numbing yourself, deceiving yourself, Lu Qing." "I'm not." Lu Qing immediately protested. "Really?" The other Lu Qing took out a glass and filled it halfway with water from the lake. "What do you see in this glass of water?" "It's half full," Lu Qing answered. The other Lu Qing shook his head. "Wrong. It's half empty. Haven't you noticed? You're changing, Lu Qing. You're no longer the same person." Lu Qing was stunned. "Why?" The other Lu Qing gave a bitter smile. "It's simple. Because I am the original you. Look at yourself now. We are nothing alike. We have become two different people. Don't you understand the meaning of this glass of water? To an optimist, it's half full. To a pessimist, it's half empty. I am the second you created by the gods, the most original you, with all your memories. From what I see, you've been quite happy recently, much happier than you were in the other world. The gods created another me?" Lu Qing asked, confused. "Which god? The creator? Why would they do this? Did I fail to complete my task, and now they want you to replace me?" The other Lu Qing stood up. "That sounds like something I would say, a very pessimistic thought. But you're wrong. The gods are simply playing a game with us, a trivial game involving the survival of a world and its people. Lu Qing, we are the agents of the gods. We wield a fraction of their power, have eyes that can see the truth of the world, and possess immortal bodies. What a tremendous power this is, yet to this day, you haven't made any breakthroughs in either of these abilities." Lu Qing was about to defend himself, but another Lu Qing interrupted him. This Lu Qing spoke sharply, accusing, "You have an immortal body and can take on the boss yourself without needing the player's help. But you choose to remain stagnant and unambitious. Lu Qing wanted to argue, but the other Lu Qing pressed on. You want to say you have a passion for studying magic, right? But fate hasn't favored you. Why does it have to be magic? As long as you pick up a sword, you are an immortal warrior, and any challenge will fall before your undying body. Faced with this questioning, Lu Qing was silent for a moment, then asked, Are you here to deliver a divine decree? As soon as he finished speaking, the other Lu Qing suddenly drew a gleaming sword from underwater and sneered, No, I'm here to replace you. The gods have given us a special privilege to fight each other in this sea of souls. The last one standing will become the new Lu Qing and continue to control this body. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing noticed a sharp sword suddenly floating on the water's surface beneath him. He grasped the hilt and calmly said, Replace me. Ha, if you truly were me, you wouldn't be able to defeat me. Likewise, I wouldn't be able to defeat you. The other Lu Qing laughed. We were once one. But now, you and I are completely different individuals. We will each have a completely unique growth path. And if you continue to be unambitious as you are now, you will ultimately be defeated. He continued to explain. This battle will be witnessed by the gods. You currently have 60 years of soul lifespan. Each time you lose to me, I will take 1 year of your soul lifespan. When your lifespan is exhausted, I will replace you. I also have 60 years of soul lifespan, and each time you kill me, you will gain 1 year of soul lifespan. This will continue until one of us runs out of soul lifespan. Finally, he added, and the victor will earn the chance to ask a question to the creator. Chen Yi watched the scene of the two Lu Qings wrestling before him, and it reminded him of watching cricket fights as a child. The two Lu Qings were like little insects, battling each other on the stage of a dream. The bizarre dream duel ended in a draw, and Lu Qing woke up with a start. From that day on, every night Lu Qing would fiercely battle another version of himself in his dreams. This relentless struggle seemed destined to continue until one side was completely vanquished. As the dawn broke, Lu Qing looked at the gradually brightening sky outside his window and hurriedly sought out Hobbit. Make me a sword, no matter the cost, he said urgently. On that very morning, the game welcomed 10,000 new players. The sheer size of this influx was staggering, 5 times the number of existing players. As these new players flooded into the game world, the recently awakened veterans were taken aback. Holy crap, 10,000 people is really a lot, one veteran exclaimed. In ancient times, if someone shouted, We have 50,000 elite soldiers, it would have been terrifying. With the arrival of the new players, the veterans quickly noticed something unusual. These new guys seem a bit different, someone whispered. Their faces don't look like they're from Huaxia. Hearing the new players' conversations, the veterans confirmed their suspicions. Whoa, they're foreigners, someone shouted excitedly. Now we can bully the outsiders. However, a more rational voice chimed in. Even though it's a game, we should still maintain international friendship as a country of etiquette. No, no, another voice interrupted. My hostility towards foreign players is purely personal and has nothing to do with our country's education and culture. At that moment, someone made a ridiculous suggestion. Maybe we should raise the price of beef skewers. Great idea, someone agreed. Raise the price just for the foreigners. Guys, we're having beef skewers tonight. The wild vegetable vendor weakly said, my vegetable stall won't raise prices. Shut up, everyone shouted in unison. The vegetable vendor defended himself pitifully. Come on, when everyone had nothing to eat, it was my wild vegetables that kept you all going. Ungrateful bunch. Not to be rude, one player explained, but last time I ate your wild vegetables, there was a pebble in it, and I chipped my front tooth. I couldn't talk properly for 2 days. That was an accident, the vegetable vendor said awkwardly. With the new players' arrival, the game world became more diverse. There were white players, black players, and almost every nationality was represented. Among them were special players known as ancient gods, whose appearances were both human and non-human. For example, one player had a pitch-black face, glowing green eyes, and was missing 2 front teeth, creating a terrifying sight whenever he opened his mouth. The new players were stunned by the game's realism and intricate design as soon as they entered. They marveled at the experience, lost for words. Suddenly, the air was filled with a cacophony of different languages, making the scene quite chaotic. What are they saying? A veteran player asked curiously. They're saying something like, the front wheel doesn't turn, the back wheel doesn't turn, GG 666. Another player laughed. Then, someone discovered the language translation feature in the game settings. Hey, there's a language translation option in the settings, he exclaimed excitedly. Once you enable it, it automatically translates everything you hear. Whoa, other players marveled. What kind of advanced tech is this? With this, who needs to learn foreign languages? We could all be diplomats. Not really, someone pointed out. Understanding is one thing. But if you can't speak their language, they won't understand you. That's easy, another player suggested. Just make sure everyone has this device. I'll post this on the forums right away and get the developers to release it. I'll buy it instantly. The new players quickly discovered and enabled this feature. A blonde youth approached a veteran player who was watching the commotion and asked in American English, "Do you know how to play this game, friend?" The veteran player flashed a sly smile and replied, "Oh, my dear friend, this game is actually quite simple. Do you see that giant black tower over there? Once you enter, you can start fighting monsters and leveling up. The monsters here are very weak, super easy to defeat. You can kill several with your bare hands. When you have enough money, you can buy land outside. So go fight, because fighting is the key to this game. Fighting is everything." The blonde youth gratefully said, "Thank you. Your sword is really cool, friend." The veteran player nodded. Yes, go ahead, my friend. I wish you swift success and a quick land purchase." The blonde youth conveyed this advice to the other foreign players, thinking that the Huaxia players were quite friendly. Soon, a group of foreign players excitedly headed towards the Black Tower. The veteran players watched this scene, smiling silently. Before long, the new players were being teleported out of the Black Tower one by one, their faces filled with confusion and frustration. "Weren't the monsters supposed to be easy?" they complained. "We didn't even get a chance to strike before that bear killed us all." Someone quickly realized they had been tricked. "Deceitful Huaxia players," they shouted angrily. Some of the previously confident foreign players felt defeated. How is this possible? The Huaxia players in the videos made it look so easy. The difficulty setting must be off. The blonde youth angrily confronted the veteran player who had given him the advice. "I thought you were my friend, but you lied to me. Those monsters were anything but easy," he accused. The veteran player shrugged innocently and said, "You can't blame me, friend. When we fought the monsters, it really was that easy. We could kill several with our bare hands. I didn't expect you to be so weak, not even able to handle a few small creatures." The blonde youth recognized the mockery in the words, his face turning even darker. The veteran player continued, "First of all, I didn't lie to you. We genuinely find those monsters weak, but I didn't expect you to be even weaker. If you can't even defeat small creatures with your bare hands, I suggest you stop playing and give your login device to someone more capable." The blonde youth, seething with anger, could only glare at the veteran player, unsure of what to do next. The recent influx of new Huaxia players didn't garner much attention, even with the presence of female players among them. All eyes of the veteran players were fixated on the foreign newcomers. A group of cunning players had a glint of mischief in their eyes, already plotting intricate traps for these foreign players, and not just any traps, elaborate ones. The foreign players quickly realized the true nature of the Huaxia players. On the surface, they were all smiles, but hidden behind those smiles were knives. Internally, they cursed. These Huaxia players are insidious, despicable, and downright evil. They insult without using foul language and set traps without repeating themselves. They couldn't care less about international friendship. In the face of these accusations, the Huaxia players responded nonchalantly. "Our actions represent personal stances and have nothing to do with our country." Especially regarding the issue with the country living a good life, the veteran players had a consensus. "Our grudge against you is purely personal. We just don't like you. It has nothing to do with national enmity." While the veterans were collectively causing trouble, a new Huaxia player was gazing up at the sky. His eyes were fixed on a point about 300 meters above the ground, quickly calculating the potential damage from falling from that height. This newcomer was called Yinwang, literally the king of hell. Yinwang murmured to himself, "The video of a player killing the Chaos Watcher has spread. Many are discussing how feasible Ye Qiu's method would be if the Big Eye appeared in reality." He continued his calculations. Considering Ye Qiu's weight, the method was indeed feasible, but the success rate wasn't high. At least, Yinwang didn't factor in the sword Ye Qiu wielded. At that moment, a mysterious voice whispered in his ear, "Want to be one step ahead, newbie?" Yinwang turned around to find a player with a hidden ID, clad in a black cloak, appearing out of thin air. One of his eyes glowed an eerie purple. This was none other than the notorious red-named player, Nocturne. Yinwang squinted and asked, "How do I get ahead?" Nocturne smiled mysteriously. "Join the necromancy school. It's currently the only school that allows players to advance, and it's a hidden school." Yinwang chuckled. "You're the infamous player killer everyone's talking about online, right?" Nocturne shrugged. "That's me. If you, like others, find me despicable or fear me, then let's pretend we never met." Yinwang shook his head. No. I'm very interested in the necromancy school. Please let me join." Nocturne's purple eye flickered, seemingly surprised. "Even if the necromancy school's tasks involve killing?" Yinwang replied calmly, "Gaining power always comes at a price, whether in a game or in reality. That's my belief. Of course, if problems can be solved without killing, I prefer not to kill. But if it's unavoidable, I won't hesitate. The key is that it must be the most efficient and straightforward path." Nocturne grinned. "Interesting. You're the only player I've asked who stands out. But I must warn you, once you choose this path, You'll be like meh constantly on the run. You won't be able to trade or team up with other players openly. Yin Wang picked up a twig and mused. Have you ever wondered why you're in this situation? Because all the players together form a big tree, and you alone are just a branch. Your strength doesn't surpass the collective players. Simply put, you're too weak. But if you can transform from a branch into another tree, you won't need to worry about acceptance or recognition. He continued. No one cares about the past of the weak. The past of the strong can be rewritten, and the past of heroes will be sung. When you become so powerful that no player is your match, no one will dare mention your past deeds. But for a branch to grow into a tree, it needs a process, and this process is crucial. A tree stands firm by developing more roots. Only then can it absorb more nutrients and grow faster. Nocturne seemed enlightened. You're saying I should create a guild and develop a faction in the game? Yin Wang nodded with a smile. Exactly. But remember the saying, the tallest tree in the forest gets blown down by the wind. So, no matter what the necromancy school's tasks are, don't reveal your identity. If you keep hiding, you'll eventually be found. Imagine being ambushed at the respawn point. But if no one knows your ID or has seen your face, you can blend in with the players, never revealing your abilities, and only act in the shadows. Develop your roots quietly, and when you're powerful enough, you can rally everyone with a single call. Nocturne grinned widely. I like you more and more. May I ask what you do in real life? Yin Wang smiled but didn't answer. That's not something I can disclose. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared before them. Nocturne spun around, seeing none other than Ye Qiu. Reacting quickly, he drew the broken sword that Ye Qiu had once severed, pointing it at him. What a small world. Ye Qiu frowned, but his focus wasn't on Nocturne. It was on Yin Wang. He thought to himself, so it's true. This guy joined during the 5th test. Chu Yin Wang. The top 2 renamed players from the previous life are both here. If Ye Qiu's animosity towards Nocturne was purely personal, his enmity towards Yin Wang was much more profound. Yin Wang, whose real name was Chu Du, was one of the 3 leaders of an arms trafficking gang in real life. When the game descended, he abandoned his arms business and founded the notorious Black Faction, the Desecration Temple. Because of his in-game name, players called him Chu Yin Wang. In comparison, Nocturne was no match for Chu Yin Wang. The former was merely a small-time troublemaker in the game, hiding and developing his faction discreetly. The latter was a different beast altogether, a man who had blood on his hands long before the game descended. Yeah, it really is a small world, Ye Qiu thought to himself, his eyes warily scanning the 2 people in front of him. He didn't draw his weapon, fully aware that killing them now, even until they ran out of respawn chances, would be futile. After all, this was just a game, and any changes here would be in vain. Ye Qiu's gaze fell on the purple light flickering in Ye Qiu's right eye, and he immediately understood where the core crystal of the Chaos Watcher had gone. Clearly, Ye Qiu had activated the power of the evil eye. As a first-tier necromancer with the strongest early-stage control skills, Ye Qiu had to admit that he might not be Ye Qiu's match at the moment. Being controlled for just a few seconds would be enough for the death aura to consume him. However, Ye Qiu's main target this time wasn't Ye Qiu, but Yin Wang. Unfortunately, it seemed too late to say anything now. At that moment, Yin Wang suddenly stood next to Ye Qiu and said, I've seen you in videos. You're the player who killed the Chaos Watcher, right? Interested in a chat? Ye Qiu frowned at the words. He knew better than anyone that Yin Wang's words were the least trustworthy. No thanks, you guys carry on. I'm just passing by, Ye Qiu replied, turning to leave. Seeing this, Yin Wang narrowed his eyes slightly and said with a hint of temptation, I'm not with him. He's just been pestering me here. I've seen your forum posts. I have some skills that might help you. Ye Qiu didn't look back and continued walking, leaving behind a cold, not interested. As Ye Qiu departed, Ye Qiu made no move to follow. He turned to Yin Wang, his tone questioning. What did you mean by that? Yin Wang snorted softly and began to weigh the pros and cons. That guy is a top player, influential both in and out of the game. He led others to an epic victory, securing 2 first kills. If you insist on opposing him, you're just asking for trouble. He continued, as the saying goes, it's better to resolve enmities than to keep them alive. In my opinion, you should make peace with him now, even if it means offering some benefits. It would be far better than your current situation. Ye Qiu's eyes turned fierce as he retorted. What about the other players? They won't let me off. Yin Wang chuckled, his tone tinged with disdain. You really think this is real life? Don't forget, this is just a game. Publicly admit your mistakes and make a statement. The players you've killed might not forgive you easily, but those who haven't been affected won't care much. In fact, it could boost your reputation. Just imagine, the mysterious killer of the sealed land publicly apologizing. Wouldn't that make the headlines? Ye Qiu's eyes darkened, a hint of hesitation in his voice. But what if I don't want to? Yin Wang glanced at Ye Qiu and replied indifferently, that's up to you. In the following days, veteran players continued to outsmart foreign players, even taking their battles online and causing quite a stir. Meanwhile, Ye Qiu and his team focused on strategizing against the Snake Lord. The Snake Lord's skills were limited, with only one active blinding skill. However, its second phase was extremely troublesome. Each time it devoured a player, it grew in size and healed its wounds. This evolutionary state lasted an entire day, during which every player it consumed enhanced its attributes. By the next morning, the Snake Lord would revert to its initial state. Therefore, the best time to attack was at dawn. Given their current progress, Feng Zhe and the others were close to defeating the Snake Lord, but always fell short. The key to conquering the second phase was achieving 0 casualties, as any player death would allow the Snake Lord to heal. However, achieving 0 casualties was incredibly challenging. Besides dealing with the Snake Lord's ambushes, players had to navigate the treacherous terrain. The abyssal design was perilous, and a single misstep could lead to a fatal fall. More players died from slipping off the edge than from the Snake Lord itself. If the Snake Lord's battlefield were similar to that of the Wolf Lord, players could defeat it even in the dark. But in this terrain, once engulfed in darkness, they dared not move recklessly. In fact, the fastest team wipe occurred when a group collectively fell into the abyss in the dark. After dozens of attempts, many players' soul lifespans ran out, forcing them to farm smaller monsters. Some even became miners, digging for ores to craft high-level gear. Ye Qiu's purple weapon became the goal of many players. In fact, some had already successfully mined violet gold ore and crafted weapons identical to Ye Qiu's. Same weight, identical, all 25 pounds. Ye Qiu effortlessly wielded the violet gold longsword, its astonishing heft leaving other players in awe. They watched as Ye Qiu swung the sword with ease, its blade gleaming, unable to fathom how such a seemingly light weapon could be so heavy. The density of violet gold is astounding, making anything crafted from it incredibly heavy, whether it's armor or tools. One brave player once attempted to forge a breastplate from this material, resulting in a piece of armor that weighed a staggering 138 pounds. Upon donning it, the player was immediately pinned to the ground, unable to move, and ultimately had to melt it down and recast it. While violet gold is the highest quality, or in the current version, its excessive weight severely limits its practicality. Even forging it into a sword makes it difficult to use, not to mention other types of equipment. Additionally, the rarity and expense of this mean it is seldom sought after, rendering violet gold unpopular in the current version. Adding to the frustration, most weapons crafted from violet gold are of mediocre quality, typically only reaching the excellent or elite levels. Ye Qiu's epic quality longsword stands out due to the addition of a mid-level sharpness rune and the meticulous craftsmanship of the hobbits. However, replicating such high-quality weapons is nearly impossible at this stage because the hobbits are overwhelmed with orders and cannot devote the same level of care to each weapon. As a result, standard steel weapons remain the mainstream choice. But Ye Qiu went against the grain, not only purchasing large quantities of violet gold, but also scouring for various rare and unusual materials. He understood that once the first layer was conquered, violet gold would become the most sought-after ore. At that point, the 12 schools' legacies would be fully unlocked, and violet gold weapons and armor would be the perfect fit for the battlefield school. Surprise, there's another chapter. Looking back, there was only one class that dominated across the 5 test versions War School. Ye Qiu pondered this as he glanced at the materials in his backpack, recalling the process of crafting the first-tier potion, Crimson Ink Potion, of War School. The core material, blood sand, could only be mined in the core area of the first layer. Other main ingredients included swallowtail grass juice and breath of the living. The auxiliary materials were easy to gather, but the crucial blood sand was missing. Ye Qiu frowned as he thought it over. The Crimson Ink Potion was different from other potions. It needed to be refined a second time within the human body. The user had to swallow the semi-finished potion, then breathe deeply to inhale the crimson vapor into their lungs, allowing it to spread throughout the body. This process was extremely dangerous if the blood sand got stuck in the throat. It could cause immediate suffocation. Having joined War School in his previous life, Ye Qiu knew the feeling all too well. It was like grinding stones down your throat, accompanied by intense suffocation, a torturous experience. Despite this, War School remained the most popular among players, as its potion success rate was higher compared to other schools. As a reborn individual, Ye Qiu understood that the power system of the Sealed Land extended beyond just potions. However, the potion system was undoubtedly the simplest and easiest to cultivate. The power of potions originated from the ancient gods themselves, with all materials revolving around a core imbued with calamity power. Consuming a potion was akin to gradually stealing the power of an ancient god. Take the blood sand needed for the Crimson Ink Potion. For example, it was sand contaminated by the blood of an ancient god or calamity, permanently stained red. While most extraordinary paths were also connected to ancient gods, there were factions entirely based on human power, such as the Qi magic from the Green Dragon continent. This power, originating from the mysterious eastern continent, had very few masters. Several days later, veteran players continued their actions against foreign players. A blue-haired young man, too hungry to move, sat by the roadside clutching his stomach. He eyed the nearby Huaxia snack street, swallowing saliva at the tantalizing aroma of beef skewers, but his pockets were empty. Just then, a black-haired foreigner approached, offering him some bugs. Don't expect those people to give you handouts. If you're hungry, fend for yourself. Want some? The blue-haired young man felt nauseated at the sight of the bugs. Are these really edible? The black-haired foreigner chewed on a bug and replied, why not? These bugs are high in protein. Everyone has 10 lives. If you don't want to starve, you need to find something to fill your stomach. Or you could learn from those Huaxia people who can even eat grass with relish. The blue-haired young man quietly corrected, they call it wild vegetables, not grass. The black-haired foreigner continued chewing, indifferent. Looks like weeds to me. I don't understand how the Huaxia people can eat stuff like that. Just as the blue-haired young man was about to respond, a server-wide announcement popped up in front of everyone. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player I am Xiao Zhang for achieving the first kill of the Chaos Serpent. Team members, Shangguang, Buqi Shixian, Huang Long, Songying Buding Wu Feng Dedan, Wa Ai Qi Shigua. The announcement instantly ignited the player community. Holy crap, the Chaos Serpent has been defeated? Is it Shangguang's team again? They're amazing. No way. I spent days fighting that serpent. How did they manage it? Check it out, there's a video on the official site. Shangguang's team posted the strategy video. Where? Check the latest forum posts. Players flocked to the forum to watch the strategy video. In the video, Shangguang's team displayed flawless positioning, as if they knew every pillar's location by heart. Holy crap, their movements are insane. How many times did they die to get this good? Did they memorize every pillar's position? They don't even look down while walking. Their precision is heartbreaking. Suddenly, an unexpected item appeared in the video. Holy crap, what's that flashbang? That's a bright stone. I posted about it on the forum a few days ago. So it can be used as a flashbang? Brilliant. Does this mean they've won? Hold on, if I knew about the bright stone, I could have beaten the serpent too. Dude, don't speak too soon. Let's see the second phase of the serpent. When the serpent entered its second phase, the battle became even more intense. Song Ying abandoned his daggers, wielding 2 bright stones, ready to sacrifice himself. Meanwhile, Du Yuan, Fang Zhe, and Ye Qiu attacked from both flanks, aiming for the serpent's hands. Holy crap, the second phase is brutal. Using its hands to block its eyes? Damn, is that how this boss works? Man, I know you're shocked, but keep watching. Shangguang's team's strategy was clear. They needed to cut off the serpent's hands while releasing the bright stones at close range. If the serpent blocked the attackers, Song Ying would blind it. If it blocked Song Ying, the others would sever its arms. In the video, the serpent chose to attack Du Yuan and Fang Zhe. Song Ying seized the opportunity, leaping up and smashing the bright stones together, then hurling them at the serpent's eyes. The serpent was instantly blinded, and the team coordinated perfectly to dodge all attacks, successfully severing its eyes and arms. Finally, Zhang Qingyan fired an arrow through the serpent's head, ending the battle. Witnessing this, everyone had to admit that Fang Zhe's team was the true T1 team of the moment. Their performance in the video seemed effortless, but only those who had experienced it firsthand knew how difficult it was. Preventing the serpent from using a single dark skill and dodging all attacks to kill it in one controlled sequence was not something that could be achieved without dying hundreds of times. Some foreign players, after watching the video, dismissed it, saying, "Pfft, what's the big deal? We could have done it ages ago if we tried." In the bustling world of online games, the debate between 2 factions raged on. However, Fang Zhe and his friends remained indifferent. They knew that these disputes would continue with or without their involvement. Hey, Lao Zhang, did you get any loot? Fang Zhe asked. Zhang Qingyan nodded and pulled a gold ring from his backpack. The ring featured an engraved snake head and emitted a mysterious glow. Ring of the Chaos Snake Lord, a legendary item, Zhang Qingyan explained. It has 2 abilities, passive night vision and an active darkness ability. But using the active skill requires mana. Without mana, it consumes soul life. Ye Qiu walked over and added, the Wolf Lord's ring is the same. No mana, and it uses soul life. Fang Zhe stared at the system prompt, deep in thought. Endless chaos breaks through the night, pointing towards dawn. Du Yuan, sitting excitedly on the ground, exclaimed, we're just one beast eye away from the Owl Lord. Once we defeat the Owl Lord, we can challenge the real boss of the first level. Zhang Qingyan turned to the group. Do you have any ideas yet? Ye Qiu shook his head. Not yet. The Wolf Lord represents night, the Snake Lord represents day. So what could the Owl Lord represent? Fang Zhe suddenly spoke up, dawn. Everyone looked at him, waiting for an explanation. Fang Zhe surveyed the group and began. The Snake Lord exists to bind the Wolf Lord. Day brings clarity, night brings chaos. The owl exists to awaken the snake. When the owl appears, the Snake Lord inevitably awakens from chaos. The Snake Lord's awakening signifies daytime. So, the appearance of the owl marks the break of dawn, the first light of the rising sun. The prompt confirms this. The puzzle master is finally here. Ye Qiu laughed. Nice. Since we know it's dawn, where do we find the Owl Lord's palace? Fang Zhe replied confidently, owls usually soar in the sky. Where it lands must be the snake's tail. The story mentions the owl gripping the snake's tail. Time's up. Tomorrow, we'll search for the last palace. The next morning, the group set out, searching along the map-marked snake tail location. Although the snake tail area wasn't large, it was an endless plain with nothing special in sight. Fang Zhe checked the time. The sun had just risen, and the sky was dim. Now should be the best time. But why can't we see the Owl Lord's palace? Have you found anything? Yuan shook his head. There's nothing suspicious around here. Zhang Qingyan pondered. According to Fang's theory, it should be here. So, what's the problem? Ye Qiu suggested offhandedly. Could we have gotten it wrong? Maybe the Owl Lord's palace is actually in the sky. Everyone looked up and saw a stream of air rising rapidly. Following the airflow down, they found its source. A large exposed marble surface. Curious, Yuan threw a stone into the air current. The stone was instantly swept away and disappeared. Ye Qiu, braving it, stepped forward. I'll scout ahead. He stepped into the airflow and was instantly lifted, vanishing from sight. The others exchanged glances and followed. As soon as Yuan stepped into the airflow, he was flung upwards. Whoa! Everyone exclaimed as they were hurled into the sky. Those afraid of heights fainted, and the experience left some feeling breathless. Shiguo Laogu screamed. We're doomed. We're doomed. If we fall, we're finished. Just as panic set in, the scene changed, and they found themselves inside a palace. Fang Zhe was stunned for a moment and looked back to see the ground still blowing air. He tried to touch the floor, but his hand went through, and the wind pushed him back. Checking the time, it was almost 8:30. Fang Zhe had a theory. Wait for me a moment. He stepped back and fell through the floor. The wind lifted him, then slowly lowered him. As the wind weakened, Fang Zhe kept an eye on the time and soon landed on the ground. The strange wind disappeared. I was right, Fang Zhe mused. The Owl Lord's palace can only be entered in the morning, but it always exists, just invisible. You need the airflow to enter, which appears at sunrise and quickly vanishes. Realizing he couldn't get back up, he thought, better let them know. Meanwhile, in the Sky Palace, Yuan received Fang Zhe's message. All right, don't wait for Fang. He can't get back up. Ye Qiu began to survey the palace. The atmosphere was eerie and terrifying. The palace resembled a giant sky city, with dark walls and ceilings adorned with five-colored, ominous patterns. As they ventured deeper, the patterns on the walls grew more numerous. They depicted screaming women, faces twisted in agony. On closer inspection, they looked more like harpies. With Fang Zhe absent, Ye Qiu took on the role of leader and led the group forward. Soon, they reached the boss arena. Fortunately, the ground was solid, and the area was spacious with no apparent traps. Oddly, there was no boss arrival alert. Ye Qiu was puzzled, as there was little information about the three lock beasts from the previous iteration. As Ye Qiu advanced, they heard crying, like a woman sobbing. They approached the palace center and saw a long-haired woman, her back to them, weeping softly. Whoa, a woman! Song Ying, inexplicably emboldened, rolled forward. Ye Qiu grabbed Fly by the arm and sternly warned, don't lose your head just because you see a girl. She might be a monster. Fly shrugged it off with a grin. Even if she is, it's worth it. Ye Qiu shook his head in exasperation and held back the eager crowd, remaining vigilant and cautious about approaching the mysterious woman. Just then, she turned around, and her stunning beauty took everyone's breath away. Her dark eyes seemed to draw in souls, and her long black hair flowed like a waterfall. Her black and white outfit revealed glimpses of her snow-white thighs, and she wore an owl necklace around her neck. The faint tear stains on her face only made her look more pitiful, stirring a strong protective instinct in everyone. Fly couldn't hold back and murmured, oh no, I'm falling for her. Zhang Qingyan was clearly flustered too, asking in confusion, why is there a girl here? Shiguo tried to calm himself, repeatedly chanting, lust is empty, lust is empty. Yuan rubbed his eyes in disbelief and said, is this the boss? Something's off. She can't be the boss. There's no awakening sound for the Owl Master. Ye Qiu furrowed his brow in thought. The atmosphere was already eerie, and this unexpected girl made things even more confusing. But just then, Fly began walking towards her uncontrollably. Ye Qiu quickly grabbed him and demanded, where do you think you're going? But Fly seemed not to hear. Walking straight to the girl and asking with concern, Who made you cry? I'll deal with them. Ye Qiu and the others exchanged helpless looks. Duyuan couldn't help but mock. Really, Fly? Letting your morals follow your hormones? The girl whispered tearfully, Who are you? Fly immediately put on a gentle smile. We're not bad people. Before he could finish, Duyuan walked over and bluntly asked, Are you an NPC? Do you know where the boss is? The girl looked puzzled and asked back, What boss? Fly glared at Duyuan. Can't you be more polite? Duyuan retorted, Step aside. From now on, you sit at the kids' table. Still kneeling, the girl nervously asked, Are you here to kill me? Fly hurriedly explained, No, we… Bang! Ye Qiu kicked Fly away and sternly said, Get lost if you're going to make trouble. He then approached the girl and coldly asked, Where is the Owl Master? The girl blinked her tearful eyes and timidly said, I am the Owl Master. Her words hit everyone like a ton of bricks. They were all stunned, their expressions filled with shock and disbelief. You mean to tell me this is the Owl Master? Ye Qiu looked at the adorable girl in front of him, his mind in turmoil. He couldn't help but think, what is the game developer thinking? How are we supposed to attack her? The girl looked fragile and innocent, with no hint of hostility. No man could bring himself to harm her. Even the rough Duyuan was at a loss. Ye Qiu forced himself to stay calm and drew his violet gold sword, pointing it at the girl. But at the crucial moment, Fly stepped in with a dagger, blocking Ye Qiu's path and shouting, What are you doing? Ye Qiu frowned. What are you doing? Fly defiantly replied, I'm defending justice. Ye Qiu laughed angrily. Defending justice by protecting the boss? Fly stood his ground. Cute is justice. Ye Qiu gritted his teeth. Move, or I'll cut you down too. Fly heroically declared. Then step over my dead body first. Ye Qiu cursed inwardly. Is this idiot out of his mind? He took a deep breath and turned to the others. Shigua, old Du, get him out of here. To his surprise, Shigua stood by Fly and apologetically said, Sorry, but I'm with Fly on this one. Duyuan looked between the girl and Ye Qiu, mumbling, I think, never mind, I don't want to think. Ye Qiu was dumbfounded. Are you all playing games like this? Starting an internal conflict? He reluctantly lowered his sword and asked, So what now? We don't fight the boss. Even if we don't, someone else will. Are you planning to guard the boss forever? Fly immediately turned to the girl, holding her hand and saying passionately, If you don't mind, I, Fly, will protect you forever. Ye Qiu's frustration was beyond words. He couldn't help but curse. Seriously, calling you hormone-driven is an understatement. In the end, Ye Qiu turned to Zhang Qingyan. Old Zhang. But Zhang Qingyan looked away, pretending not to hear. Who called me? What's up? I know nothing. Ye Qiu was utterly defeated. A bunch of traitors. Fine, I'm done. I'm going to sleep. With that, he walked away, leaving behind his infatuated teammates and the mysterious Owl Master girl. Ye Qiu was about to leave when he heard a thunderous noise behind him. The palace gates slammed shut. He spun around, and in an instant, the once majestic palace transformed into a desolate wasteland. From the sky, a giant bird, pitch black with blood-red eyes, swooped down. A deafening voice echoed. You have awakened the Zionth sinister Xiong Lord has risen. The giant bird landed, swallowing a fly in one gulp, and then let out a piercing screech at Ye Qiu. The girl remained kneeling, terror etched on her face. Without hesitation, Ye Qiu drew his sword and charged forward, silently lamenting the fate of the fly. The Xiong Lord spread its wings and lunged, its razor-sharp talons aiming for Ye Qiu's chest. With a sickening thud, 2 bloody holes appeared in Ye Qiu's torso. But his sword also struck true, severing both of the Xiong Lord's legs with a swift slash. Blood spurted, splattering Ye Qiu's face. The Xiong Lord let out a harrowing scream. Seizing the opportunity, Ye Qiu leaped up, his sword aimed at the creature's head. With a decisive thwack, the Xiong Lord's head fell to the ground. Ye Qiu was puzzled how could the Xiong Lord be defeated so easily? Suddenly, chaos erupted. The bodies of Zhang Qingyan and Du Yuan were torn apart by a violent wind, and 2 new Xiong Lords descended from the sky. Ye Qiu shouted, Shigua, stop daydreaming and help me out. Shigua snapped back to reality, raising his sword and shield as he rushed to Ye Qiu's side. One Xiong Lord dived at them, and Ye Qiu met its attack with his sword. Sparks flew as metal clashed with talons. Mustering all his strength, Ye Qiu knocked the Xiong Lord's claws aside and thrust his sword through its chest. Watch out, Shigua warned. The other Xiong Lord flapped its wings, sending feathers like arrows. Shigua blocked them with his shield, giving Ye Qiu a chance to strike. However, as he charged, the Xiong Lord retreated while launching more attacks. Several feathers pierced Ye Qiu's arms and ankles, their power immense. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Ye Qiu slid and slashed at the Xiong Lord's legs, then decapitated it. He sighed in relief. only to hear Shigua's scream. Another Xiong lord emerged from the sandy sea and swallowed Shigua whole. I don't believe you can resurrect endlessly. Ye Qiu roared, swinging his sword again. This time, the Xiong lord dodged, countering with a talon strike to Ye Qiu's chest. Blood spurted from his mouth, his strength nearly depleted. Yet he mustered his last ounce of energy, thrusting his sword into the Xiong lord's heart. Despite its tough body, it couldn't withstand the sharpness of the violet gold sword enhanced with mid-level runes. Both bodies collapsed, and darkness quickly enveloped Ye Qiu. Ye Qiu slowly opened his eyes and was stunned by the sight of Shigua coming back to life at the same time. Wasn't Shigua supposed to die first? How could they revive together? He looked around in confusion and saw Shigua panting, saying, "The Owl Lord isn't that strong. I barely managed to take one down." Du Yuan, touching his chest with a strange expression, said, "The Owl Lord is powerful, but I feel it's not as strong as the Wolf Lord." Zhang Qingyan nodded in agreement. "The Owl Lord isn't that fast either. I managed to drag it around a couple of times." Fly complained, "Even though I was the first to die, at least I managed to injure the Owl Lord." Listening to everyone, Ye Qiu's frown deepened. These descriptions were vastly different from what he remembered. He abruptly stood up, scanning the group, and demanded, "How did you all die?" Fly was the first to speak. "The Owl Lord cut off my arms with its wings, then decapitated me with a single blow." "Something like that?" Du Yuan questioned. "I don't remember you dying that way. Weren't you crushed the moment the Owl Lord appeared? Why are you adding drama to your death?" Fly was furious. "What do you mean adding drama? I'm telling the truth. Wasn't Shi Xian the first one killed by the Owl Lord? If you're not going to use your eyes, you might as well donate them." Zhang Qingyan frowned. "I remember Fly died first, then Shi Xian." Du Yuan nodded. "Yes, that's right. I was killed when the Owl Lord pierced my chest with its claws." Zhang Qingyan recalled. "I dragged the Owl Lord for a while, but it eventually caught up to me. I didn't see clearly how I died." Shigua blinked. "But, isn't that wrong? Didn't Fly die first, then you two, then Shi Xian, and finally me?" Ye Qiu's eyes widened, turning to Shigua. "Shigua, how did you die?" Shigua smiled. "I perished with the Owl Lord." Ye Qiu cursed. "Perished together. My foot. We were all tricked by the Owl Lord. It never even came out. Everything we saw was fake." He turned to Fly. "Fly, you said you saw me die first, didn't you? Did the Owl Lord kill me as soon as it appeared?" Fly was stunned. "Yeah. Isn't that right?" Ye Qiu gritted his teeth. "But from our perspective, you were the first to die. The Owl Lord descended and killed you directly. I felt something was off with the Owl Lord's attack style and the bleeding from its claws. There were too many inconsistencies." He looked around. "Old Zhang, Old Du, Shigua, didn't you all see me cut off the Owl Lord's hands and head when it came for me? Does that match Fly's account of his death?" Du Yuan nodded. "Yes, then you were swallowed by the Owl Lord." Ye Qiu sneered. "But Shigua and I saw Old Du and Old Zhang die together. Two Owl Lords appeared. One fought me hand-to-hand, its claws sparking against my weapon. I pierced its chest, matching Old Du's death. The other Owl Lord was fleeing and shooting feathers, which now seemed like Old Zhang's arrows. I chased it, matching Old Zhang's account of being pursued." Ye Qiu continued, "And finally, from my perspective, Shigua was killed by the Owl Lord. But from Shigua's perspective, I was killed by the Owl Lord, and then we perished together. We revived simultaneously, proving we died together." Everyone was speechless. Ye Qiu concluded, "So, we all hallucinated and mistook each other for the Owl Lord. The Owl Lord never showed up. We were just killing each other." Zhang Qingyan sighed. "What a crafty Owl Lord. We've been deceived by our own eyes." Du Yuan asked, "What about the girl who claimed to be the Owl Lord?" Ye Qiu replied, "Definitely another trick by the Owl Lord. If you hadn't stopped me, I would have killed her, and this wouldn't have happened." Fly sighed. "You can't blame us. After all, a pretty boss has privileges. Could you really harm such a cute girl?" Ye Qiu sneered. "Yeah, such a cute girl could probably eat 7 or 8 of you." Zhang Qingyan patted Ye Qiu's shoulder. "Let's consider this a lesson learned. Dying once isn't a big deal." Fly said helplessly, "Guys, you can't blame me for this. Blame the developers for making the Owl Lord a girl." Ye Qiu put his weapon back in his bag. "Yeah? Targeting you old pervs. Do you really like girls that much?" Fly shook his head. "I need to clarify. It's not just girls I like. I like pretty girls." Ye Qiu was speechless. "Okay, whatever." The scene shifted to the guild hall. Listening to Ye Qiu's complaints, Fang Zhe, who hadn't witnessed the event, felt a bit envious. Was the girl convincing? Fly perked up instantly. "Which aspect do you mean?" Fang Zhe laughed. "Literally." Fly also laughed. "You get it, guild master." Ye Qiu slapped his forehead, thinking, even the guild master has fallen for it? This guild is doomed. Ye Qiu found it hard to associate these 5 people with their past selves. He sighed inwardly, thinking, these people are beyond saving. I need to make plans. Seeing Ye Qiu's despair, Fangze chuckled, don't take it too seriously. Just a joke. Based on what we know, the Owl Lord is a beautiful girl with the ability to induce hallucinations. In the hallucinations, you mistook each other for the Owl Lord and killed each other, resulting in a team wipe, right? Zhang Qingyan nodded. Honestly, looking back, it felt like we were puppets, manipulated into killing each other without realizing it. It's really frustrating. Fangze stood up, looking serious. Now that we know the truth, we can counter this ability. We just need to avoid attacking each other. But I'm worried the real Owl Lord might exploit our thoughts, hiding among us and striking, making it hard to tell who's who. That's the tricky part. The image of the mysterious Owl Lord suddenly flashed in Fangze's mind. Her long, fair legs and ample bosom made his heart race. He snapped out of it, cursing himself for his wandering thoughts. Who the heck designed such a perverted character? Fangze muttered to himself. Unwilling to be the only one troubled by this, Fangze discussed with his companions and decided to announce the appearance of the Owl Lord. They posted a notice on the game forum, inviting players to join forces against the Owl Lord, complete with a photo of her. As soon as the photo was posted, it caused an uproar among the players. Wait, this chick is the boss? No way. I'll believe it when I see it with my own eyes. Hey man, where are you headed? To the tower to stargaze. Yeah right, who'd believe you're actually going to stargaze? Well, are you coming or not? Stargazing sounds nice. I'm in. Count me in too. The next morning, groups of players eagerly rode the updrafts into the Owl Lord's palace. Watching the players float up like raindrops, Fly anxiously asked, when are we going in? Fangze chuckled. No rush. Besides, you don't need to hurry. Shi Xian said he wants to plant you in the ground to cool off. So you're sitting this one out? Fly was stunned. You're joking, right? Ye Qiu just smiled without saying a word. Moments later, outside the palace, Ye Qiu and the others stood waiting for the gates to open. Notably, Fly was absent because Ye Qiu had indeed planted him headfirst into a nearby mound of dirt. Hope he grows into a big tree and sees through the worldly desires. Amen, Ye Qiu said solemnly. Du Yuan couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. That sounds weird. By the way, Shi Xian, what religion do you follow? Ye Qiu casually replied, I don't believe in gods or demons, don't worship Buddha or revere immortals. If I believe in anything, it's myself. What about you guys? Du Yuan shrugged. I only believe in my dad's fists. Ever since he knocked me down the moment I came back from the army, Zhang Qingyan admitted, I'm not really into this stuff. I just believe in whoever treats me well. Fangze pretended to adjust non-existent glasses and said seriously, I'm a materialist. Wow, out of 5 people, not a single bit of faith. Du Yuan suddenly remembered someone else. Wait, Shigua, what do you believe in? Shigua smiled and replied, I believe in Buddha. Why? Du Yuan asked, puzzled. Shigua grinned even wider, because in Buddhism, we don't talk about money, only about yuan. That'll be 18,000 yuan in total, WeChat or Alipay. Du Yuan was speechless. I have no words. Just then, the gates suddenly opened with a thunderous sound. What greeted them was a floor littered with corpses and a girl sobbing softly. Judging by the wounds on the bodies, it seemed these people had killed each other, much like Ye Qiu and his team were about to. Facing the gruesome scene, Ye Qiu and the others exchanged glances and then stepped inside. The gates didn't close behind them, nor did any notification of the Owl Lord's awakening appear. Fangze walked up to the girl and examined her closely. No wonder Fly was so smitten. If this girl were in the real world, she'd be a femme fatale. Honestly, any mentally sound, biologically functional man would find it hard to strike her down. With that, he unsheathed his double axes without hesitation. Of course, I'm a forensic scientist. Ye Qiu caught the underlying message and felt a twinge of discomfort. What does he mean by mentally sound and biologically functional? Is he implying something about me? Sensing Ye Qiu's displeasure, Fangze quickly turned and explained, it's just a metaphor, not aimed at anyone. Without a word, Ye Qiu drew his violet gold sword. Then let this mentally unsound person do the job. Fangze wisely stepped aside. Be my guest. Ye Qiu raised his sword and slashed at the girl. Stop pretending and show your true form. At that critical moment, Shigua suddenly rushed forward with his shield, blocking Ye Qiu's attack. The clash of metal rang out sharply. Shigua, you. Ye Qiu's eyes widened. Shigua looked aggrieved. It's not me. My body moved on its own, out of my control. Damn it. Does the Owl Lord have a skill that makes people block for her? Ye Qiu sheathed his sword and shouted to the others, everyone back off. The Owl Lord can control your bodies to shield herself. Hearing this, everyone hastily retreated to the edges of the hall, fearing they'd be pulled in as meat shields. Ye Qiu took a deep breath. Let's see who can block for you now. Just as he was about to strike again, the girl looked up at him. Your name is Ye Qiu? Ye Qiu's hand froze midair. He had never revealed his real name in the game, and there was no real name registration in this game. How did the Owl Lord know his real name? This should still just be a game, right? These catastrophes can't possibly interfere with reality. Ye Qiu's mind was filled with doubts. Suddenly, he recalled an event after his rebirth. It was in a cafe where he met a mysterious person who spoke a lot of cryptic things. When Ye Qiu tried to catch up and ask for clarification, the person vanished into thin air, as if they had teleported. No matter how much he thought about it, Ye Qiu found that person extremely eerie. That feeling was similar to the 12 ghost generals on the 6th level of the game. From that moment, Ye Qiu had a terrifying suspicion. Had the game's influence on reality already begun, and they just hadn't noticed? With this in mind, Ye Qiu looked at the Owl Lord with a mix of fear. You know who I am? The girl stood up, wiped away her tears, and smiled. I know everything. Past, present, and future. Ye Qiu frowned. Can you see your own future? The girl's expression turned sorrowful. I will die. Ye Qiu's frown deepened. Can you see my past and future? A strange light flickered in the girl's dark eyes. You have already died once. Ye Qiu's heart was thrown into turmoil. You've already died once. The words hit Ye Qiu like a sledgehammer, striking him to his core. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the girl in front of him. Not only had the Owl Master revealed his true name, but she had also seen through his reincarnated identity. How is this possible? The girl continued, her voice soft yet carrying an undeniable authority. Your actual age far exceeds what you appear to be. You've witnessed things beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Her gaze seemed to penetrate Ye Qiu's very soul. You know the view from the top of the tower. You understand what's hidden up there, don't you? Ye Qiu was too stunned to speak. Just then, the girl suddenly spread her arms, her posture gentle yet seductive. You must be very tired, she said softly. Constantly climbing the tower, killing beings that you were never meant to defeat. Despite knowing what's above, you keep moving forward. The higher you go, the more chaotic this world becomes. And ultimately, you will fail. Her words were like a spell, gradually eroding Ye Qiu's will. You've already tried, haven't you? The girl continued. But if you do nothing and simply wait, the twilight of the end times will be delayed. So stop. Just stop here and go no further. Ye Qiu's eyes grew more and more unfocused. Stop. The thought echoed in his mind. Yes, if they stopped advancing, the disaster would be postponed indefinitely. Perhaps they could even live out their lives in peace. A wave of exhaustion washed over him. 5 years in the game, 8 years in reality, 13 years of battle had left him utterly drained. Looking ahead, how much longer would he have to fight? The game's time flow had changed to 110. Was he really going to spend 50 years here? Of course not. Ye Qiu suddenly snapped awake, cold sweat breaking out all over his body. That was close. He had almost succumbed. The girl seemed momentarily taken aback and asked, why struggle? Am I not right? Ye Qiu gritted his teeth and replied resolutely, because I have a mission to complete and a reason to reach the top of the tower. At that moment, a giant eye on top of the tower silently observed everything. It was the very eye depicted on the book's cover. Chen Yi watched Ye Qiu quietly, a smile playing on his lips. In truth, the Owl Master had no ability to foresee the future or see through the past. The so-called omniscience was nothing but a bluff. The Owl Master's real power was to read memories and create illusions. In other words, the girl in front of them didn't exist at all. Everything was an illusion created by the Owl Master. What truly stood before them was a giant owl, mocking them with a look of amusement. When had the illusion begun? The answer was simple from the moment they heard the sound of a girl crying. The instant Ye Qiu heard the cry, he had already fallen into an illusion as deceptive as a mirage. The doors to the Owl Master's palace had long been closed. It was only in their eyes that the doors seemed wide open. In Chen Ye's design, the entire first level was associated with a single deity, Loki, the god of deceit. Fenrir was Loki's offspring, and the Wolf Master was formed from Fenrir's heart, representing Loki's penchant for deception. The Serpent Master symbolized Loki's moral ambiguity, while the Owl Master embodied Loki's cunning nature. Chen Yi had introduced the concept of deities early on, but these deities were not just part of the background, they were the players. Players could become gods. There were multiple paths to godhood, but only one god could emerge from each path. Once players collected the rings of the 3 lock beasts, they could open a vault door in the central temple. Inside was a clue to a path of godhood, and the corresponding deity was Loki. Back in the Owl Master's palace, as soon as Ye Qiu regained his clarity, he swung his sword at the girl without hesitation. The girl sighed and effortlessly leaped out of the way of Ye Qiu's attack. I admire your unwavering resolve at that moment, she said, her eyes gradually turning blood red. But I do not agree with your foolish actions now, human. Her voice was as cold as ice. You are already out of the game. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Qiu's body was suddenly struck as if by a powerful force, sending him flying backward and crashing heavily into the palace wall. With a thunderous boom, the wall shook, and dust filled the air. 10 spins. Du Yuan shouted fiercely, quickly switching weapons and grabbing a heavy two-handed sword. He charged toward the mysterious girl. Everyone, attack together. Let's kill her first, he yelled as he leaped forward. However, before Du Yuan could even launch his attack, he was slammed against the wall just like Ye Qiu, by some invisible force. This sudden turn of events left Fang Zhe's thoughts in disarray. He wondered in confusion. Could it be that the enemy isn't making us turn on each other but is directly attacking us? Ye Qiu slowly slid down the wall, blood continuously dripping from the corner of his mouth. He struggled to speak. There's something invisible over there. Invisible? Then let's make it visible, Zhang Qingyan said as he quickly pulled out a special arrow. The arrowhead was wrapped with a small cloth bundle, filled with extremely fine dust. With a whoosh, the arrow shot through the air, aiming straight for the girl's position. However, just as it was about to hit the target, it was suddenly caught by some invisible force. The cloth bundle on the arrowhead exploded, scattering dust everywhere, but surprisingly, it didn't reveal any hidden presence. This bizarre scene left everyone baffled. If there was indeed an invisible entity, the dust should have outlined its shape. But if it was truly formless, how could it catch the arrow, let alone harm them? Fang Zhe closed his eyes, trying to detect any movements from the enemy, but he couldn't hear a single sound. Unless the enemy was a ghost, able to interact with reality without having a physical form, there was only one possibility: they had been deceived by their own eyes. As this thought crossed his mind, Fang Zhe suddenly turned to look behind him, only to find that the door had somehow closed without them noticing. What was even more unsettling was that they hadn't heard any sound of it closing, not even a slight noise. While Fang Zhe was deep in thought, he suddenly felt a powerful force pulling at his body. With a squelch, his body was instantly torn into a cloud of blood mist. Lao Feng, Du Yuan cried out, gritting his teeth as he swung his weapon, trying to strike back at the unseen enemy. I don't believe it, he roared, only to be met with a blow to his face, his body also disintegrating into a cloud of blood mist. In the blink of an eye, everyone was annihilated once again. Fang Zhe's suspicion was confirmed: their eyes had indeed been deceived. The girl they saw was merely an illusion, not real, and without any physical form. The true master villain had long been lurking among them, and taking their lives was as easy as a flick of the wrist. Short scene. Ye Qiu frowned and asked, why do we always have to get beaten up first every time we fight a boss? Du Yuan shook his head and corrected, no, the real question is, why are we the ones who always get beaten up when the boss shows up? Fang Zhe looked resigned, because it's part of the process. On the first floor of the tower, 2 figures stood beside a corpse. Yin Wang looked pained, clutching his arms tightly while groaning. He stared at his gradually paling body and icy right arm, feeling an invisible force surging within him. It seems the absorption was successful, Nocturne said with a faint smile. Crafting the death potion wasn't difficult. Nocturne still had plenty of materials, and the few he lacked were easy to find. He quickly contacted Malthus to create a second bottle. It's worth mentioning that Yin Wang hadn't completed the tasks of the necromancy school, because as long as you know the formula, anyone can replicate it. However, this meant he couldn't receive further rewards, like the necromancy school skills and Malthus's bone finger. At that moment, Malthus was controlling a beast's corpse, watching Yin Wang. It seems your friend has more talent than you. Nocturne snorted. I've completed my task. So, where's my reward? The beast that Malthus was controlling suddenly stood up and pointed a claw at Nocturne's forehead. The sharp tiger claw pierced the skin, and a special memory instantly flooded Nocturne's mind. He quickly grasped the method to condense death energy into a weapon. This time, consider it a lesson, Malthus warned. If you make me descend into such a creature again, next time, I'll just blow your head off. Nocturne's mouth twitched. You didn't specify what kind of creature's corpse you needed for the descent. Got it. So what's the next task? Malthus snorted. Find another person to successfully consume the death potion. Once it's done, I'll teach you further methods to harness death energy. With that, he disappeared, and the tiger corpse fell to the ground. Yin Wang extended his right hand, a swirl of black energy coiling around his arm and gathering in his palm. Is this death energy? Nocturne also shook his arm, and thick black energy instantly spiraled into his palm, forming a long spear that emitted black smoke. Not bad, but your death energy is too thin right now. There are only 2 ways to increase it: killing monsters and killing people. The former is slower but easier, the latter is faster but riskier. Besides, the lifespan of a soul also affects the power of death energy. The longer the lifespan, the stronger the power, and vice versa. How much soul lifespan do you have? Yin Wang asked. Nocturne pulled up his hood. Not much, just over 70 years. But I have a feeling that when I reach a century, my death energy will undergo a qualitative change. Just like it was significantly weakened when it dropped below 10 years. Yin Wang laughed. Interesting. If what you say is true, then soul lifespan is like the level in this game. The higher the level, the higher the skill damage. Every tenfold is a huge breakthrough. The first is 10 years, the second is 100 years, the third is 1,000 years. The eighth is 100 million years. Nocturne's purple eyes flickered. Who cares? Maybe the game doesn't even have such a high cap. So, what do you plan to do next? My task is done. Are you going to follow me? Or find your own way? Yin Wang grinned. Don't you think, as one of the earliest players to change class, your only sense of presence is that red name tag? Nocturne frowned. What do you mean? Yin Wang explained. Anyone in business knows the most important thing for a person is their reputation, followed by their strength. Name refers to your fame, how many people know you, how loud your name is, and how much traffic you generate. Reputation refers to whether you are consistent, keep your promises, and do good business. Only with these two can you thrive in a circle. Nocturne sneered. Humph, if I cared about that, I wouldn't have gone into tomb raiding back in the day. Yin Wang shook his head. That's a pity then. Such a good opportunity, and you're just handing it over to those people. Your enemies. Nocturne's eyes turned red. What do you mean? What are you trying to say? Yin Wang revealed a mysterious smile. This game has an interesting mechanic. The server-wide announcement. The announcement appears directly in front of all players, and the mentioned ID will become famous among players. Take the simplest example, the Holy Light Group. They've been announced server-wide twice. Right now, there's a perfect opportunity before you. The most discussed topic online is the ghostly Owl Lord. If you can get the first kill on it, your strength will be recognized by everyone. At that point, the ID Midnight Nocturne won't just be a red-named player. It'll be a top-tier player. Interested in teaming up? Nocturne pondered for a moment. You make it sound easy. If the ghostly Owl Lord were that easy to defeat, why would it be our turn? Yin Wang continued smiling. How would you know if you don't try? Why can they do it, but you can't? They have nothing more than you, and you lack nothing compared to them. There's no harm in trying. After all, what if? Nocturne slowly clenched his fist. What should I do? Meanwhile, in the Molten Armory, Hobbit watched as Lu Qing swung a sword, asking, how does it feel? Comfortable? Lu Qing nodded. It's not bad, but it can't compare to that guy's violet gold sword, right? Hobbit squinted. That sword is my masterpiece. It's not easy for an ordinary person to wield it. Anyone who can fight with the violet gold sword without being from the battlefield school is quite extraordinary. Besides, the quality of a weapon depends on the user. If that violet gold sword were given to someone else, it wouldn't give you the impression that it's so powerful. The only way to master a weapon is through constant battle and continuous integration with it. Make it an extension of your arm. If you can reach that level, well, let's talk when you get there. Recent data doesn't seem too promising. In the game, over a month had passed. As time went on, the number of teams attempting to defeat the owl increased dramatically. Through continuous trials and tests, players were astonished to discover that the owl's skills were far more numerous than they had imagined, with new abilities appearing in nearly every challenge. Players initially thought they had figured out the owl's skills, but during their second challenge, they found that the owl's abilities had changed again. For example, in the first encounter, the owl disguised teammates as the boss. In the second encounter, it cleverly interspersed its real self among the players, making it hard to distinguish the real from the fake. If players managed to see through this trick, the owl would then use invisible units to effortlessly wipe out overly confident teams. Fang Zhe and his team faced many new challenges. Sometimes, upon entering the arena, they would hear a girl's cry, followed by sudden blindness. When their vision returned, the girl would be gone, replaced by 3 identical Fang Zhes. Despite these dizzying changes, they all revolved around one core theme: illusions. Online discussions about the owl were endless, with nearly everyone speculating that its core ability was to manipulate the 5 senses. After a month of repeated attempts, Fang Zhe and his team finally discovered the key to the owl's sensory manipulation sound. As long as players didn't hear the initial cry, they wouldn't fall under the owl's control. Based on this discovery, Fang Zhe and his team tried various methods to block their ears, hoping to isolate themselves from the owl's illusions. However, they soon found this approach too simplistic. No matter how tightly they stuffed their ears, as long as the owl let out a cry, they could still hear it. And once they heard the sound, the owl had countless ways to trap them in a hopeless situation. Unlike the Snake Lord, whose darkness could still be resisted, falling into the Owl Lord's illusions left players with no way out but death. At this moment, a 2-person team employed an extreme and unique strategy. These two were named Yin Wang and Midnight Sonata. Yin Wang unhesitatingly took out a dagger and stabbed his own eardrum, causing blood to gush from his ear. He then handed the dagger to Sanada. Watching Yin Wang's actions, Sanada gritted his teeth. For the first kill, this guy was willing to go all out. He took a deep breath, endured the pain, and pierced his own eardrum as well. The two abandoned all verbal communication and stepped into the palace with a shared understanding. The palace doors slammed shut, and a system prompt appeared. You have awakened the owl. Owl Lord has arisen. Seeing this, the two figures in black robes tacitly drew ordinary weapons instead of their death weapons. Sanada waved his right hand, and death energy instantly enveloped his weapon, transforming an ordinary sword into a deathly sword emitting a dark glow. Suddenly, a massive black bird descended from the sky. No girl appeared, as the Owl Lord had realized that the two had destroyed their hearing. It wasted no time and directly launched an attack by flapping its wings. Sanada faced the attack without fear, raising his sword to meet it. The clash between the sword and the Owl Lord's attack produced a deafening sound. The battle between the man and the bird was fierce and evenly matched. Yin Wang observed for a moment and then smiled confidently. Without its sensory manipulation, the Owl Lord was just a high-level beast. He joined the fight, and the death energy from their weapons continuously flowed into the Owl Lord, causing its wounds to suffer multiplied damage. Seizing an opportunity, Sanada plunged his sword into the Owl Lord. The pained Owl Lord soared into the air, attempting to escape. But Sanada was prepared. He quickly conjured a deathly spear with his other hand and hurled it. Trying to run? Sanada sneered. The spear flew through the air, hitting the Owl Lord precisely. Its body trembled violently before plummeting to the ground. Sanada silently praised the versatility of his ability, effective in both ranged and close combat, and capable of causing flesh to rot. The Owl Lord crashed heavily to the ground and soon closed its eyes. However, to their surprise, its massive body began to sink slowly into the ground. The two exchanged wary glances and stepped back. Suddenly, the figure of a girl emerged from the ground. She clasped her hands in a sincere prayer pose. This scene puzzled the two. They had blocked their hearing, so theoretically, they shouldn't be seeing this illusionary girl. Could the owl have other abilities? Nocturne stepped forward with his sword, resolute and ready to end the girl in one strike. However, just as he closed in, her eyes turned blood red, and a chilling smile crept across her lips. In the next moment, her body began to twist and swell violently, accompanied by spasmodic convulsions. Nocturne was so startled by the sudden transformation that he took a step back, his sword trembling in his hand. Before he could gather his thoughts, the girl abruptly lowered her head, and an owl's head emerged from her spine. With two pops, blood mist erupted from her back, and two enormous wings sprouted instantly. Her body quickly became covered in feathers, transforming into a horrifying, grotesque creature. They can't hear, they can't hear. A male and female voice echoed maniacally through the great hall, the powerful sound waves shaking the entire structure. They can hear. The creature screeched, the Owl Master has entered the second form. At that moment, a sinister voice suddenly pierced through the minds of Nocturne and Yin Wang, as if it bypassed their ears and struck their very souls. Caught off guard, they barely had time to react before the Owl Master soared into the air. Deceptive Wolf Master, 1,000 phantom forms. As soon as the words were spoken, the Owl Master's body split into countless images. Chaotic Serpent Master, endless darkness. Another shout rang out, and Nocturne and Yin Wang's vision was engulfed in complete darkness. Skills of the Wolf Master and the Serpent Master. How is that possible? Nocturne muttered in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock. However, Yin Wang remained calm and analyzed. It's an illusion. That soul-piercing voice has trapped us in another illusion. The Wolf Master's phantoms and the Serpent Master's darkness are mere tricks. It has taken control of our senses, showing us hallucinations and then blinding us. Yin Wang took a deep breath and said helplessly, it seems this time, we've lost. When one team fails, another naturally steps up to challenge the Owl Master. In the team led by Hai Lao-Tu, several members of the Zero Investigation Bureau quietly joined the operation to take down the Owl Master. They adopted the same strategy as Feng Zhe, using items to block their ears during the challenge. However, unexpectedly, although they also fell into illusions, they saw the true form of the Owl Master instead of the image of a young girl. This discovery led Hai Lao-Tu and his team to a new hypothesis. A person's strength of will might influence the Owl Master's control over their senses. Building on this idea, Hai Lao-Tu and his team delved deeper and eventually discovered that not only willpower, but also the lifespan of one soul could affect the Owl Master's control. If a person's soul lifespan exceeds 100 years, the Owl Master's control significantly weakens, sometimes even nullifying the illusions entirely. Unfortunately, due to prolonged battles with bosses, most players' soul lifespans are less than 100 years. Even with Feng Zhe and others constantly killing monsters to replenish their soul lifespans, they only average around 60 years. The situation for other players is even less optimistic. As currency earnings declined, the number of teams hunting monsters dwindled, with most players turning to mining or farming. According to the game's seasonal cycle, it is currently spring, the perfect time for planting. Some forward-thinking players have already begun cultivating various seeds, adhering to the philosophy of plant first, figure it out later. To protect their labor, most players chose to cultivate land on the outskirts and cooperated to enclose fields, preventing nighttime crop theft. With the increase in player numbers, housing in the Tower of Seals became increasingly scarce. To maintain order, some players skilled in planning stepped up to organize land use. Both domestic and international players agreed on one point. The avenue opposite the Tower of Seals and the circular plaza surrounding the tower were public areas and off-limits for private enclosure. Based on this, players planned 4 main roads running roughly in the cardinal directions. The new housing was required to avoid the road edges and be concentrated in the northeast, southeast, southwest, and northwest directions around the Tower of Seals. Some industrious players have already started laying stone bricks to beautify these newly planned roads. Notably, Zhang San, who returned after learning from the hobbits, also claimed a plot of land and opened a blacksmith shop. When the hobbits first left the tower, they personally crafted and transported an anvil for Zhang San, a scene that left many players in awe. To raise funds for the blacksmith shop, Zhang San began recruiting apprentices to teach them forging skills. The other 4 who studied with Zhang San chose different paths, seeking financial backing. They targeted Qin Daoren from Feng Zhe's guild, known as the richest player in the game. Meanwhile, progress in the Owl Master strategy also accelerated. With the increasing number of players, the frontline teams became more diversified. Besides top teams like Feng Zhe's, some second-tier and third-tier teams also started to stand out, including several strong international player teams. Interestingly, none of the top international players were renowned gaming experts in real life. The most notable was a team led by extreme survivalist Luoer. Known for his wilderness survival documentaries, Luoer was hailed as a top survival master, even dubbed the man at the top of the food chain by international players. However, Luoer's team couldn't have risen to the second tier in such a short time based on his skills alone. The team also included a heavyweight member muscle-bound Warrior Johnson. His addition undoubtedly boosted the team's overall strength significantly. The reigning champion of free combat, the underground Black Boxing King, was once disqualified from the championship finals after being reported for drug use. Their team is known for its fierce and ruthless members. Additionally, many up-and-coming T2 teams are eagerly waiting for their chance, eyeing the top spot with ambition. Time flies, and half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, a shocking announcement shook the entire server, causing a massive uproar within the game. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the player Yin Wang for achieving the first kill of the Grim Owl Lord. Team member, Midnight Sonata. This brief announcement sent waves through the player community, igniting a storm of discussion that filled the game world. Just 2 people took down the Grim Owl Lord? What kind of monster-level strength is this? Isn't Midnight Sonata that notorious red-named player? I didn't expect him to be this powerful. Who is this Yin Wang? A newcomer? Veteran players better watch out. The new generation is coming in strong. I can't believe Saint Light didn't show up this time. It seems like new talents are truly emerging. All those muscle tanks and apex predators, but in the end, it was us Chinese players who got the first kill. Yin Wang is awesome. 2 new powerhouses have been added to the celebrity rankings. The game's landscape is about to change. I was wondering why I hadn't seen that red-named player lately. Turns out he was challenging the Owl Lord. For the sake of national pride, I can vote for Sonata this time. The chatter was endless, and the entire game world was buzzing with excitement. Meanwhile, in the Owl Lord's palace within the sealed tower, Yin Wang looked at the golden, glowing bird head ring in his hand and smiled smugly. He quickly put the ring away and turned to face the badly injured Sonata. Sonata spat out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva, the wound on his ear making it hard to hear Yin Wang. Seeing this, Yin Wang immediately typed out an apology. I'm really sorry, I didn't mean to steal the first kill. I hope you can forgive my rashness. Sonata couldn't help but feel a bit upset. He recalled the numerous times he had risked his life, using his soul's lifespan to activate the Evil Eye and control the Owl Lord, even personally testing out the boss's various skills. Yet, in the end, Yin Wang had swooped in to take the first kill. As Sonata brooded over his frustration, Yin Wang sent another message. I'm willing to give you 70 of the rewards from this kill. I'll only keep 30. After all, the first kill title is already mine, and taking too many rewards doesn't sit well with me. Besides, your name is also on the kill list, so players will definitely remember you. No matter what, you haven't lost out this time. Sonata thought it over carefully and realized Yin Wang had a point. The first kill title was just a vanity badge. Tangible rewards were more valuable. Yin Wang then promptly fulfilled his promise and transferred 70 of the rewards to Sonata. On the surface, it seemed like Yin Wang had taken a loss, gaining only a reputation. But in reality, he had obtained that legendary ring. Unbeknownst to Sonata, the boss had dropped this rare item, and he instead felt secretly delighted with his share. The hatred towards the deceptive Wolf Lord, the suffering from the chaotic Serpent Lord, the disdain for the cunning Owl Lord. Finally, the 3 rings found their rightful owners, and the 3 lock beasts fell. At the moment the greatest puzzle on the first floor was solved, a thunderous roar echoed in the ears of the players inside the tower. The barrier in the central area shattered, and the path to the next floor opened. Feng Zhe and his group sighed upon hearing the news, realizing someone had beaten them to it. Yuan gritted his teeth and said, "We've already figured out the Owl Lord's Phase 2 skills. 2 more tries, and we would have succeeded. Can't believe they snatched it from us." Feng Zhe shook his head and calmly replied, "That's just how the game is. The early bird catches the worm. The first slice of the cake always goes to the one who acts first." Ye Qiu, however, was puzzled. His memory seemed off in his previous life. It was Old Hai and his team who defeated the Owl Lord. So why was it now Yanwang? In the past, Nocturne and Yanwang never collaborated. Could his early entry into the game have triggered a butterfly effect? Ye Qiu recalled that he entered the game during the 9th beta test. But the timeline in his previous life hadn't changed, meaning when he logged in, the strategy team hadn't yet solved the puzzle. Back then, he was an unknown rookie. In this life, however, he joined Feng Zhe's team and consecutively defeated 2 bosses. This was the only difference from his past. Ye Qiu realized history had changed once again. Although the early stages weren't significantly affected, the further they progressed, the more unpredictable the changes would become. At least the Guardian was still around, and those 2 legendary weapons hadn't fallen into others' hands yet. But the 3 rings were now scattered, and to unlock the secret treasure, he would have to cooperate with that person. As the central area opened, a massive wave of players surged in. Unexpectedly, the core area of the first floor was vast and boundless. The peripheral areas were still lush with green mountains and clear waters, but as they advanced further, the land became increasingly arid, eventually turning into a blood-red desert. Players delved deeper and soon discovered a colossal stone altar at the center of the desert. Standing on the altar was a one-armed man with blood-red hair, clad in tattered armor, wielding a flaming crimson sword, and carrying a massive ice crystal bow that emitted a chilling aura. A golden border. A boss unit. The first floor's guardian. The legendary hunter. Lyric. Is this the real boss of the first floor? If we kill him, can we proceed to the next floor? Someone asked. Anyone brave enough to challenge him? Another suggested. I've got plenty of lives left. I'll go. One player volunteered boldly. Good luck, brother. Fight without fear. The crowd cheered him on. As the player was about to step into the altar's range, Lyric suddenly opened his eyes and coldly stated, "Anyone who steps into this place shall die." The player, undeterred, took a step forward. In the next instant, a massive ice crystal arrow whistled through the air, piercing his chest. With a cracking sound, the player's body instantly froze, turning into an ice sculpture. A gentle breeze blew, and the ice sculpture shattered into countless shards scattered on the ground. Witnessing this, the players quickly noted down this crucial information. The boss has long-range attack capabilities with control effects, and being hit results in instant death. Most of the frontline strategy teams gathered here, observing without making any rash moves. Feng Zhe was analyzing the boss's skills, while Ye Qiu was collecting sand into a bottle. Curious, Yuan asked, "What are you collecting that for?" Ye Qiu smiled. "This is a material. It can be used to craft items. With this, I now have all the ingredients for the red siphon elixir. I can finally change my class." The group continued to observe the situation. Occasionally, high-level monsters approached, only to be swiftly eliminated. With hundreds of players gathered here, any high-level monster encountered was easily crushed. Several more players attempted to enter the boss's territory, but most were killed instantly by a single arrow. Lyric's archery technique was unique with only one arm. He held the bow single-handedly. How did he draw the bowstring? With his teeth. And there was no need for arrows. As soon as he drew the bowstring to its fullest, an ice arrow would automatically form. Zhang Qingyan, excited by the sight of the bow, exclaimed, "Old Feng, what do you think of that bow?" Feng Zhe, seeing through his thoughts, replied, "That should be the legendary weapon mentioned in the lore, forged by the hobbits, once used to slay the sun and moon wolves. Do you want it?" Zhang Qingyan nodded eagerly. "Yes, yes." Feng Zhe smiled. "If we can get to it before they do, the bow is yours." The fly wore a sorrowful expression, its eyes filled with sadness. It murmured softly, "My master, how could this happen to you? Why? Why are you all so cruel?" Hearing this, the watermelon couldn't help but roll its eyes in exasperation and said, "You've been going on about this for a while. Can you give it a rest?" But the fly was relentless, firmly responding, "No." Just then, Ye Qiu, who had just finished collecting blood sand, walked over. He glanced at the agitated fly and said calmly, then keep digging into the soil and cool off. Upon hearing this, the fly suddenly declared passionately, how can people like us be tempted by beauty? Women are nothing but skeletons covered in makeup. They won't distract me from my path. Everyone couldn't help but shout in unison, bravo. Seeing this, Ye Qiu waved his hand dismissively and said, all right, you guys keep watching. I'm going for a walk. With that, he turned and started to leave. Fangze hurriedly asked, where are you going? Without looking back, Ye Qiu replied, for a stroll. Outside the tower, Ye Qiu took out the semi-finished magic potion he had prepared earlier. Carefully, he added some blood sand, calculating in his mind, how many grams was it again? Oh well, just the right amount. Without a specific recipe, Ye Qiu had to rely on his intuition. He tossed the wooden jar containing the potion borrowed from Brother Changxian for storing healing elixir into a pot of boiling water. The pot was a gift from a blacksmith player, in gratitude for Qian Dao Rin's sponsorship, and had been used to make soup several times. Uncertain about the exact cooking time, Ye Qiu had to rely on his experience. He kept adding firewood to the fire as the water in the pot gradually evaporated. After about 10 minutes, Ye Qiu decided it was ready and used a rope to lift the jar out of the pot. Once the potion had cooled slightly, Ye Qiu opened the cork. The red liquid inside looked somewhat right, though a bit cloudy. Without hesitation, he grabbed the jar and gulped it down. Ugh! A choking sensation hit him instantly, his throat burning just as he had anticipated. Ye Qiu's face quickly turned red, as if he were choking on food. He gasped for air, as waves of red energy surged into his body with each breath. At that moment, Qian Daoren, who had just returned, saw Ye Qiu's flushed face. He asked in surprise, what on earth did you eat to choke like this? Let me help you out. Saying that, Qian Daoren gave Ye Qiu a hearty slap on the back. Ugh, cough, cough. Ye Qiu nearly choked to death from the slap. Struggling to breathe, he cursed inwardly, thanks a lot. Really? Ye Qiu struggled to breathe, his face pale. Seeing this, Qian Daoren kindly handed him a glass of water. Here, drink some water. Don't choke yourself to death. Ye Qiu's eyes reddened as he forcefully pushed Qian Daoren's hand away, gasping for air. He cursed inwardly, thanks a lot. Any slower, and you might have actually killed me. Qian Daoren looked puzzled. What do you mean? You're in so much pain but still holding on? Is this some new kind of training method? Well, I won't interfere then. Take care, young man. After a few deep breaths, Ye Qiu felt his breathing ease. Suddenly, a red line appeared on his throat, quickly spreading across his face. Ugh. He exhaled a deep red breath, feeling significantly lighter. The blood-red lines on his face slowly receded and eventually disappeared. Closing his eyes, Ye Qiu followed a specific breathing pattern. The scorching breath filled his lungs, as if there was a fire burning inside. The red energy coursed through his body, pushing his physical limits higher. I think it's working. He abruptly opened his eyes and drew his violet gold sword, exclaiming, it's so light. The effects of the Crimson Breath Elixir were evident. First, it enhanced physical limits. Second, it altered the respiratory system. Each breath could harness a certain power the faster the breathing. The stronger the power, but also the more unstable. Slower breaths stabilized the power increase. This was the core of the early stages of the warfare school. Specific breathing patterns could trigger different effects, such as steel breath, to harden the skin, or hunter's breath, to boost speed. These techniques usually required tasks to acquire, but Ye Qiu had mastered most of them in his previous life. With the first transition of the warfare school, Ye Qiu felt more confident about taking down Lalek first. He calculated, if he could get violet gold armor, raise his physical body to 50 of the Crimson Breath limit, achieve a 100-year soul lifespan, and combine it with the Night Wolf Lord Ring's boost and cloning ability, his chances of soloing Lalek would be about 30%. Though Lalek had no obvious weaknesses, one of his arms had been eaten by Fenrir, creating a brief window when switching weapons. Despite this, defeating him would still be tough. Fortunately, Lalek had no second form or large-scale attacks, but his single-target damage was extremely high, killing regular players instantly. In the previous life, Lalek was overwhelmed by a swarm of millions of players. Suddenly, Ye Qiu thought, right, isn't the 0.6 version update coming soon? Meanwhile, the diligent Qin Yi had already written the 0.6 version update announcement, ready to release it once the time came. This update mainly fixed some small bugs and expanded the player base to 100,000. Qin Yi did fix some issues, such as the bug where the Chaos Watcher could be killed by high-altitude players. But rather than just fixing, he had also strengthened it, removing the limitation that the Chaos Watcher could only fire lasers while stationary, now allowing it to run and shoot simultaneously. Time was almost up, and Qin Yi released the new version update announcement. Just then, Shadow One suddenly emerged from the floor, holding a tablet at Qian Ye's feet. Master, these are the personnel screened by the system from Investigation Bureau Number 0 and Yin Wang's associates. Should we let them in? Qian Yi had previously added a filtering mechanism to the system to identify connections between players, preventing too many from the same faction from entering at once. He instructed, let them in, but only 10 with close connections at a time. Reject the rest. Shadow One nodded. Yes, master. Qian Yi sat on the sofa, stroking the cat in his arms while observing Lu Qing, who was battling him in a dream. Since the initial tie between the two Lu Qings, the original Lu Qing had been at a disadvantage. Because Lu Qing in his dreams was always training, he barely had a moment's rest and was constantly swinging his sword. In reality, however, Lu Qing only picked up his sword to fight magical beasts much later. This time, he was all in, no longer fearing death. Every time he fell, he would get back up. As long as he was alive, he would keep fighting. In the span of a day, he might die hundreds of times, but it didn't diminish his resolve. With such a reckless approach, Lu Qing went through several swords. The blades cracked, the hilts wore down, but he continued to wield his weapon tirelessly. Over time, an unexpected change occurred. The Lu Qing in his dreams, who was constantly training, started to fall behind. In recent dreams, the real Lu Qing always emerged victorious. The answer was clear. The Lu Qing who grew through death and failure, who experienced real combat, progressed faster than the one who simply trained by swinging his sword. Realizing he could now overpower his dream self, the real Lu Qing became even more relentless. He began sleeping 4 or 5 times a day, each time dreaming from morning till night. He gave his dream self no respite, attacking ferociously each encounter, every meeting a life and death struggle. Want to train? No way. Lu Qing roared in his mind, his sword strikes becoming even fiercer. Through this unending combat, Lu Qing finally broke through his own limitations. His swordsmanship became increasingly refined, his movements more fluid. In one final clash, he completely defeated his dream self. Qian Yi, witnessing this, gave a light applause. Not bad, finally showing some promise, he said. It's about time I gave you a reward. In the game, within Lu Qing's dream. As his dream self slowly fell, Lu Qing yanked out his sword. Blood dripped from the blade, causing ripples on the water's surface. I won, he gasped. The other Lu Qing, blood trickling from his mouth, smiled weakly. Yes, you won, he said with difficulty, but I had long prepared for the worst. I exist because of you. Without you, there is no me. His voice grew fainter, but he persisted to the end. Remember this moment, remember this sword, that strike. It was faster than your shadow. The other Lu Qing slowly knelt on the water's surface, his breathing weakening. Though I am you, my life was truly brief. Just appearing here, with all your memories, then battling you. That's all. Yet despite this, I still feel it was a privilege to come into this world, even just once. With these words, he sank peacefully into the water, a serene smile on his lips. He died without regrets. Lu Qing received his final victory notification, but he couldn't feel happy. Watching his dream self's body slowly submerge, his heart was filled with mixed emotions. A silkworm spins until it dies, a candle burns until its tears dry. Your entire life was swinging a sword, stopping only at death. That was your whole existence, Lu Qing murmured. This brief life, isn't it also a reflection of my own? With this thought, a surge of anger overcame Lu Qing. He gritted his teeth, clenched his sword, and shouted into the void, Creator God. What a twisted sense of humor you have, toying with life, treating humans and everything else as playthings. Does this bring you joy? His voice echoed through the empty dreamscape, filled with rage and defiance. The blood of kings ends by the sword. Even if you are an almighty god, one day, I will make you fall to a mortal's blade. As his words fell, a blood-red flame suddenly flickered in the darkness. It was as if some colossal entity had quietly descended. The eerie light shone down, like an uncanny divine kingdom descending upon the mortal realm, stirring up massive waves on the calm water's surface. A mysterious figure slowly emerged from the darkness. With the help of the Eye of Truth, Lu Qing saw past the god's facade for the first time, gazing into true darkness. The figure spoke, a hint of amusement in its voice. Falling to a mortal's sword, interesting. The concept art for Lyric was still unfinished, leaving readers to imagine the god's appearance. And this story would continue today with 4 more chapters. Lu Qing, you've grown. An eerie, genderless voice echoed in the void. Lu Qing swiftly raised his long sword, his eyes scanning his surroundings warily. He couldn't make out Qian Ye's figure, only a vague shadow and the colossal entity behind it that seemed to tear through the cosmos. Clearly, this was but an avatar of the Creator God. Thanks to you, Lu Qing responded gravely, his sword trembling slightly in his grip. Qian Yi chuckled softly, a tone of condescending pity in his voice. Such a pitiful existence. All things are my creation, and you are no exception. My vassal, You seem dissatisfied with the trial I've bestowed upon you. Do you intend to challenge a god with your mortal body, like some deluded human? At that moment, Lu Qing's hand began to tremble uncontrollably. A wave of inescapable fear surged within him, threatening to engulf his heart. He gritted his teeth, trying to suppress the fear, but the trembling only grew worse. Why can't I stop my hand from shaking? Lu Qing's face showed signs of desperation. He recalled his vow to slay a god with a mortal sword. But now, confronted with a deity, all he felt was his own insignificance and boundless terror. Chunyi extended a finger, gently touching the tip of Lu Qing's sword. A hand that trembles like this, can it even hold a sword? My vassal, you've surpassed your own limits, but not the limits of humanity. Humans fear, they dread, they are arrogant, and they are driven by their emotions to commit foolish acts, such as attempting to slay a god. Chen Yi continued, humans have only one lesson to learn from history, that they learn nothing from history. Yet every life has its purpose. For humans, that purpose is to entertain me. Lu Qing wanted to shout, humans are not toys for the gods, but his throat refused to obey, as if an invisible hand was choking him. As a species meant to entertain the gods, you amuse me greatly. Qian Ye's voice carried a hint of amusement. Now, I'll give you a chance. A chance to ask me any question. The truth of the universe, the path to power, the means to become a god, the language of the divine ask, and I shall answer. Come, my vassal, speak the question that plagues your heart. You are the only human granted this privilege. Cherish this rare opportunity. Lu Qing detected the arrogance in Qian Ye's words. He raised his head abruptly and asked, before I ask, can you confirm that you will answer any question I pose? Of course, a god does not break promises, Chunyi replied. Then, as the creator god, are you omniscient and omnipotent? Lu Qing pressed on. Indeed, Chunyi affirmed. A resolute look flashed in Lu Qing's eyes. Excellent. You said it yourself. Arrogant god. You will pay for your words. I want to know the method to kill the creator god. Tell me, omniscient creator god, how can one utterly and completely destroy you from every conceivable angle? Hearing this, Qian Ye's smile vanished. The method to kill me? Lu Qing seized the moment. You said you'd answer any question I asked. A god does not break promises. So, speak. Do you, the all-knowing, not know how to kill yourself? If not, how can you claim to be omniscient? Lu Qing thought to himself. If the creator god says he cannot be killed, it would contradict his omnipotence because he can't even end his own existence. But Lu Qing wasn't looking for that answer, as it would mean the creator god is truly invincible, rendering all their efforts futile. Alternatively, the creator god might be afraid. Afraid of being killed by a mortal, so he dares not reveal his weakness. But would a god as arrogant as the creator fear a mere human? Even if an ant knew how to fly, could it build a plane? Lu Qing fixed his gaze on Chen Yi, awaiting the answer that could change everything. This was Lu Qing's open strategy. He decided to directly ask the creator god how to kill him. Lu Qing's logic was straightforward. If the god was as arrogant as he thought, believing that an ant could never build a plane, then the god would reveal his own weakness without any hesitation. Unless this god had doubts about his own power, or had no concept of death at all, but that would apply to other gods, not to the supreme creator god before him. Lu Qing's heart raced, and his breath became rapid. He realized that from the moment he asked this question, the creator god might no longer see him as mere entertainment and could even erase him on a whim for disrupting his amusement. Nevertheless, Lu Qing chose to take the risk and ask, come on, creator god. Lu Qing shouted in his mind. Let me see how you will answer this question. Looking into Lu Qing's fervent eyes, Chen Yi almost wanted to tell him outright. A single bullet could end his life. After all, as the so-called creator god in reality, he was just an ordinary person without any special powers. But he knew Lu Qing would never accept such a mundane answer. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Yi spoke. You want to know how to kill me? Even if I tell you, you won't be able to accomplish it. Are you sure you still want to hear it? Without hesitation, Lu Qing nodded. I want to know. Chen Yi waved his hand, conjuring an illusion of a black tower that hovered above his palm. He spoke in a calm tone. You've asked a rather uninteresting question, clearly not valuing this opportunity. The way to kill me is hidden at the top of this tower. If you can reach the top, you will witness the truth of everything. All the mysteries and answers of the world are buried there. Once you reach the top, you will naturally understand. Chen Yi shook his head slightly, a hint of disappointment in his expression. I had expected you to ask more intriguing questions. My proxy, it's unfortunate that you've wasted a chance to gaze upon the truth. Lu Qing was stunned. The creator god's answer was vague, only mentioning that the method was at the top of the tower without giving any specific guidance. It was as good as saying nothing. In the end, he still had to climb the tower. Lu Qing thought to himself that Chunyi probably gave such an ambiguous answer because he didn't know either. After all, who would deliberately design a weakness for themselves? Unconsciously, Lu Qing found his thoughts increasingly aligned with Ye Qiu's. Both were shouting about killing a god, but Lu Qing suddenly realized his situation was different. Since Chen Yi chose Ye Qiu as the reborn rather than himself, Lu Qing figured his future might not be as impactful. Chen Yi felt a twinge of regret. He was quite curious to see how far Lu Qing could go. If Lu Qing could reach him, it would certainly be an interesting scene, a divine emissary coming to kill a god. How ironic that would be. Although a god would not break his word, he would naturally punish the defiant. After a moment of contemplation, Chunyi decided to give this emissary a small punishment. His majestic voice echoed in the void. I decree that those who defy the gods shall suffer the agony of 10,000 ants gnawing at their hearts and the torment of being burned by eternal flames. This punishment will last for 10 days. Reflect on your actions in this pain, my emissary. As soon as he finished speaking, Chun Ye's figure vanished from Lu Qing's sight. In the next moment, Lu Qing collapsed to the ground as the excruciating pain of 10,000 ants gnawing at his heart engulfed him, and eternal flames began to scorch his skin. Ah! Lu Qing's agonized screams echoed through the endless darkness. His hair was instantly burned away, his skin cracked from the flames, and his internal organs felt like they were being devoured by countless insects. He continued to scream hysterically, writhing and convulsing on the ground like an insect. His abdomen spasmed violently, and his entire body trembled uncontrollably. This pain was far worse than 1,000 deaths. However, as an immortal, Lu Qing could only endure it all without any means of escape. He was in unbearable agony, desperately wanting to end it all but powerless to do so. Meanwhile, the core area of the first level had been unsealed for some time. Many teams had attempted to challenge Lyric, but none had succeeded in getting close. Those known as the raid groups were exploring the central area, waiting for someone else to make the first move against Lyric. They were all waiting for a pioneer, or rather, waiting for other raid groups to strike first. As an open area boss, there was almost no limit to the number of teams that could simultaneously challenge Lyric. This meant that other teams could join the battle midway and snatch the first kill. Therefore, anyone with a bit of sense wouldn't be the first to challenge Lyric unless they had absolute confidence in their strength. Otherwise, they would only be doing the hard work for others. While the raid groups were cautiously exploring the core area, a player suddenly posted that they had found a temple. At this news, numerous teams immediately set off for the temple, including Feng Zhe and his group. For the past few days, Ye Qiu had been purchasing large amounts of violet gold, nearly exhausting all his savings. He even borrowed quite a bit from Feng Zhe and others, just barely gathering enough to craft a set of armor with violet gold ores. Meanwhile, more and more players were upgrading their titles to silver level. The effects of silver level titles were significantly enhanced. For instance, the ore discovery rate for a junior miner increased from 1 to 10 as a mid-level miner, which was quite substantial. The 10 stamina boost from the mid-level fighter title also greatly increased players' carrying capacity. At this moment, countless players had gathered around the temple in the blood-red desert. Though the temple appeared small on the outside, those who had entered knew that its main space was underground. Many teams had gathered here. Some had already entered, while others were lingering outside, clearly hoping others would clear the path first. Cheng Xian had also arrived, but he wasn't there to explore the temple. He was there to sell healing potions. After continuous improvements, his healing potions had reached their third version. This version was no longer green but blood red. According to Cheng Xian, it was made by combining distilled liquid from blood sand with swallowtail grass juice. Its healing effect was 3 times stronger than the second version, capable of healing large wounds in a short time. However, the taste of the third version was even more unbearable than before, with the unpleasantness increasing more than twofold. Previously, it was merely sour and astringent, like consuming 2 pounds of weeds with a bottle of mint oil. Now, the taste of the healing potion has become even more unpleasant. On top of its original flavor, it now has a strong fishy smell, with a faint hint of blood and a slight undertone of decay. The stench is so pungent that it resembles the foul odor of a sewer filled with rotting innards. Despite its repulsive taste, the potion's healing effects are remarkably powerful, enough to make one feel like they could ascend to immortality immediately. Because of this, many players still eagerly purchase the third edition of the healing potion. At this moment, a player who calls himself Cheng Xian is enthusiastically promoting it. Limited time sale on healing potions. Buy 2, get 1 free. No tricks, just treats. The bottles are recyclable, and the second bottle is half price. Ye Qiu and his friends decided to support Cheng Xian's business. Each of them bought 2 bottles, plus 1 free bottle. Holding the potion bottle, Zhang Qingyan curiously asked, "How did you distill the blood sand?" Cheng Xian just smiled mysteriously and said, "That's a trade secret. But look at this glass bottle. It's made from blood-colored sand. Do you like it?" His words hinted at the player's remarkable crafting abilities. Zhang Qingyan examined the twisted red glass bottle in his hand and suddenly had an idea. Since you can distill, why not try making distilled spirits? This suggestion made Chengxian pause for a moment, then his eyes lit up. Yeah, distilled spirits. That way, I can extract high-purity alcohol. Just then, a player with the ID Ye Qiu suddenly appeared in front of Chengxian and asked straightforwardly, interested in discussing a collaboration? Chengxian turned to scrutinize the newcomer. He vaguely remembered that Ye Qiu seemed to be a merchant who specialized in trading supplies between the front lines and outside the tower. In this world, merchants referred to those who set up bases in the tower, quickly reclaiming battle players' supplies. They bought at lower prices and sold at slightly higher prices to players outside, earning a profit margin. They also transported supplies from outside the tower to inside, supplying the battle players. This operation was quite similar to hawkers in the real world. It was said that these merchant players had formed a merchant guild, and Ye Qiu appeared to be the guild leader. Chengxian had considered cooperating with them but decided against it, preferring to keep all the profits by selling his products personally. Chengxian and Ye Qiu then engaged in a brief conversation. Seeing this, Feng Zhe and the others decided not to linger and turned to enter the temple. The arrival of 100,000 new players has gone mostly unnoticed by the veterans this time around. Instead, the old players have turned their focus to the temple in the core region, flocking there in hopes of finding treasures. However, the temple's interior was far from what they expected: an empty hall with no treasures or monsters, only mysterious murals adorning the walls. Ye Qiu stood in front of the murals, deep in thought. Though the stories depicted were intriguing, they clearly couldn't fill the players' stomachs. Yet, Ye Qiu knew that these so-called myths would soon become reality. Interestingly, these murals resonated strongly with foreign players, who believed they represented the lost myths of their own countries. As time went on, more and more in-game archaeologists gathered around the murals, engaging in heated discussions and even shedding tears of excitement. Nations argued fiercely over the ownership of these myths, leading to intense confrontations. Although the text beside the murals was cryptic, the game's automatic translation feature could convert Luivian into a language players could understand. However, this convenience was limited to Luivian. For the various peculiar languages appearing later in the game, players had to learn them themselves. Ye Qiu recalled attending a special language class, where the language of the half-dragons left the deepest impression on him. The dream speakers of this mysterious race could communicate through dreams. To converse with them, players had to enter the dream realm and master their language. Through this method, players could even uncover the secret of transforming into a half-dragon from the half-dragon chieftain. The game offered more than just human races for players to choose from. Players could transform into elves, half-dragons, merfolk, and even demons through various means. For example, consuming the fruit of the elven life tree allowed players to be reborn as elves, granting them longevity and the ability to control natural magic. However, the elves in this world were not as benevolent as they appeared. They were actually a race that fed on human flesh, gaining memories and abilities through consumption. This trait originated from their deity, Teal Sandrius, a god born of blood. Other races also had dark secrets. The dwarves' most advanced craft was flesh forging, where they infused life into the forge to create soul-bound weapons. The legendary weapon, Dragon Emperor's Dusk, mentioned by Ye Qiu, was forged from the blood and soul of the Dragon Emperor. This weapon was legendary from the moment it was created, and as players continued to unleash its power, it could ascend to the sanctified level, rivaling the Spear of Longinus. Beyond that lay the realm of divine artifacts, wielded only by deities, such as Thor's hammer. For players, sacred artifacts were the highest tier of weapons they could aspire to wield. Unless they chose to ascend to godhood, a path that demanded unimaginable sacrifices. The trial to become a god will torment your soul and inflict endless pain on your body. A single mistake means death. Ye Qiu stood on the first level of the Tower of Seals, reflecting on his past experiences. Neither he nor the other players had passed the god's trial. None had become gods. The reasons were many, but ultimately, the trial was simply too difficult. This time, Ye Qiu had devised a plan to ascend to godhood. His gaze swept across the murals in the temple, which depicted the story of the evil god Loki. One image caught his attention. Loki stroking a giant wolf, with an owl perched on his shoulder and a snake coiled around his wrist. Ye Qiu understood that this mural represented 3 sealed beasts. He quickly pieced together a story in his mind. Loki had been defeated by an ancient sage, and his children were sealed on the first level of this tower. There were 3 beings sealed, but only one was apparent: the primeval beast, Fenrir. If he could defeat Fenrir and obtain its heart, he would be able to summon the other 2 entities: the goddess of death, Hel, and the world serpent, Jormungandr. Ye Qiu warned himself that summoning Hel would be equivalent to calling forth the entire army of the underworld. Pulling his thoughts back to the present, Ye Qiu looked up at the door before him. The door had 3 small indentations, shaped like a wolf's head, a snake's head, and a bird's head. This was the vault door that required 3 rings to open, and they currently had only 2, missing the owl's ring. As everyone gathered around the door, discussing their options, a group of black-robed figures suddenly appeared in their sight. Leading them was none other than Yin Wang. Yin Wang spoke. "It seems you might need my help." Ye Qiu narrowed his eyes, cautiously evaluating the unexpected visitors and contemplating how to handle this sudden turn of events. Before King Yin could finish his sentence, he suddenly extended his right hand, revealing a gold ring with a bird's head. Instantly, the gold rings on Ye Qiu and Zhang Qingyin's hands began to hum and tremble, as if responding to some unseen call. Feng Zhe narrowed his eyes, clearly sensing an invisible connection between the 3 rings. There was no need for words. Everyone present understood that these 3 rings were the keys to unlocking the door before them. Ideally, if all 3 keys were in their possession, it would be a straightforward matter. But with one key in someone else's hands, they had no choice but to cooperate with King Yin. Ye Qiu glanced around, puzzled. "Where is Ye Qiu?" King Yin chuckled. "He might be tied up with something else. But does it matter? The ring is with me." He put on an amiable expression. "No need to look at me like that. I'm an easygoing person and don't like to make things difficult for others. How about this? We join forces to open the treasure vault, and I'll take only 1/3 of the contents. The rest is yours. Consider it a gesture of friendship. What do you say?" Feng Zhe pondered for a moment, realizing the proposal was in their favor. He had expected King Yin to make outrageous demands, but it seemed he was being reasonable, saving them from a lengthy negotiation. "I have no objections," Feng Zhe said, glancing at Ye Qiu, who had been wearing a peculiar expression ever since seeing King Yin, as if he had some reservations. Ye Qiu knew King Yan's nature all too well, smiling on the surface, but treacherous underneath. Sometimes trustworthy, other times deceitful, he could change his mind in an instant. While Ye Qiu couldn't fully grasp King Yan's character, he was certain that working with him was akin to making a deal with the devil. Scanning the 10 people behind King Yin, Ye Qiu realized they were likely mercenaries under his command, their sharp eyes exuding a chilling aura. At this moment, they had no choice but to proceed, unless they were willing to forego the treasure. Gritting his teeth, Ye Qiu thought to himself that, at worst, it would come down to a fierce battle, and he had confidence in his abilities. "All right, let's open it." King Yin smiled. "I hope this won't be our last collaboration." The 3 of them stepped forward to the golden door. The mural on the door depicted a beautiful woman with 3 hands, adorned with golden jewelry, with 3 slots below her. Exchanging glances, Ye Qiu, King Yin, and Zhang Qingyun simultaneously inserted their rings into the slots. With a thunderous rumble, the golden door retracted to the sides. Blinding golden light burst forth, revealing a statue of a man holding a staff and dressed in ornate robes. In front of the statue were 3 pedestals, each holding a glass vial containing a different liquid, one crimson like blood, one green as poison, and one black like gas. Even more astonishing were the piles of gold coins stacked on either side of the vault. Everyone was dumbstruck, while King Yan's eyes gleamed as he strode in. "Looks like my 1/3 share won't be too shabby." Ye Qiu suddenly sneered, pulling out a copper coin from his bag and tossing it towards the mountain of gold. "Too bad it's all fake." As the copper coin hit the ground, the gold mountain collapsed, and all the coins vanished, leaving only a dozen real ones. The group was left speechless, but Ye Qiu was unsurprised. What a dull prank. King Yan's face darkened momentarily, but quickly returned to normal. "All right, seems we underestimated the situation. Let's assess our gains. 12 coins in total, plus these 3 mysterious vials." Before he could finish, Ye Qiu walked straight to the statue and yanked off the staff. A system notification immediately popped up. Deceptive Flame Staff. Type, Weapon Staff. Quality, Epic. Description: forged by gnome dwarfs, the staff is engraved with high-level fire runes, capable of converting mana into fire magic. "This staff is ours," Ye Qiu declared firmly. King Yin maintained his smile. "Fine, but I'll take the black and green vials, plus 4 coins. Is that fair?" Ye Qiu calculated internally. The red liquid was Fenrir's blood, essential for magical potions. The green liquid seemed to be venom from the Midgard serpent, required for necromancy professions. And the black gas was undoubtedly the breath of death, a wisp of hellish breath, needed for underworld professions. The latter 2 were of little use to them, so giving them to King Yin was acceptable. After a private exchange with Feng Zhe, Ye Qiu nodded in agreement. "We accept these terms." King Yin took 4 of the 12 coins, leaving the rest for Ye Qiu and his team. Of the 3 materials, they only kept Fenrir's blood. The real prize, however, was the Deceptive Flame Staff, comparable to the Violet Gold Sword, the only epic equipment obtainable on the 1st level. Ye Qiu handed the staff to Feng Zhe. "I think you might be better suited as a mage." Feng Zhe considered for a moment before accepting the staff. "All right." After dividing the spoils, the group prepared to leave. Suddenly, Ye Qiu sent a private message to Feng Zhe and the others. Stare at the statue's eyes for 30 seconds. If nothing happens, we'll leave immediately. Everyone stared at the statue's eyes, puzzled but following Ye Qiu's instructions. Half a minute passed, and everything remained normal. Ye Qiu shook his head and was about to lead everyone away when Yin Wang sensed something unusual. He noticed that after distributing the supplies, the group stood silently before the statue for a long time. Driven by curiosity, Yin Wang also looked into the statue's eyes. At that moment, something incredible happened. The statue's eyes suddenly ignited with flames that leaped out and engulfed Yin Wang. To his surprise, despite being enveloped in intense fire, he felt no pain. Ye Qiu stood frozen, his face dark. He knew that Yin Wang had unexpectedly inherited Loki's legacy. In his past life, who had obtained this legacy was always a mystery, but now it had unexpectedly fallen into Yin Wang's hands. Ye Qiu had no intention of competing for Loki's legacy, as the Norse pantheon was relatively weak among the gods of the tower. Even the king of gods, Odin, without his eternal spear, was no match for most ordinary gods. However, if someone like Feng Zhe could obtain the legacy, it would be beneficial. Unfortunately, it was Yin Wang who was chosen by Loki. Let's go. There's nothing more to see here, Ye Qiu said, turning to leave. The others followed closely behind. Feng Zhe noticed Ye Qiu's displeasure but said nothing. Let's have a meeting, Ye Qiu suggested. Call all the other strategy groups. We can't delay the progress on the first-level Guardian any longer. Meanwhile, Yin Wang's consciousness entered a strange space. A playful yet deep voice spoke in his ear, using a language he didn't understand. Realizing this, the voice switched to the language of the green dragons. Allow me to introduce the supreme king of the gods, Odin. As the voice finished, a figure appeared before Yin Wang. It was a one-eyed man with white hair, 2 ravens perched on his shoulders. He wore golden armor, rode an 8-legged horse, and held a uniquely shaped spear. Odin looked down at Yin Wang arrogantly. Have humans forgotten what gods look like? Suddenly, Odin's form shifted into a handsome, blond man holding a scepter and wearing a blue-green robe. With a playful smile, he introduced himself. My name is Loki. They say my name means fire, which can bring both benefits and disasters. You can call me the god of fire. Later, they started calling me the god of mischief, the god of deception, saying I am the most cunning of gods. Loki continued, but in my view, my brother, Asgard's greatest king, Odin, is the most cunning and deceitful god. He went to great lengths to gain wisdom, sacrificing an eye to drink from the well of wisdom beneath Yggdrasil. Not satisfied, he used tricks to steal 3 sips of the mead of poetry, gaining unparalleled wisdom. And what did he do with that wisdom? He manipulated the outcome of wars from behind the scenes, making all life serve him. I once presented him with the eternal spear, bringing Asgard priceless treasures forged by the dwarves. Yet for a minor mistake born out of curiosity, he condemned me to eternal suffering. Loki's voice was filled with sarcasm. Ah, Odin, my brother. Do you, like the other timid gods, fear the prophecy of Ragnarok? Fear that I will, as foretold, become the new ruler of Asgard? Ha ha ha, too bad Ragnarok has not come, and we are both trapped in this cage. Are you satisfied with this outcome? Yin Wang listened quietly to Loki's monologue, not interrupting, but continuously analyzing the information he received. Gods, Asgard, Odin, Loki, dwarves, the eternal spear. Ragnarok. These unfamiliar yet familiar terms swirled in his mind, the sheer volume of information overwhelming him. Is this mythological story just made up by the game developers? Yama sat solemnly in the dimly lit hall, his brow slightly furrowed as he pondered deeply. Suddenly, a sly face broke into his view. Loki, the trickster god from Norse mythology, had appeared uninvited beside him. Hey, are you even listening to me, human? Loki's voice carried a playful tone. Yama looked up, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Of course, great god of fire. Was it you who summoned me here? Before Yama could finish his sentence, Loki's form began to twist and morph, transforming instantly into a woman with 3 hands. She wore a golden robe and was adorned head to toe with glistening luxury items, resembling a statue forged from pure gold. Indeed, the woman said in a seductive tone. Can you guess why I brought you here? No sooner had she spoken than her clothing vanished into thin air. She stood naked, deliberately striking provocative poses as if trying to tempt Yama. Yet, despite the blatant seduction, Yama remained utterly unfazed. A mortal cannot fathom the intentions of a god, Yama said calmly. Is this your true form? It's quite beautiful. Upon hearing this, Loki's body twisted again, reverting to his male form. Oh, of course not, he said with a sly grin. I find you intriguing. Interested in becoming a god? Yama's eyes narrowed slightly, showing a hint of curiosity. Can a mortal become a god? Loki shrugged nonchalantly. Why not? If you desire it, you can be a god. How about we play a game? If you win, I'll make you a god. Yama met Loki's gaze steadily. Great god of fire, what game would you like to play? Loki's form flickered, and in an instant, he was right beside Yama, whispering, how about starting a war and betting on which side will win? He paused, seemingly finding this idea too simple. No, that's too easy. How about this? We play 9 games. If you win them all, I'll make you a god. If you lose, you'll become my plaything. Dare to take the gamble? A confident smile appeared on Yama's face. It would be an honor for a mere mortal like me to receive such an opportunity. Just then, a clear notification sound rang out. Ding. Divine Trial activated. God's Trial 19. Task description. Loki has set 9 games as your trial. You have only one chance. If you fail, you will lose your soul and body. First trial. Use your words to incite a war involving 500,000 people and ensure your side wins. Task conditions. Both sides must be evenly matched, with equal numbers. Task reward. Loki's admiration. Task reward none. When Yin Wang opened his eyes again, he found himself back in the treasure vault. This time, there were no rewards, and failure was not an option. The punishment for failure was the loss of both body and soul. Yin Wang couldn't help but think, isn't this just like deleting a character? He couldn't imagine a harsher punishment than that. As Yin Wang was deep in thought, a man's voice suddenly came from behind him. Second brother, the boss has been complaining these past few days, saying you're getting more and more off track. Yin Wang glanced at the man dismissively. Off track? Tell him I'm making big money. The man immediately logged out of the game, his character collapsing to the ground but quickly standing up again. The boss asks, how big is this money? Yin Wang responded confidently, more profitable than arms dealing. The man logged out again and moments later, he logged back in, saying, the boss says, get him the equipment too. Without hesitation, Yin Wang replied, give him yours. The man's mouth twitched, and he logged out once more. This time, he didn't log back in. Seeing this, Yin Wang unsheathed his sword and stabbed the man's body without hesitation. With a squelch, the man's corpse fell to the ground. Yin Wang ignored it and walked out of the treasure vault. In this game world, each person could only have one account. If someone gave their equipment to another, the new player wouldn't inherit the original body but would create a new one. This meant that the original owner could never revive unless they logged in with the equipment. Yin Wang checked his current tasks. One was a necromancer's mission to kill, and the other was Loki's divine trial. The necromancer's task was relatively simple. He could kill his mercenaries 10 times each. The earlier kill was part of completing the necromancer's task, but Loki's trial was more challenging. With only 100,000 players in the game, starting a war involving 500,000 seemed impossible. Even if there were 500,000 players, mobilizing them for a balanced fight was unimaginable. Yin Wang shook his head, finding it hard to believe anyone could say, guys, split into 2 teams and have a war. We'll cheer afterward. The idea was absurd. Time flew by, and days passed in the blink of an eye. The strategy group held a meeting on the 0 level of the tower. 30 teams, totaling over 280 players, attended. The main topic was how to conquer the 2nd level. A player stood up and said, I've said it before. If we keep mistrusting each other and no one takes action, the 2nd level will be a joke. We'll be stuck on the 1st level forever. The stupidest part is, it's not that the officials didn't make the 2nd level. It's us who are holding ourselves back. Before he could finish, another player interrupted. How do we distribute the boss rewards? This question plunged the meeting into silence. It was a tricky and crucial issue. Without resolving it, they couldn't unite to take action. The current player base was large and complex, unlike the earlier days when 2,000 players could be persuaded by Ye Qiu's impassioned speeches. These players were savvy and wouldn't act without personal gain. They debated for days without finding a satisfactory solution. If they used the first come, first served rule, they'd be back to square one, with no one willing to make the first move. Amid the deadlock, Yin Wang suddenly smiled and said, how about I suggest? However, before he could finish, a figure was teleported into the tower. The newcomer wore a suit of violet gold armor and wielded a violet gold greatsword, each step causing the ground to tremble. I have a suggestion, the newcomer said. I'll take on Lyric alone, and you can watch. The crowd saw that the newcomer was none other than Ye Qiu. The reactions varied. Some were shocked, some incredulous, and others angry. They began to murmur. Is that a suit of violet gold armor? How much does that cost? Is it about the money? How is he wandering around in that gear? That armor and sword must weigh 300 pounds. I think more. Maybe not. A player sneered. Where does your confidence come from? Just because of that violet gold armor? Tin spin, right? We've heard about you. You're strong, but to take on the Guardian alone, I'm not underestimating you, but you need self-awareness. Ye Qiu smiled and pointed his sword at the crowd. Fine, keep discussing. When I get the first kill on the Guardian, you won't need to discuss anymore. Hearing this, everyone frowned. They didn't believe Ye Qiu could defeat the Guardian, but what if? Ye Qiu had killed the Chaos Watcher before. What if he performed another miracle? No one dared to take that risk. Ahem. I think using the original rule, first come, first served, is acceptable. Conquering the first level is the priority. Yes, rewards can wait. We should unite as players. Discussing rewards here is a waste of time. Agreed. Yin Wang watched Ye Qiu with a grin, thinking, interesting. Seeing the teams respond to the call, Ye Qiu smirked. He knew their intentions. He had come to provoke them on purpose. His chances of defeating Lyric alone were slim. Even in the best-case scenario, winning 1 out of 100 attempts would be a miracle. This battle required the players to unite. What was Ye Qiu's tactic? The what-if tactic. Players couldn't gamble on that what-if, so they had to be forced into action. It was simple logic. If Ye Qiu could really win alone, why would he bother talking to them? He'd just go and do it himself. Thus, the strategy group gathered again in the core area of the first level. Feng Zhe put on his violet gold helmet. This time, he had to wear it because the enemy's headshots were always critical. Not just the helmet, Feng Zhe's backpack also contained a shield made from the Chaos Watcher's crystal. There were 20 such small round shields, all bought by players. Feng Zhe had 2, one for Du Yuan and one for Ye Qiu. This round shield could significantly block Lyric's ranged attacks, with slightly less defense than a violet gold shield. But it was light. Ye Qiu was already at his carrying limit. Even if he wanted another violet gold shield, he couldn't manage it. Ready? Feng Zhe shouted. Yes. The crowd responded in unison. Attack! With Feng Zhe's command, the strategy group's players launched a fierce assault on Guardian Lyric. Legendary Hunter Lyric. His image unfurls before your eyes like a vivid painting. A mane of fiery red hair cascading down, clad in gleaming armor, gripping a flame-wreathed long sword in one hand with an ice-cold giant bow slung across his back. The perfect blend of fire and ice embodied in him. Suddenly, Ye Qiu, with unwavering resolve, pointed his sword at Lyric and charged forward, like an arrow tearing through the sky. His bold move ignited the courage of the other players instantly. Over 280 players surged forward from all directions, their momentum unstoppable. Lyric's gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, swiftly scanning the crowd before locking onto Ye Qiu. His movements were lightning fast. He sheathed his flaming sword and grabbed the icy giant bow from his back in one fluid motion. With a fierce pull of the bowstring using his teeth, the entire process was seamless and uninterrupted. Just as Ye Qiu realized the change in Lyric's actions, an ice arrow flashed toward him. In the nick of time, Ye Qiu swiftly pulled out a crystalline round shield from his backpack, barely managing to block the incoming arrow. With a crisp crack, a thick layer of frost instantly covered the shield's surface. Ye Qiu took a deep breath, adjusted his breathing rhythm, and then gave a powerful shake. The frost shattered, turning into countless glittering shards that floated in the air. Despite this, the powerful impact left his arm numb. Seeing this, the other players seized the opportunity, attempting to close in on Lyric. However, Lyric's reactions were even quicker. He drew the bowstring again, this time conjuring 10 ice arrows, ready to fire. Take cover! One player shouted, trying to warn his companions, but it was too late. The 10 ice arrows shot out like meteors, instantly piercing the bodies of 10 players. But it didn't end there. The ice arrows continued their trajectory, heading towards other players. The sound of crack, crack echoed continuously as the full power of the 10 arrows was unleashed. In a matter of seconds, over 40 players were frozen and then shattered into countless ice shards, disappearing as cold light in the air. Lyric didn't pause for a moment, continuously drawing and releasing volleys of 10 arrows at a time. Under this relentless barrage, more and more players were forced to withdraw from the fight. Even a slight graze from the arrows meant certain death. Some quick-thinking players tried to use crystalline shields to block the arrows, but even then, the powerful impact sent them flying. In this battle, the only one who could withstand a direct hit was Ye Qiu. Ye Qiu's ability to do this wasn't just due to mastering the technique of breath of strength. More importantly, his current weight had reached an astonishing level. To put it into perspective, if he fell from the sky, he could crush a second-stage Chaos Watcher without needing a weapon. With this incredible weight advantage, even a direct hit from an arrow left Ye Qiu unmoved. This was precisely why he chose to craft a set of violet armor. Besides the weight advantage, the defensive capabilities of the violet gold armor were exceptional. Even if hit, Ye Qiu wouldn't die instantly like the others. Despite this, Ye Qiu remained vigilant. He knew that if Lyric's ice arrows struck his armor, the entire set would freeze, rendering him immobile. In such a scenario, he would be as helpless as a lamb to the slaughter, facing certain death. So the best way is to use the shield to block Lyric's ranged attacks. A player shouted in panic, his shield trembling in his hands as he stumbled backward. Ye Qiu's eyes narrowed sharply, and he commanded decisively, "Don't retreat. Lyric may be a human boss, but we can interrupt his attacks. Retreating leads to certain death." Everyone, charge together. His words acted like a shot of adrenaline, reigniting the courage of the players who were on the verge of retreating. They gritted their teeth and surged forward once more. Johnson, known among foreign players as the muscle tank, led the charge. His muscular frame glistened in the sunlight as he moved with surprising agility. "Where are you looking?" he roared, lifting his enormous axe high and aiming it at Larrick's head. However, Larrick's reaction was beyond anyone's expectations. With a powerful thrust of his legs, he soared into the air like a released arrow, easily leaping 8 meters high. Johnson looked up, his pupils contracting in shock. Before he could react, Larrick descended like a meteor, delivering a crushing kick to Johnson's head. With a sickening thud, Johnson's head exploded like a watermelon, and his headless body collapsed to the ground. The sudden, brutal scene left everyone stunned, the air thick with tension. Ye Qiu, quick on his feet, seized the fleeting opportunity. He discarded his shield, gripped his sword tightly with both hands, and slashed at Larrick with lightning speed. But at the critical moment, Ye Qiu sensed a sudden change in Larrick's breathing pattern. This breathing rhythm. Alarm bells rang in Ye Qiu's mind, and he instinctively adjusted his own breathing to the steel breath. Instantly, he felt his blood and muscles harden as if infused with steel, his skin taking on a grayish sheen. As expected, Larrick switched from hunter's breath to strength breath in an instant. He dropped his longbow and swiftly drew a massive two-handed sword from his waist, the flame sword. Flames engulfed the blade, and with a thunderous roar, Larrick slashed at Ye Qiu. Boom! The ground shook as Ye Qiu was knocked down, his knees slamming into the earth. His violet gold sword trembled in his hands, which had gone completely numb, his wrists clearly broken from the impact. Larrick looked down at Ye Qiu, his eyes icy cold. "I have hunted the giant dragons of the ice rivers, defeated lava giants as tall as mountains. People call me the supreme hunter, the legendary predator. But now, I am the guardian." Before he finished speaking, Larrick's flame sword shifted direction like a venomous snake, striking toward Ye Qiu's exposed throat. The scorching flames engulfed Ye Qiu's body, triggering a violent explosion within him. With a deafening boom, Ye Qiu's body was torn apart, turning into a mist of blood. Seeing this, the other players charged at Larrick, attempting to overwhelm him. But Larrick remained unfazed, sweeping his sword in a wide arc, releasing a wave of flames. "Dragon Devour!" he roared, leaping into the air as a massive dragon of fire coiled around him. The fiery dragon let out an ear-splitting roar and dove down, guided by Larrick's sword. The players, awestruck by the spectacle, were consumed by the flames before they could react. The fire incinerated them in an instant, leaving only ashes behind. First raid on Larrick. Defeated. Observing all this from a godsaye view, Chunyi slowly closed his eyes and exited the game space. Back in the real world, 3 figures, Shadow 1, Shadow 2, and Shadow 3, appeared before him simultaneously. "Master, the mask host you selected has made a move," they reported in unison. Chunyi yawned lazily and asked, "Tell me more." Shadow 1 spoke up. "Yang Jin has made several trips back to the country, even infiltrating the first emperor's mausoleum to investigate the mask. And the preparations I ordered in the mausoleum?" Chunyi inquired. Shadow 2 responded, "Everything is ready." Chunyi smiled with satisfaction. "Good. It won't be long before he finds clues about the first emperor's mask. Make sure to appear at the right moment. Do you remember what to do?" Shadow 3 nodded. "Yes, we remember." Chunyi waved them away. "All right, you may go." After they left, he murmured to himself, "This pawn has been left to grow for long enough. It's time to bring it back into play." Time flies by, and in reality, more than a month has passed. However, in the game world, nearly a year has gone by in the blink of an eye. This stark contrast in time has left players in a peculiar state of disorientation, as if they are caught between 2 parallel universes. Many of them have started to wonder which side is the real world. The game experience is so immersive that players feel like they've been battling inside the tower for months. Yet, when they return to reality, only a few days have passed. This dissonance in time perception makes them question their own senses. Meanwhile, the game itself is evolving at a rapid pace. A series of updates have rolled out like waves, each bringing significant changes. From the initial beta test with 10,000 players, it quickly expanded to 100,000, then to 1 million. By the 9th update, the number of beta testers had reached a staggering 100 million. Faced with such an enormous scale, players jokingly remarked, "Is this still a beta test?" Most games don't even have a few million players during their official release. With 100 million players, they might as well open it to the public. Chenyi shared this sentiment. Nowadays, the rate at which he was gaining resources had reached an unimaginable level, enough to support a public launch. Although he couldn't guarantee it, producing enough login devices for 100 million people daily was no longer an issue. However, this time, the public release wouldn't be free. Chunyi opened his computer and browsed the newly launched store on the official website. Players could now pre-order various devices, ranging from standard headsets to luxurious custom gaming pods, with prices varying greatly to suit different budgets. Of course, for those living below the poverty line, these devices remained out of reach. Chunyi knew he no longer desperately needed a massive player base. He didn't intend for everyone in the world to enter the game, because once the game descended into reality, everyone would have the chance to experience it firsthand. However, that experience would be 100% also real that it would be chilling, as death in that world would mean permanent demise. In the sealed tower, players often relied on the endless respawn tactic to fight powerful bosses. But what if this happened in reality? Without the safety net of respawns, players would no longer be immortal warriors, nor the so-called fourth calamity. In such a brutal mode, players who could reach the fifth floor would be extremely rare. To balance this, Chunyi introduced a new feature, the talent system. When the game descends into reality, each player will awaken a unique ability. These abilities vary in strength, ranging from grade broken to SS grade mythical. Interestingly, the awakening of these abilities is not random but directly related to the soul lifespan value accumulated by players in the game. In short, your achievements in the game will determine the strength of your abilities in reality. However, achieving the full descent of the game will be a long journey for Chunyi. So far, he has only completed the first 6 floors of the sealed tower. To fully bring the game into reality, he needs to construct all 100 floors. More importantly, he needs to reserve enough resources to modify the rules of reality in case of any unforeseen events. Back in the game world, over the past year, players have been engaged in a relentless battle of wits and courage against Lalek. From using endless respawn tactics to employing bizarre strategies, they have tried everything. Yet, Lalek seemed to grow stronger, leaving even the reborn Ye Qiu perplexed. In fact, Chunyi had continuously strengthened Lalek in subsequent updates, particularly enhancing his area effect skills, which crushed the players' prized respawn tactics. Faced with this, many players secretly cursed the developers for their harshness. Chunyi, however, nonchalantly replied, "If you don't like it, bite me." But the players' resilience was astounding. Instead of backing down, they became even more creative. Various ingenious tactics emerged. Some tried to attack Lalek's vital spots by crawling under his trousers, others hid dust in their mouths to blind him, and some even resorted to human bombs. With the support of the Merchant Guild, one player successfully developed black powder in the game and continuously improved it, inventing various types of explosives. Players strapped bombs to themselves, turning into suicide bombers, sacrificing themselves to deal significant damage to the enemy. Although Chunyi could always detect and counter these tactics with timely patches, he couldn't help but admire their determination and creativity. The speed at which these players come up with new strategies is just ridiculous. While Chunyi takes time to fix a bug, the players can already come up with 18 new tactics. He initially planned to delay the public release, hoping to keep the players stuck on the first level. However, the players' creativity far exceeded his expectations, producing one cunning strategy after another. Chunyi couldn't help but marvel at how players are limitless in both their ingenuity and audacity. Their imagination pushes the boundaries of what humans can conceive, making them seem almost like beasts. Just as he was astounded by their innovative ideas, a particularly malicious tactic caught his attention. Someone had thought of stripping off Lalek's shoes and scattering nails on the ground to pierce his feet. Faced with such an extreme strategy, Chunyi could only shake his head in resignation, realizing that even he couldn't protect the boss this time. Over the course of a year in the game, Ye Qiu changed his approach. Instead of frequently challenging Lalek, he focused on honing his own skills. He engaged in intense weight training and turned to grinding on minor monsters to slowly accumulate soul lifespans. With the emergence of different schools of thought, the tactic of repeatedly challenging the boss had become unwise, as it would only weaken him further. Meanwhile, the game world faced new challenges. The respawn rate of monsters on the first level couldn't keep up with the players' killing pace, and housing around the tower was becoming increasingly scarce. Players' constructions had spread to the edges of the map, and many began calling for the removal of the invisible walls to allow for more expansive building opportunities. Chunyi did not respond immediately to these demands. Instead, he quietly typed up a draft and waited. Soon after, the forum exploded with a flurry of posts, all with similar content. The first level guardian had been successfully conquered. Chunyi smiled. He no longer needed to personally monitor the in-game situation. Keeping an eye on the forum was enough. Every discovery and new tactic by players was shared on the forum immediately. It was through this method that Chunyi could counteract all the players' devious strategies. He deeply understood the saying, "It's not the developers who do nothing you should fear, but the developers who browse the forums." Reading forum posts was far more convenient than observing the game firsthand. Due to the different time flows between the game and reality, posts that seemed to take days in the game were only a few hours in real life for Chunyi. This efficiency thrilled Chan Yi. He couldn't help but think to himself, is it better to read a summary post every minute or to observe the game personally for an entire year? The answer was obvious. With the first level conquered, Chen Yi finally made a decision. He took a deep breath and silently proclaimed, "Rejoice, our game is finally going public. Players are truly the best workers. As long as they keep grinding the game, Chen Yi will grow stronger." However, the players don't see their actions as work. They immerse themselves in the game, enjoying every moment, completely unaware that they are contributing to Chen Yi's strength. Chen Yi sat in front of his computer, a smug smile on his lips. "This is a win-win," he muttered, pressing the enter key with force. The game was about to enter its public beta phase, ushering in a new era. However, a potential problem loomed in Chen Yi's mind. What if the demand for equipment during the public beta was too high, leading to a shortage? Chen Yi quickly devised a solution. "Just create an artificial shortage," he murmured to himself. "If necessary, claim the factory producing the equipment had a fire, limiting daily shipments. Once the index is high enough, resume sales. If it runs out, just cut off supply." Chen Yi had designed a clever system where all the money from equipment sales would be transferred to a virtual account, ensuring it couldn't be traced. However, he had no intention of using this money. For Chen Yi, money had lost its meaning, becoming nothing more than a string of worthless numbers. Meanwhile, the in-game scene was chaotic. Countless players lay strewn across the ground, some sitting back-to-back, all catching their breath after the intense battle. "I've never fought such an exhilarating battle in my life," one player shouted excitedly. "So satisfying," another echoed. "The first floor guardian wasn't that tough," someone boasted. "It wasn't hard enough. Maybe the devs should make it more challenging," another suggested, still eager for more. Ye Qiu and Johnson, the muscle-bound tank, sat back-to-back on the ground, both exhausted. Johnson panted. "Seems like the Chinese aren't as weak as I thought. At least they've got guts. And you? I respect you even more. You're strong. Interested in a duel?" Ye Qiu smiled faintly. "You're not weak either, but let's skip the fight. We were lucky this time. We got the first kill again." Johnson shook his head. "Lucky? You've got real skill. I'm not surprised you got the first kill." He extended his fist backward. "Anyway, it was great fighting alongside you. Hope we get to do it again." Ye Qiu extended his fist to meet Johnson's. "Same here, my friend." Johnson laughed heartily. "Friend? Huh? Haha, all right, friend." Roll, nearby, watched the two and remarked, "Who would have thought? Once enemies battling online, now sitting together, chatting. Your spirit, my Chinese friends, is truly admirable." The scene was unimaginable. People of all races, white, yellow, black, gathered together, talking and laughing. The animosity and barriers between races seemed to have vanished. A year of fighting side by side had built trust and understanding. Without this, they could never have defeated Lyric. During the battle, some cheered, some sacrificed themselves to protect teammates. The entire process was grand, an epic fight. It was, without a doubt, the most exhilarating battle the players had ever fought. The more they were crushed before, the more satisfying it was to defeat Lyric. A profound sense of spiritual fulfillment. Even Nocturne, the player killer, earned the players' recognition after participating in the fight. After all, he had contributed significantly. In this battle, everyone played a crucial role. Ye Qiu's clone and Johnson constantly pushed Lyric back, while Zhang Qingyan and Nocturne used dark magic and evil eyes to control the boss. Other players either attacked, protected teammates, or joined Ye Qiu and Johnson in close combat to suppress the boss. Everyone's presence was indispensable. Although Ye Qiu secured the first kill, the Guardian's rewards were distributed differently. All players who dealt damage to the Guardian received rewards. 10 years of soul lifespan, a silver coin, and 100 renown. Though it was a consolation prize, everyone was content. Many players kept rewatching the battle footage. "Damn, that was intense. It's either me or my dad who survives today." 666, "You're so filial." Haha, who yelled, "Holy crap, that was hilarious." "You recorded that? Did you get me in it?" "I told you, white knife in, green knife out, I'll stab your gallbladder." "Was that you?" "Yeah, that was me." Ha ha ha. Ye Qiu also watched the video. On the screen, Lyric, holding a flaming greatsword, collapsed to his knees, a relieved smile on his face. He murmured, "A girl who loves the Mu Chun flower, yet lacks the eyes to see it." Ye Qiu's sword flashed, and Lyric's head fell to the ground. The Guardian's fall instantly released the primordial darkness that had been bound by chains, and demonic energy once again flowed across the land. In the distance, two piercing howls echoed under the sun and moon. With Lyric's death, Ye Qiu received a generous reward, 2 legendary weapons and a letter. The letter was the most intriguing. Ye Qiu carefully opened the envelope, and a dried Muchuan flower specimen slipped out. He unfolded the letter and scanned the text, feeling a surge of indescribable emotions. The letter began, "To someone as cheerful as a Muchuan flower." The following content told a touching story of love, sacrifice, and pursuit. Lyric was deeply in love with a blind girl, and to heal her eyes, he embarked on a challenging journey. The letter detailed Lyric's growth, from an ordinary hunter to the legendary hunter Lyric. He joined the battlefield school, where he met the hot-tempered dwarf craftsman Hobbit and the taciturn shield master Gross. Later, he switched to the sharpshooter school, mastering advanced hunting skills. Lyric's adventures were filled with thrilling experiences. He slew the giant trolls of the lava lands, defeated the young dragons of the Snow Ridge, and gained the ability to manipulate frost and fire. To obtain the elven life water, he even confronted the elven god, Tyr Sandrius. However, the elven god gave him a daunting task: to kill the sun and moon wolves and exchange their essence for the life water. Lyric accepted the challenge, but soon realized he was far outmatched. After losing several friends, he sought help from Hobbit, who forged two powerful weapons, the Flame Radiant Sword and the Ice Soul Bow. In the end, Lyric successfully killed the sun and moon wolves and obtained the coveted life water. He hurried back to his village full of joy, only to learn that his beloved girl had passed away, forever frozen at the age of 16. Ye Qiu closed the letter, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Lyric's story was both a tragic hero's saga and a poignant love elegy. This letter not only revealed Lyric's past but also added depth and complexity to the entire world. From the beginning, what she needed was not a pair of eyes to see the world, but my presence to describe it to her. Ye Qiu clenched the letter in his hand, filled with regret and self-blame. He realized he had missed the most precious opportunity to depict the beauty of the world for that girl. The words in the letter seemed to mock his slowness, but it's too late. I have resolved to die. I drank the water of life, preparing to find a monster and become its breakfast. Ye Qiu's heart sank as he imagined the girl's lonely and desperate figure. The letter then mentioned the Mu Chunhua. This is your favorite Mu Chunhua. In reality, it's just a clover that will never bloom. Mu Chunhua will never see its flowering season. Its beauty lies in the fact that you have the most beautiful eyes in the world. These words pierced Ye Qiu's heart like a sharp blade. He finally understood that the girl's perception of beauty came entirely from his presence. At the end of the letter, it read, "To the girl like the Mu Chunhua." Just as Ye Qiu finished reading the last word, the letter spontaneously combusted, turning to ashes that scattered into the air. This magical scene left Ye Qiu stunned, contemplating every word in the letter. Suddenly, an old question surfaced in Ye Qiu's mind. What had he and the other players brought to this world? Before their arrival, was this place truly as peaceful, harmonious, and serene as they imagined? Ye Qiu couldn't help but wonder if they, the outsiders, had disrupted the world's order. But now wasn't the time to delve into these questions. Ye Qiu shook his head and brought his thoughts back to the present. He noticed that after Lyric's death, the altar began to glow with a myriad of colors, clearly revealing the portal to the second level. The surrounding players were thrilled, eager to proceed. Finally, we can go to the second level. I've been waiting for this. Brothers, I'm going first. I'm going too. Let's go. Let's see what the second level has. Second level, here I come. Watching the players step into the portal one by one, Ye Qiu turned to Feng Zhe and the others. He took out the ice bow and handed it to the eager Zhang Qingyan. Old Zhang, you wanted this bow, right? Zhang Qingyan excitedly took the bow, examining the legendary weapon closely. The ice bow could fire without arrows and had the terrifying power to freeze everything in its path. Seeing this, Fly couldn't help but voice his desire. 10 spin. I want that sword. Ye Qiu looked at the shameless guy and tossed him his violet gold sword. Try to see if you can lift it. Fly nonchalantly reached out to grab it, but was shocked by its sudden weight as soon as he touched the hilt. With a thud, the sword's tip plunged into the ground. Damn, this sword is so heavy. How do you even fight with this? Fly asked in surprise. Ye Qiu easily lifted the violet gold sword with one hand and calmly said, not heavy, just 25 pounds. That's why this weapon isn't suitable for you. He turned to Du Yuan. Old Du, you can use this sword for now. Du Yuan took the sword and also marveled at its weight. Wow, it's quite hefty. Finally, Ye Qiu drew the great sword Flame Glory. This two-handed magic sword weighed more than 40 pounds, with a blade eternally burning with lava fire, turning everything in its path to ash. Ye Qiu knew that such a weapon with inherent magical power was formidable in the hands of a boss, but difficult for regular players to wield effectively. Let's go. We should head to the second level as well. Ye Qiu sheathed the Flame Glory and walked towards the portal. He silently vowed, tragedy can only happen once or repeatedly. Either prevent it from the start or eradicate it completely from the world. Meanwhile, in the molten arsenal, Hobbit watched the light beam rising into the sky and slowly closed his eyes. He murmured softly, this day was bound to come, old friend. Living only brings you more suffering. You've done enough. It's time for you to rest. May you find true peace in the Hall of Echoes. At that moment, Lu Qing approached, bending over with his sword. He sneered, "Peace. The Hall of Echoes, huh? Just another round of pain." Having once traversed the Star of Echoes, Lu Qing should have known the truth about the Hall of Echoes. However, when he tried to recall, he found that part of his memory blurred. What was the Hall of Echoes? Why had he suddenly lost that memory? Confused, Lu Qing held his head, his face full of fatigue. He began to doubt if his memory was faulty. Perhaps he had never been to the Hall of Echoes, but had directly met the god, and then reincarnated into this world. Shaking his head, Lu Qing tried to dispel these chaotic thoughts. Ever since he met the creator god a year ago, he had often relived those 10 days of suffering. Every quiet night, he felt like ants were crawling all over his body. The punishment of those 10 days had left an indelible psychological scar. Defying the gods, ha! Lu Qing laughed bitterly, his eyes filled with self-mockery and despair. He knew that such words might be a momentary burst of passion for anyone else, but for him, it was an unattainable dream. As a proxy for the gods, he was more aware than anyone of how invincible their power was. The 10-day punishment felt like a prolonged nightmare, completely twisting Lu Qing's will. Lying in bed, his body still aching, his mind replayed those horrifying scenes. He finally realized that humans could never defeat the gods. Such thoughts were mere wishful thinking. Better wash up and sleep early, Lu Qing muttered to himself, his voice laden with exhaustion and resignation. He suddenly thought of a humorous analogy. It was like a friend who suddenly started waking up early to exercise, eating healthily, sleeping on time, and not playing games. It wasn't some profound awakening, just the result of too much motivational content. Before long, they would revert to their old habits. Reflecting on his once grand declaration to slay the gods, Lu Qing now found it laughable. He was grateful that the creator god hadn't killed him outright, but had given him a painful lesson instead. Maybe I was never meant to be the protagonist, Lu Qing chuckled, a hint of melancholy in his eyes. He deeply felt that the more one understood the world, the more one realized their own insignificance. Conversely, ignorance bred fearlessness. Lu Qing thought of Ye Qiu, who was still boldly proclaiming to challenge the gods with mortal strength. To Lu Qing, Ye Qiu's bravery stemmed from not having witnessed the terror of the gods firsthand. When he truly faces a god, he'll probably end up just like me, Lu Qing murmured, a trace of pity in his tone. At that moment, Lu Qing suddenly felt the world around him shake violently. His true sight activated uncontrollably. The scene before him made his eyes widen. The first layer of the barrier surrounding the sealed tower was slowly dissipating. A massive curtain descended from the sky, as if a long-dormant continent were awakening from the mist. Simultaneously, an update announcement from the game's official website popped up. Sealed Lands 1.0 official version released. Public beta begins. The announcement detailed the new version's content. The guild system was fully open, allowing players to form guilds and own guild territories without sharing permissions. Guild leaders would gain the ability to initiate large-scale campaigns, leading groups of hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands. The announcement also listed the correlation between guild levels and group sizes. Level 1 guilds could group up to 100 players, Level 2 up to 1,000, and Level 3 up to 10,000. Currently, the maximum was Level 5 guilds, with a staggering member and group limit of 1 million. Finally, the announcement emphasized the additional rewards for guild raids and the mechanism for evenly distributing these rewards. Establishing a guild required 1 gold coin and 10,000 reputation points, with the reputation points provided solely by the guild leader, while the gold could be pooled by all guild members. Reading the announcement, Lu Qing felt a ripple of emotion. Despite having abandoned the idea of challenging the gods, the changes in the game world still stirred a sense of excitement and anticipation within him. The Land of Seals has reached an exhilarating moment. The first major free expansion, Dark Release, is now live, bringing sweeping changes to this mysterious world. The most striking feature is the brand new map expansion. The previously cramped area outside the tower will see an unprecedented expansion, with the new land area being more than 20 times the size of the existing map. This vast new territory not only provides players with ample space for free construction, but also hides countless mazes and treasures, waiting for brave adventurers to explore. However, the allure of the new map goes beyond this. In this uncharted land, players will encounter native inhabitants of the Land of Seals, as well as 12 distinct schools of thought. Each player has the opportunity to join their preferred school and undergo a career transformation by completing school-specific tasks. To help players make informed choices, the official introduction of these 12 orthodox schools is as follows. 1. Battle School. Warriors of the game, they revere war, focusing on breathing techniques to push the limits of their physical bodies, excelling in the use of powerful weapons. 2. Archery School. A group of hunters skilled in hunting, emphasizing the evolution of specific body parts, known for their lightning-fast reflexes and proficient with bows, traps, and daggers. 3. Shadow School. Assassins who walk in the shadows, serving the light, wielding the power of darkness, adept in lethal assassination techniques. 4. Light School. Priests opposing the Shadow School, focusing on healing and purifying various wounds and diseases. 5. Holy School. Devout believers who trust that all things are created by the gods, using divine power to punish sinners through prayer. 6. Fire School. Hot-tempered fire mages drawing power from anger, specializing in incinerating everything to ashes. 7. Water Divination School. Wizards proficient in water and ice magic, emphasizing the use of transformations between ice and water, capable of water divination. 8. Atmosphere School. Wizards who control the power of storms, known for their rapid movement and the ability to tear enemies apart with storms. 9. Earth Divination School. Wizards who manipulate the power of the earth, specializing in defense and control, also skilled in earth divination. 10. Lightning School. Wizards who harness the power of the sky, excelling in penetration, control, and battlefield mobility. 11. Nature School. Green mages who are in harmony with natural elements, emphasizing the coexistence of all things, and capable of taming pets to assist in combat. 12. Summoning School. The oldest and most mysterious school, enslaving summoned creatures through contracts, calling upon unknown entities to achieve their goals. Each school offers unique potions that players can obtain by completing tasks. More advanced school skills require players to complete special missions or use high-level persuasion to extract information from NPCs. In addition to the rich school system, this expansion also introduces exciting new bosses and monsters. The most notable additions are 2 new elite monsters, Hattie, the Moon Chaser Wolf, and Skull, the Sun Chaser Wolf. As descendants of the primordial beast Fenrir, these wolf brothers will appear randomly outside the tower. Skull spawns at sunrise, and defeating them will grant players rare sun essence and moon essence. These powerful elite monsters can be challenged repeatedly, providing players with ongoing challenges and substantial rewards. Hattie and Skull, these 2 enigmatic beings, appear at sunrise and moonrise, respectively. Legend has it that if you manage to defeat them both simultaneously, the mythical beast Fenrir will be summoned. The game development team not only delivered this thrilling news, but also unveiled more exciting new content. 3 new bosses have been added, igniting the player's enthusiasm. The primordial beast Fenrir, the world serpent Jormungandr, and the queen of the underworld, Hel. The latter 2 can only be summoned using Fenrir's heart and can be challenged repeatedly. While players can attempt to defeat these formidable foes as many times as they like, epic or higher grade weapons, equipment, and accessories will only drop the first time. However, epic and legendary materials can be obtained repeatedly. The development team specifically reminds players that these 3 bosses can only be summoned outside the tower. They advise players to carefully assess their own strength before attempting these challenges to avoid unnecessary losses. The expansion pack introduces an exciting new mechanic. Monsters will now spawn outside the tower. However, these creatures will only appear at night and vanish during the day. Players need to be especially vigilant after nightfall to protect their homes. Even more anticipated are the 2 special events, Dark Moon and Eclipse. When players notice the sudden disappearance of the sun or moon, it is likely that Hattie and Skull have devoured their light. These special events last only 1 day but significantly increase the monster spawn rate. Additionally, some rare monsters will appear, dropping valuable special materials. However, these special events come with great danger as well as opportunity. Once triggered, monsters will quickly form shadow beast hordes and launch fierce attacks on players' homes. The development team teased in mysterious terms. Creatures in the shadows are stirring, and the ancient sources of magic and darkness have been unleashed. They urge players to prepare for the ultimate test. The promotional video for the expansion pack immediately sparked a fervent response from the players. The comments section was filled with excitement and praise. Finally, the public test is here. Hooray! Map expanded 20-fold? Job changes? This is amazing. The Shadow School in the trailer looks so cool. 3 new bosses, 2 special events, 2 elite monsters, and the game is still free? Unbelievable. However, some players expressed concerns about the cost of gaming equipment. One pointed out that the cheapest connection device costs over 1,000 yuan, but another quickly retorted, "You still want a bicycle for over 1,000 yuan? Look at how much you spend on a phone." The discussion quickly returned to the game itself, with one player astutely pointing out the key feature of the expansion. Did you all miss the main point of this expansion? Monsters will spawn outside the tower. This observation immediately sparked a new round of heated discussion, with someone excitedly shouting, "Tower defense mode? 4399 tower defense god requests to join the battle." At the end of the article, the author explained the update situation and writing plans. Due to oversleeping, today's update was a bit late, but 4 chapters were still guaranteed. The author also mentioned that given the vast content of the 100 floors, it is impossible to describe each floor in detail. Instead, important floors will be highlighted, while others will be briefly covered. This arrangement is to avoid an excessively long writing span, reaching thousands of chapters. Welcome to the Tower of Seals, second level. As this bold subtitle flashed before everyone's eyes, the entire space erupted with excitement. Players' cheers echoed as they finally conquered the first level and stepped into the second. However, as they looked around, confusion began to set in. Why did this second level appear even more expansive than the first? One player couldn't resist opening the map and was immediately rendered speechless. Although most of the map was still shrouded in darkness, the visible outline alone revealed that this level was significantly larger than the first. This completely upended their understanding of the tower climbing game. Ye Qiu remained calm and composed. He had long known that the Tower of Seals was constructed from countless continents stacked upward, with each level akin to a small, independent world. While everyone was still immersed in their shock, the game officials suddenly released an important update announcement. The update introduced a new faction system and an expansion of the outer maps. This news, like a bombshell, instantly grabbed the majority of players' attention. Many couldn't wait to leave the second level and venture outside to explore the new content. Fangze and his group were among those who joined the exploration frenzy. Ye Qiu, however, did not act immediately. He stood still, deep in thought. Should he search for the legendary Death Eater sword on the second level? Although its initial power was weak, the weapon had significant growth potential. Yet, the exact location of this sword was hazy in Ye Qiu's memory. Despite having recorded most of the information he knew at the beginning of his rebirth, some details inevitably slipped through. With no other choice, Ye Qiu sighed and decided to try his luck. The teleportation point on the second level was set at a unique junction. It was the dividing line between two vastly different terrains. On one side, lush greenery. On the other, a snow-covered expanse. These two terrains each occupied half of the map, representing two opposing nations. In this level's world, humans who could communicate normally lived. On the left, the green land stood Storm City, ruled by the White Emperor. On the right, the snowy land rose the Icebound City, governed by the Black Emperor. These two nations, due to differing ideologies, were perpetually at war. Players could freely choose to join either side or remain neutral. But regardless, this protracted war would eventually end in one side's defeat. The final outcome would depend on the players' choices. If they supported the White Emperor and defeated the Black Emperor, the world would be ruled by the White Emperor, and vice versa. Ye Qiu predicted that most players would likely side with the White Emperor, as he represented the human faction. Meanwhile, outside the tower, players held a massive meeting. They realized they had to prepare for the impending beast tide, or else the players' residences in the outer region would be doomed. After intense discussions, they unanimously decided to build a wall encompassing all player houses. However, this grand plan required a vast amount of bricks and 11 soil. Facing skepticism, someone firmly stated, "What we players don't lack is manpower. Soil refreshes daily, and we can organize everyone to dig it up to the daily limit. Then, we can assign a group to build brick kilns. This plan is absolutely feasible. Even if they couldn't mobilize all 100 million players, with 5 million participating, the plan had a good chance of succeeding." The discussion then shifted to the design of the city gates. Some suggested reinforced double wooden doors with iron nails and bars, while others proposed pulley-lifted wooden plank doors. Considering defense, they ultimately decided on reinforced double doors. To balance defense and convenience, they agreed to place a large gate in each of the 4 cardinal directions. Although opening them might require the combined effort of a dozen players, it would effectively block monster invasions. Amid the heated discussion, someone curiously asked, "Hey, what's your job in real life?" "Civil engineering," the other replied calmly. "Wow, that's impressive. It's rare to come across someone who actually knows architecture," a player exclaimed, eyes gleaming with excitement. "Well, it's not that big of a deal," another player responded humbly. "Although I studied civil engineering, I rarely get hands-on experience in real life." "Man, stop being modest," a third player chimed in, pointing to a burly guy nearby. "Look at this guy. He's into concrete horizontal movement engineering in real life. He's practically a big shot here." So, a bricklayer?" someone muttered under their breath. "Yep," the burly man nodded earnestly. In the game world, players showcased their talents. Those focused on lifestyle and construction were bustling in the base, while combat-focused players couldn't wait to explore the outside world. Although there were occasional monsters at night, they were hardly a challenge for these battle enthusiasts. After trekking in the wild for several days, a group of combat players was amazed by the vastness of the area. "Damn, this is awesome," someone shouted excitedly. "This map is at least 20 times bigger than the original version. It's almost the size of 2 counties. You could spend an entire day just exploring." As the exploration continued, Some players discovered the locations of various schools and eagerly shared the information on the forums. Feng Zhe meticulously studied the forum posts about the 12 schools and suddenly noticed a startling pattern. The arrangement of these schools resembled the 12 points on a clock. With the Tower of Seals at the center, the entire map looked like a giant clock. This discovery significantly reduced the difficulty of finding the other schools. After 2 days of searching, Feng Zhe finally arrived at the location of the fire school. From a distance, the school's buildings resembled a small city, with red and gold structures gleaming in the sunlight. Several guards in fiery red robes stood vigilantly at the gate, watching the passers-by. As he got closer, Feng Zhe noticed that the members' robes varied in style. Some had gold trimmings, indicating higher status. Each person wore a badge on their chest, featuring a fire emblem and several stars, ranging from 1 to 9, symbolizing their wizard rank. When Feng Zhe tried to approach the gate, 2 guards immediately blocked his path. One of them frowned and asked, "Outlander?" Before Feng Zhe could respond, the story ended abruptly, leaving a suspenseful cliffhanger. 2 wizards, a young man and woman, blocked Feng Zhe's path. Judging by their age, they seemed quite young. Feng Zhe smiled. "Locals?" The male wizard frowned slightly at his words, a hint of wariness in his tone. "Which family are you from? What's your name?" Feng Zhe remained silent for a moment, his eyes flickering as if contemplating how to respond. He tried to put himself in their shoes, guessing the state of these NPCs before this new map appeared. From a game perspective, they didn't exist. But considering the background, this place could have centuries of history, with families passed down through generations. With this thought, Feng Zhe turned his head, his tone calm yet carrying a hint of mystery. "I'm a local, but I come from the Black Tower." The mention of the Black Tower struck like a thunderbolt. The male wizard's body trembled, and he quickly turned to look into the distance. His voice quivered. "The Black Tower? You came from that direction?" "The Sealed Tower," he murmured, as if recalling something. "I've only heard about it from my father, who heard it from his father, and so on. Though no one has ever seen it, the story has been passed down through generations." Excitement and curiosity flickered in the male wizard's eyes. "They say that beyond that invisible wall is a tower, so tall it touches the sun and moon. Are you saying you came from that tower?" Feng Zhe narrowed one eye slightly, carefully observing the man's changing expressions. "Yes, if you want to see it, you can go and see for yourself. The invisible wall is gone." The male wizard frowned deeply, his tone filled with skepticism. "The invisible wall has stood for countless millennia. How could it just disappear?" "You better not be lying to me." Feng Zhe met the man's gaze, his tone firm. "Why don't you go and see for yourself?" The male wizard's eyes burned with intensity, his voice low and threatening. "Fine, but if you dare deceive me, I will burn your bones to ashes." He paused briefly before asking, "What is your purpose here?" Feng Zhe spread his arms wide, his voice loud and clear. "I wish to join the fire school and become a great fire wizard." Upon hearing this, the male wizard slowly retracted his right hand, his tone softening a bit. "I'll be straightforward with you. You don't seem suited for the fire school. Go check with the water school. They might be more welcoming." Feng Zhe's tone was resolute. "But what if I insist on joining the fire school?" The male wizard snorted coldly. "Humph, I've warned you. If you regret it later, that's on you. Everyone can only join one school, and those who betray their school will face the punishment of being burned by fire." Feng Zhe nodded, stepping decisively into the fire school. He thought to himself, it seems everyone can only have one profession. Although he wasn't sure how powerful the fire school was, he was certain it was the best choice for him at the moment. The reason was simple: the flaming rune staff. Hobbit had once told Feng Zhe that only the fire school could maximize the staff's potential. The metal used to make the staff had a unique property called magic conductivity. The higher the magic conductivity, the less magic was consumed when casting spells. It's like a water pipe. If the magic conductivity isn't 100, it means the pipe leaks. Additionally, there's magic conversion. Although the staff theoretically could convert any magic into the magic core's required magic, converting water magic to fire magic would inevitably consume more. To align with this epic staff, Feng Zhe chose the fire school. As he walked into the fire school, many wizards in flame robes curiously eyed him, but no one approached to speak. Feng Zhe headed straight for the main hall, where 2 elders in gold-trimmed flame robes were conversing in low voices. Feng Zhe's appearance interrupted their conversation. One of the elders turned to look at Feng Zhe, a trace of surprise in his eyes. "No magic fluctuations, no magic potion consumption, an ordinary person?" Feng Zhe respectfully replied, "I wish to join the fire school." The elder scrutinized Feng Zhe for a moment, muttering to himself, "A century-old soul. Might just reach the 3rd tier." He raised his voice, asking, "What is your name?" "Shengguang," Feng Zhe answered. The elder clasped his hands behind his back, a hint of curiosity in his tone. "Such an unusual name. Where do you come from?" "The Sealed Tower," Feng Zhe replied succinctly. The elder's eyes narrowed before turning to the other elder, his tone filled with surprise and excitement. The sealed tower, he says, the sealed tower. It seems the day of prophecy has arrived. The invisible wall will vanish, and the traveler from the Black Tower will uncover the secrets of this hidden land. He paused, then added, I didn't expect the prophecy to come true in our generation. Well, at least we can finally replenish the magic potion materials we've been losing for millennia. The elder turned back to Feng Zhe, his tone becoming serious. Traveler from the Black Tower, are you sure you want to join the fire school? Feng Zhe nodded firmly. Please, allow me to join the fire school. The elder raised an eyebrow. Each of the 12 schools has its strengths and weaknesses. Why choose us? Feng Zhe's response was concise and resolute. I chose what suits me best. The elder nodded, a hint of doubt in his voice, though I feel the fire school may not be the best fit for you. If that's what you believe, I have nothing more to say. He paused for a moment before continuing. Since you come from the sealed tower, you won't stay here to train. I'll give you a test. If you can complete this task, then I will tell you how to become a flame sorcerer. The old man's words sparked a glimmer of hope in Feng Zhe's heart. He continued, but the materials needed to become a sorcerer must be collected by yourself. Our stock is running low. This is the task we are entrusting to you. As soon as he finished speaking, a clear notification sound rang in Feng Zhe's ears. Ding! Academy quest activated. A semi-transparent quest panel appeared before Feng Zhe's eyes. Academy quest, initiation trial. The mentors of the Flame Academy need you to collect 20 phoenix feathers, 5 pounds of sulfur, 5 pounds of magma stones, and 10 pounds of ash soil. Complete this trial to join the Flame Academy. Quest progress. Quest reward. A scroll of the Flame Academy. Seeing this familiar quest interface, Feng Zhe suddenly felt a wave of emotion. This was the online game experience he had been longing for. Class change quests, material collection, everything felt so real and exhilarating. Without hesitation, Feng Zhe clicked to accept the quest and made a request to the old man. I will complete it as soon as possible, but I have one request. Could you demonstrate a flame spell for me? The old man smiled slightly and slowly extended his right hand. In an instant, a flickering flame appeared in his palm. The flame quickly transformed into a fiery serpent, expanding rapidly as if fueled by oil. With a gentle wave of his right hand, the fiery serpent twisted and followed his gesture, drawing an elegant arc in the air. This is the Hellfire technique. Fire Serpent, one of the 3 major branches of the Flame Academy, the old man explained. I am the Hellfire Sorcerer, Augustius, proficient in all Hellfire techniques of the Flame Academy. If you wish to learn Hellfire techniques in the future, you can come to me. At that moment, another old man, seemingly dissatisfied, interjected, the greatest strength of Hellfire techniques is merely for show. In terms of sheer power, flame curses are the true orthodox branch of the Flame Academy. Augustius was instantly furious and retorted sharply, Nonsense, old fool. You really know how to flatter yourself. Your so-called flame curses lack any beauty. What's the difference between casting a fireball and a bigger fireball? If it weren't for that shabby medal on your chest, people would think you were a 1-star sorcerer. The other old man, equally enraged, immediately fired back. Nonsense. Our Flame Academy values power above all. Your flashy Hellfire techniques have no practical use in real combat. Nonsense. Nonsense. The argument between the 2 old men grew increasingly heated. Not convinced? Let's have a duel. Bring it on, old fool. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Come on. Come on. As the 2 mentors seemed on the verge of a full-blown fight, Feng Zhe couldn't help but feel both surprised and confused by this unexpected turn of events. Watching the 2 mentors storm out for a fight, Feng Zhe finally understood why they said this faction wasn't for him. The 2 mentors from the Flame School didn't bother to explain much, rushing out of the hall and leaving Feng Zhe standing there, feeling out of place. He glanced around and thought to himself, if even the teachers are fighting, what hope is there for the students? Curious about other factions, Feng Zhe decided to visit the neighboring Water Divination School. Stepping into the territory of the Water Divination School, he was immediately struck by the stark contrast in atmosphere compared to the Flame School. The people here were cold and aloof, yet they greeted Feng Zhe with polite nods. Feng Zhe made his way to the central palace of the Water Divination School, where he saw 3 elders engrossed in a game on a triangular board. He paused to observe but couldn't make sense of the peculiar game. Just as he was feeling puzzled, an elderly woman in a blue robe with gold trim approached him and explained, "This is Water Divination chess. We are simulating a war between 3 human factions. Young man, are you interested in joining the Water Divination School?" Feng Zhe then engaged in a deep conversation with the 3 wizards. They patiently and thoroughly answered every question he had, in stark contrast to the brief responses he received at the Flame School. The wizards of the Water Divination School even had a detailed understanding of the Flame School, explaining that it was divided into 3 branches: Inferno, flame curse, and exotic fire. Each had its strengths. Inferno focused on flame control and transformation, flame curse on enhancing flame power, and exotic fire on using various unique flames. The water divination school also had 3 branches: Abyss, Source Cold, and Divination. Abyss specialized in water magic, Source Cold in ice magic, and Divination in a unique form of supportive divination. Although Feng Zhe was still unclear about the exact use of divination, he had a vague sense that it might provide beneficial effects for teammates. In the following days, Feng Zhe visited several other factions, learning that each had its unique characteristics. Interestingly, some factions had synergistic magic that was considered taboo. For example, the Water Divination School and the Flame School once had a special faction that used Mistwalk, requiring mastery of both schools' magic. The combination of the Water Divination School and the Earth Divination School could perform complete divination, while the union of the Lightning School and the Atmosphere School could achieve instant teleportation. These taboo magics raise questions for Feng Zhe. Why could a person only master one school? Couldn't someone learn multiple magics simultaneously? The wizards of the Water Divination School explained that each school had its unique potion sequence, and sticking to one series made it extremely stable. However, mixing potions from different schools could lead to unpredictable conflicts, causing the user to lose control. Even if one managed to survive the initial stages, the risk of losing control would increase sharply with higher-level potions. For players, however, this didn't seem to be a significant issue. Feng Zhe realized that players could respawn infinitely, meaning they could keep trying, even if it meant eventually losing control. They could just become jack-of-all-trades, master of none, wandering wizards. With this in mind, Feng Zhe boldly took on tasks from 6 factions simultaneously: Flame, Water Divination, Atmosphere, Lightning, Earth Divination, and Nature. As for the remaining 6 factions, including Summoning, he decided to hold off for now. Feng Zhe and his companions sat around the campfire, listening intently to their mentor. The mentor's eyes gleamed with wisdom as he revealed an essential secret. Regardless of the magic school, the initial stages all require the same core material: blood from high-level magical beasts. Remember, the mentor emphasized, the purer the beast's bloodline, the higher the success rate of potion making. His gaze swept across the group. If we're talking about the pinnacle of magical beast blood, it would have to be Fenrir's. Feng Zhe's heart skipped a beat, and he instinctively touched his backpack. They happened to have a vial of Fenrir's blood, a serendipitous find from a previous adventure. Fortunately, Yin Wang hadn't claimed this precious blood at the time. The mentor continued, Fenrir, as a primordial magical beast, has the purest magical blood. Potions made with it have an almost guaranteed success rate, and the resulting magical potency is significantly higher. In the following days, the game world became extraordinarily lively. Most combat players were busy completing their class quests. Ye Qiu, Shiguo, and Du Yuan chose the battlefield school, tirelessly training at the practice grounds. Zhang Qingyan joined the archery school, practicing his archery skills day in and day out. And Fly mysteriously disappeared into the shadows of the Shadow School. Interestingly, the Light School and the Holy School seemed less popular, attracting only a handful of players. In contrast, the Summoning School became the hottest choice. It was clear that most players preferred the grandeur of summoners and warriors over the supportive role of healers. Meanwhile, life skill players were bustling at the city wall construction site. Nearly 1 million players worked together with incredible efficiency. The foundation was already complete, and it was estimated that the entire project would be finished in 2 to 3 months. Such enthusiasm was rare in real life. Feng Zhe balanced completing quests and preparing for the guild's establishment. Although they had sufficient funds, they still lacked the necessary reputation. Even Feng Zhe had only accumulated over 9,400 reputation points, falling short of the 10,000 point goal. To quickly boost their reputation, Feng Zhe devised a clever strategy. Team members would act independently, but during monster kills, one person would deliver the final blow. This way, all reputation points would concentrate on one individual, and the gained soul life and money would be evenly distributed afterward. As time passed, most players completed their school quests. The required materials were easily found on the first and second levels, speeding up the quest progress. Some enthusiastic players even shared potion recipes online for others to reference. Soon, a post containing complete recipes for all 12 schools appeared, promising continuous updates and quickly amassing over 1 billion bookmarks. After completing tasks for 6 schools, Feng Zhe and his friends, including Ye Qiu, embarked on their reputation-boosting journey. However, with the increasing number of players, finding suitable monsters became increasingly challenging. They roamed for days before finally gathering the necessary reputation points. Now, an important question lay before them. What should they name their guild? That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.